Lin Ye felt the world spinning as a patrol team member's boot ruthlessly stomped on his face. He couldn't make out every word in the man's speech, but the command kneel was one he was all too familiar with. Growing up in the slums, being scolded, bullied, and ordered around had been a daily occurrence for him. But today, they weren't just trying to humiliate him, they were sending him to his death. On the day of the lottery, every impoverished person stayed nervously silent, as no one wanted to be the so-called cannon fodder. These cannon fodder would be sent unprotected outside the city, into an area where monsters roamed freely, a death zone. The officials needed time to set up hunting operations, and the poor were the most convenient bait. Lin Ye coughed up blood as rage and helplessness filled his eyes. He wanted to question, why? Why was he condemned just because he was born at the bottom of society, just because he lost his parents early on? The leader of the patrol curled his lips into a sneer and stomped harder. Don't struggle. People like you are born to die out there, just to buy a little safety for the people in the city. 100 years ago, spiritual energy was restored to the world, and monstrous creatures began appearing overnight. Humanity quickly awakened extraordinary powers, but the truly powerful martial arts were tightly controlled by those in power. A martial ban was enforced. Martial skills, resources, and techniques all became the exclusive wealth of the privileged class. The poor and the ordinary were left as lambs to be slaughtered, even deprived of the right to cultivate strength and improve their lives. Lin Ye's hands were shackled, and he was dragged into a dirty, pitch-black room. In the darkness, he couldn't see anything, but all he could feel was the anger burning inside him. Why should he have to be sacrificed? Were the lives of the poor truly worthless? At that very moment, a cold, mysterious mechanical voice echoed in his mind, detected host's intense resentment. God-tier martial ban system activated. Global martial ban effective for everyone else. Ineffective for the host. Lin Ye shuddered violently. A system? Was he dreaming? But he quickly realized it was all real. Information flooded into his mind. His injuries were severe, but he could activate a body-strengthening ability at any time. If he could just survive, even by killing the weakest monster, he'd fully awaken the system's power. The next morning, he and a dozen other shackled impoverished people were thrown outside the beast zone's fence by the patrol team. Ahead lay a foggy expanse, with a nauseating stench drifting toward them in waves. No one dared speak loudly. Silence was filled with terror and despair. Run! Split up and run, maybe one of us might survive. A frantic shout came from behind. Lin Ye instinctively wanted to flee, but the next second, a massive shadow emerged from the mist before him, a split-fang wolf, its blood-drenched maw filled with razor-sharp fangs. Before he had time to think, the wolf pounced on a screaming girl trying to escape, its savage jaws tearing her apart as her blood pooled at Lin Ye's feet. Everything turned brutally real, cold and ruthless. Lin Ye felt the wolf's predatory gaze lock onto him, piercing straight into his heart. His frail companions around him were already breaking down, their cries of despair echoing in the air. In that moment, the system's cold voice once again rang in Lin Ye's mind. Activate body strengthening ability. Activate! Lin Ye roared, practically screaming his choice. A surge of unprecedented power erupted within him. His pain disappeared entirely, and every muscle and bone in his body became as hard as steel. He leapt forward, charging directly at the beast. The split-fang wolf lunged at him, its claws glinting with a deadly sheen. But Lin Ye's body moved faster than he ever imagined. With a swift sidestep, he dodged its attack and delivered a punch, imbued with newfound strength, directly to the wolf's head. The sound of its skull shattering was unmistakable. The wolf staggered, its expression filled with rage and confusion as it stared at Lin Ye. The horrifying part was that the beast was now enraged. It lunged forward again, but Lin Ye could see every movement clearly, evading and counterattacking with precision. His fists landed on the wolf's head and neck repeatedly. The scent of blood mixed with the fog, saturating the air. In less than 10 seconds, the roles of predator and prey had completely reversed. Lin Ye suppressed the overwhelming urges surging through his body. This was just the beginning. In the monster's world, there was no mercy, no rules. Only victors and corpses. The system's voice sounded again, subjugated and killed a Tier 1 beast. Abilities continue to grow. Lin Ye felt the power swelling within him. He finally understood. This deadly game of fate had seen its rules rewritten today. While everyone else remained trapped, he would use his own hands to carve out a new path of survival, not just for himself but for all those at the bottom. The split-fang wolf collapsed to the ground with a heavy thud, lifeless and motionless, its breathing completely stilled. Lin Ye stood beside the corpse, panting heavily, his forehead slick with sweat. His fists trembled slightly, but his gaze was resolute and icy, as sharp as a freshly drawn blade. Around him, everyone was stunned beyond words. Their gazes towards Lin Ye were like they were looking at a monster crawling out of hell. No one could believe that an orphan from the slums had killed a ferocious beast with his bare hands. In the past, such a feat was unthinkable. Yet Lin Ye did it, and he did it in front of everyone. Some widened their eyes, some instinctively stepped back, and others whispered among themselves. No one could comprehend how this ordinary boy had suddenly transformed into a completely different person. Lin Ye ignored the astonished crowd. He stood up straight from the beast's corpse and emotionlessly swept his gaze across them. He wasn't here to prove anything, he was here because he had to survive. In this world, only the strong had the right to live. He would not let anyone bully him again, nor would he silently endure humiliation. At the edge of the beast territory, in a makeshift outpost, a few members of the official patrol team were smoking and drinking water without a care in the world. Clad in uniforms, they were entirely indifferent to the life and death outside, treating the common people at the bottom like disposable tools. With bloodstains still on him, Lin Ye stepped into the outpost. The patrol members froze for a few seconds, then their expressions turned mocking. "Wow, you're still alive," one of them sneered sarcastically. "Looks like you have quite the life force." Another man scoffed in disdain. "Probably just hid somewhere. That's all these people know how to do. It's a waste of food keeping someone like him alive." The leader, Wang Hu, walked over, towering over Lin Ye with a look of contempt. His face bore that familiar sneer, as if Lin Ye was nothing more than garbage to kick around at will. "Lin Ye, I didn't think you'd be so tough," Wang Hu said, extending his hand. "Hand over the beast crystal you've got on you, and I might let you live." In this world where violence was forbidden, people at the bottom were never allowed to own resources tied to supernatural abilities. Lin Ye's eyes turned icy. "I don't have any." Wang Hu chuckled, but his eyes filled with irritation. "You're lying. You must have killed a ferocious beast. Hand it over, or else." He raised his hand, ready to strike Lin Ye as if it were no harder than stomping on an ant. The bystanders dared not look directly, many even closed their eyes. They had come to accept such oppression, unwilling to resist. But just then, Lin Ye grabbed Wang Hu's wrist with a sudden, iron grip. Snap! The crisp sound echoed sharply in the stilled air. Wang Hu's wrist felt clamped in a vice. No matter how he struggled, he couldn't break free. He looked down at Lin Ye, finding for the first time that this boy had become unrecognizably fearsome. Lin Ye stared back coldly. "Wang Hu, yesterday you stomped on my face and kicked me while I was down. Today, it's time to settle the score." He tightened his grip slightly. "Ah!" Wang Hu's scream pierced through the outpost. Intense pain surged from his wrist, and his bones twisted out of shape. He collapsed onto the ground, his back drenched in sweat. Fear drained all color from his face, leaving only terror. The other patrol members froze, their expressions shifting to alarm as they stood up in a panic. They never expected this boy, formerly trampled like dirt, to strike back and even injure an official team member. Lin Ye clapped his hands, speaking with unnerving calm. "Don't mess with me again. Next time, it won't just be your wrist." The outpost fell into a dead silence. No one dared to make a sound. Wang Hu curled up on the ground, not daring to move a muscle. Despite the searing pain in his wrist, the only thing in his eyes was unrelenting fear of Lin Ye. The other patrol members instinctively stepped back. They had been used to bullying the weak and reigning over the slum-like tyrants. But now, a boy who had suffered under their feet just yesterday had, with a few simple moves, made them tremble. Lin Ye scanned the room, his face devoid of unnecessary emotion. In this world, kindness meant becoming prey. In his previous life, it was weakness that killed him. His family's inheritance was stolen, and he ultimately perished to a ferocious beast. He now understood that as long as he was timid, he'd have no way to survive. Now, with the forbidden weapons system in his possession, he had no intention of remaining a doormat. His gaze fell upon the distant corpse of the split-toothed wolf. That was his true objective. The energy crystals inside these beasts were his only accessible resource. Walking over, he crouched down and placed his hand on the split-toothed wolf's head. Recalling the system's description, the energy crystal was hidden deep within the beast's brain. A robotic voice from the system echoed in his mind, detected, Grade 1 ferocious beast split-toothed wolf. Extract energy crystal. Lin Ye nodded firmly. Extract. A faint white light began to float upwards and eventually landed in his palm. A pale green, fingernail-sized crystal hovered in his hand. A subtle wave of energy rippled through the air, and Lin Ye felt the fatigue from his earlier battle immediately dissipate. Obtained, Grade 1 energy crystal, wind attribute, the system announced again. Lin Ye clenched the crystal tightly, a newfound sense of certainty growing within him. Only by wielding power could he protect himself and prove to those looking down on him they no longer held control, arbitrarily deciding others' fates. A spark of excitement lit up in Lin Ye's eyes. This world was completely different from before. Power crystals were more important than any wealth. The upper echelons of society monopolized these crystals to strengthen themselves, trampling those at the bottom. Ordinary people like Lin Ye often couldn't even glimpse a crystal, let alone use one to enhance themselves. But today, everything had changed. Not only had a crystal fallen into his hands, but the chance to become strong was also right in front of him. Lin Ye didn't hesitate, he decisively chose to use it. The pale blue power crystal melted quickly in his palm, turning into a warm stream of energy flowing into his body. He could clearly feel the once empty cultivation slot within him rapidly filling up. Accompanied by a system notification sound, he ascended to become a level 1 warrior, his physique simultaneously enhanced. He even unexpectedly awakened a new ability, wind perception. For the first time, Lin Ye felt the sensation of wielding power. He could detect disturbances in the air, hear the distant growl of beasts, and his strength and senses had improved across the board. Clenching his fist, a cold smile spread across his lips. He was no longer the person he used to be. But he didn't have long to revel in this transformation. The rapid sound of footsteps broke the silence of the base. A patrol team member rushed in, his face full of terror, his voice trembling. "It's bad. A horde of ferocious beasts is headed this way. More than 10 of them." The entire base was instantly shrouded in panic. Ordinary people were no match for these monsters. Wang Hu, trembling and forgetting his pain, was desperate to flee. Lin Ye took a deep breath, activating his wind perception. He sensed the hidden menace in the air currents. Among the dozen or so level 1 beasts, there was also a far more powerful level 2 beast. His heart sank. It was widely known that level 2 ferocious beasts were formidable, even against official military forces. Their presence left ordinary people with almost zero chance of survival. Chaos ensued as people screamed for their lives, scrambling to flee as far as possible from the monsters. Even members of the patrol team panicked, abandoning their weapons to escape. Wang Hu, usually arrogant and overbearing, was now reduced to a picture of fear and desperation. But Lin Ye remained unmoving. He understood the reality: against a level 2 beast, no one here could escape. Instead of sitting around waiting for death, he might as well take the initiative to face it, clinging to the slimmest hope of survival. What motivated him even more was a flicker of ambition deep in his heart. If he could defeat the level 2 beast and obtain its crystal, his power would surge exponentially. Danger and opportunity always went hand in hand. He steeled himself and decided to face the challenge head-on. Lin Ye's gaze was more resolute than ever. He took a step forward, walking outward. A slum boy, noticing Lin Ye's actions amid the chaos, shouted in shock, convinced the man had lost his mind. But without turning back, Lin Ye vanished from the terrified crowd's sight. The wind howled, and lethal intent loomed closer. Outside the base, over a dozen ferocious beasts of varying forms, their eyes brimming with hostility, had taken formation in the clearing. The most terrifying among them was a massive black wolf. Its body was enormous, entirely dark, with 3 fearsome heads glaring menacingly. This beast was none other than a rare level 2 ferocious beast, the 3-eyed black wolf. Its third eye glowed with an eerie green light, locking directly onto Lin Ye's position. The 3-eyed black wolf let out a skyward roar, its voice echoing through the night sky. All level 1 beasts responded as if receiving a command, baring their fangs and rushing toward Lin Ye in an instant. At this moment, caught between life and death, the gulf between the strong and the weak was about to become evident. Lin Ye knew there was no retreat now. The stench of blood filled the air as the beasts bared their fangs, exuding murderous intent. Months ago, a scene like this would have left Lin Ye rooted in fear. But now, his heart was as calm as ice, his gaze devoid of fear and brimming with fighting spirit. Silently, he commanded in his mind, wind perception, full activation. Instantly, the surrounding air felt like a vast radar map. Every motion, every breath, even the minute signals from tensed muscles of the beasts were laid bare before him. Everything seemed to slow down, revealing their movements as though in slow motion. Too slow. He sneered, unleashing his full capabilities. Energy coursing through his body, he suddenly dashed forward, narrowly avoiding the first beast's claws, then smashed his right fist down with all his strength. Bang! A muffled sound echoed as the beast fell to the ground without a single cry, lifeless. A system notification rang in his mind: killed a level 1 beast, energy points plus 10. Lin Ye didn't pause. He weaved between the wolf pack, every punch precise and lethal, every step preemptively dodging danger. He was like a blade cutting through the night. Within mere seconds, 5 or 6 beasts had collapsed in silence. If anyone had been present, they would undoubtedly be stunned by his skills. The efficiency of killing the ferocious beasts was astonishing. This was originally a young man from the slums, a weakling in the eyes of others, yet now he could effortlessly reap the lives of monsters. Such a striking contrast was enough to overturn everyone's perceptions. On the other side, the three-eyed black wolf witnessed its subordinates being slaughtered in an instant, its three ghostly green eyes filled with fury. It never expected that a seemingly insignificant human would dare to stand unyielding before it, slaughtering its companions without hesitation. The three-eyed black wolf let out a furious growl, its strong body like a bolt of black lightning charging forward. The speed of a second-tier beast was far greater than that of ordinary beasts, and the oppressive force it brought was almost suffocating. Lin Ye's nerves were taut, not daring to let his guard down for even a moment. He understood that second-tier beasts were nothing like those he had just dealt with easily. Taking a deep breath, he activated wind perception again, fully focusing on locking onto the opponent's trajectory. The three-eyed black wolf lunged with devastating force, but under Lin Ye's perception, its every move seemed slowed down. He did not hesitate, suddenly sidestepping and nimbly dodging with the assistance of the system. The beast crashed heavily onto the ground, leaving a massive pit and sending shards of stone flying. Seizing the moment, Lin Ye contemplated, "System, can I condense wind elemental energy to attack?" The system's voice echoed in his mind, detected wind elemental skill. Wind blade can be released. Energy cost, 50 points. Condense. He suppressed the tension in his heart. In the next instant, a wind blade formed in his hand, 3 inches long, entirely blue-green in color, exuding a sharp aura as if it could slice through steel with ease. Targeting the third eye of the three-eyed black wolf, he coldly shouted and hurled the wind blade. The beast tried to evade, but it was too late. The wind blade struck its fatal spot with precision. Overcome with pain, the three-eyed black wolf let out a wretched scream. Blood gushed out as its massive body thrashed violently. "It's over," Lin Ye muttered, giving the monster no chance to catch its breath. Using the moment of its agony, he leapt forward. Channeling all his strength, his fists clenched tightly, he injected all his energy and wind elemental power into his strike. This blow was certain to land. With a thunderous impact, the monster's skull collapsed completely. The three-eyed black wolf convulsed briefly before falling limp, lifeless. System prompts rang continuously, successfully killed a second-tier ferocious beast. Energy points plus 500. Acquired, second-tier ability crystal, dark attribute, ×1. Cultivation level upgraded. Lin Ye distinctly felt the power surging in his body, growing rapidly. Looking down at the fallen beast, Lin Ye couldn't help but feel a cocktail of victory's exhilaration alongside persistent unease and trepidation. He understood that this battle was only the beginning. The hardships this world had imposed on him had now turned into assets for the strong. From now on, he wouldn't be shackled by the fate of the past. To truly gain the right to choose and to protect the people he cared about, he would have to keep growing, keep getting stronger. Suddenly, a series of system notifications sounded in his mind. His ability had successfully leveled up, unlocking a new skill wind step. Along with this upgrade, the energy coursing through his body grew overwhelmingly stronger, making him exhale deeply as the surge stabilized. Standing amidst the monster's remains, Lin Ye slowly opened his palm. A dark, glossy ability crystal, larger than before, rested quietly in his hand. It brimmed with energy. Even just holding it, Lin Ye could feel his own strength soaring rapidly. "So, this is a second-tier ability crystal," his eyes reflected a burning desire. This crystal alone was enough to make him even stronger. At that moment, the people hiding in the shelter finally mustered the courage to peek outside. What met their eyes was a clearing filled with the corpses of beasts, with Lin Ye standing in the center, blood splashed on his clothes. The entire shelter fell into a deathly silence. No one could believe their eyes. Everyone had assumed that Lin Ye would meet a grim fate once he ventured outside. Who would have thought it wasn't Lin Ye that had fallen, but the beasts instead? To think that an ordinary person like him could defeat not just one but even a second-tier ferocious beast? It was beyond comprehension. Wang Hu, trembling uncontrollably, hid behind a pillar, his pants soaked in fear. Only now did he realize that the person he had previously tried to provoke wasn't some insignificant nobody but a beast lying in wait to unleash its full power. Those who had once looked down on Lin Ye were now forced to face the truth. When someone like him awakens, everyone around them becomes potential prey. The members of the patrol team were equally pale, their legs like lead, unable to move a step. They were acutely aware that if Lin Ye wished to deal with them, they wouldn't stand a chance. The other residents of the slum looked at Lin Ye with a mixture of awe and reverence. In an environment like this, only true strength could ensure survival. Lin Ye felt the gazes of the crowd and immediately became alert. Although he had made significant progress, it was far too soon to confront the entire martial restriction system. Excessive displays of power would inevitably attract official attention, making even survival a problem. He knew that the smart move now was to, "Well, mercy me. I didn't mean to break the law. Those beasts, they attacked us out of nowhere, and I just wanted to protect everyone. The crystal it was just there, I didn't know what else to do. Please forgive me, I'm just trying to survive. His pleading voice wavered, as if fear had completely consumed him. He lowered his head, his body trembling ever so slightly, as the surrounding crowd remained deathly silent. The pressure in the room grew heavier, all eyes on the tall, imposing figure of Zhouzang. His cold gaze didn't waver, examining Lin Ye as if he was peeling away layers to uncover hidden secrets. Zhouzang finally spoke, his voice steady yet sharp like a blade slicing through air. Is that so? Protecting your people, huh? His eyes flickered briefly towards the ground where the crystal fragments glittered faintly. Lin Ye clutched his fists behind his back, his knuckles turning white. He kept his head low, forcing his breathing to remain erratic, never betraying the turmoil in his mind. Captain, one of the team members whispered beside Zhouzang after scanning a handheld device. No unusual energy fluctuations detected. He seems clean. Zhouzang narrowed his eyes but didn't respond immediately. The oppressive silence lingered for what felt like an eternity. Then he barked sharply, seize the remaining crystals and secure the area. No exemptions. Two team members sprang into action, approaching Lin Ye cautiously to retrieve the fragile wind attribute crystal he still held in his hand. Lin Ye flinched, letting the crystal slip from his grip with exaggerated reluctance, further selling his helpless act. It's all yours, sirs. I swear, I meant no harm, he mumbled weakly, his eyes darting nervously. Zhouzang barely spared him another glance. Get up. If I find out you've lied, you won't have the chance to regret it. With that warning hanging ominously in the air, Zhouzang turned his attention back to his subordinates, organizing their retreat. The tension visibly eased once the official patrol began exiting the area, the suffocating pressure they exuded fading away with their departure. Lin Ye watched their retreating figures out of the corner of his eye, his posture remaining submissive, his expression carefully composed. Only after they had disappeared entirely did he allow himself to relax slightly, though his mind remained on high alert. The crowd dispersed quickly, leaving behind murmurs of fear and relief. But Lin Ye caught Wang Hu blaring daggers at him from across the room, his lips twisted in frustration and fury. The corner of Lin Ye's mouth curved upwards into the faintest of smirks when no one was looking. There would be more challenges, of that he was certain. But for now, he had survived. And that was enough. Don't believe him. I'm just an unlucky wretch, hiding in the corner, watching these ferocious beasts suddenly start killing each other and ending up all dead. Me, how could I possibly kill so many beasts? As he spoke, his body trembled slightly, as though he was genuinely frightened out of his wits, portraying the fear of a downtrodden youth with vivid authenticity. Zhouzang glanced at him a few times, then looked at the corpses on the ground. A scrawny, underaged boy, could he really have killed all these level 1 and level 2 beasts? The explanation was far-fetched, practically impossible. A more plausible scenario would be that the beasts did indeed slaughter each other in chaos, and Wang Hu had simply taken advantage of the situation. Are you sure it's him? Zhouzang coldly asked Wang Hu, his voice like a shard of ice. Absolutely, Captain, there's no mistake. Wang Hu nodded vigorously, a smug satisfaction swelling in his chest as though he'd already envisioned Lin Ye being dragged off for execution. He assumed the officials would never believe the words of some impoverished kid. Unexpectedly, Zhouzang merely stared emotionlessly at Wang Hu before gesturing with a hand, falsifying military intelligence and framing a comrade. From this moment, you no longer deserve to remain in the patrol team. Take him away and punish him immediately. All color drained from Wang Hu's face, and he collapsed to the ground. The mere thought of being expelled from the patrol team made his prospects in the slums look even grimmer. But before he could say anything further, the other team members had already stepped forward, dragging him out. His screams grew fainter and fainter. After dealing with Wang Hu, Zhouzang's attention returned to Lin Ye. His gaze landed on a pristine wind element crystal on the ground, his tone icy cold. What is this? Explain where it came from. Lin Ye's heart tensed. He was well aware that any misstep could result in death. With both hands, he offered the crystal, his eyes showing a mix of caution and submission. I found it on the ground and was just about to hand it in. I didn't expect. He raised his hands high, exhibiting extreme compliance, without the slightest hint of resistance on his face. Carefully, he handed over the newly acquired level 1 crystal, as if surrendering his final bargaining chip. Zhouzang gave it a cursory glance, barely sparing Lin Ye any attention, deeming him utterly insignificant. After verifying the crystal, he tossed it to a comrade behind him. Only then did his gaze on Lin Ye ease slightly. At least you're smart enough to know when to buy your head, Zhouzang said, his tone filled with disdain. This time, surviving was indeed your luck. Now, return to the city with the team. Remember, staying in the beast zone is forbidden. Zhouzang's words were devoid of warmth, more like announcing an insignificant directive. Lin Ye promptly nodded. Understood, I follow your orders. He kept his head low, outwardly obedient, but his eyes flickered with a cold, resolute intensity. The ban on weapons, the arrogance of the officials, the emotionless commands, all these etched scars deep into his heart. The trauma and humiliation of this day would not be forgotten by Lin Ye. He silently vowed that one day, he would shatter all these rules that governed everything. He would make those who looked down from above bow their heads and beg for mercy. Zhou Tsang didn't spare Lin Ye another glance, immediately waving an order. Form up and return to the city. Upon command, the patrol team began methodically clearing the scene. Blending into the group, Lin Ye moved silently, suppressing his presence entirely. The whole team proceeded slowly along the barrier separating the city from the beast zone. On either side of the barrier stood towering energy walls, dozens of meters high, bristling with spikes and safety devices, effectively keeping the beasts at bay. But the worlds within and beyond these walls were never equals. Inside the walls were so-called elites and the wealthy, their safety bought with the blood and lives of countless ordinary individuals. Outside the walls, including Lin Ye, who had just survived, there was nobody to care or take notice. Among the team, the patrol members' faces bore nothing but indifference. The survivors from the slums weren't even worth a second glance in their eyes. To them, these people were no different from beasts, possibly even more insignificant and worthless. Lin Ye understood very well, here, your life held no value. Yet outwardly calm, he kept observing the surroundings silently, using his wind-sense ability to meticulously take in every single detail. Among the patrol team, a few individuals were well hidden, but Lin Ye's sharp senses detected the faintest trace of energy fluctuations within them. It was clear they had secretly been cultivating abilities all along. This revealed one of the world's greatest secrets. Despite the universal prohibition against weaponry and combat training for ordinary people, the officials had been privately hoarding it all for themselves. The rules were merely tools used to restrain the poor and the weak. Lin Ye's inner resentment and rebellious spirit grew more intense. The clearer he saw these people's true colors, the stronger his desire became to one day dismantle it all with his own hands. Suddenly, a gruff, impatient voice called out from behind him, "Hey, you, get over here." Lin Ye turned around to see a fat, fierce-looking team member, his face full of malice. With a face full of fat and a roguish demeanor, he toyed with the energy pistol at his waist. Lin Ye had already guessed the man's intentions but still maintained an outward appearance of compliance. He slowly walked over, adopting a fawning posture as he spoke. "What are your orders?" The fat team member scanned Lin Ye with a mocking smile on his face. "I heard you picked up quite a haul in the beast zone. Hand it over if you're capable." Lin Ye sneered inwardly. These so-called just officials were now revealing their true colors. Outwardly, he repeatedly waved his hands, lowering his voice. "I really don't have anything. All my gains have already been turned in." "Nothing." The fat team member was infuriated, letting out a cold snort before his fat hand reached out to grope Lin Ye roughly. "Let me search you and see exactly how much you're hiding." At that moment, Lin Ye's body tensed. He knew if anything were found on him, the consequences would be dire. However, he would never let the man take advantage of him. Wind step, his body blurred as he almost ghost-like sidestepped in the air. The fat team member came up empty-handed, his expression turning ugly. "Oh, you dare dodge." The fat team member was livid. He raised his hand, ready to slap Lin Ye. "Are you tired of living? Do you believe I can't deal with you right here and now?" The other patrol members watched coldly, completely devoid of sympathy. To them, bullying the poor was nothing but a form of entertainment. Lin Ye's face darkened instantly. He wanted nothing more than to fight back, but surrounded by the crowd and official personnel, if he acted impulsively. Clenching his fists, he forcefully suppressed his urge to retaliate. He could only etch today's humiliation deep into his heart. He silently reminded himself, one day, he would claim vengeance for this disgrace. Beyond the thick energy barrier stood his true domain. Within these walls, these people were blissfully ignorant of the real danger creeping closer. Lin Ye realized that if he revealed his true strength now, it might bring about a fatal disaster. He knew he needed to endure. At this moment, any rash actions could ruin everything he'd worked for. Suppressing his fury, he employed his footwork again, skillfully evading the fat team member's attack. Outwardly, Lin Ye deliberately feigned terror, retreating repeatedly with a submissive tone, pleading, "Sir, I really didn't take anything. Please don't hit me." He made himself appear even weaker, more compliant, and completely non-threatening. Failing to hit him twice, the fat team member became even more enraged, raising his fist to strike again. Suddenly, a cold voice shattered the tense atmosphere. Zhou Tsang's footsteps stopped in front of the crowd, his gaze imposing as he addressed the fat team member. "Picking fights during a mission, do you want to face military discipline?" The fat team member's expression shifted dramatically upon seeing Zhou Tsang. He quickly lowered his head in submission, withdrawing his hand. Zhou Tsang shot a cold glance at Lin Ye but refrained from saying more. His tone carried stern authority as he warned everyone, move along. Cause trouble again, and you'll face military consequences. None of the team dared speak further, though the fat team member cast a menacing glare at Lin Ye before stalking off, his eyes full of threats. Lin Ye quietly retreated into the crowd, knowing that the conflict between him and the fat team member was now irreparable. The man wouldn't let him off easily, but Lin Ye felt no fear. Once he truly entered the city, that would be his stage. He would accumulate strength, build connections, and trample underfoot all those who had oppressed him. About an hour later, the group finally arrived at the eastern gate of Qingfeng City. The towering city walls were manned with guards and heavy artillery under strict security. For ordinary paupers, gaining entry into the city was a near impossible feat. Zhou Tsang presented his identification token, and after a brief verification, gained smooth entry. The gate guards coldly ordered Lin Ye and the other paupers, "You can only enter through the side gate. Stay off the main roads." The main team members swaggered into the city, while the fat team member shot Lin Ye another hateful glance before leaving, as if promising future retribution. Lin Ye paid no mind to the threats and walked toward the side gate with the other people from the slums. Upon entering, the bustling liveliness of the city assaulted his senses. This was a world entirely distinct from the slums. Skyscrapers lined the streets, which were clean and bustling with vehicles and pedestrians, exuding prosperity. In stark contrast, the slums, with their squalor, chaos, and abject poverty, seemed to exist in another universe, separated by invisible walls. Standing at the crossroads, Lin Ye gazed at the flourishing cityscape with an eerily calm heart. He silently vowed, whatever it took, he would change his fate. No matter how many tried to oppress him, he would never back down. Just outside the city, after traversing a few narrow, dilapidated alleys reeking of foul odors, Lin Ye quickly returned to the slums where he had spent many years. Here, garbage piled high, sewage overflowed, houses were dilapidated and low, and residents were gaunt and hopeless. The stark contrast between the earlier city prosperity and the current decay was striking. Along the way, those who had survived the beast zone alongside Lin Ye cast him strange glances. In the beast zone, Lin Ye's abilities had. The figure who turned the tide had been deeply engraved in their memories. Although Lin Ye constantly acted as if he was just lucky, those who knew him understood that this time, Lin Ye's strength was undeniable. Several young boys greeted him respectfully in hushed tones, their attitudes filled with awe. Lin Ye only gave a slight nod and said nothing more, heading straight back to his small, rickety house that seemed on the verge of collapse. It was the only keepsake left to him after his parents passed away. But as he approached, he sensed something was wrong. 7 or 8 thuggish-looking youths, holding iron rods, were arrogantly blocking the doorway. Leading them was Scar Chang, a notorious thug in the slums infamous for his misdeeds. Scar Chang, relying on brute force, ran rampant in the area, extorting protection fees from the downtrodden and bullying the weak. Lin Ye's memories resurfaced. In the past, his cowardice had allowed Scar Chang to bully him unchallenged. The meager food and money his family had were looted by these people. Now they had shown up again, but this time, Lin Ye felt no trace of fear in his heart. His gaze was firmer than ever. The sight of Scar Chang instantly put Lin Ye on edge. This man, like a haunting ghost, always appeared at Lin Ye's most helpless and exhausted moments, wearing a bloodthirsty grin and accompanied by a gang of lackeys. They surrounded Lin Ye, their undisguised hostility as intense as the acrid stench of gunpowder in the air. "Well, if it isn't Lin Ye? Heard you made it out alive from the beast zone? Still breathing, huh?" Scar Chang grinned, his tone dripping with contempt and menace. His gang erupted with jeering laughter, relishing in their sadistic pleasure. One of Scar Chang's lackeys stepped forward and taunted, "What's the point of a stubborn life? Today, everything you've got stays here." Another chimed in defiantly, "Everyone knows you lucked into something valuable. Hand over the treasure, or else. Let's break his legs as a warning to the whole block. This is what happens when you don't cooperate." Lin Ye stood cold and unmoving in the midst of the rabble. There wasn't an ounce of retreat in him. He vividly remembered how they had once pushed him to the depths of despair. In his past life, they crushed his dignity and left him as fodder for the beast zone's carnage. But now, everything had changed. The awakening system was his chance to overturn the chessboard. Scar Chang didn't believe Lin Ye would dare resist. Flexing his hands, he stepped closer, convinced he controlled the order of this place. In this slum, the rule was simple: the one with the stronger fists made the rules. But Lin Ye would no longer cower. He locked eyes with Scar Chang, his tone eerily calm yet carrying a chilling coldness. "Last warning. Leave." The bystanders were stunned. No one had ever seen Lin Ye speak with such an expression. Instinctively, they took half a step back. But Scar Chang, failing to sense the danger, still wore a scornful grin. "You dare threaten me?" Scar Chang's face darkened with rage. He thought Lin Ye had lost his mind or been overwhelmed by fear. So, you've got a death wish, boys, get him. Whoever takes him down gets half. The gang charged at Lin Ye, their iron rods slicing audibly through the air. They didn't seem to consider Lin Ye a threat at all. The onlookers watched from a distance, silently lamenting for him. Anyone who crossed Scar Chong in the slums always met a grim fate. Suddenly, time seemed to freeze. Lin Ye's figure appeared to vanish into thin air, nimbly dodging every swing of the rods. His movements were as light as wind brushing through grass, and each action was startlingly swift. Without any unnecessary flashiness, his fists struck precisely. A series of blunt thuds echoed in rapid succession. The first few lackeys at the forefront didn't even have time to react before being taken down by Lin Ye, incapacitated with a single punch each. Their groans of pain filled the air. In an instant, all 7 or 8 thugs lay defeated, and the scene plunged into utter silence. Scar Chong's arrogance and confidence crumbled completely. His eyes stared blankly, and he instinctively took a step back. He couldn't comprehend how Lin Ye had become like this. He even began to doubt everything he thought he knew. Was this still the Lin Ye who used to be trampled on and never fought back? It felt as if he had transformed overnight into someone unrecognizable. The residents of the slums were equally dumbfounded. They had expected Lin Ye to be beaten severely, never imagining that the situation would reverse so dramatically. Lin Ye's sudden rise taught them a profound lesson. The rules of this place could sometimes indeed be broken. Lin Ye approached, his gaze as sharp as a cold blade. Scar Chong trembled uncontrollably, his legs subconsciously inching backward. Lin Ye was no longer someone he could casually unleash violence upon. He had become a complete and undeniable threat. Do you still think I'm worthless? Lin Ye's voice echoed clearly amidst the dead silence, carrying a tangible pressure in its calmness. Scar Chong finally panicked. His speech became stammering, his tongue fumbling as if tangled. Lin Ye, no, brother Ye, I was wrong, I was really wrong. Please, spare me this time, I'll never. No more. The once arrogant and domineering thug now spoke in a submissive tone, carefully attempting to please Lin Ye. But he knew, the Lin Ye standing before him was no longer someone he could bully. Lin Ye took a step closer, and Scar Chong's fear seemed almost tangible, with every word of apology shaking with trepidation. Lin Ye sneered, recalling the pain and despair of being trampled in his past life. He now fully understood that he was no longer the insignificant person anyone could push around. He was determined to show everyone through his actions that injustice and violence were mere refuges for cowards, and that true strength came from earning respect and freedom with one's own power. You want me to spare you? Lin Ye's voice grew colder, the air seemingly heavy with his icy demeanor. Memories surged back. Scar Chong had been the very one who, in the previous life, had watched him be cruelly abandoned in the beast zone and even clapped in delight. Back then, who had given him a way out? Who had pleaded for him? No one. All he could remember was his helpless despair and consuming hatred. But now, everything was different. Scar Chong trembled, his legs giving out as he fell to his knees on the floor. He banged his head on the ground repeatedly, his apologies incoherent. Brother Ye, I was wrong, truly wrong. I beg you, please give me another chance. I'll do anything you ask. Just don't kill me. Tears and snot streamed down his face, leaving him utterly pathetic and at a loss. Lin Ye gazed down at him coldly. In this world, compassion only hastened one's demise. Yet the reality was, he had just returned to the slums, alone and without any resources or allies. He wanted to establish his own power but needed a starting point. Though Scar Chong had committed many wrongs, the network and small group he commanded in the slums were no trivial matters. Using him could undoubtedly accelerate Lin Ye's expansion. I choose not to kill you, Lin Ye stated calmly. Scar Chong let out a sigh of relief, kowtowing fervently in gratitude. Thank you, brother Ye. Thank you. But Lin Ye's tone suddenly turned sharp and commanding. However, from now on, you and everyone under you must obey me. My word is law. From today onwards, I call the shots here. His voice was firm and unwavering, leaving no room for negotiation. From now on, you're banned from bullying the common people and extorting protection fees. Anyone who dares defy my orders will face only one end: death. His gaze was devoid of mercy but radiated an unyielding authority. In that instant, Scar Chong understood completely that the man before him was no longer the Lin Ye of the past. The aura and determination he exuded left no room for resistance, only submission. He nodded frantically. Yes, brother Ye. We'll follow your every command. You're our new boss, the king of this place. To him, this was the only way to survive. Otherwise, he truly wouldn't leave this room alive today. Lin Ye nodded slightly. I hope you remember what you've said today. If I find out you're playing tricks or betraying me, you'll understand what it means to wish for death. His voice was steady and emotionless, yet it sent chills deep into one's bones. Never. I wouldn't dare. Scar-chan quickly assured him, though his heart felt as cold as ice. He knew he had only one path left, to follow Lin Ye with unwavering loyalty. Without another glance at him, Lin Ye pushed open the door and stepped inside the small house. The door shut with a loud bang, and only then did Scar-chan let out a breath, collapsing on the ground, drenched in cold sweat. Lin Ye sat inside the dilapidated house, the familiar yet humble surroundings hardening his resolve. He needed to seize every opportunity to grow stronger, building his foundation from the slums, amassing resources and winning over people. Only then could he hope to rise above, challenge the powerful, and overturn the existing order. He lowered his head and closed his eyes, channeling the energy within him and actively connecting with his system. A mechanical prompt echoed in his mind. Host has subdued the slum forces, gaining plus 100 reputation points. Current reputation, 100. Energy points, 1560. Cultivation level, first tier warrior, late stage. Abilities, physical enhancement, intermediate, wind perception, intermediate, wind step, beginner, shadow strike, beginner. Feeling the abundant energy coursing through his body, the corners of Lin Ye's lips curved upward slightly. His heart was filled with a newfound sense of power and stability. At this moment, his speed, strength, and perception had all surpassed anything he had ever imagined in the past. If it were the old him, he wouldn't even dream of reaching such heights so quickly. As the night passed, Lin Ye meditated with his legs crossed, fully recovering his energy and injuries. His cultivation as a late-stage first-tier warrior had now completely stabilized. He knew that such a level was more than sufficient to handle any common thugs in the slums. Even facing ordinary members of the official patrol team wouldn't pose much trouble. But this was far from enough. He was acutely aware that the true elite heirs, high-ranking officials, and hidden martial arts masters could annihilate him without effort. He had to become stronger, he had no other choice. And to grow stronger, relying solely on hard work is unrealistic. He needs resources, and even more so, advanced techniques. The slums have almost nothing to offer. To seize growth opportunities, his eyes must turn toward the gray areas of the city. Just then, a faint knock sounded at the door. From outside, Scarface-chan lowered his voice. "Brother Ye, it's Scarface-chan. I have urgent news to report." Lin Ye said calmly, "Come in." The door creaked open, and Scarface-chan stepped into the small room, his back hunched cautiously, appearing completely unlike his previous arrogant self. The moment Lin Ye walked in, the air seemed to freeze. The once brazen and domineering Scarface-chan now exuded nothing but humility. His demeanor was courteous and respectful, devoid of his usual arrogance. He was accompanied by two lackeys, carrying several bags of compressed biscuits, a bottle of clean water, and a wad of crumpled cash. His shameless fawning was written all over his face. But in this world, strength dictated the right to speak. "Brother Ye, just a small token for you. Please accept it." Scarface-chan placed the offerings on the ground, his smile nearly stiff. He knew all too well, in a world where life and death hung on a whim, even the slightest dishonesty could get him killed. However, what truly brought him here was information. Leaning closer and speaking with haste, he whispered quickly, "Brother Ye, I just got explosive news. To the east of the city, there's a black market that doesn't just trade beast meat and energy crystals, they even secretly deal in cultivation manuals." He added, "They also run an underground fight club. Whoever dares to step into the ring and wins can walk away with cash, crystals, and resources. There are plenty of opportunities, but it's extremely dangerous. All sorts of people gather there." Lin Ye's eyes lit up sharply. While others might shy away instinctively, he understood this was his one shot. In the city, all legal resources were hoarded by those in power. Those at the bottom had to seek their chance in the shadows. No one cared if they lived or died. Winning just one fight on that stage could allow him to live like a human being, even if just for a moment. "Is this information reliable?" Lin Ye asked calmly, his voice steady and devoid of emotion as he controlled his composure. "Absolutely. My relative works as a handyman in the black market. But Brother Ye, it's not a place just anyone can meddle in. Both officials and thugs collect protection fees there, and the atmosphere is full of killing intent," Scarface-chan warned cautiously. "Danger?" Lin Ye smirked inwardly. The reason he was still alive was because he had learned to fight his way through dangers. He knew no one in this world would sympathize with his plight. If he wanted to live well, to change his destiny, he had to dare to gamble, even staking his own life. For someone cornered, with nothing left to fear, what could he possibly lose? "When does the black market open every day?" "It opens at 7 in the evening and runs until 3 in the morning, Scarface-chan replied hurriedly. "How about I accompany you and help you avoid the patrol teams?" Lin Ye shook his head, grabbed the coat on the table, and threw it over his shoulders to conceal his shabby appearance. Looking at Scarface-chan, his eyes were firm. Stay here and keep an eye on the slums. Don't let anyone stir up trouble. Scarface Chang, as if pardoned, immediately bowed. Rest assured, Brother Ye. Lin Ye said no more. With a turn, he stepped out of the room, sunlight filtering through the dilapidated roof and onto his face. His stride was steady, without pause or looking back. This day was destined to change everything. The boy trapped in the mire was finally heading into the dark zones of the city, ready to uncover the truths concealed behind the veil. By evening, when lights began to illuminate the night, the city still appeared regulated. But as darkness fell, it transformed into something entirely different. Silhouettes darted back and forth in the alleys, and no one cared about anyone else's identity. Skirting the official patrols, Lin Ye utilized his acute wind-sensing abilities, weaving through dark alleys and abandoned factories. He knew that even a slight misstep could lead to vanishing into these neglected corners where no one would bother to look. At last, Lin Ye arrived at the eastern side of the city, a long-defunct industrial zone. The area was sparsely lit, and most streetlights were broken. Pipes crisscrossed haphazardly, and the eerie silence heightened the unease. At the back entrance of an old factory, two burly men guarded the entryway. Their bulging waists made it clear they were carrying far more than just harmless tools. As Lin Ye approached, one of the men waved dismissively, "This isn't a place for you, kid. Go home." His tone was gruff, laced with warning. Lin Ye met his gaze without a hint of inferiority. "Looking for someone. Here to fight." Every word was concise, straightforward, and unwavering. This was a gamble with no path of return. The two burly men were struck by the boy's composure. Despite his young age, his aura made them instinctively tense up. In these times, anyone entering the black market without fear had to be either insane or truly formidable. Rules are clear: $100 to enter, hand over any weapons, and if you die in the ring, it's on you, one of the men stated bluntly. Without hesitation, Lin Ye pulled a bill from the crumpled wad of cash and handed it over. The burly man reached out to check him thoroughly. Finding no dangerous items, he waved his hand to let him through, then snorted coldly, "Go on in, be careful." Lin Ye stepped into the dim passageway, and his view suddenly opened up. The interior of the factory was vast, resembling a crude underground arena. Intersecting strips of light illuminated the stage. He knew that what awaited him was a test of life and death, but this was the opportunity he had always been pursuing. No matter how slim the chance, he would grasp it firmly. Under the glow of lights, the place seemed dominated by chaos and noise. Roars of the crowd mingled with vendors' shouts and coarse curses. Amid the turmoil, vendors on both sides sold bloody animal meat, some secretly peddled small ability crystals, and the brazen ones quietly showcased forbidden martial arts scrolls outlawed by strict laws. All transactions took place in the shadows where sunlight never reached. The central spectacle was a steel and concrete stage set in the middle of the arena. On it, two shirtless brutes were locked in a life-or-death struggle, their punches splattering blood with no signs of holding back. Below the stage was a crowd of avid gamblers. Each time a punch landed and blood flew, they waved cash, crystals, and miscellaneous items, shouting wildly as excitement reached a fever pitch. The air was thick with the scent of sweat, blood, smoke, alcohol, and fervent ardor, making hearts unconsciously race. Here, there was no concept of law or justice, only the raw rule of power. This was the edge of society, its most primal battleground. Lin Ye stood quietly in the corner, his eyes scanning the chaotic scene with composed observation. He made no immediate move to draw attention but carefully analyzed the fighters' skills on stage. Their moves were crude, driven purely by instinct and raw strength. Given his current abilities, defeating them would be over in an instant. He was calculating how to achieve his goal with maximum efficiency when a slightly slick voice suddenly spoke beside him. "First time here, huh? Want to place a bet? Stick with me, and you'll definitely win, no scams." Lin Ye turned to see a young man in a floral shirt with closely cropped hair, his face full of cunning and shrewdness. He was clearly no fighter but rather a middleman working the arena crowd. Lin Ye had no interest in gambling and declined outright. "I don't bet. I came here to fight on the stage." The young man paused momentarily, then sized him up again, his tone now mixed with both sarcasm and concern. "You serious? The stage shows no mercy. Just yesterday, 2 people died here. A kid like you probably won't last a single round." Lin Ye replied calmly, "Where do I sign up?" Seeing his unyielding attitude, the young man shrugged and stopped trying to dissuade him. "You've got guts. Follow me. My name's Rat, I handle registrations here." He led Lin Ye to a small counter by the stage and explained, "Sign up with your name first, then pick your opponent's difficulty level, beginner, normal, or advanced. Rewards and odds vary for each. Beginners get $500 and a chunk of tier 1 beast meat per win, while the normal level offers $3,000 and an ability crystal." Without hesitation, Lin Ye said, "Normal." Rat's pen paused mid-air, visibly startled. Normal level? You sure? Normal level's packed with ruthless folks. You'd better have some real skills, or you'll just be throwing your life away. Lin Ye's resolve didn't waver in the slightest. I'm sure. He wasn't after money or beast meat. He needed the rare and precious Tier 1 ability crystal. Only by continuously acquiring crystals and growing stronger could he hope to take control of his destiny in this brutal, survival of the fittest world. Seeing his determination, Rat didn't argue further and jotted down his name. Alright then, normal level. There's a match soon. I'll pair you with someone tough. Mad Dog. This guy's vicious, so watch yourself. As the previous match's tension subsided, Rat shouted loudly, next match, normal level. Newcomer Ye versus Mad Dog. The crowd erupted in uproar. Someone sneered, some rookie kid, yet his name sounds so cocky. Others jeered loudly, probably desperate for cash, daring to challenge Mad Dog. Mockery and doubt filled the air. Here, no one ever put their faith in a new challenger. Lin Ye's face remained impassive. He didn't have the luxury to care about others' opinions. As long as he could gain power, even risking his life was a price he was willing to pay. Ever since a certain extraordinary force had awakened within him, his life had diverged entirely from that of an ordinary person. A fire of determination burned in his eyes. Let him come up. I don't have time to waste. Amid the cacophony, Lin Ye's words struck like a hammer, resonating in everyone's hearts. Rat was momentarily stunned by the unflinching determination in Lin Ye's gaze and swallowed the discouraging words he had planned to say. Having worked this scene for years, Rat had witnessed countless overconfident fools, but he had never seen anyone quite like Lin Ye. His delicate features and slender frame belied the beast-like resolve within. Calm and persistent. You're quite interesting, Mouse said softly. He actually knew this fight was likely to end badly since Mad Dog never left any survivors. But Lin Ye didn't need advice, he only needed a chance. Lin Ye versus Mad Dog, begin. With a shout, Lin Ye stepped onto the stage, his gaze locked onto his opponent. The surrounding audience erupted in laughter and ridicule. Some placed bets, others hurled insults, but Lin Ye saw only the battle in front of him. He knew this time he had to win. This was not a performance, it was a life-or-death battle. As Lin Ye first stepped into the underground fight arena, all eyes immediately turned to him. Everyone murmured with the expectation of watching a joke. No one thought he had a shred of a chance. He looked about 17 or 18, a thin frame and worn clothes, like a sapling that could be blown away by the wind. His opponent, however, was the infamous Mad Dog. In the underground arena, Mad Dog was a living nightmare, burly, scarred, with ruthless fists and brutal moves. No one dared to challenge him to a contest of sheer toughness. In just 2 weeks, he had injured 7 people and killed 2. Everyone feared even the sight of him. At the betting tables, the atmosphere was feverish. People slammed money onto the tables, shouting to bet on Mad Dog ending the fight in 1 round. They didn't consider Lin Ye an opponent, let alone a person. Someone even used animal meat as stakes. Everyone was convinced he would die on stage today. Amid the lively discussions and bets, a rough, booming roar suddenly cut through the noise. Kid, how dare you steal my stage? Tired of living? The speaker appeared. Mad Dog stepped onto the stage, shirtless. His chest bore sinister scars that made him look like a beast ready to go berserk. Each step he took caused a slight tremor in the platform and weighed heavily on the onlookers. He looked down at Lin Ye like a wolf stalking its prey. Speak up. What's your name? I don't kill nameless ghosts. Mad Dog's voice was rough, dripping with condescension. Lin Ye showed no emotion and slowly stepped to the center of the stage. Calmly and coldly, he responded, "You're not worthy of knowing my name." The words sounded simple and ordinary, but the arrogance and disdain in his tone were unmistakable to everyone present. The audience was in an uproar. No one had ever dared to speak to Mad Dog like that. Some exclaimed that Lin Ye was crazy, others waited to see him meet his end. Mad Dog's expression shifted from stunned to furious. His eyes turned blood red as though he would devour someone alive. He sneered through gritted teeth. Good. No one's talked back to me in years. If you're so tired of living, don't blame me. Before the referee could announce the start, Mad Dog charged forward like a runaway bull. Each step carried explosive power, his fist raised high, aiming directly for Lin Ye's chest. Everyone below held their breath, eager to witness the bloody scene about to unfold. In the corner, Mouse quickly closed his eyes, unwilling to watch. He knew that with this one move, yet another unfortunate soul would die in the arena. Even the referee was ready to declare Mad Dog the winner. By all appearances, Lin Ye's fate was sealed. However, just as Mad Dog's fist was about to slam into Lin Ye's chest, Lin Ye moved. He didn't shout, nor did he strike an intimidating pose. With a single step, as if moving with the breeze, he lightly sidestepped. Mad Dog's fist hit nothing but air, his target gone, causing him to stumble forward uncontrollably, leaving himself exposed with a fatal opening. Full of flaws, Lin Ye said coldly, his voice dripping with undisguised scorn. Taking advantage of the opening, he struck. No flashy moves, just his right fist firmly targeting Mad Dog's side. This punch wasn't fast but packed immense power and explosion of internal strength that no ordinary person could withstand. As his fist made contact, a dull thud echoed, like a drum being struck heavily. Mad Dog froze, his pupils contracting, his face locked in an expression of shock, unable to process his anger. Blood spewed from his mouth, splattering onto the stage. A terrifying cracking sound came from his spine, leaving him in such pain that he couldn't even cry out. Like a discarded sack, he was sent flying and crashed heavily to the ground. The arena went dead silent, even the air seemed to freeze. Those who had placed confident bets on Mad Dog stared wide-eyed and slack-jawed, rooted in place. The money and meat chunks on the betting table were left untouched, as no one dared to move. Mad Dog lay on the ground, twitching, blood ceaselessly flowing from his mouth. His energy center was destroyed, his chest bones shattered, leaving him with no hope of getting back up. He was finished, completely and utterly defeated. No one could believe what had just happened. The seemingly unremarkable Lin Ye had, with just one move, utterly crushed the underground arena's feared champion, Mad Dog. Standing in the center of the stage, Lin Ye's gaze remained calm. The surroundings fell into silence, as if what had just happened was nothing more than a trivial matter. At that moment, Lin Ye made everyone understand a simple truth: never judge a person's strength by their appearance, and never underestimate others lightly. The audience was utterly silent, every pair of eyes locked onto the frail-looking boy standing on the combat stage. Time seemed to freeze. The first second passed, no one moved. The second passed, still no sound. By the third second, the entire venue remained as motionless as if frozen. No one could believe that what had just occurred was real. The arrogant, savage thug known as Mad Dog, infamous throughout this underground fighting arena, didn't even survive one move against Lin Ye. Like an ant, he was instantly defeated with a single punch. Everyone present shared the same thought: who exactly was this seemingly ordinary boy? His youthful face concealed a terrifying power that commanded both awe and fear. By the door, the registrar, Rat, stood in stunned silence. The ledger in his hand slipped to the ground, but the sound went unnoticed. Even the referee was frozen, forgetting to announce the results of the match. On the stage, Lin Ye remained calm. His breathing was steady, his expression unperturbed, as if what had just transpired was as trivial as swatting a mosquito. At this moment, he swept his gaze across the crowd, his tone cold yet confident as he spoke. Next. Those three simple words thundered through everyone's nerves, completely obliterating their previous perceptions of Lin Ye. The spectators who had initially regarded him with scorn, amusement, or indifference now felt nothing but shock and terror. They realized this was no naive rookie looking for trouble, nor a reckless fool with inflated courage. This frail-looking boy was a hidden beast with sharp fangs. Like a wolf in sheep's clothing, he was more dangerous than anyone could have imagined. Those fighters who had been eager to challenge him now restrained their arrogance, their expressions grave and filled with respect. Every other emotion was suppressed by an overwhelming sense of reverence. Mad Dog had been considered the toughest opponent in the ordinary level fights, yet he hadn't even touched Lin Ye's clothes. Who was this boy? A newcomer. What a complete joke. The registrar, Rat, was the first to snap out of his daze. Hastily, he picked up the ledger and ran over to Lin Ye, his voice trembling as he spoke. "Brother Ye, you've won, here's your reward." With both hands, he presented a small cloth bag and a stack of cash, his eyes full of reverence. Lin Ye took the bag and, with a casual pinch of his fingers, felt the cold, hard surface of a crystal inside. A system prompt immediately echoed in his mind: Wind Attribute Ability Crystal ×1, Energy Points plus 100. For Lin Ye, the money was unimportant. What truly mattered were the ability crystals, the key to enhancing his power and his ability to protect himself. Without hesitation, he accepted the items. He looked up, his gaze once again sweeping across the crowd, and spoke with the same composed tone. Next. This time, no one dared to doubt him again. Everyone understood that Lin Ye hadn't come to this oppressive, dimly lit, grimy underground arena to bask in victory. He was here to grow stronger, to gain tangible enhancements from each victory. He knew that only by becoming stronger could he truly take control of his fate. Understood. I'll arrange it right away. Rat now treated Lin Ye as a legendary figure, not daring to slack off in the slightest. The gamblers in the audience all held their breath, no one dared to question Lin Ye's strength anymore. They understood that this young man standing before them was someone they couldn't afford to provoke. No one even dared to bet on him losing. Soon, a new opponent was called up from the backstage area. This opponent was a towering figure, a full head taller than Mad Dog, his muscular arms adorned with menacing beast tattoos, his eyes gleaming with ferocity and wariness. His name was Iron Mountain. Iron Mountain. One of the top fighters in the Ordinary League, someone whispered in the crowd. Rumor has it he's trained in a basic boxing technique and is nearly equal to a second-tier martial artist, another gasped. Once again, all eyes turned to the stage. This time, no one made any rushed judgments. Iron Mountain stood at the center of the stage, scrutinizing Lin Ye. He seemed calm, but his vigilant gaze betrayed him. In a deep voice, he spoke, "You're strong. I underestimated you earlier. But don't think you can rampage on my turf. This place doesn't belong to you." Lin Ye cast him a disdainful glance and replied calmly, "Hurry up. Don't waste my time." Dominance. Absolute confidence. Iron Mountain was momentarily stunned, his face darkening instantly. Without another word, he stomped the ground and lunged forward like a tiger on the hunt. Iron Mountain's boxing skills far surpassed Mad Dog's. Each punch he threw was imbued with overwhelming ferocity and power. The air screamed as it was sliced apart by the force of the strike. But Lin Ye remained calm, quietly sensing the subtle changes in the air. The flow of the wind was as clear as crystal in his mind. This was his gift. His wind perception made his opponent's movements appear like slow-motion replays. "Too slow," Lin Ye murmured softly. His figure suddenly vanished, leaving behind a faint afterimage. This was his move, wind step. In an instant, with his extreme acceleration, he appeared beside Tishan. Dark Strike. In a flash, Lin Ye activated his elementary Dark Strike ability, his figure becoming blurred as his fist viciously landed on Tishan's abdomen. A sudden and brutal attack. Before Tishan could even react, his body was sent crashing to the ground as if struck by a heavy truck. He spat blood and passed out on the spot. Another one-move victory. The entire crowd erupted in an instant. People shouted incredulously, "Oh my God, he defeated his opponent with just one move again. What kind of monster is this? Tishan couldn't even withstand a single blow." Others speculated, "There's no way he's an ordinary person, he must be a martial arts master in hiding." Everyone stared at Lin Ye, as if seeing a true monster for the first time, their eyes filled with fear and curiosity. Offstage, Hao Zi was so excited his hands trembled. He rushed onto the stage and handed the reward to Lin Ye. "Brother Ye, you've won again. Here's your reward." His voice quivered with excitement. Lin Ye took the elementary ability crystal without a hint of joy. His gaze remained calm as he uttered two words, "Next one." At that moment, it was as though he declared his opponents to be mere stepping stones on his path to strength, insignificant and unworthy of mention. The ensuing matches turned the entire underground fighting arena into Lin Ye's personal stage. In the third match, his opponent was Duanshu Li, infamous for his ruthless and underhanded methods. The result was the same. Lin Ye ended the fight with a single move. 3 consecutive victories. 3 one-move knockouts. Not one opponent survived his initial strike. The audience swelled with a growing fervor. The newcomer of the day had swept through the arena like a storm, crushing every opponent in the regular division completely beneath his feet. Standing in the center of the ring, Lin Ye now held 3 ability crystals in his hand. He could feel the energy in his body surging higher and higher. With just 3 battles, he was a mere step away from breaking through to become a peak first-tier martial artist. This sensation of gaining control over newfound strength brought a subtle smile to his lips, but he quickly reined it in, his gaze remaining icy. Then, an unexpected turn of events. As he prepared to issue his 4th challenge, a cold and authoritative voice pierced through the air, silencing the raucous crowd. It came from a second-floor suite. "Enough. These trash in the regular division aren't worthy of being your opponents." The voice was not loud, yet it shot through everyone's minds like a nail being driven into their skulls. The arena fell into a deathly silence, and all heads turned towards the second floor. Behind a glass window stood a figure cloaked in a black trench coat, exuding a suffocating air of dominance. Every guard, referee, and official in the venue bowed deeply, not daring to make a sound. Hao Zi's face turned ashen in an instant. Gripping Lin Ye's sleeve tightly, he whispered in a trembling voice, "Brother Ye, that's Lord Black Crow, the true master of this underground arena. He's a genuine second-tier martial artist." Lin Ye, however, showed no sign of fear. Instead, he looked up and locked eyes with the cold, distant gaze from the second floor. At this moment, he felt no hesitation. A second-tier martial artist? Perfect. This was the opportunity for him to prove his value. The spectators below were so intimidated they dared not make a sound. They could not fathom how this young newcomer had the audacity to speak to Black Crow in such a manner. It was known that with just a single word, Black Crow could dictate life and death. Yet Lin Ye faced him without flinching. This was either confidence or utter fearlessness. After a moment of silence, Black Crow laughed low and deep. "Interesting. A boy from the slums, daring to speak to me like this? You're the first. As soon as the words left his mouth, his figure blurred and then appeared in an instant, leaping from the second-floor suite and landing heavily in front of the ring. With a loud crash, the ground shuddered, and the entire arena seemed to bow under the weight of his overpowering presence. Several spectators in the front row collapsed, unable to withstand the oppressive force. Black Crow, clad in a black trench coat, bore a tattoo of a raven beneath his left eye. His sharp features and piercing eyes cut through Lin Ye like a blade, staring down at him like a hawk scrutinizing its prey. He spoke, his voice cold and calculating. You've been hiding your strength, haven't you? Using opponents in the regular division for practice. But those tricks won't work on me. At this moment, Lin Ye was no longer just a poor kid hunting for rewards in an underground fighting arena. He knew full well that this was a turning point, a moment that would determine his future. The tension in the air was palpable. Everyone present held their breath, too terrified to make a sound. Black Crow's intent was clear, leaving no doubt that he'd use the most direct means to test Lin Ye's resolve. Understanding the gap and threat, for Lin Ye, this was precisely a test and his only chance to prove he was qualified to rise to a higher level. He showed no signs of retreat. For Lin Ye, a true warrior would never bow easily. This was his principle and the reason he moved forward. Black Crow's gaze was sharp as a blade. The moment he spoke, his words struck right at Lin Ye. You're not just an ordinary orphan from the slums. You have been secretly cultivating, haven't you? The statement was like a bombshell, instantly igniting everyone's fear. The entire venue held its breath, and the air seemed to freeze. Secret cultivation in this world was like dancing on the edge of death. If discovered by the official patrol squads, there was only one outcome: immediate execution, with no room for negotiation. Fuzzy's face turned deathly pale in an instant, and he nearly collapsed to the ground. Faced with Black Crow's interrogation, Lin Ye neither answered directly nor backed down. He merely said calmly, I just want to win energy crystals. Whoever stands in my way, I'll topple them. His tone was placid, but it carried a chilling resolve. Black Crow's lips curled into a faint smile. This was the audacity he admired most, the kind of spirit the underground world sorely lacked. His voice suddenly turned cold. Your strength has already surpassed what the ordinary zone can handle. If you want to win more crystals, if you want to acquire real techniques, you must enter the high-level zone. The words high-level zone caused an audible collective gasp. Everyone present understood that it was a hell of bloodshed and slaughter. The opponents in the high-level zone were all martial artists who had cultivated combat techniques. Every match was a struggle between life and death, and the only things left after failure were corpses. However, the rewards were 10 times greater than in the ordinary zone. Black Crow's eyes darkened as he said, entering the high-level zone means you accept its rules. If you avoid the fight, you're mediocre. If you step into the arena, you either win or die. No surrender, no retreat, only one person walks out alive. His gaze locked on Lin Ye. Do you dare? The crowd fell into a terrifying silence. Everyone's eyes were fixed on Lin Ye. Would he stop here and leave with 3 crystals, or risk his life plunging into the abyss that belonged only to the strong? Lin Ye's gaze finally rested on the pitch-black combat platform of the high-level zone. The aura beneath the stage was suffocating and oppressive, and every inch of the air seemed to scream danger. Yet there wasn't a trace of retreat in Lin Ye's eyes, only a blazing battle spirit. Coming here, he had never thought of surviving timidly. What he sought was the opportunity to crush his enemies and climb to the top with strength. The mediocre fate of the ordinary zone could no longer satisfy him. No matter the martial ban, no matter the endless challenges, Lin Ye was determined to break all the rules. Why wouldn't I dare? These 4 words were spoken calmly but shattered the silence like a storm. For a brief moment, a flicker of surprise passed through Black Crow's eyes, followed by deep admiration. Very good. I like your courage. As he finished speaking, 2 guards behind him opened the iron gate to the high-level zone. Black Crow then announced, your first opponent is my personal guard, Nightblade. He's half-step into the 2nd tier. If you win, not only will you earn 5 superior-grade crystals, but you'll also receive a basic martial arts manual. A basic martial arts manual. The news dropped like a bomb. The surrounding martial artists instantly went wild because, in a world where martial arts were banned, a manual was 100 times more precious than energy crystals. It represented the qualification to ascend to the pinnacle of martial arts. Lin Ye's expression remained calm, though his heartbeat quickened. Martial arts techniques were what he lacked the most. With just his system-enhanced physical body and wind abilities, he had pushed forward relentlessly, but he lacked skill. Obtaining the manual would make him stronger. Without hesitation, Lin Ye stepped forward, walking deeper into the high-level zone. Behind him, Black Crow watched his determined silhouette, a meaningful smile curling on his lips. the crow tattoo beneath his left eye appearing even darker. Interesting. Don't disappoint me. It's been a long time since I've seen a monster capable of breaking rules. The iron gate of the high-level zone clanged shut, sealing Lin Ye off from the jeers of the outside world. The space here felt even narrower, the oppressive atmosphere suffocating. The floor was stained with dark brown, ancient bloodstains, the air reeked of iron and gore. Every breath was a reminder that in this place, there was only life or death, no room for luck. Outside, Black Crow's expression remained unchanged, as though watching prey fall into a trap. He opened his mouth. Nightblade, begin. From the shadows, a figure stepped forward silently dressed in tight black clothes, moving with the stealth of a cat. His alloy knuckles gleamed coldly, his face pale, with eyes harboring a killer's deadly intent sharper than any blade. Nightblade was Black Crow's most skilled enforcer in the art of slaughter. Standing there, Nightblade's gaze was as sharp as a knife, his entire being seemingly one with the darkness. He was not just a personal guard but also a killer known universally as Nightblade. This man was not merely a half-step into the second tier but a ghost on the battlefield. It was said that in all his battles in the high-level zone's death matches, he had never been defeated. He was a master of assassinations, and every strike he made was bound to draw blood. Cold and merciless. Was deep and enigmatic, tinged with a mixture of admiration and subtle regret. Interesting. Truly interesting, he murmured, leaning back into his chair, tapping the side of his armrest rhythmically. Very well, Black Crow said, his tone calm, though his eyes still carried the weight of a predator observing its prey. Remember this moment, Lin Ye. The next time we meet, this decision of yours may determine whether you survive or fall. Lin Ye did not respond, his expression calm and unwavering. Clutching the black brocade box tightly, he turned and strode away from the ring without a moment's hesitation. His silhouette seemed to cut through the heavy atmosphere like a blade, leaving the crowd frozen in awe. As he walked past the stunned spectators, whispers began to fill the underground arena. He's insane, rejecting Black Crow like that. Do you think he even realizes what he just turned down? Or maybe he doesn't care, that boy is something else. Black Crow sat motionless, his gaze following Lin Ye's diminishing form as a cold smile formed on his face. Let's see just how far you can go, Lin Ye, he murmured to himself. The bigger the risk, the more interesting the game becomes. Meanwhile, as Lin Ye reached the exit, the chaos of emotions and speculation behind him seemed to fade into nothingness. He tightened his grip on the box, feeling the surge of power brimming within, and stepped into the unknown future with unwavering determination. This was only the beginning of his path. He had chosen his road a solitary one, filled with endless challenges. But Lin Ye knew, no matter how dark or dangerous it got, with his own strength, he would carve his destiny. The arena slowly returned to its usual bustling nature, though the memory of the battle, and Lin Ye's shocking decision, would leave its mark on everyone who witnessed it. Black Crow leaned forward slightly, rubbing his thumb against the smooth surface of his armrest, his thoughts lingering on the young fighter who dared defy him. There was no anger in his expression, but rather a hint of admiration. Good, very good. The fact that you can carve out a path for yourself, I'll remember you for it. Qinfeng district is actually quite small, we might meet again soon. I hope next time, you'll surprise me even more. Lin Ye didn't say anything further. He turned and headed toward the iron gate, pushing it open and walking out of the master's zone without looking back. His figure gradually disappeared at the end of the corridor. No one dared to mock him anymore, there was only awe and disbelief. Back at the dilapidated little house, Lin Ye gently closed the door and skillfully locked it. He didn't turn on the lights, instead, he sat on the edge of his bed, placing the black brocade box carefully in front of him, illuminated by the faint moonlight from outside the window. As his fingers brushed the box lid, he felt a mix of calmness and excitement. Slowly opening the box, he revealed 5 high-grade ability crystals inside. The energy from these crystals was several times more potent than the low-grade ones he'd seen before, as though a warm current was circulating within the box. Next to the crystals lay an ancient, yellowed martial arts manual, the legendary Splitting Wind Fist. Lin Ye took the manual out of the box and gently spread open its pages. Inside were a series of diagrams depicting fist techniques, each move exuding a sense of power, as if the flow of intangible wind could be felt on the paper. Suddenly, a voice echoed in his mind, basic martial technique Splitting Wind Fist detected. Would you like to learn it? Learn, he commanded decisively. In an instant, information poured into his mind. All the fist techniques, striking methodologies, and force application techniques immediately fused seamlessly with his wind-based abilities. He raised his fist and slightly clenched it, feeling a soft breeze wrapping around his fingers. With a light punch, the air trembled, releasing a faint growl of movement. Lin Ye murmured to himself, indeed, an excellent technique. His eyes carried anticipation as he wasted no time, neatly arranging the 5 crystals before him on his lap. System, absorb the crystals. Following his command, a surge of heat instantly flowed from the crystals into his body. The energy, like a flood breaching a dam, surged through his meridians, rapidly elevating his strength. The level he had been stuck at, the late stage of a first-tier martial artist, was shattered in that very moment. System notifications flashed repeatedly, cultivation advanced to the pinnacle of the first tier, physical abilities evolved to a higher level, and his wind perception abilities became more refined. Even the newly learned splitting wind fist became more deeply ingrained with the explosion of energy. A powerful force erupted within his body. He could feel his tendons and bones become significantly stronger, his speed enhanced, and his senses sharper than ever before. Throwing another punch, the force of the punch now carried the faint sensation of slicing wind blades, enough to send shivers down one's spine. The 5 crystals were quickly absorbed. Lin Ye slowly opened his eyes, his gaze as sharp as a blade. He looked up at the ceiling, tightly clenching his fists. Compared to when he had entered the martial arena, his strength had increased nearly twofold. He muttered, finally reached the peak of a first-tier martial artist. A faint smile of joy appeared on his face. Although he was still far from the people who were born at the top, this breakthrough was achieved through his own effort. That night, he not only mastered a new martial technique but also stepped onto a new level of strength. The gap to achieving the higher second tier was now just one step away. But before he had time to dwell on this triumph, urgent knocking suddenly echoed from outside the door. The loud banging was accompanied by an overbearing shout, "Open up! We are the patrol squad." Lin Ye's eyes instantly turned icy. Patrol squad? He recognized the voice. It belonged to the smug, overweight member who had bullied him in the beast zone earlier. Barely having escaped from danger and returned to his ramshackle home, trouble had already come knocking again. Scarface Chang burst into the room nervously upon hearing the commotion, lowering his voice. "Brother Yi, the patrol squad is here. Leading them is that fat guy whose wrist you broke last time. He brought a few people and says they're here to search for contraband." Scarface Chang's face was full of worry, knowing that the patrol squad was an untouchable force in the area. If they forced their way in, no matter how capable Lin Ye was, he'd end up on the radar of the authorities. Lin Ye showed no trace of panic. He stood up slowly, patting Scarface Chang on the shoulder. "Don't worry. If they insist on seeking death, then I'll grant their wish today." With that said, Lin Ye strode to the door and yanked it open. Outside the door, 5 patrol squad members in black uniforms were crowded together, led by the plump, thick-necked man whose face was filled with arrogance. He stood with hands on hips, brandishing a register, his lips curling into a sneer when he saw Lin Ye. "Lin Ye? Been hiding well, huh? I heard you came back alive from the beast zone. I thought you'd be something special, but it turns out you're just a scared rat holed up here in this dump." The squad members behind him joined in with mocking laughter. "This guy's just a poor nobody. Forget him. Let's search quickly. If we find even a trace of contraband, we'll earn a commendation. He's nothing but a poor kid from the slums, an easy target." They completely disregarded Lin Ye, confident that he was just a lowly street thug unworthy of their attention. But they didn't realize the man before them was no longer the boy they had once oppressed. He was now capable of defeating powerful opponents in an instant, though no one was aware of it. Lin Ye's gaze turned icy, and his tone remained calm. "I don't have any contraband. You can't search me without reason." The stout team member burst out laughing, as if he had just heard the punchline of a hilarious joke. "You want to talk rules with me? The weapons ban is in place, and for someone of your status, staying alive is already your biggest concern. Today, not only will I search you, but I'll also take you back for questioning." He turned to his crew and waved his hand. "Go on, grab him." The patrol members grinned wickedly and reached to seize Lin Ye. It seemed like an inevitable situation, with no surprises. But in the next second, bang, 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 3 solid strikes rang out. Before the patrol members could even touch the hem of Lin Ye's clothes, he struck each of them square in the chest. They flew backward like ragdolls, crashing into the walls and instantly losing consciousness. The whole encounter lasted no more than a second. No one could see how Lin Ye made his move. Everyone's smiles froze. The color drained from the stout team member's face, his eyes filled with disbelief. How can this be? When did this trash become so powerful? Panic began to set in. Lin Ye stepped toward him, his gaze sharp as a blade. "Do you want to try me as well?" The stout man shuddered, instinctively stepping back, though he tried to maintain his bravado. "You dare resist? Do you know what happens to those who resist? You won't get away today." His voice quivered as he spoke, but he no longer dared to approach. Lin Ye's lips curled into a faint, cold smile. "Resist? No, I'm just taking out the trash." Before his words had fully resonated, he had already appeared in front of the stout team member. In his panic, the man clumsily raised his clipboard to block Lin Ye. Stay back. But to Lin Ye, his movements were as slow as a scene in a badly edited movie. Lin Ye grabbed the man's wrist and gave it a slight twist. A piercing scream echoed through the tiny house, accompanied by the sharp, chilling sound of bones cracking. This time, it's just your wrist, Lin Ye said with a voice laced with menace. Next time, it'll be your life. Now, get lost. Without another word, Lin Ye flung the stout man aside. His body crumpled like a ragdoll, landing heavily in the mud alongside his unconscious teammates, their fate uncertain. Standing at the doorway, Lin Ye surveyed the scene with an icy gaze. The slum residents peered out cautiously from behind their doors, silently watching the spectacle unfold. Not a single person dared to make a sound, though their eyes were filled with shock and a glimmer of suppressed excitement. In mere minutes, Lin Ye's actions had sent a clear message to everyone: never underestimate someone who rises from adversity. Those who perpetually oppress the weak are not invincible. Their strength is merely borrowed power, sustained by fear. But once fear is shattered, their so-called authority crumbles into nothing. The crowd stood speechless, their faces a mixture of disbelief and awe. None of them could have imagined that the boy who had always been bullied could now single-handedly defeat an entire squad of patrol guards with just his fists. Lin Ye ignored the staring eyes and quietly shut the door behind him. He knew well that today's victory was nothing more than temporary peace. Greater trouble was looming on the horizon. Inside the house, calm returned. Lin Ye sat cross-legged, calming his breath, though his expression darkened with each moment. Outwardly composed, his mind was already calculating the dangers ahead. The men he had just defeated were mere lackeys. The stout man, however, served under the deputy captain of the East District Patrol, Zhang Baiao. That was the real threat. Zhang was notorious for his ruthlessness as a formidable second-tier warrior. Not only did he possess overwhelming strength, but his cold-blooded nature and vengeful disposition were infamous. For someone like him, avenging his subordinates was a matter of principle. Scar-faced Chang stood nearby, pale and trembling. Brother Yi, we've caused big trouble. Zhang Baiao is untouchable in the East District. His younger brother just died in a mutant beast attack, and he's been in a violent rage ever since. If he finds out we're the ones who fought, we're finished. Lin Ye looked up, his stare calm and sharp. Zhang Baiao is a second-tier warrior. Not just that. Scar-faced Chang nodded frantically. He's got over 10 official team members under him, all of them at least first tier. They're equipped with energy guns, shock shields, and net traps, standard issue for the patrol. No matter how strong we are, we can't counter those. Lin Ye stayed silent, lost in deep thought. At his current level, he was the best among first-tier warriors. However, against a second-tier opponent, let alone an entire group armed with official weaponry, his chances were slim to none. When will they arrive? Lin Ye asked softly. By tonight at the earliest, or by tomorrow morning at the latest. Scar-faced Chang's voice trembled. The patrol has strict rules that their members. If you're provoked, retaliation must involve 100 men. Once they arrive, they'll surely raise the slums to the ground. The air seemed to freeze. The crisis weighed down so heavily it was suffocating. Lin Ye closed his eyes, quickly analyzing every possible outcome. He could run, but if he fled, the people in the slums would inevitably suffer. Trying to remain hidden was impossible. The patrol team would search the entire city. Fighting head-on? Even giving it his all, his chances of victory were less than 30%. At that moment, a cold, mechanical voice suddenly echoed in his mind. Warning, high-level danger detected, system issuing an emergency mission. Mission, resist the patrol team's first assault. Requirements, survive without exposing the system. Consequences of failure, system freeze for 7 days. Rewards, gain 2,000 energy points, upgrade to advanced level, and obtain 1 temporary ability enhancement. The sudden mission alert snapped Lin Ye completely awake. Scar Chang, Lin Ye suddenly called. Brother Yi, just say the word. Scar Chang held his breath. I need you to do 3 things right now. Lin Ye's voice was decisive, each word like a life or death decree. First, evacuate all the elderly and children from the slums to the cellar in the western ruins. Make sure they don't come out. Second, go to the black market to find Rat and get the sharpest alloy dagger possible. Don't let the patrol team notice. Third, spread the word that I've already fled to the northern district. Scar Chang froze. Brother Yi, you're drawing them in, Lin Ye said coldly. Zhang Baiao is proud and ruthless. He'll definitely want to kill me personally. If I fake a retreat, he'll lower his guard. If he splits his forces, I can take them down one by one without engaging head-on. He appeared ordinary but had a terrifyingly calm mind. He never acted impulsively and excelled at turning dire situations into opportunities. Scar Chang instantly understood and responded immediately. Got it, I'll take care of it right away. The door closed again, leaving Lin Ye alone in the room. He walked to the dilapidated window, gazing at the darkness. In the distance, the headlights approached closer. That meant Zhang Baiao's retaliation was indeed on its way. Lin Ye tightly clenched his fists, his knuckles turning white. He had no weapons, no support, just his bare hands. Yet fear did not exist in his heart. Even with only a 30% chance, he would carve out a path to survival. He closed his eyes, regulating his breathing, merging his strength entirely with. Under the shadow of night, the slums seemed like the darkest corner of the city. The flickering streetlights were unstable, and the narrow alleys became deep and perilous. Finally, glaring headlights illuminated the streets. The roar of engines resembled a wild beast declaring its hunt had begun. Zhang Baiao and his team, filled with hatred and murderous intent, charged straight at Lin Ye. 5 black patrol vehicles roared into the slum's entrance. The car doors swung open violently, and over 20 fully armed patrol team members stormed out. They were clad in uniform black armor, holding energy rifles, with electric batons strapped to their waists. Their presence oozed aggression, carrying an overwhelming sense of oppression. The leader was tall and burly, a prominent scar slashed across his face, exuding an aura that left those nearby struggling to breathe. This was Zhang Baiao, deputy captain of the Eastern District Patrol, a second-tier martial artist feared by countless people. As soon as the convoy stopped, the overweight patrol officer, whose wrist Lin Ye had broken, rushed up with a mix of resentment and fear. He whispered a report, insisting he had seen Lin Ye return here with his own eyes. Zhang Baiao cast him a cold glance, his voice chilling like ice. "Where is he?" The fat officer panicked, stammering, He should still be here. How could he have disappeared suddenly?" At that moment, another subordinate hurried over and reported in a low voice, "Captain, the slums are empty, all the houses are abandoned. We captured a thug who said Lin Ye headed to the northern district half an hour ago." Zhang Baiao sneered, his eyes gleaming with murderous intent. "He thinks he can escape after assaulting my men. Ridiculous." He ordered Li Chang to take 10 men and pursue Lin Ye in the northern district while keeping the rest to search house by house with him. The directive was simple: if anyone dared to harbor Lin Ye, they would be treated as accomplices and eliminated without mercy. The patrol team quickly split into 2 groups, one leaving, while the remaining began violently breaking doors and smashing windows, treating the slum as their domain, completely disregarding its residents. They had no idea the escaping target posed a threat. At that moment, in the shadow of an alley, Lin Ye was pressed against the wall, holding his breath while fully utilizing his abilities. His wind-based perception encompassed the area, clearly capturing every patrol member's footsteps, breathing, and murmurs. Lin Ye strategized, "One team of 10 has left, leaving Zhang Baiao with only 8. This was his perfect opportunity to strike them one by one." He avoided confronting Zhang Baiao directly, knowing that a second-tier martial artist was far beyond what he could handle right now. He can handle it, but other ordinary team members no longer pose a threat to him. Lin Ye moved swiftly and silently to the end of the group. He saw the last 2 patrol members casually chatting and complaining. "This place is so filthy. That kid ran fast, otherwise, we would have dealt with him earlier. Once we catch him, I'll break every bone in his body." But they didn't realize that danger was approaching. Lin Ye acted. 2 dark shadows shot out from the darkness, their speed almost imperceptible to the human eye. One of them sensed something and tried to resist, but Lin Ye grabbed his wrist and twisted it. The sound of cracking bones echoed clearly in the night. Before he could even scream, Lin Ye delivered a swift chop to his neck, causing him to pass out immediately. The other man hadn't yet reacted when Lin Ye raised his hand and landed a powerful straight punch to his chest. The man flew back like a rag doll, slamming into the wall and losing consciousness. His energy rifle clattered to the ground. The entire process took no more than 3 seconds, and no sound reached the ears of the team in front. Lin Ye bent down to pick up the fallen rifle but left no traces behind. He knew he couldn't use such weapons, as doing so would only provoke harsher retaliation from the military. 6 left, Lin Ye murmured, blending once more into the shadows. Up ahead, Zhang Baiao kicked down a broken door, angrily shouting at his subordinates to move faster. No one responded. Frowning, Zhang Baiao felt a pang of unease. Just then, one of his teammates exclaimed, pointing toward the depths of the ruins where the faint silhouette of a fluttering corner of clothing was purposefully exposed. "It's Lin Ye," the plump team member shrieked. "He's over there. Still running, are you?" Zhang Baiao's eyes gleamed with rage, his pent-up anger finally exploding. He immediately led his men in pursuit, vowing to deal with Lin Ye on the spot. 7 team members followed Zhang Baiao as they rushed into a narrow alley. Consumed by anger, they abandoned their formation in their eagerness to catch Lin Ye, playing right into his trap. Lin Ye deliberately kept himself just ahead, maintaining the distance of a pursuit, drawing them ever deeper. As Zhang Biao finally closed in, ready to strike, Lin Ye suddenly vanished into the darkness. Where is he? Zhang Biao's pupils contracted sharply, his alert instincts blaring alarms. He finally realized this was a trap, but it was too late. All their senses had been heightened to the extreme. Just then, a piercing scream shattered the darkness. Two patrol members trailing at the back were struck down by shadows that came out of nowhere, unable to even resist. Behind us! Look behind us! Zhang Biao roared, spinning around, only to catch sight of his comrades collapsing. The attackers had already disappeared once more into the darkness. For Lin Ye, these shadowy alleys were his domain. Using his wind-sensing abilities, he locked onto each target. Combining stealth techniques for complete concealment, wind step for extreme speed, and his razor wind punch for one-hit kills, he seamlessly eliminated enemies one by one. After each strike, he immediately changed positions, leaving no room for confrontation. Lin Ye wasted no time and gave Zhang Biao no chance for a direct fight. Zhang Biao seethed with frustration but was powerless. He could only watch helplessly as one comrade after another was taken down by Lin Ye's covert attacks. This ruthless hunting rhythm plunged everyone into crippling fear. In just 3 minutes, the 18 members Zhang Biao brought along were reduced to 2 still standing. Zhang Biao's face turned ashen, his entire aura nearly erupting. He stared intently into the depths of the darkness, gritting his teeth as he spoke. Lin Ye, if you've got guts, come out and fight me head-on. Stop skulking around like a coward. Lin Ye's voice drifted from the shadows, calm and unervingly clear. A head-on fight with you? You're a level 2 martial artist, and I'm barely at the peak of level 1. Only a fool would confront you directly. If you're capable, come and find me yourself. If you're not, take your remaining men and get out of here. These words left Zhang Biao trembling with rage but utterly helpless. Despite his strength, his opponent refused to engage him up front. Lin Ye's speed was too fast, his attacks too lethal, his tactics too cunning. Everyone felt like prey under his assault. The 2 remaining team members were completely consumed by terror, their voices shaking with fear. See, Captain, this kid is too eerie. We should retreat and regroup before acting again. Zhang Biao clenched his teeth so hard his knuckles turned white. Ordering a retreat now would be an admission of defeat. But pressing onward risked the immediate loss of their remaining forces. As the deputy captain of the Eastern District Patrol and a level 2 martial artist, failing to capture a slum kid while losing his whole squad would ruin him if the story spread. Still, he knew continuing this pursuit would only lead to an even worse outcome. Zhang Biao let out a furious roar, his energy nearly spiraling out of control. But in the end, he chose to suppress his killing intent. Lin Ye, mark my words, I'll remember this. Next time we meet, I'll make you wish you were dead. Throwing down his vicious threat, Zhang Biao had no choice but to retreat in disgrace with the 2 remaining men at his side. The echoes of this humiliating withdrawal gradually faded into the distance. From the shadows, Lin Ye slowly stepped out, standing among the fallen bodies and shattered alleyway. He lowered his head, gasping for breath. His series of ambushes and tactical maneuvers just now had drained nearly all his physical stamina and mental energy. Though he appeared composed and in control, in reality, he had no escape route. Every move had to be executed with precision to secure this thrilling counterkill. If Zhang Biao had held his formation steady instead of being greedy and recklessly pursuing, no matter how skillful Lin Ye was, the overwhelming firepower would have trapped him completely. System notification, mission accomplished, successfully repelled the patrol squad siege. Reward, energy points plus 2000. Skill Gale Fist upgraded to advanced level. Temporary attribute boost granted, all attributes increased by 20% for the next 30 minutes. Lin Ye straightened his body, gazing in the direction Zhang Biao had fled, his eyes devoid of triumph, only cold vigilance remained. He clearly understood that while he had won this fight, the next time Zhang Biao came, it would be with heavier weaponry and no opportunity left for a comeback. Zhang Biao's convoy disappeared into the darkness at the end of the alley, and Lin Ye finally allowed himself a slight relaxation. Leaning against a wall, he panted heavily, yet his face remained alert and clear-headed. For many, taking on a pinnacle stage level 1 combatant and defeating elite level 2 opponents seemed like a legendary feat, but only Lin Ye knew this was a desperate fight for survival with no way out. Even the slightest mistake would have meant his immediate death. System notification, host completed a high-risk battle, combat assessment has been elevated. Current combat level, peak of level 1, with the potential to surpass levels in combat. Warning, the enemy's next operation will involve official-grade armor and full-scale lockdown equipment. Please evade tactically. Lin Ye raised his gaze, staring into the depths of the city. In the distance, the lights glittered like a vibrant beacon, but beneath the neon glow lay countless individuals like him abandoned by the system, constantly on the brink of losing their lives. He knew full well that he was now a fugitive, marked as the mortal enemy of the East District's patrol squad, and a disruptor of every rule in the city. Remaining in the slums would inevitably turn this place into his inescapable grave. His only choice was to move forward, to pursue a path even more arduous yet filled with possibilities. Leave. But did he truly have a choice? As the night deepened, Lin Ye stood in his narrow room, feeling the suffocating oppression of the air. Suddenly, a faint breeze swept across the rooftop. Instinctively sharp from years of survival, he caught the slightest hint of motion. The power of the wind coursed through him, heightening his alertness. He narrowed his eyes, locking onto a shadowy figure lurking in the dim area above. "Who's there?" Lin Ye demanded coldly. The figure hesitated briefly in the darkness before silently leaping down from the roof's edge, landing lightly in front of Lin Ye. Clad in full black attire with a covered face, their features were indistinguishable. They had a lean build and piercing, sharp eyes. A crow-shaped jade pendant dangled silently from their waist, swaying gently. "Lord Black Crow sent me." The figure's voice was low and raspy. Without delay, they drew a small package from their chest, wrapped tightly in oil paper. Lin Ye accepted the package and efficiently tore it open. Inside was a black token engraved with intricate patterns and the character crow, along with a neatly folded piece of paper. Unfolding the paper, Lin Ye read the powerful words. "Zhang Biao has requested reinforcements from headquarters. By dawn, an armed unit with kill on-site orders will enter the slums. You have no escape route. Your only path to survival, immediately register for the Qingfeng District Martial Arts Academy. Slots are extremely limited, selected purely on strength. Passing guarantees official protection and legitimate progression in your training." The note was signed simply, Black Crow. Lin Ye's expression darkened as he processed the unexpected missive. He had never imagined receiving a direct order from Black Crow. As a leading figure in Qingfeng City's underground, known for his prudence and ruthlessness, Black Crow had, at this critical juncture, offered Lin Ye a lifeline. It was clear that Black Crow understood the value of a genius like Lin Ye, someone capable of breaking the restrictive laws against martial cultivation. If Lin Ye survived and advanced to the apex, he would undoubtedly return this favor as an irreplaceable ally. The black-clad individual added in a low voice, "Lord Black Crow said if you agree to register, he will ensure your spot is secured, preventing others from taking it. However, the road to the district is littered with Zhang Biao's informants. Every step will be perilous. Tonight's patrol squad was just a warm-up. Tomorrow morning is when they'll strike with their real force." Lin Ye traced the cold surface of the crow token with his fingertips, his gaze growing distant. He knew full well that this was a pivotal crossroads in his life. The Qingfeng District Martial Arts Academy was the city's only place to openly cultivate and train practitioners. It was the sole avenue to properly learn martial techniques, access resources, and acquire official status. Yet gaining entry there was an almost insurmountable challenge, starting with the need for an official recommendation letter. Secondly, each stage of the selection process must be passed. Written tests, physical endurance, combat simulations, every stage saw eliminations. The pass rate was less than 1%. Finally, even if all the prior stages were cleared, one still had to excel in the aptitude test. Without exceptional martial talent, one couldn't even step through the door. For him, born in the slums and living as a fugitive, this was nearly an impossible path. But he had no other choice. The system suddenly popped up an interface. 3 options appeared in his mind. 1. Flee from Qingfeng, leave the area entirely, and survive in the outer region. 2. Enroll in the martial academy of the city to gain an official identity and legally rise to power. 3. Join Black Crow and fully enter the underground world. Lin Ye did not hesitate in the slightest. He refused to be a deserter and had no intention of living like a rat in the shadows for the rest of his life. He wanted to use an open and legitimate identity to clear his name, to turn the tide against all odds, and to stand at the peak. Resolutely, he chose the martial academy. "I'm going." Lin Ye looked at the man in black, his gaze unwavering. "Give Black Crow my thanks." The man in black nodded, his voice low and calm. The master said, "No need for thanks. The path you chose, you must pave it yourself step by step. Whether you can survive to reach the academy depends on your own skill." As the words fell, he melted into the shadows of the night like a phantom. Lin Ye silently put away the black token and the slip of paper. At this moment, the confusion and hesitation in his heart dissipated. He turned to look at the figure moving under the bed. With a creak of the bed frame, Scarchan crawled out trembling, his body curling up in fear as he looked at Lin Ye with terror. His voice shook. "Brother Ye, the patrol squad is gone. Will they come back?" "They definitely will." Lin Ye's voice was calm and collected. "And next time, they'll be even harsher than before." Scarchan's face turned deathly pale, almost collapsing. Then, we can't stay here. We should run. We can't run, Lin Ye shook his head, his gaze firm. If we run now, it would be the same as admitting our guilt. There will be wanted posters for us everywhere. And if we leave, the innocent people in the slums will be scapegoated by those men. More innocent lives will suffer. Scar-Chang was sweating profusely in panic. Then what are you going to do? Lin Ye raised his head, placing a steady hand on Scar-Chang's shoulder, his eyes resolute and composed. Their target is me. They won't trouble others. The only thing I can do is leave here and go to Qingfeng City's martial academy. Only there will I have the chance to survive and completely change my fate. Scar-Chang froze, his face full of doubt. The martial academy? That's an official institution. Are you sure you can get in? Lin Ye's lips curved into a smile devoid of warmth. Staring intently at the black crow token in his hand, his eyes were filled with a newfound determination. Clutching the black crow-shaped token tightly, Lin Ye's expression turned solemn. Black Crow will secure an opening for me, but the road ahead will rely entirely on my own strength, he said, his voice firm with resolve. He looked up at Scar-Chang, his gaze more serious than ever before. Scar-Chang, I'm entrusting matters in the slums to you from now on. He carefully instructed. First, protect the residents here and make sure no trouble erupts again. Second, keep a close watch on Zhang Baiao's actions. If there's any news, find a way to get it to me. Third, continue clearing out the underground fight arenas and quietly accumulate power until I return. Scar-Chang suddenly straightened his back, nodding firmly. He understood that this was Lin Ye's complete trust in him and the only way he could repay Lin Ye. Don't worry, brother Ye. Even if it costs me my life, I'll protect everyone and keep the information secure. Lin Ye nodded slightly without saying more. He packed the first-grade crystals and the Rifting Wind Fist manual, hid the alloy dagger he had acquired from the black market up his sleeve, and changed into a relatively clean set of old clothes, suppressing all traces of his aura. The night deepened, carrying a sharp chill. Lin Ye opened the door, pausing for a moment to glance one last time at the shabby yet warm little house. From this moment forward, he would leave the familiar slum behind and head to the battlefield that awaited Qingfeng City's martial academy. As he stepped out, the air turned biting cold. His gaze hardened as he fully activated his wind perception, scanning his surroundings. Sure enough, the entrances and exits of the slum had been locked down by black uniformed lookouts. The insignias on their waists identified them as members of the official patrol squad. Clearly, Zhang Baiao had decided to go all out with a thorough blockade. Lin Ye took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the strength surging within him. He adjusted himself to appear as a timid, lost boy from the slums, walking slowly along the faintly lit wall, pretending to be frightened. The lookouts scanned him warily but, seeing that he was just a frail boy from the slums, paid him no heed and merely waved him away dismissively. Just like that, Lin Ye smoothly slipped through the sentry blockade. Soon, he entered a concealed underground culvert, the only safe route he had scouted out in advance. The culvert was unusually damp, the air thick with the stench of rot and mildew. It was pitch black, with occasional droplets of water dripping from above, breaking the eerie silence with their drip-drip. Lin Ye crouched low, his feet stepping cautiously through the icy sewage, inching forward step by step. His wind perception acted like an invisible probe, capturing every detail within a 50-meter radius. His nerves were on edge, every ounce of his attention focused on any possible danger around him. Earlier, he had silently bypassed at least 3 waves of sentries, narrowly making it through each encounter thanks to his extreme composure. But this time, as he reached the middle section of the culvert, turning a corner, his wind perception suddenly picked up on 4 unfamiliar presences. These 4 auras were colder than the previous sentries, filled with genuine killing intent. Their positioning formed a perfect encirclement. Lin Ye's body stiffened, pressing tightly against the icy wall as he strained to make his breathing nearly imperceptible. His heart sank immediately. In the past, blockades at exits were mere routine inspections. This, however, was undisguised pursuit and slaughter. These 4 were all formidable first-tier martial artists. For someone to lie in ambush in the culvert at such a high level, it could only mean that Zhang Baiao had issued the most severe kill order. Lin Ye's fingertips gripped tightly onto the alloy dagger concealed in his sleeve, the cold metal grounding his rationale. He had to make a choice. Retreating would mean running straight into the pursuing forces, forcing his way forward would be a life-or-death battle. To make matters worse, he was far from his peak condition. The previous bouts and escape had drained much of his stamina and energy, and though he had replenished slightly with the crystal, it was only enough to catch his breath. He desperately brainstormed strategies. The culvert was narrow and slippery, its walls covered with slimy moss and its ceiling densely lined with steel rods that could easily give away his position if touched. His only advantage was his absolute mastery of the terrain at this moment and the enhanced vision provided by wind perception. He had to use the darkness and the information asymmetry to find a way through, otherwise, it was a dead end. He had to act fast, fast enough to leave no breathing room for his opponents. Lin Ye understood that even a second's delay would lead to reinforcements from Zhang Baiao's men, sealing his fate. Instinct for survival and a deeply ingrained killing intent surged in his mind, and his expression turned icy cold. This was the line between life and death. Drawing a deep breath, he used his wind step skill, pressing himself against the wall, nearly blending into the shadows. He didn't make a hasty move but concealed his presence, waiting quietly for the right opportunity. He knew he had to strike in a way that left his enemies no time to react. 4 minutes passed, then 5, and the opponents remained motionless. The 4 individuals in hiding were extremely cautious, deliberately keeping their breathing low without making a single superfluous move. Lin Ye recognized the Scarface leader, Zhang Baiao's most dangerous assassin. Right now, he was locked in a standoff with these seasoned hunters. That Lin Ye kid has no choice but to come through this culvert. Captain Zhang said he's carrying a fierce beast crystal, whoever gets it, it's theirs. Scarface ordered in a low voice. Don't get careless. He's fast and good at hiding. Once he reaches the corner, we block the path and capture him. The other 3 responded softly, their eyes gleaming with greed. The fierce beast crystal was everyone's target, an invaluable resource in this ruthless world. Lin Ye could feel the tension intensifying. As the group continued to wait, a slight breeze brushed against Scarface's back. Before he could react, Lin Ye suddenly emerged from the darkness, appearing silently behind Scarface in an instant. Without any warning, Lin Ye unleashed his most powerful Gale Fist. The punch, carrying the full force of his peak first-tier strength, tore through the air with violent energy. With a loud bang, Scarface's body was hurled into the wall ahead. His skull shattered, and he lost consciousness instantly. With just one strike, the most dangerous enemy had fallen. The remaining 3 barely had time to comprehend what had happened. "Who?" they shouted in shock, rushing forward with their vibrating batons glowing faintly blue, ready to retaliate. But Lin Ye had already vanished into deeper shadows using his wind step, his movements as light as falling leaves. His gaze locked onto his targets, tracking their every action, breath, and body heat with precision. One of them gasped, "Over there." But before the enemy could raise his weapon, Lin Ye appeared at his side. A flash of the alloy dagger sliced through the air. Blood splattered, and disbelief spread across the man's face as he collapsed silently into the foul sewage. In a single second, Lin Ye had taken another life effortlessly. The 2 remaining men were now utterly panicked. Before they could turn or call for help, Lin Ye's cold voice echoed, "It's too late." Before the words even fully left his mouth, his figure, like a flash of lightning, he unleashed wind step again, appearing to the left at an incredible speed. The Gale Fist struck out, accompanied by the clear sound of a sternum fracturing. Another person was sent flying like a ragdoll, unconscious before hitting the ground. The last one could no longer suppress the fear in his heart. He abandoned his companions and turned to flee, screaming for help. His will to fight was completely shattered, he only wanted to survive. But how could Lin Ye possibly let him escape? With a swift movement, he gave chase. Utilizing wind step, he closed the distance rapidly, appearing behind his opponent. His left hand locked onto the man's throat, and with his right hand, he delivered a decisive, heavy strike, a clean blow that snuffed out his opponent's life. The entire sequence took less than 10 seconds. On the ground remained 4 lifeless bodies lying in filthy water, and a heavily panting Lin Ye. He breathed deeply, regaining his composure quickly. The fight had been executed without a single wasted motion. He knew the longer he dragged it out, the more dangerous it would become, as Zhang Baiao could appear at any moment. Lin Ye's quick decisions, his swiftness, and every single decisive attack stemmed from his intense desire to survive. This was the law of the world he had come to face. Only the strong survive. At that moment, the system's notification sounded in his mind. Successfully eliminated 4 hunters. Energy points plus 800 acquired. Obtained tier 1 high energy crystals times 2. Lin Ye understood that this time, he had fought for a brief moment of respite. But greater dangers were still closing in. He had no time to hesitate, he could only keep moving forward, keep getting stronger. That night, he once again understood that only by relying on his own strength could he possess the right to survive and choose. Lin Ye bent down, quickly picked up the 2 crystals, and put them away. Without the slightest pause, his steps grew faster as he dashed out of the dim underground channel, heading swiftly toward the exit. In the darkness, only the sound of his firm and powerful footsteps echoed. He knew time was tight, and any second of delay could bring danger. The horizon had just begun to brighten with the pale light of dawn, and the golden morning rays illuminated the towering stone gate of Qingfeng Martial Arts Academy. On either side of the gate, guards dressed in white uniforms stood with cold and arrogant expressions, as if their gaze was telling those in line, "This is a world for the strong, reserved only for the most outstanding." A long line stretched at the entrance. Wealthy youths, dressed impeccably, gathered in groups of 3 or 5, chatting about martial techniques, family matters, and crystals, their tone filled with undisguised superiority. Among the crowd were also young people like Lin Ye, dressed plainly, with mud still clinging to their shoes, standing out conspicuously in the group. Most of them came from the lowest rungs of society, carrying the hope that success could rewrite their destiny. Their faces were marked with tension and anticipation. The Green Maple Martial Arts Academy is the only officially recognized cultivation institution here. Being admitted means obtaining a legal identity, no longer needing to worry about being hunted as a criminal, gaining access to cultivation resources, and having the opportunity to become stronger. Due to the limited spots available, the competition is fiercely intense, bordering on madness. Just as everyone thought the new day would be like any other, a boy dressed in wet, mud-stained clothes walked over from the dark sewer. His gaze, however, was exceptionally bright. He was Lin Ye, who had just returned from the brink of life and death the previous night. At the front of the long queue, well-dressed children of noble families occupied the most advantageous positions. They cast disdainful looks at the poorly dressed people around them. As soon as Lin Ye stood still, snickers and whispers began to rise around him. "This guy looks like he just crawled out of a sewer, and he dares to come and participate in the Martial Academy test. What a waste of a spot. Is it even meaningful to let these people come?" The insulting words were unrestrained, but Lin Ye closed his eyes and took a deep breath. He tried to calm the fatigue from last night's fierce battle, reminding himself that now was not the time to show off. He was well aware that if he revealed his strength now, it might immediately attract the attention of powerful officials or even draw out hidden enemies. But trouble wouldn't simply disappear just because of his forbearance. From the crowd, a young man dressed in an elegant white brocade robe with a jade pendant hanging from his waist swaggered over with a few followers. His name was Zhao Tianyu, the son of the president of the Qingfeng City Chamber of Commerce and a popular candidate for this test. The oppressive aura he exuded made the crowd instinctively part to make way for him. Zhao Tianyu stared nonchalantly at Lin Ye, his voice full of arrogance. "Hey, you, stop standing at the front. This is not a place for you." Lin Ye opened his eyes and said calmly, "Everyone is in line. It's none of your business." Zhao Tianyu was momentarily stunned, and his expression immediately darkened. "In Qingfeng district, what I say is the rule. You'd better know your place." As he spoke, he deliberately bumped into Lin Ye, intending to embarrass him in front of everyone. However, just as the collision was about to happen, Lin Ye subtly sidestepped. This time, Zhao Tianyu ended up staggering himself, eliciting a wave of suppressed laughter from those around. Zhao Tianyu's expression changed instantly, his face flushed with shame and anger. He raised his hand to hit Lin Ye. "Think you're untouchable? Ha! Let me tell you, here you follow my rules." His palm, full of force, swung toward Lin Ye's face, and some people around had already shown expressions of anticipation, waiting to see Lin Ye knocked down. But Lin Ye's gaze remained calm, without a hint of retreat. Just before the palm could land, he casually caught Zhao Tianyu's wrist with just 2 fingers. The scene fell silent instantly. Zhao Tianyu struggled to break free but found his hand completely immobile. His face turned pale immediately, his eyes filled with disbelief. Lin Ye's fingers applied a bit more force. Zhao Tianyu couldn't help but cry out in pain, his expression shifting from anger to panic. Lin Ye released his hand, calmly looking at him without saying a word. In that instant, all eyes in the crowd focused on Lin Ye. The mocking voices disappeared, replaced by surprise and curiosity. From that moment on, Lin Ye knew that in the hearts of this group, he was no longer just an insignificant bottom-tier boy. He had just used his actions to tell everyone, not everyone is destined to be trampled underfoot. Zhao Tianyu screamed in pain, cold sweat covering his forehead. He struggled and shouted, "Let go! Do you know who I am? My dad is the president of the Chamber of Commerce. If you dare touch me, you won't live long." But Lin Ye's tone remained calm, carrying an undeniable threat. "First, follow the rules when lining up. Second, don't mess with me. Third, if you dare to make a move again, I can't guarantee you'll walk away unscathed." After speaking, Lin Ye gave a gentle push. Zhao Tianyu seemed to be struck by a tremendous force, stumbling back several steps before falling to the ground in an utterly embarrassing state. The entire registration site fell silent in an instant, and everyone was dumbfounded. No one could believe that a boy from the slums had publicly taught the son of the Chamber of Commerce president a lesson. In their eyes, this was practically courting death. Zhao Tianyu's followers froze, only scrambling to help him up after a few seconds. "Young master, are you all right?" Zhao Tianyu's face turned livid with anger as he glared at Lin Ye, gritting his teeth and muttering, "Very well, just you wait." During the test, I'll make you regret ever being born into this world. But Lin Ye didn't even look at him, closing his eyes again as if he had merely swatted away an annoying little bug. He understood that it wasn't a matter of lacking the ability to retaliate, but rather the necessity of concealing his true strength. If he displayed extraordinary power, trouble would come swarming in. This kind of restraint was far more brutal than simple fear. Even though he could easily defeat his opponent, he had no choice but to endure. This was reality. Just as the tension reached its peak, the gates of the martial arts academy slowly opened. Two examiners dressed in white martial arts uniforms, exuding a calm and steady aura, stepped forward. Their resonant voices echoed across the venue. The registration for Qingfeng Martial Arts Academy officially begins. The first step, identity verification and talent testing. Those who fail will be immediately eliminated. At this moment, the crowd began to boil. The talent test was the first gateway to entering the Martial Arts Academy. Only those who scored above level E in the test were eligible to proceed to the next round. The harsh reality was that nearly 90% of people would be stopped at the door. The queue moved slowly. Zhao Tanya cut to the front of the line and, before entering the testing room, turned back to glare at Lin Ye with a vicious look, as if he couldn't wait to see Lin Ye humiliated. He threatened in a low voice, "Just wait and see how I make you suffer." Lin Ye's expression remained cold and indifferent, without saying a word. When it was Zhao Tanya's turn to be tested, he walked up to the crystal stone with the posture of a victor. He placed his hand on it, and the crystal immediately emitted a faint blue glow. The examiner nodded and said, "Level D talent, passed, proceed to the next round." Zhao Tanya walked out with his head held high, casting a contemptuous glance at Lin Ye, as if to prove to everyone that a child from the slums could never rise above. Lin Ye walked calmly into the testing room. Inside, 3 examiners stood on either side and in the center. The insignia on the sleeve of the man in the center immediately caught Lin Ye's attention. It was someone from Zhang Baiao's faction. The situation was worse than expected. Zhao Tanya was merely a petty troublemaker, while the real threat had already been lying in wait here. The chief examiner spoke with deliberate indifference, "Place your hand here and test your talent. I'll say it again, those from the slums, don't waste our time. Most of you are useless." This was blatant provocation and prejudice. Lin Ye ignored him and calmly placed his hand on the crystal stone. However, the crystal stone showed no reaction, lifeless and dull, not even emitting a trace of light. The examiner beside him frowned and whispered, "The talent is too low, not even reaching F level. Unqualified." The chief examiner's lips curled into a dangerous smile as he prepared to write the word eliminated on the list. Looking at the unresponsive crystal, Lin Ye instantly understood it wasn't that he lacked talent, but that the testing stone had been tampered with. Zhang Baiao's men had already set the trap. No matter how strong he was, he would be directly eliminated at this stage, and then conveniently captured. The plan was meticulous, leaving him no choice at all. Outside the room, Zhao Tanya watched through the glass as Lin Ye was disqualified, laughing uncontrollably, "Ha ha ha, as expected, he's a worthless piece of trash, no talent at all, serves him right." The situation suddenly became extremely perilous. Lin Ye was pushed to the brink, and everyone was waiting to see him fall. When the chief examiner announced the elimination, the atmosphere in the room became unusually tense. I could sense the doubts of the assistant examiner beside me, but he said nothing, because here, the chief examiner was the one in charge. His words were the final decision, especially since he had the backing of the patrol team. My hand was still pressed against the crystal stone. At this moment, I didn't rush to display my full strength, nor would I foolishly expose my secrets. That would be a death sentence. I was very clear in my mind that true talent doesn't rely on outward brilliance but on the refinement of inner power. And this tampered crystal stone could only block weak energy. But once it encountered truly pure and powerful strength, all disguises would crumble. I closed my eyes and adjusted my breathing, slowly channeling the thread-like wind attribute energy from my palm into the crystal stone. The next second, the lifeless crystal stone trembled slightly, and a faint yet exceptionally pure azure light blossomed deep within, like the glimmer of breaking ice, gradually climbing upward. The color shifted along the way, from gray to white, then to green, and finally leaped to a clear azure hue. The air instantly grew oppressive. The expressions of the 2 assistant examiners changed drastically, and they couldn't help but stand up, their eyes wide with shock. This can't be sea level, can it?" Their voices rose. "How could he reach this level? A child from the slums, possessing such talent." The chief examiner's smile vanished completely, and the pen in his hand dropped to the ground with a snap. He was incredulous, his face alternating between pale and flushed. He had never expected anyone to release such pure energy on a specially treated crystal stone, let alone someone with a sea-level ability. This was even a level higher than the son of the Chamber of Commerce president who had just been tested. The chief examiner murmured, "Impossible. This shouldn't happen. His voice trembled slightly. I calmly withdrew my hand and directly met the chief examiner's gaze. Examiner, am I qualified now? My words left him utterly speechless. A C-level talent is not just qualified but outstanding. In the entire martial academy, it would be impossible to overlook. No matter how reluctant the chief examiner was, he had no choice but to yield. He gripped the pen tightly and fiercely wrote the word qualified on my certification form, pressing so hard that the strokes nearly pierced through the paper. I turned around, ready to leave, when whispers suddenly arose from the crowd, confirming my clearance. Some even exclaimed, C-level? Is he from the slums? Higher than Zhao Tianyu by 1 level. The looks cast my way were no longer filled with contempt but with shock and apprehension. In the crowd, the arrogance on Zhao Tianyu's face vanished completely. His hands clenched into fists, nails digging into his palms. He was so furious he nearly ground his teeth to dust. It shouldn't be him, it absolutely shouldn't be him. But this was just the beginning. The chief examiner's face turned pale as he gritted his teeth and said, "Next is the physical fitness test. Complete shuttle runs and weighted squats within 60 seconds, or you'll be eliminated just the same." His eyes carried a threatening glint, clearly unwilling to let this go, as he prepared to personally oversee the test. I smiled faintly and nodded in agreement. He wanted to use the rules to trip me up, but I would take this opportunity to prove myself in front of everyone. The increasingly stringent rules didn't bother me. As long as I could stand my ground, no one would be able to trample over me again. The team arrived at the physical training field, where the training equipment was neatly arranged. The chief examiner coldly commanded, 20 kilograms of weight, 3 100-meter shuttle runs, plus 50 squats, all to be completed within 60 seconds. As his words fell, everyone around gasped in shock. 20 kilograms? 60 seconds? Isn't the standard supposed to be 10 kilograms in 90 seconds? Someone in the team muttered under their breath. This was clearly a setup, not a test. It was an open attempt to eliminate me. Zhao Tianyu sneered from the side, waiting to see me make a fool of myself. I lowered my head, picked up the heavy-weighted vest, and put it on without hesitation. 20 kilograms is difficult for an ordinary person, even just to stand upright. But for me, while the pressure was significant, it was just right enough for me to reasonably perform at the level of a C-grade talent without arousing suspicion, while ensuring I could earn everyone's recognition. Lin Ye stood in the center of the field, calmly gazing ahead. The chief examiner remained expressionless, though he was calculating in his mind. Moments ago, he had pressed the timer and announced the official start of the test. The instant the timer started, Lin Ye dashed forward. There were no flashy movements, no use of supernatural abilities. He relied entirely on his physical strength to run. Every step was steady, his rhythm as precise as a finely tuned instrument. He turned, doubled back, sprinted, and squatted deeply. Every movement was flawless, as if honed through hundreds or thousands of repetitions. Each time he squatted, the heavy-weighted vest caused the ground to sink slightly, yet it did not affect his movements in the slightest. The students watching were dumbfounded. A boy from the slums could maintain such speed and rhythm under a 20-kilogram load? Many admitted to themselves that if it were them, they would have collapsed long ago. Zhao Tianyu's previously smug and disdainful expression had completely vanished. A flicker of doubt suddenly crossed his mind. 50 seconds had passed. The chief examiner stared intently, secretly hoping Lin Ye wouldn't last. 55 seconds, 59 seconds. Lin Ye completed the final deep squat, his breathing slightly heavy, clearly fatigued, but he still stood upright and unwavering. The timer displayed 59.8 seconds, just 0.2 seconds short of exceeding the limit, yet he managed to complete all the actions at the very last moment. The scene instantly fell silent. The chief examiner's face turned ashen, his eye twitching, but he was at a loss for words. Lin Ye lightly wiped the sweat from his forehead, looked at the chief examiner, and spoke calmly, "I finished. Can I proceed to the next round?" These words, understated as they were, landed like a resounding slap, shattering the chief examiner's dignity. Zhao Tianyu stood stiffly to the side, feeling his confidence crumble, as if he had been publicly humiliated. He finally understood that the young man before him was no longer the lowly child who could be easily manipulated. He was growing, breaking free from his shackles. His future might far exceed what Zhao Tianyu could imagine, and today, the Qingfeng Martial Arts Academy would be Lin Ye's first step toward making his mark. Before the combat assessment began, the chief examiner's expression grew increasingly grim, his fingers tightly gripping the pen, knuckles turning white. He could no longer manipulate the results of the talent and physical fitness tests. Now, only the final controllable segment remained: the combat assessment. The three-tier assessment of Qingfeng Martial Arts Academy: talent, physical fitness, and actual combat. The first 2 rounds of selection are merely preludes, the third round is the true battleground where life and death are decided. The rules are straightforward: random pairing by drawing lots, surrender means elimination, falling down also counts as a loss, and any means are allowed. The chief examiner walked to the lottery box and, taking advantage of a moment when no one was watching, discreetly slipped a pre-prepared lot to the top. He wanted to ensure that Lin Ye would face the toughest opponent as soon as he stepped onto the stage. Soon, all the candidates gathered, and dozens of martial arts platforms were lined up in the center of the venue. The audience seats were already packed with students, teachers, and some family elders, the atmosphere tense yet filled with anticipation. The drawing began. Lin Ye didn't think much of it and casually drew a lot. Opening it, he saw number 7. At that moment, a sharp and gloating voice rang out, "Ha ha ha! Even the heavens are helping me. You drew number 7? I'm number 7 too, so what if you have talent? Without resources to nurture it, you're nothing but a waste." Zhao Tianyu excitedly held up his draw number, his eyes filled with malice as he stared intently at Lin Ye. He had always fantasized about publicly humiliating this low-born boy. The scene instantly erupted. Discussions buzzed around. Zhao Tianyu drew the boy from the slums. There's no need to watch this match, he's bound to win. Others analyzed, Zhao Tianyu is at the mid-stage of a first-tier martial artist and has family-taught boxing techniques. That slum kid can probably last 3 moves at most. The chief examiner's lips curled into a faint smile. Although Zhao Tianyu wasn't the strongest in the arena, dealing with a barely passing poor boy was more than within his capability. Zhao Tianyu leapt onto the martial stage, his wrist emitting crisp cracking sounds, his face full of smug provocation. "Lin Ye, you were just lucky earlier. Now, if you have the guts, don't dodge. Watch how I deal with you. I'll break your arms and legs in front of everyone, so you understand that some things rely on family connections, and you're not even qualified." Lin Ye calmly stepped onto the stage. He was dressed plainly, his demeanor composed, with no trace of anger or humiliation in his eyes. Instead, there was an undeniable determination and calmness. While everyone waited to see how Zhao Tianyu would crush Lin Ye, only Lin Ye himself knew that he wasn't there to prove anything to anyone. He was there for himself, to carve out a path for those powerless and oppressed youths trampled underfoot. The air seemed to freeze, and everyone held their breath, waiting for the impending storm. Lin Ye stood on the martial academy's arena, appearing somewhat fatigued, sweat streaming down his forehead. Yet his gaze grew increasingly resolute. No one could tell that his inner thoughts were far from as chaotic as his outward appearance suggested. Zhao Tianyu lay on the ground, still unwilling to accept defeat, angrily accusing Lin Ye of cheating. The crowd below the stage was stunned, unable to believe that a child from the slums had truly defeated the privileged Zhao Tianyu. This moment, which should have been the most glorious, suddenly turned ominous. At that very moment, an overwhelming pressure swept in from the Martial Academy's gates, as if intent on crushing everyone into dust. Members of the patrol squad, clad in black armor, surged into the venue like a black tide. The man leading them was as tall and imposing as a steel tower, with a terrifying scar across his face and a cold, merciless left eye. He was Zhang Baiao, a second-tier martial artist whose name struck fear into many. His gaze locked onto Lin Ye like a falcon fixating on a rabbit. Zhang Baiao's voice was cold and devoid of emotion. "Lin Ye is suspected of violating cultivation regulations and attacking official team members. The evidence is conclusive. Apprehend him on the spot and kill him instantly." Instantly, everyone was stunned. A murmur of discussion erupted in the room. Is this for real? Lin Ye actually violated cultivation regulations. The patrol team has come in person. Does he even have a chance of survival? Zhang Baiao is not someone with a soft heart. His actions are far more terrifying than an exam. Even the chief examiner, who had just tried to win over Lin Ye, immediately distanced himself at this moment, his attitude taking a complete turn as he nodded and bowed, saying, "Captain, this person indeed has many issues, and we were just planning to deal with him." Zhao Tianyu collapsed to the ground, suddenly becoming smug and reckless. He shouted at the top of his lungs while furiously cursing Lin Ye, as if trying to wash away the shame of his failure. Many in the audience revealed schadenfreude-filled smiles, and some even clenched their fists in secret, eagerly anticipating Lin Ye's imminent downfall. To them, no one can resist the power of authority. If you lack backing, even the smallest mistake will crush you to pieces. Just when everyone thought Lin Ye was doomed, he showed no sign of fear. On the contrary, after a brief silence, he slowly raised his head, his gaze as cold and sharp as a blade. He had endured too much injustice, climbing step by step from the slums to where he stood now. He understood that so-called rules were merely shackles created by the strong. No one would exonerate him, and no one would show mercy just because he was innocent. He had already prepared for the worst and would never surrender without a fight. Zhang Baiao wasted no words, simply waving his hand. The patrol team members surged toward the arena in unison, their black armor pressing down like an iron tide. The air was thick with killing intent. They had no sympathy for Lin Ye and acted solely on orders. Lin Ye watched it all, his mind calculating rapidly. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, his body suddenly retreated, his entire being tensed like a leopard ready to strike. No one had expected him to show such an expression in this seemingly hopeless predicament. "If you want my life, you'd better ask if your fists are hard enough first." His tone was calm, without a trace of trembling. This sentence was not only his declaration but also a challenge to all those who were bullying him. The air seemed to suddenly freeze. Lin Ye had no way out. He was fighting not only for himself but also for all those who were oppressed and powerless to resist. Every act of defiance from him reminded everyone present that even in the face of despair, one should never bow their head. This was his choice, or rather, the choice this world forced upon him. Lin Ye stood at the center of the martial arts stage, surrounded by hostile gazes. He understood that he had now become the target of everyone's animosity. His opponent was Zhang Baiao, a second-tier martial artist who was not only stronger than him but had also just openly threatened to kill him. For a moment, the arena fell into dead silence, with everyone waiting for Lin Ye to fall. After all, a civilian youth facing an official martial artist seemed to have a predetermined outcome. But Lin Ye did not back down. He slowly straightened his body, wiped the sweat from his forehead, and took a deep breath. Dressed simply, he stared at Zhang Baiao with unwavering determination and coldness, showing not a trace of fear. His hands were clenched tightly, his knuckles slightly pale. The pressure and anger within him made him hold his breath, leaving only the obsession to survive. He understood that this was the most critical moment of his life. Either he would live to clear his name, or he would perish here. Lin Ye fixed his gaze on Zhang Baiao and spoke in a calm yet resolute voice. "Want to capture me? Then come and try." This voice was not loud, yet it pierced through the dead silence like a needle. A sudden commotion erupted around, and everyone stared at him in shock. A mere teenager dared to directly provoke a second-rank martial artist. Zhang Baiao, his face full of murderous intent, laughed, the kind of mocking laugh that seemed to have already sentenced Lin Ye to death. "Kid, since you're courting death, I'll grant your wish." As soon as Zhang Baiao finished speaking, he stomped heavily on the ground, causing the entire floor to tremble slightly. The oppressive aura of a second-rank martial artist swept across the scene like a tidal wave. He was ready to ensure, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, that Lin Ye would meet a gruesome end. "You're dead." Zhang Baiao's voice was filled with contempt and rage. At this moment, the situation on the field suddenly changed. A dignified and steady aura descended thunderously from the high tower of the martial academy. It carried no trace of violence, yet it possessed an insurmountable suppressive force, like a massive mountain crashing down. In an instant, it completely suppressed the killing intent Zhang Baiao had unleashed. Zhang Baiao's body trembled uncontrollably, and his face suddenly changed dramatically. For the first time, he felt fear. Slowly raising his head, he discovered that at some point, an elderly man in a plain long robe, with half-white hair, was standing on the high platform. Those eyes shimmered with a faint golden light, as if they could see through everyone's soul. The entire venue fell silent. No one dared to question that this old man was none other than the dean of the Martial Academy and the universally acknowledged top-tier fourth-rank expert of Qingfeng City, Su Changfeng. In front of this man, a mere second-rank martial artist wouldn't dare to offend him. Zhang Baiao instantly understood that he was not facing an ordinary dean, but the true ruler of the martial arts world in the entire city. Zhang Baiao's aura completely collapsed, and he could only lower his head, attempting to justify himself with an explanation. "Dean Su, Lin Ye violated the rules and attacked official personnel. I was merely enforcing the law." Su Changfeng's reply remained calm, yet carried absolute authority. "This is not a place where you can kill at will. Acting so ruthlessly before the case is settled, are you disregarding the Martial Academy and the law?" These words were like a heavy hammer, leaving Zhang Baiao speechless. He could only grit his teeth and forcibly suppress his anger. Su Changfeng gave him two choices: either leave with his men and await further joint investigation, or stay and accept the then-move agreement in front of everyone. If Lin Ye could remain standing after 10 moves, the case would be handed over to the Martial Academy to prove his innocence, but if Lin Ye couldn't hold out, he would bear the consequences himself. These words were heard clearly by Lin Ye. He knew this was not favoritism towards him, but rather the dean opening up a sole path to survival. If he refused, he was destined to be killed on the spot by Zhang Baiao. If he accepted, he would have to risk his life and gamble on the last shred of hope. Zhang Baiao's face twisted with ferocity as he loudly declared, "I agree. Within 10 moves, I will make this kid's blood splatter across the stage." Thus, a life-and-death gamble began. Lin Ye felt the entire audience's gaze fixed on him. His heartbeat quickened, and his body tensed to the extreme. He understood the gap between himself and Zhang Baiao, knowing he only had first-tier strength while the opponent was at the peak of second-tier. But he could not retreat, nor would he allow himself to fall. At this moment, he was acutely aware that this was not just a chance to fight for his survival, but also a battle against fate and authority, a fight to claim innocence and dignity with his very life. Lin Ye had no choice, he had been driven to a dead end. The shadow of death clung tightly to his back, yet he did not flinch. "I accept," he said calmly, his voice rippling through the hall and leaving everyone in awe of his courage. At that moment, they realized he was not someone who would passively endure a beating. Su Changfeng, as a fourth-tier dean, wore a stern expression. His gaze locked onto Zhang Baiao, and his voice suddenly turned icy and resolute. "Let me emphasize this again, only fists are allowed. No weapons, no energy usage, and no dirty tricks. Anyone who dares to break the rules, I will enforce the Academy's regulations to the fullest." Su Changfeng released a faint fourth-tier pressure. This was not a warning, it was a concrete threat. Zhang Baiao felt a chill down his spine, his hair standing on end, and his head bowed so low it was almost touching his chest. "I understand." The arrogance he had displayed earlier was now completely gone. He knew that in front of the dean, he couldn't count on even a shred of luck, and saying one word too many would be a mistake. The air grew heavy, and the battle erupted in an instant. Zhang Baiao leapt onto the stage, his aura fully unleashed. Every muscle in his body warned Lin Ye this was no ordinary contest, it was a life-and-death trial. Lin Ye understood this well. He did not attack, all his focus was on defense and evasion. Surviving and enduring 10 moves was his only goal. First move. Zhang Baiao roared furiously, his fist tearing through the air, the force like a thunderbolt striking down. Lin Ye narrowly dodged to the side, but the wind from the punch still grazed him, causing his chest to churn with turbulent energy. Second move. Third move. Fourth move. Each punch carried a deadly intent, leaving Lin Ye no room to counterattack. Blood continuously seeped from his arms and shoulders, his stamina being pushed to the limit bit by bit, and his breathing became erratic. The audience below the stage held their breath, unable to bear watching yet unable to look away, as the young man's determination was truly awe-inspiring. There was no miracle in any of this. Lin Ye was like a leaf in a storm, on the verge of being obliterated at any moment, yet he repeatedly evaded fatal blows at the last possible second. Soon, the 8th move arrived. Lin Ye was already staggering, blood dripping from the corner of his mouth, and his vision began to darken. Zhang Baiao's killing intent reached its peak. The 9th move. This strike showed no mercy, with his full second-tier strength poured into it. The force of the punch blocked all of Lin Ye's escape routes. The edge of the platform was already near, and behind Lin Ye lay the abyss of failure. Time seemed to slow down. Lin Ye could smell the blood on Zhang Baiao's fist, the massive punch almost completely obscuring his vision. Zhang Baiao intended to end his resistance with this punch, he was going for the kill. Below the stage, someone shouted frantically, "Captain Zhang, kill him." Even the examiners couldn't bear to watch and turned their faces away. Su Changfeng had initially planned to intervene but stopped at the last moment. This wasn't cold-bloodedness, it was giving Lin Ye a chance. This was a mandatory test of the Martial Academy's selection system. Whether he could survive depended entirely on himself. Lin Ye's entire body was in excruciating pain, yet his mind was exceptionally clear. Using his wind perception, he broke down Zhang Baiao's attack, balance, and energy trajectory with perfect clarity. At this critical moment, he didn't choose to fight back with brute force. He understood that doing so would only ensure his defeat before the 10th move. To survive, he had to rely not on raw strength but on the extreme art of leveraging force. Lin Ye used the last of his rationality and technique, slightly twisting his left foot. At the critical moment, he turned his body sideways, not using his right arm to block directly but instead borrowing the momentum. His palm lightly tapped the side of his opponent's fist, and with the force of the punch, his entire body spun sharply. "Fall for me," he roared through gritted teeth, gathering the last bit of strength in his body into his waist, using Zhang Baiao's offensive momentum to fling himself to the side. Zhang Baiao's fist grazed Lin Ye's cheek, leaving a bloody mark, and smashed straight through the table, sending fragments of cement and rubble flying. Lin Ye, disheveled and battered, was pushed to the edge of the platform. The entire venue fell eerily silent, everyone thought he was surely going to fall off. But at the critical moment, he managed to tap the edge of the platform with his toes, and miraculously steadied himself despite his exhaustion. Lin Ye gasped heavily, each breath feeling like his chest was being torn apart. He looked down at the blood that had somehow stained his hand and the sleeve that had been ripped open. He knew that he had made it through the 9th move. The audience fell silent, unable to believe that there was still hope. Everyone's expressions froze, as if they had witnessed a miracle beyond human comprehension. A freshman who had just reached the peak of the first tier had actually withstood 9 full-force attacks from Zhang Baiao, a second-tier martial artist? In everyone's understanding, this was an utterly impossible feat. Zhang Biao slowly withdrew his fist, his body trembling slightly, his face so dark it seemed ink might drip from it. Not only had he failed to defeat Lin Ye, but he hadn't even truly touched the hem of his opponent's clothes. What made it even harder for him to accept was that the boxing technique he had honed so meticulously had been cleverly neutralized by Lin Ye using a strange movement technique. In that instant, the confidence on Zhang Biao's face completely crumbled, mixed with a trace of shame and anger. The referee announced in a trembling voice, "The ninth move has been passed." The noise from the audience suddenly quieted down. Everyone realized this was a new turning point. Zhang Biao's murderous intent was almost spilling from his eyes, but he dared not act recklessly. On the stage, Dean Su Changfeng was staring at him with a gaze full of immense intimidation. Facing a fourth-tier powerhouse, Zhang Biao knew that if he acted out of line again, he might not even be able to keep his life. Yet, having come this far, he had no way out. The 10th move. Su Changfeng finally spoke, his voice deep and authoritative, impossible to ignore. This was the final strike, and everyone held their breath. Zhang Biao swiftly and decisively adjusted his stance, gritting his teeth as he unleashed his full strength. He no longer simply threw punches but suddenly closed in, forming his hand into a blade aimed directly at Lin Ye's throat. This move was as fast as lightning, carrying a ruthless intent to completely incapacitate Lin Ye. If it landed, Lin Ye would have no chance of continuing. At this moment, Lin Ye's vision was already darkening, his physical and mental strength pushed to their limits. His brain was telling him he couldn't react in time, couldn't dodge, it was all over. The hearts of everyone in the audience seemed to be gripped tightly, and the air froze in an instant. Just when everyone thought Lin Ye was undoubtedly defeated, his gaze suddenly became resolute. A surge of determination from deep within his bones made him abandon his final attempt to evade. As Zhang Biao's blade-like hand was about to strike, Lin Ye suddenly stepped forward, not so much rushing toward death as launching a desperate counterattack. At this moment, he used the last of his wind step, his body like a wisp of blue smoke, directly charging into Zhang Biao's blind spot of attack. Zhang Biao's knife hand brushed past Lin Ye's hair but struck nothing but air. After a brief moment of shock, he realized that Lin Ye had already closed into his side. Zhang Biao's strength lay in long-range bursts. In close combat, he lost his advantage. Lin Ye seized this fleeting opportunity, letting out a low roar, ripping wind fist. He didn't use his full strength, only 70%. The remaining 30% was reserved to ensure that even if he won, he could still stay steady on his feet. Bang! Lin Ye's fist struck fiercely at a point under Zhang Biao's ribs, the force of the wind concealed, only erupting at the most critical spot. Crack! The sound of bone breaking was particularly jarring. Zhang Biao's entire body swayed, his second-tier energy instantly spiraling out of control. He lowered his head, only to see Lin Ye's fist stained with his own blood. After a brief moment of bewilderment, Zhang Biao's body trembled uncontrollably, yet he couldn't utter a single word. Lin Ye quickly withdrew and stepped back, bending over and gasping for breath, his hands resting on his knees, clearly at his limit. He was still standing, not falling, not kneeling, and certainly not surrendering. He proved his persistence and conviction through his actions. The 10th move, passed. The referee announced in an incredulous voice. After 3 seconds of dead silence, the scene erupted instantly. He really made it through. Discussions surged from the audience below. A freshman endured 10 moves from a second-tier martial artist. What kind of talent is this? The examiners were more excited than ever, and even the examiners were left speechless in shock. Even the patrol team member beside Zhang Biao was stunned, unable to believe the reality unfolding before their eyes. Zhao Tianye slumped to the ground, his face ashen, his eyes filled with despair and unwillingness. Today, he had been utterly defeated by a failure from the very bottom. Reality had dealt everyone a harsh slap in the face. Zhang Biao stood on the stage, his expression constantly changing, ultimately rendered speechless, and could only glare at Lin Ye. For him, this was a complete defeat, losing to a first-tier youth under the watchful eyes of the dean. Su Changfeng stepped onto the stage slowly, walking directly toward Lin Ye. His gaze was profound, carrying for the first time a hint of appreciation and approval. He spoke, "Very good." This calm sentence, filled with power, instantly silenced the audience below. From today onward, Lin Ye officially becomes a student of Qingfeng Martial Arts Academy, Su Changfeng said firmly. In the name of the dean, I guarantee his safety. He turned and coldly looked at Zhang Biao. From now on, the Martial Academy takes over. You may leave. This declaration was tantamount to announcing to everyone Lin Ye had achieved absolute victory. From now on, no one would dare to question him. Despite his humble origins, he was still a truly brilliant talent. His face was extremely grim, but he didn't dare make any move of resistance. He could only lower his head and bow deeply to Su Changfeng. Understood. As soon as he finished speaking, he turned around and left with his people, fleeing in embarrassment. The setting sun slanted across the white stone plaza of Qingfeng Martial Arts Academy. Lin Ye's shadow stretched long and thin, appearing lonely yet resolute on the ground. The 10-move duel had just concluded, and the candidates and examiners on site were still in a daze. Their gazes toward Lin Ye were filled with awe and caution. No one dared to approach him anymore, and no one dared to underestimate him again. Lin Ye cautiously supported his shoulder, every step tugging at his wound. He gritted his teeth and forced himself onward, every subtle expression hinting that he was still enduring intense pain. This wasn't a feigned display of weakness but a deliberate strategy. The safest approach now was to make everyone believe he had barely survived a tough battle and was far from being a real threat. This way, others wouldn't heighten their guard against him. At that moment, a teaching assistant quickly walked up to him, speaking with an unusually respectful tone. He handed over a set of pristine white martial arts attire, a badge engraved with Qingfeng, and a key to a single-person dormitory. Lin Ye, this is the academy's uniform. The dean has specially arranged a private dormitory for you, making it convenient for your recovery and future training. When the people around heard the words private dormitory, it was as if a secret had been unveiled. Everyone gasped audibly. Here, only those with significant connections or exceptional talent could enjoy such privileges. The dean's actions were tantamount to publicly declaring that Lin Ye now had powerful backing, and anyone who wanted to mess with him would have to think twice. In the corner of the crowd, Zhao Tianya's face became unusually twisted. His palms had already embedded his own nails from clenching too hard. He was unwilling to accept it, but he understood that he was no match at all. Even Zhang Baiao had been forced back by the dean. What was he compared to that? Lin Ye accepted the item and simply said, "Thank you," with calm composure, neither proud nor arrogant. This composed reaction made even more people feel a sense of awe toward him. He followed the teaching assistant along the quiet, tree-lined path, and the scenery of the academy gradually unfolded before his eyes: the expansive martial arts training ground, the imposing and solemn technique hall, the serene and bright trial chambers, and the cultivation pool radiating energy fluctuations. This place was the dream training ground for countless youths, but it was also a hunting ground filled with danger and hidden struggles. The teaching assistant lowered his voice to warn him when no one else was around. "Lin Ye, I need to give you some advice. Don't be fooled by the calm surface here. Various factions are deeply entrenched. The noble families form one group, the government officials' children form another, and ordinary people like you without any backing are often ostracized in all sorts of ways. Especially the Zhao, Sun, and Zhou families. Whatever you do, don't provoke them." Lin Ye's heart tightened. He had long anticipated that entering the academy did not mean escaping danger, rather, it marked the beginning of a new challenge. "I understand, thank you for your kindness." The teaching assistant left after dropping him off. Lin Ye stood at the door of his dormitory, looking at the small but clean and tidy space that belonged to him. He had a bed, a desk, a private bathroom, and a window through which he could see the night sky. Since his rebirth, this was the first time he had a truly stable corner to call his own. But he didn't dare to truly relax. He immediately locked the door, returned to the center of the room, sat cross-legged, and began to check his physical condition. His shoulders, underarms, and arms were all wounded. Although they weren't fatal injuries, they had severely affected his mobility. Worse still, there was an issue inside his body that was even more troublesome than the wounds. The power of a second-tier martial artist still lingered within him, continuously impacting his meridians. If it were an ordinary first-tier martial artist, they would have collapsed long ago. At that moment, a system notification sounded in his mind. Detected multiple injuries and internal energy disorder. Would you like to consume energy points to repair your body? Repair, Lin Ye responded without hesitation. A warm current immediately flowed through his entire body, and the dull pain from his wounds quickly disappeared. Lin Ye let out a long breath, feeling much better. His combat strength had recovered by more than 60%. However, he did not immediately begin training but instead stood by the window, gazing into the distance alone. That was the core area of Zhang Baiao's activities. "Zhang Baiao definitely won't let me go," Lin Ye muttered to himself. He knew that Zhang Baiao could no longer openly deal with him, but in this academy, all kinds of accidents could happen at any time. The principal could only protect him temporarily. True hostility and killing intent would inevitably come for him sooner or later. Just as he was about to calm down and continue recovering, two light knocks suddenly came from the door. "Is Lin Ye here? I'm Instructor Li, who will be teaching your class starting tomorrow." Lin Ye's eyes sharpened as he opened the door. Standing there was a middle-aged man dressed in a black instructor's uniform. His expression was serious, and his gaze was piercing. This man exuded a powerful aura, undoubtedly a third-tier martial artist. What made Lin Ye even more alert was that he caught a faint trace of a similar aura to Zhang Baiao's emanating from this instructor. It seems trouble has come sooner than I expected, Lin Ye thought to himself, but outwardly, he remained calm. Instructor Li walked into the room, his tone devoid of any emotion. The director asked me to explain tomorrow's course schedule. The first lesson is a mandatory basic combat drill for all trainees. Attendance is not optional. Tonight's drill will be a two-person combat exercise. Both sides are only required to stop short of full contact. As Instructor Li finished speaking, Lin Ye couldn't help but sneer inwardly. He didn't believe in this so-called stop short of full contact. I understand. Lin Ye responded calmly on the surface. A barely noticeable mocking smile appeared at the corner of Instructor Li's mouth. Additionally, the match list has already been decided. Your opponent, Zhao Tianyu. Lin Ye's heart sank. He had just defeated Zhao Tianyu in the competition arena during the day, and now the school had arranged for them to face off again at night, specifically designated by the instructor himself. Lin Ye knew very well that Zhao Tianyu would do everything in his power to regain his dignity this time, even if it meant taking dangerous and ruthless actions. As long as he claimed it was a training mishap, the instructor could shirk all responsibility. Lin Ye raised his eyes and looked directly at Instructor Li. Instructor, can the names on the list be changed? No. Instructor Li refused without hesitation, his voice carrying an undeniable pressure. The academy has rules. Once the list is finalized, no one can change it. If you're afraid, there's still time to drop out. Lin Ye clenched his fists tightly. Dropping out was not an option. It would mean becoming a fugitive again, tantamount to digging his own grave. But if he continued with the sparring, he would face Zhao Tingyu's revenge and Instructor Li's schemes. Wasn't this all arranged to slowly corner him within the rules, leaving him with no way out? But Lin Ye smiled. He looked at Instructor Li, calm yet stubborn. I won't drop out. I'll be there for tomorrow's sparring. Instructor Li was somewhat surprised. He hadn't expected Lin Ye to agree so readily. A hint of astonishment flashed in his eyes, which quickly turned cold. Very well, I hope you can still stand tomorrow. As soon as he finished speaking, Instructor Li turned and left, the sound of the door closing brimming with hostility. The dormitory quieted down. Lin Ye stared at the door, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. Zhao Tianyu, Instructor Li. They wanted to use the rules to destroy him, to force him into a dead end. He knew he had to fight back, or he would only die faster. If you want to play, I'll gladly join. He muttered to himself, his voice low and filled with bone-chilling coldness. Lin Ye quickly walked to the desk and brought up the system interface under his control. Name, Lin Ye Cultivation, Peak of First Level Warrior Abilities, Physical Enhancement, Advanced, Wind Step, Advanced, Wind Perception, Advanced, Shadow Strike, Beginner, Martial Skill, Gale Fist, Advanced, Energy Points, 1800. He adjusted his sitting posture and stopped hesitating. System, use all energy points to enhance Gale Fist and wind-related abilities. Lin Ye made up his mind he must break through another level before dawn. Not for anything else, but to survive, to shatter those who try to trample him underfoot. Night enveloped the martial academy, and everyone else had already sunk into their dreams. Yet in his room, faint traces of wind stirred. Lin Ye trained in silence. This night was a life-and-death preparation for him. No one knows what will happen in the arena tomorrow, but he is ready to turn the tide from the brink of despair once again, witnessed by everyone's gaze. The next morning, sunlight bathed the Qingfeng Martial Academy. The Beishi training ground was bustling with noise, as thousands of new students lined up in uniform white martial arts attire, making the scene both spectacular and tense. Yet, there was an inexplicable tension in the air. The news of Lin Ye's direct defeat of second-tier martial artist Zhang Baiao yesterday had spread throughout the school. Today, his revenge showdown with Zhao Tianyu was destined to be the center of everyone's attention. He's here, he's here. Lin Ye, that kid who rose from the slums. I can't believe he actually dares to fight Zhao Tianyu. His courage is unbelievable. I heard Zhao Tianyu secretly colluded with the instructor last night to give Lin Ye a harsh lesson. The onlookers whispered among themselves, all eyes fixed on Lin Ye. Carrying a simple backpack, Lin Ye walked into the field with firm steps. On the surface, he appeared ordinary, but within, he had already accumulated the sharpness gained from his nighttime training. Exhausting his energy, he had successfully pushed the Rift Wind Fist to its peak state, further advancing his wind-based abilities. His strength now far surpassed what it had been before. Suddenly, a loud voice pierced through the air. Lin Ye! Zhao Tianyu walked to the center with his supporters. He was dressed in brand new martial attire, his hair perfectly in place, and wore custom-made family wrist guards, not ordinary protective gear, but specially designed equipment for real combat. You managed to run fast yesterday, but today no one can save you. Zhao Tianyu's lips curled into a malicious smile, his tone provocative. Lin Ye ignored him and simply glanced at the instructors around the field. Instructor Li, with a serious expression, loudly announced, "Today's combat drill officially begins." In the training camp's arena, the atmosphere instantly grew tense. The two stood on the stage, everything proceeding according to the rules set by the instructor, stopping at the point of contact, and injuries would not be pursued. The audience erupted in chatter, everyone discussing. Zhao Tianyu was known for his ruthless nature and certainly wouldn't hold back this time. Some even doubted whether Lin Ye could last until the end of the match. Someone whispered that Lin Ye would probably rely on his evasive techniques again, hoping to get through by dodging. Zhao Tianyu stepped onto the martial arts stage, stretching his body as his bones cracked audibly. A cold sneer hung at the corner of his mouth, and his words were laced with undisguised contempt for Lin Ye. Considering himself superior, he mercilessly mocked Lin Ye, who came from a humble background, before assuming a stance ready to strike at any moment. "You embarrassed me on stage yesterday. Today, I'll show you what true strength really is." Some in the audience couldn't help but chuckle, while others felt a pang of worry for Lin Ye. At this moment, Lin Ye's expression remained calm, his hands clasped behind his back, and his tone steady. Facing Zhao Tianyu's provocation, he didn't waste a single unnecessary word and simply said, "Go ahead." Zhao Tianyu's anger erupted as he pushed his strength to the limit, throwing a punch aimed at Lin Ye's face with a speed far surpassing that of the previous day. This strike carried all his fury and humiliation, and in that instant of collision, every eye in the audience was fixed on the stage. The fervent crowd couldn't help but shout, urging Zhao Tianyu to strike harder. But Lin Ye didn't follow conventional tactics. With a precise half-step pivot of his left foot, he effortlessly dodged the deadly punch. Then, raising his right fist, he countered directly. At the moment their fists collided, a deep, muffled sound echoed across the stage. Before Zhao Tianyu could react, a powerful force surged through him, causing his blood to churn. One of his arms nearly went numb as he staggered back 3 steps in disarray before finally collapsing to the ground. The entire venue was in an uproar. No one could believe that the always dominant Zhao Tianyu had been knocked down by Lin Ye with a single punch. Everyone found it unbelievable, even doubting their own eyes. Some recalled Lin Ye's previous emphasis on defense and evasion, but no one expected him to choose brute force this time and emerge completely unscathed. The referee excitedly announced that Lin Ye had won the first round. Zhao Tianyu looked utterly incredulous, feeling as though his pride had been shattered. Unwilling to accept defeat, he secretly activated his equipment to enhance his strength. Zhao Tianyu's gaze grew fiercer, determined to turn the tables in the next round. He gritted his teeth, with only one thought in his mind, to ensure Lin Ye wouldn't leave the stage today. The second round began, and Zhao Tianyu became even more aggressive. His attacks were relentless, with layers upon layers of punches. He attempted to overwhelm Lin Ye with a continuous barrage of strikes. However, Lin Ye remained calm and composed, clearly observing Zhao Tianyu's every move and every flaw. He stayed patient, focusing solely on defense without counterattacking. Each defensive maneuver was perfectly timed to neutralize Zhao Tianyu's power, occasionally redirecting the force back with precision. Time slipped by quietly, and Zhao Tianyu grew increasingly frantic. His strength and momentum were gradually dismantled by Lin Ye's silent war of attrition. He began gasping for air, his movements became distorted, and even his vision started to blur. Meanwhile, Lin Ye was still breathing lightly, his clothes neat and unruffled. The surrounding audience could see it clearly. Zhao Tianyu was already at the end of his rope. Finally, Lin Ye felt there was no need to continue. In the next second, he suddenly accelerated, his movements as swift as a phantom, circling behind Zhao Tianyu. With a gale fist, he concentrated all his strength and struck Zhao Tianyu's back. Zhao Tianyu had no chance to react, was sent flying, and landed heavily on the arena, unable to stand up again. The referee's voice trembled as he announced Lin Ye's victory, and the audience erupted instantly. No one dared to underestimate Lin Ye anymore, all their gazes were filled with shock and admiration. Those students who had just been shaking their heads and sneering at him now held their breath one by one. Even the examiners on the sidelines wore serious expressions and nodded in approval. Some marveled at Lin Ye's innate physical strength, while others noted his impeccable control of timing and opportunities. Lin Ye, however, simply walked off the stage calmly, casting a downward glance at Zhao Tianyu. He said not a single word more. His victory was enough to make everyone remember everything that had happened today. In this match, he proved with his strength that a humble origin does not mean one cannot change their fate. No matter how much pressure and doubt one faces, as long as they dare to fight and are skilled at analysis, they can break free from constraints and earn respect and honor that were never theirs to begin with. Lin Ye's voice, though not loud, was exceptionally clear as it reached everyone's ears. Remember, strength is not determined by your background. Only true ability can help you stand firm here. After speaking, he turned around without hesitation and walked into the ranks of the trainees. Lin Ye's figure was upright and solitary, but no one could ignore the power emanating from him. The martial arts arena fell into brief silence, and 3 seconds later, it erupted with thunderous applause and cheers. Everyone understood, Lin Ye had won. It might not have been an overwhelming victory, but his performance was impressive enough to earn everyone's genuine admiration. Lin Ye knew very well that this was just the beginning of the story. In this martial academy, people like Zhao Tianyu, who had connections, were not rare, and Zhang Biao would certainly not let this go easily. Greater troubles lay ahead. Night gradually descended, and the noise of the training ground finally subsided. Lin Ye had just earned the awe of the new students with his strength, and through this battle, he had completely transformed his image in the eyes of his peers. Those who had once looked down on him and mocked him as a mud-legged boy from the slums were now cautious, no longer daring to provoke him openly. But Lin Ye couldn't put his mind at ease. He had long seen through reality, enemies in the open are easy to avoid, but those lurking in the shadows are far more dangerous. When Zhao Tianyu was carried away, the hatred in his eyes coiled like a venomous snake. Standing on the high platform, Instructor Li's face was grim, and the killing intent in his eyes was unmistakable. Just as Lin Ye was about to leave, a calm voice sounded behind him, "Lin Ye, please wait a moment." Lin Ye turned around to see a young man in a cyan robe with a gentle expression walking toward him. The man had a jade pendant engraved with the character Su hanging from his waist, exuding an air of wealth and an aura that was hard to decipher. "My name is Su Hao. I am the dean's personal disciple and the supervisor of the freshmen's affairs," Su Hao said with a slight smile, handing him a silver token. "This is the Martial Academy's resource token. You can use it to access the technique pavilion, energy room, and resource field to collect basic cultivation materials." Lin Ye took the silver medal, feeling the coolness at his fingertips and the weight of responsibility. "Thank you." "You're welcome." Su Hao lowered his voice, speaking solemnly. "The dean asked me to tell you, open duels are prohibited in the Martial Academy. But in the resource field and trial grounds, those places are always prone to accidents. Be careful when you go in." Lin Ye felt a tightness in his chest. He knew very well that the resource field was no longer just a simple supply area. It was a place where everyone competed for cultivation resources, tested their courage, and demonstrated their skills. As long as there were resources, conflicts were inevitable, and there could even be life-threatening dangers. "I'll be careful." Lin Ye nodded. Su Hao gave Lin Ye a deep look before turning and leaving. Lin Ye did not return to the dormitory but headed straight to the resource field. He had not yet fully recovered and needed the meat of fierce beasts to replenish his strength and enhance his cultivation. No matter how dangerous it was, this step was one he had to take. The resource field was located on the west side of the Martial Academy, covering a vast area. On the stone racks, pieces of fierce beast meat still dripping with blood were neatly arranged, along with glistening low-grade energy crystals and bottles of healing medicine. The air was filled with a mixture of blood and medicinal scents, and the place was bustling with noise and activity. Most students lined up obediently, but in the corners, several groups of well-dressed scions from noble families were seizing supplies, shoving, shouting, and even resorting to violence. Ordinary students cowered to the side, while a few instructors turned a blind eye. The reality that the weak were destined to be bullied was laid bare for everyone to see. As soon as Lin Ye appeared, all eyes turned to him. "It's him, Lin Ye, who fought his way up from the slums." Some students whispered among themselves, stepping back cautiously. Others murmured, even Zhao Tianyu was taken down by him in just 2 punches. "We better not mess with someone like that." However, there were also those with malicious intent sizing him up, and among them were members of the Zhao family. Lin Ye followed his gaze and looked into the depths of the resource field. Zhao Tianyu, wrapped in thick bandages and pale-faced, was surrounded by several strong Zhao family guards. Beside him stood a group of older students with robust auras, each possessing impressive strength. Their cultivation started at the peak of the first tier, with some even at the early stage of the second tier. They were the Zhao family's support planted in the Martial Academy. As soon as Zhao Tianyu saw Lin Ye, a trace of malice flashed in his eyes, and he whispered a few words to the older students beside him. Those older students turned their heads, their gazes as sharp as daggers, filled with provocation and cold sneers. Lin Ye knew very well trouble was coming. His expression remained calm as he walked directly to the window and presented his token. "I want a portion of basic ferocious beast meat." The student in charge of distribution was already intimidated by Lin Ye and quickly grabbed a bag of ferocious beast meat, handing it over with a soft voice. "Lin Ye, here you go." Just as Lin Ye reached out to grab the beast meat, a dark shadow suddenly darted out and slapped the chunk of meat away. The meat fell to the ground, covered in dust. At this moment, a young man with dyed yellow hair lazily blocked Lin Ye's path, his face full of contemptuous laughter. He sneered and said, "Hey, isn't this our genius Lin Ye? A guy from the slums like you wants to take the resources of the martial academy." This man was Zhao Hu, an older student from the Zhao family, notorious for his ruthlessness among the freshmen. He was already at the peak of the first rank in strength. Zhao Hu's reputation was foul, and no one dared to provoke him easily. Lin Ye ignored his taunts, his gaze gradually turning cold as he slowly said, "Pick it up." Zhao Hu, upon hearing this, reacted as if he'd heard the biggest joke in the world. He reached out, intending to shove Lin Ye's shoulder. "You really dare to order me around? I think you're..." But before he could even touch Lin Ye's clothes, Lin Ye suddenly exerted force, grabbing Zhao Hu's wrist like lightning and twisting it sharply. A piercing scream shattered the silence. The entire resource site fell into complete silence. Zhao Hu's wrist was almost deformed from the twist, he trembled all over in pain, sweat pouring down his face like beads of water. Lin Ye's expression was utterly calm, his voice as cold as ice. "I'll say it again, pick it up." The scene was deathly silent. Everyone was stunned. They hadn't expected Lin Ye to dare to directly make a move against the Zhao family here. Standing in the back row, Zhao Tianyu was furious and shouted, "Lin Ye, how dare you hurt someone from the Zhao family? Are you looking for death?" The other two senior members of the Zhao family instantly flew into a rage, attacking from both sides as they lunged at Lin Ye. A fist swung with heavy force, while the other delivered a fierce kick. They usually cooperated seamlessly, and this time it was clear they intended to knock Lin Ye down. Many trainees quickly retreated in fear, worried about getting caught in the crossfire. In their eyes, no matter how strong Lin Ye was, it was impossible for him to hold his ground against three peak first-tier opponents. But Lin Ye advanced instead of retreating, his steps light and agile, like a leaf carried by the wind. He skillfully avoided the frontal attack. One of the Zhao family members swung his fist into empty air, losing his balance. Lin Ye decisively struck, his fist carrying 60% of its strength, hitting the opponent's abdomen. The man immediately bent over, was sent flying, and fell to the ground, losing his ability to fight. Another person was about to attack with a kick when Lin Ye suddenly ducked and dodged, countering with his elbow, knocking the man to the ground as well. All of this happened within just 3 seconds. 3 people surrounded Lin Ye, and 2 were down in an instant. Lin Ye took a slight breath, looking as though he had expended quite a bit of energy, but he still stood upright. Zhao Hu was scared stiff, all his bravado completely gone. He scrambled to his feet in panic, picked up the beast meat that had been knocked away earlier, and handed it to Lin Ye with trembling hands, his voice shaking. I picked it up. I'm sorry, Lord Lin Ye, I won't dare again." Lin Ye took the bag without sparing Zhao Hu another glance. His attention was already focused on Zhao Tianyu. The two briefly exchanged glances, and Zhao Tianyu suddenly shivered, instinctively taking 2 steps back. His face turned pale, and he no longer dared to challenge Lin Ye. Lin Ye calmly carried the ferocious beast meat and turned to walk out of the resource field. The entire area remained silent. The crowd watched Lin Ye leave, their expressions shifting from shock to genuine awe. No one dared to underestimate him anymore. This battle made everyone understand that he was not just a boy from a poor background, he also possessed strength that commanded respect from all. But after leaving the resource field, Lin Ye's brows furrowed tightly. He keenly sensed a cold, even murderous gaze fixed on him from a corner. This was not someone sent by the Zhao family, nor did it feel like the aura of an instructor from the martial academy. He could tell it was a second-tier expert. This was an assassin sent by the patrol team, not an ordinary enemy. Lin Ye pretended nothing was wrong, but his back was already slightly chilled. Night had completely enveloped Qingfeng Martial Academy. Most of the students had already turned off their lights and gone to rest, with only a few dormitories still emitting faint glimmers of light, exuding a weak aura of cultivation. Lin Ye returned to his small dormitory, locked the doors and windows, and after briefly tending to the minor injuries he had sustained during the day, he began meditating cross-legged to fully absorb the beast meat he had obtained that day. His first-tier peak cultivation was already very stable, with only the final bit of accumulation left to reach the second tier. However, he dared not let his guard down. During the day at the resource field, that faintly discernible killing intent still leaves him unsettled. He knows very well that if the Zhao family cannot act openly, they will certainly find a way to strike from the shadows. By late night, the surroundings were eerily silent. As the entire dormitory building plunged into darkness, a shadow flitted across the rooftop like a ghost, without making a sound, its presence concealed to the extreme. The shadow stopped outside Lin Ye's dormitory window, a glint of cold light flashing in its eyes. In its hand was a short dagger, the blade dyed black, the tip chillingly sharp, clearly laced with poison. Without a doubt, this person was a true death squad assassin hired by Zhang Biao at great expense from outside. with the sole purpose of ensuring Lin Ye's complete disappearance. Night fell, and the air was filled with an uneasy tension. Lin Ye sat on his dormitory bed, eyes tightly shut, meditating. On the surface, he appeared calm, but inside, he was like a taut string. He knew tonight would be anything but peaceful. Suddenly, a disturbance came from outside the window, and a chill seeped through the cracks. Lin Ye opened his eyes, his brows furrowing. He keenly sensed the signal of danger. The enemy had arrived. Without a moment's hesitation, he tensed every muscle in his body but refrained from making any immediate moves, instead fixing his gaze firmly on the deep darkness of the night. Then, a burst of shattering noise broke the silence. The window instantly shattered, and a shadow darted in like a falcon from the night. A black dagger aimed straight at Lin Ye's heart, its speed astonishing, like a streak of black lightning. Lin Ye, prepare to die. The assassin's words were icy, devoid of any unnecessary chatter, with only one goal, to kill Lin Ye. Lin Ye was not completely unprepared. He had already made up his mind deep down. Almost instinctively, he lunged to one side, stepping swiftly to evade, narrowly avoiding the fatal strike. The dagger plunged deeply into the bed, splinters flying everywhere. For the first time, surprise flickered in the assassin's eyes. He clearly hadn't expected his prey to be so alert and agile. Quick reaction, but the dead still have to die. The assassin fixed his gaze on Lin Ye, swinging his blade to block all his escape routes. Lin Ye was forced into a corner, with the cold wall behind him. He quickly assessed the situation. The confined space was extremely disadvantageous for him, leaving no room to maneuver. The assassin had deliberately chosen this spot to trap him. Several flashes of the blade pressed in tightly, each strike swift, fierce, and precise, carrying an overwhelming sense of suffocating pressure. Lin Ye could only dodge and weave continuously, using skillful technique. All the commotion quickly alerted the surrounding students. What's going on? Is there a fight? A few students turned on their dorm lights and nervously stared out the window, but none dared to rush in recklessly. The assassin realized that dragging this out would be unfavorable. His gaze grew even more vicious. There's no time left. I must act quickly. Second-tier spiritual power suddenly erupted as he gripped the blade with both hands, murderous intent surging, aiming to cleave Lin Ye apart with a single strike. Lin Ye, however, did not retreat. Instead, his eyes revealed a crazed determination. Rather than waiting to die, he would take a gamble. At the moment the blade descended, he charged forward, leaping in close. The long blade, now too close, couldn't be fully wielded. Twisting his body mid-air, Lin Ye struck the assassin's throat with an elbow, followed by a heavy punch to the opponent's chest. A dull thud echoed. The assassin staggered backward from the impact, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth, but his murderous intent only intensified. After all, he was a second-tier cultivator, with physical strength far surpassing that of ordinary people. Such injuries were far from fatal. Looking for death. The assassin, furious, continued his attack. Lin Ye's stamina was completely drained, his breathing rapid. In such a direct confrontation, he wouldn't last much longer. At this critical moment, the entire dormitory building was suddenly enveloped by an immense and majestic presence, a powerful pressure that was irresistible yet devoid of any killing intent. The assassin froze instantly, his face pale as paper. A tier 4 expert. He immediately realized that the dean had arrived. If he didn't leave now, not only would he fail the mission, but he wouldn't even be able to keep his life. Consider yourself lucky. The assassin glared at Lin Ye viciously, then leapt out of the window and disappeared into the night. The surroundings finally returned to calm. Lin Ye leaned against the wall to stand up, his clothes soaked with cold sweat, and a burning pain emanating from his wounds. He looked down at his hands and couldn't help but let out a bitter smile. Just a moment ago, he truly thought he was going to die. Moments later, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed. Suhao rushed into the dormitory with several instructors. Upon seeing the injured Lin Ye, his expression instantly turned grave. Lin Ye, are you okay? What exactly happened? Someone tried to kill me. Lin Ye's voice was hoarse and weary, calm yet resolute. The instructors exchanged heavy glances. Someone attempting an assassination on campus. This was no ordinary fight but an extremely serious matter. I'll report to the dean immediately and start the investigation right away. Suhao's tone was resolute. Lin Ye merely nodded without saying a word. He knew in his heart that all of this was connected to Zhang Biao. The dean could have intervened directly but chose only to release pressure to drive away the assassin. Clearly, the struggles between prominent figures were far more complex and dangerous than they appeared on the surface. The actions of a fourth-tier expert are very clear. They ensure you won't die, but they won't risk everything against the entire system for just one person. In other words, although Lin Ye narrowly escaped death this time, the danger would only escalate. The enemy would become more ruthless, more covert, and more lethal. Lin Ye gazed at the pitch-black night outside the window, his mind calm yet vigilant. He knew someone wanted to kill him, but it would not be an easy task. The dormitory had been tidied up briefly. The windows were nailed shut, and the bloodstains on the floor had been wiped clean. Yet the faint smell of blood and the oppressive aura left by the second-tier martial artists still lingered in the room, making it impossible to forget the life-and-death crisis just experienced. Lin Ye quickly bandaged his wounds and had just sat cross-legged to rest. Before his body could fully relax, he heard Su Hao's voice outside the door. "Lin Ye, the dean wants you to go to the study in the main building." Lin Ye stood up and tried to move his slightly numb arms. He followed Su Hao through the quiet campus. The entire martial academy was silent in the deep night, with only a solitary light shining from the top floor of the main building, as if quietly observing everything in the darkness. The two walked in silence, but Lin Ye was well aware that the dean summoning him at this hour was definitely not just to offer a few words of comfort. The door opened, revealing a simply arranged study, a desk, 2 chairs, and a bookshelf in the corner filled with old books. Su Chanfeng, dressed in a plain robe, sat quietly behind the desk, his eyes closed in contemplation. His aura was gentle yet profound, not aggressive, but instinctively oppressive. He opened his eyes, glanced at Lin Ye, and spoke in a steady voice. "The injuries aren't severe. For someone at the peak of the first tier to survive an attack from a second-tier assassin, that's no small feat." Lin Ye answered candidly, "If it weren't for the dean's intervention, I would already be dead." Su Changfeng did not deny it. He simply tapped the desk with his fingers, his tone growing more severe. "You must understand, I can't save you every time. Your enemies are backed by the patrol corps, by the power structure of this district. I can uphold the rules of the martial academy, but I can't suppress the political struggles of the entire city." Lin Ye nodded. He was well aware of the rules of the game in this world. The dean calling him here tonight was certainly not to show favoritism, but to make him understand the true survival principles of the martial academy. Su Changfeng's tone was resolute. "First, I can ensure that no one will frame you publicly, but I can't guarantee you won't die from duels, accidents, or cultivation errors. Second, no one in the martial academy will sympathize with the weak. Only by becoming stronger can you fight for fairness. Third, Zhang Baiao won't let you go. If you want to survive, you must become strong enough. Only when you are so powerful that your opponent dares not touch you, and everyone fears you, will you truly be safe." These words were direct and harsh, but only in this way could newcomers face reality. Lin Ye was silent for a moment, then looked up and asked, "Dean, do students like me, born in the slums and relying on forbidden methods to cultivate, still have a chance to succeed in the martial academy?" Su Changfeng studied him and suddenly smiled. "Right now, Qingfeng City only has me as a 4th-tier practitioner on the surface. But there are 5th-tier, 6th-tier, and 7th-tier practitioners in the world. The boundaries are broken by oneself. Your background doesn't determine how far you can go." Lin Ye was deeply shaken by these words. He quickly understood, lowered his head, and sincerely thanked the dean for his guidance. Su Changfeng nodded, took out an old booklet and a bottle of light blue potion from under the table, and handed them to him. "This is the Shadow Step Manual. It's more advanced than the movement technique you're currently learning and can save your life in critical moments. This potion can help you heal and recover quickly, preparing you to break through to the 2nd tier. Whether you survive and grow stronger depends entirely on yourself." Lin Ye accepted them solemnly. "I will remember this." Su Changfeng closed his eyes and waved his hand to dismiss him. "The academy will soon open the outer city trials. That will be your best opportunity for a breakthrough. It's also when Zhang Baiao will be most likely to strike." Lin Ye's heart suddenly tightened. He knew that a new crisis was about to arrive. He turned and left the main building, the cold wind blowing against his face, making him even more alert. He tightly gripped the secret manual and the potion, feeling an even heavier sense of pressure and urgency. But his gaze became more resolute. This was not the time to give up, it was the starting point to grow stronger. He understood that only by relying on himself could he have a chance to survive. Zhang Baiao, the Zhao family, assassins, and the conflicts between academies, these threats and pressures would only become stepping stones on Lin Ye's path to growth. Every perilous situation was an opportunity for him to become stronger. He returned to his cramped dormitory, locked the door, and temporarily shut out the chaos outside. Lin Ye forced himself to calm down, sitting cross-legged. He knew now was not the time to fantasize about the future. At this moment, the only thing he needed to do was heal his injuries and practice the newly learned Wind Shadow Step. Gritting his teeth, he encouraged himself, holding on to a single thought: he must break through to a 2nd-tier warrior as quickly as possible. It was the only way for him to survive and overcome all challenges. The room's light flickered intermittently. Lin Ye's figure was immersed in the tranquility of the deep night, repeatedly practicing the newly learned footwork. He was fully aware that the outside world was filled with killing intent and danger, but at this moment, all that existed were his own breath and heartbeat. Time passed quickly, and after a night of arduous cultivation, the horizon finally began to brighten slightly. Lin Ye opened his eyes and exhaled a long breath of turbid air. He could feel that most of the injuries in his body had already healed. The medicinal liquid had greatly accelerated his recovery, and the cultivation of his technique was quietly advancing his strength. Wind Shadow Step, he had finally mastered it completely. This was on a completely different level compared to his previous movement techniques. The new footwork was better at concealment and surprise attacks, with lighter and faster steps. Even in the narrowest of spaces, he could move silently, as if blending into the air, making it nearly impossible for those of the same level to detect him. A system notification quietly appeared in his mind. His movement technique had become flawless, and both his evasion and stealth abilities had been significantly enhanced. He was now just one step away from a breakthrough, only lacking the final opportunity. But Lin Ye was well aware that he absolutely could not recklessly attempt a breakthrough within the martial academy. Doing so would draw the attention of the Zhao family, Zhang Baiao, and the hostile instructors, potentially plunging him into even greater danger. He had to wait until the outer city trial, to give it his all. Only there, in the untamed wilderness without rules or supervision, in the depths of chaotic and perilous jungles, could he truly unleash himself. And only there could he deal with certain troubles that were inconvenient to handle within the school. The morning bell rang, and the entire martial academy buzzed with activity. Students walked in groups of 2s and 3s toward the training grounds. Today, the group assignments for the outer city trial would be announced, and everyone was both nervous and excited. This was not only an opportunity to obtain beast crystals and enhance their strength but also a life and death test. Once inside the trial grounds, only those who survived would be worthy of being called strong. As Lin Ye stepped into the square, he immediately felt the unusual gazes. He knew the news of the assassin's attack last night had already spread. In the eyes of others, there was no longer just fear and sympathy but also growing concern about his offense against Zhang Baiao and the Zhao family. They were wondering, could Lin Ye walk out of the trial alive? Soon, Instructor Li Jin ascended the high platform, his expression icy. He cast a glance at Lin Ye, his hostility undisguised. Instructor Li announced the trial rules. Teams of 3 would act together for 3 days, hunting fierce beasts and collecting beast cores. Each team was required to submit at least 3 first-tier beast cores. Failure to complete the task would result in immediate expulsion. This was undoubtedly a death sentence for all teams. They had to fight desperately, or they wouldn't even be able to stay in the school. Instructor Li began reading out names. The strong banded together, forming groups, while children from influential families were arranged together, taking the easy way out. Everyone understood clearly that this was obviously to protect them and provide them with the best configuration. Lin Ye waited quietly. He already knew in his heart that he definitely wouldn't be grouped with the strong. He was isolated, deliberately targeted. His name was finally called, assigned to Group 37, with teammates Zhou Xiaofan and Chen Daodu. Both were widely known as the weakest students in the entire grade. One was frail and sickly, the other timid as a mouse, unable to even glance at a ferocious beast. The crowd erupted in an uproar. Everyone understood now Lin Ye was truly being targeted this time. Grouping him with the 2 weakest classmates was a blatant attempt to prevent him from completing the task, essentially sending him to die during the trial. Some people snickered quietly, while others whispered among themselves. Zhao Tianyu, surrounded by the Zhao family group, stood in the crowd, his eyes filled with smugness and malice. Lin Ye appeared calm on the surface, but he had already understood everything deep down. He knew this was a trap jointly set by Instructor Li and the Zhao family. They gave him no chance and burdened him with the heaviest responsibility. If he failed, even returning alive would result in his expulsion. From now on, he could only rely on himself and the 2 deadweights beside him. But at this moment, a sense of resolve rose in Lin Ye's heart. Since they wanted to force him into a desperate situation, he would carve out a path to survival in the midst of despair. Every obstacle, every act of sabotage, would only make him stronger. If the people sent by Zhang Baiao didn't try to kill us, we would still be dragged down by those ferocious beasts. The entire trial's rules were cold and ruthless, leaving no room for survival. Instructor Li's voice echoed in the air, announcing the final rule that sent chills down everyone's spine. This trial prohibits senior students from participating. Instructors will only patrol the boundaries and will never intervene in internal conflicts. Life and death are your own responsibility. Everyone must bear the consequences themselves. My 2 teammates are too weak, almost useless. Ahead lies the perilous forest teeming with ferocious beasts, behind are assassins ready to strike at any moment, along with the Zhao family disciples eyeing us like predators, and the trial conditions that are downright insane. Surviving and making it out alive is nearly impossible. This is no ordinary trial. This is a death trap. Zhou Xiaofan and Qin Daoda timidly moved closer, their faces pale, lips trembling, almost on the verge of tears. "Brother Yi, are we going to die?" Their voices were filled with fear and despair. I glanced at them, then looked toward Zhao Tanya's group sneering in the distance, and finally fixed my gaze on Instructor Li, who stood on the high platform with a grim expression. I took a deep breath, forcing myself to stay calm. At this moment, I showed no trace of fear, only determination and cold resolve in my heart. "With me here, no one will die." A short sentence, yet it seemed to inject courage into the two of them. Zhou Xiaofan and Qin Daoda froze for a moment, and their panicked expressions surprisingly calmed down a bit, because they knew that with me, no matter how terrifying the environment, they could strive to survive. I looked up at the dense forest in the west, shrouded in mist and clouds. Danger awaited us there. But I understood that this was also my only chance to reverse the predicament and regain the initiative. As long as I could endure this trial of blood and fire, I could completely break free from passivity and claim the status and dignity that belonged to me. "Do you think you can force me to die like this?" "Not a chance." Sunlight pierced through the dark clouds, falling upon my upright silhouette. This time, it was a head-on collision with fate. Whether it meant life or death, I would not back down. In the early morning, all the trainees participating in the trial gathered outside the gates of the Martial Academy. They were uniformly dressed in the white robes of new students, but every face was filled with tension. Even the usually proud scions of noble families wore cautious and anxious expressions, not daring to let their guard down. The western wasteland forest, located near Qingfeng City, was a well-known death zone. The forest not only harbored beasts that attacked humans but also featured treacherous terrain and poisonous gases everywhere. The most dangerous threat, however, came from other trainees who entered to fight and compete. Every year, newcomers lost their lives there. This was no place for wishful thinking. I stood steadily at the end of the line, while Zhou Xiaofan and Qin Daoda beside me trembled in fear. Qin Daoda whispered, "Brother Yi, I heard there are man-eating wolves in there that can bite someone in half in one go." Zhou Xiaofan, shivering, added, "And those venomous spiders that pounce on people just touching them can make your skin rot." I nodded and comforted them in a low voice. "Once we go in, just follow me. It's okay to move slowly, but don't stray even half a step. No matter what happens, don't scream or run around. Follow my instructions completely." The two of them nodded repeatedly. At that moment, I was their only hope. On the high platform, Instructor Li slowly scanned the crowd with a scrutinizing gaze, finally stopping on me, a cold smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. He announced loudly, "The trial begins now. Everyone, enter the Western Wilderness Forest. Return here in 3 days and hand over the beast cores you've collected. Remember, your life is your own responsibility." At the command, the trainees began entering the forest in groups. The disciples from noble families quickly formed small cliques, occupying the safer and more prey-rich paths with an imposing air. Ordinary trainees, on the other hand, moved cautiously, some alone, some in small groups, faces full of tension and vigilance. I took Zhou Xiaofan and Qin Daoda and chose an exceptionally secluded path, separating from the main group. "Brother Yi, why not take the main road? Isn't it safer where there are more people?" Zhou Xiaofan asked in confusion. "You only see the crowd, but not a single one can be trusted," I said softly. "The Zhao family and Zhang Baiao's men are definitely guarding the main road, just waiting for someone to walk into their trap. Although the small path has more prey and more fierce beasts, at least we only need to guard against the beasts and won't be attacked by both people and beasts at the same time." My words made them realize immediately. Compared to the schemes between people, beasts are actually easier to deal with. The air in the dense forest was humid, and ancient trees blocked out the sky. With every step, the ground was filled with the smell of decaying leaves and wet mud, and sunlight could only filter through the treetops, casting dappled light. I released my perception of the wind, encompassing a 100-meter radius around me in vigilance. Here, even the slightest carelessness leads to a dead end. "Don't rush, walk slowly, watch your step," I whispered in a low voice to remind them. The three of us cautiously made our way through the forest. Before long, a faint rustling sound came from the grass ahead. Zhou Xiaofan and Qin Daoda froze on the spot, clinging to my back in fear, not daring to move. I immediately became alert, focusing all my attention to prepare for any potential danger. Lin Ye suddenly stopped, a chilling sense of danger sweeping through his entire body. His spine was taut like a drawn string, every muscle ready for battle. At that moment, the system's voice exploded in his mind, informing him that there were 2 Tier 1 feral beasts, sharp-toothed rabbits, ahead, posing minimal danger. Lin Ye exhaled lightly, but his eyes remained vigilant. He knew very well that although these rabbits were weak individually, they always lived in groups. The appearance of 2 likely meant a bigger trouble lurking behind. Calmly, he gestured to his companions behind him, signaling them to stop, while he slowly approached the bushes. Almost simultaneously, the bushes shook violently, and 2 rabbits leapt out. Their fur was grayish-brown, their incisors exposed, and their blood-red eyes stared at Lin Ye like sharp blades, brimming with wild killing intent. Faced with the sudden attack of the feral beasts, Lin Ye remained unfazed. With a light step and a flicker of movement, he used Wind Shadow Step to instantly create distance, then abruptly threw a punch. The sound of wind howled as the force of his punch, carrying a gust, accurately struck the rabbits, sending them flying and crashing into a distant tree trunk. After a brief muffled thud, the 2 sharp-toothed rabbits struggled for a moment before falling still. "Brother Yi, you're amazing." Zhou Xiaofan and Shen Daoda behind him couldn't help but exclaim, their eyes filled with admiration and envy. Lin Ye was long accustomed to such praise. He simply handed them the 2 beast cores and reminded them, "Keep these safe, they're part of our mission objective." Calmness was the quality they needed most at this moment. The earlier battle was just a warm-up. The real danger actually lies deeper in the dense forest. The 3 were about to move forward when Lin Ye's mind suddenly sounded an alarm. Through his connection with the wind's perception, he detected an unusual human presence, not just 1, but 3, and they were approaching from the rear flank. The presence was deeply concealed, yet it couldn't hide the bloody killing intent. Lin Ye's heart sank. These were definitely not innocent passers-by. Lin Ye's expression darkened slightly as he assumed a warning posture, signaling Zhou Xiaofan and Shen Daoda to hide behind him. His demeanor was even more serious than when hunting the rabbit earlier. "Someone is following us," he said in a low, deliberate tone, almost like an order, devoid of any emotion. Zhou Xiaofan and Shen Daoda's faces instantly turned pale, pressing themselves closer together without making a single sound. Only now did they realize that this world was far more dangerous than they had imagined, and Lin Ye's vigilance and composure were their sole reliance for survival at this moment. A moment later, deep within the forest, 3 figures slowly emerged. They stood far apart, forming a circle of encirclement, each wearing a malicious smirk. The one at the front had a blade of grass in his mouth, looking at Lin Ye as if he were prey about to fall into a trap. "Lin Ye, you didn't expect this, did you? That we'd ambush you here in advance," he said with a tone of contempt and coldness. "Zhao Tin, you ordered it. This dense forest will be your final resting place." The murderous intent in the air suddenly solidified. The 3 Zhao family thugs were all formidable opponents at the peak of the first tier. They skillfully surrounded Lin Ye and his companions in a triangular formation, their eyes filled with the disdain of hunters toward their prey. Zhou Xiaofan and Shen Daoda were almost paralyzed with fear, clinging tightly behind Lin Ye. They understood that this time, it was a matter of life or death. "Quite good at choosing a place, saving us a lot of trouble." The tall, skinny youth revealed a cruel smile. "Hand over the beast cores and crystals you have, then behave yourself. Don't force us to get rough. Abandon your cultivation voluntarily, and we might let you suffer less." Another burly thug, growing impatient as his companion kept talking, snapped, "Just attack directly. Don't give him a chance. Move quickly." Lin Ye remained silent, shielding his companion further behind him. His gaze turned icy, and his fists clenched tighter and tighter. He knew these 3 had no intention of leaving anyone alive. "Attack!" The tall, skinny youth commanded, and the 3 struck almost simultaneously. Lin Ye's figure flickered, and his wind shadow step erupted to the extreme, turning his body into a streak of flowing shadow. He shifted sideways close to the trajectory of the fist wind, skillfully avoiding the opponent's combined attack. The immense force smashed into the spot where Lin Ye had just been standing, sending tree bark flying. Taking advantage of the moment, Lin Ye turned around and delivered a precise gale fist to the opponent's weak defensive area, with 60% of his strength penetrating through. The opponent couldn't fully defend in time and was shaken back several steps, their arm clearly numb. "Surround him. Don't give him a chance to escape." The 3 opponents fought more fiercely, each move targeting vital points, filled with a determination to kill. Lin Ye's pressure doubled, forcing him to rely constantly on his footwork to dodge and block while searching for flaws in their defense. The air was thick with tension. Lin Ye's arm was struck once, the pain causing his breath to hitch, but he gritted his teeth and endured it. "Brother Yi." Zhou Xiaofan almost rushed out, but Lin Ye stopped him with a low shout, "Stay back." Despite the pain, he held on, appearing to have lost the upper hand, but in reality, he was quietly luring the enemy deeper. The tall, thin young man leading the group seized the opportunity and threw a full-force punch. Lin Ye suddenly twisted his waist, moving with an incredible speed to his side, and slammed his elbow hard into his ribs. The young man let out a muffled groan, his body swayed, and he collapsed to the ground in an instant, temporarily losing his ability to fight. Before Lin Ye could catch his breath, the other 2 had already lunged at him again. 3 against 2, the pressure eased slightly but remained dangerous. Lin Ye's shoulder and thigh were hit one after the other, the piercing pain causing him to stagger for a moment. He understood that this fight was far from over, and the most critical part was yet to come. This time, he had to hold on, not just for himself, but for his companions behind him and the only sense of security they had in this world. Lin Ye coldly stared at the last few attackers rushing toward him. He showed no sign of retreat. Instead, a dangerous glint flashed in his eyes. It was time to end this, time to wrap up this tiresome fight. He suddenly lowered his body and charged forward like a swift shadow, darting between the two of them. Before they could react, Lin Ye's fist and palm precisely struck their abdomen and shoulder respectively. The two only managed to let out a muffled groan before collapsing to the ground, clutching their injuries, completely incapacitated. In just a few seconds, all three of the Zhao family's thugs were lying on the ground. Lin Ye bent over, gasping for breath, his shirt soaked with a mixture of sweat and bloodstains. He looked extremely exhausted, clearly having sustained significant injuries. Only then did Zhou Xiaofan and Chen Daoda dare to run over. Chen Daoda's voice was noticeably trembling. "Brother Yi, are you okay?" Lin Ye shook his head and replied as calmly as possible, "Just minor injuries, nothing serious." He glanced at the three on the ground and said in a low voice, "They won't be getting up anytime soon. We shouldn't stay here, let's go quickly." The three dared not linger and quickly followed the narrow path, diving deeper into the dense forest. The further they went, the deeper they ventured, and the surrounding trees grew taller and denser. Sunlight could barely penetrate, the air became thick, and each breath brought a faintly sweet yet stifling sensation to their lungs. Lin Ye suddenly stopped, his expression alert, and said in a low voice, "Hold your breath, there's poisonous miasma here." Zhou Xiaofan and Chen Daoda immediately covered their mouths and noses with their hands, their expressions somewhat panicked. "This miasma isn't highly toxic, but staying in it for too long can make you dizzy and weak, even cause you to pass out," Lin Ye whispered. "Follow my footprints closely, don't touch anything around, and try to breathe as little as possible." He activated his perception ability and cautiously led the two forward. The deeper they went, the more the danger in the air intensified. Not only were the beasts here more terrifying, but the traps and ambushes set by humans also became increasingly numerous. They hadn't gone far when Lin Ye suddenly sensed a strong wave of danger. His heart tightened, and he pressed the two down into a crouch. "Careful, don't make a sound." The three of them hid behind a thick tree, peeking forward cautiously. In the clearing ahead, a massive gray-black wolf was lowering its head, gnawing on something. Its entire body was taut with muscle, exuding an aura of danger that warned against provoking it. Lin Ye's mind was alarmed. In his head, the system calmly prompted, "Second-tier ferocious beast detected, iron-spined wolf, extremely high danger level." Behind him, Zhou Xiaofan and Chen Daoda almost screamed but could only cover their mouths tightly. They were merely new students who had just started out. Encountering a first-tier monster before was enough to make them tremble, and this second-tier iron-spined wolf was undoubtedly a deadly threat that overwhelmed them. Lin Ye knew well that if he fought head-on, there was no chance of winning. The second-tier iron-spined wolf had tough skin and thick flesh, with speed and explosive power far exceeding that of ordinary people. Even if he gave it his all, victory was unlikely. What made matters worse was that the wolf happened to occupy the only exit forward. If they delayed, all three of them would be trapped and die here. He quickly thought of a strategy. He couldn't reveal all his cards, couldn't fight head-on, and had to protect his two companions who lacked combat ability. The only option was to create an opportunity at the lowest cost and swiftly eliminate the opponent. "Stay here. No matter what happens, do not come out and do not make a sound." Lin Ye's voice was low and resolute. Zhou Xiaofan wanted to say something, but was interrupted by Lin Ye's determined gaze. Before they could react, Lin Ye had already turned into a blur, swiftly closing the distance along the shadows of the dense forest. He hid at the side and rear of the iron-spined wolf, concealed by the chaotic branches and leaves around him. Lin Ye did not recklessly attack directly but quietly picked up a stone from the ground and threw it with all his might toward the other side of the forest. The sound of the stone hitting the ground was particularly clear in the forest. The iron-spined wolf suddenly pricked up its ears, its gaze shifting to the source of the sound. In the next second, it furiously charged in that direction. The opportunity flashed by. Lin Ye hesitated almost not at all, his steps as swift as if treading on the wind, quickly approaching the wolf from behind. The wind shadow step made his movements nearly silent. He gathered all his strength, concentrating it into a single punch, and struck fiercely at the soft ribs of the wolf's waist. A muffled sound echoed. The iron-spined wolf let out an angry howl, abruptly turning around, its violent claws sweeping across Lin Ye with a whistling gust. Lin Ye dodged and retreated, narrowly avoiding the attack, but the sharp wind force still grazed his arm, leaving several blood marks. He gritted his teeth, fully aware that the physical strength of this wolf was extremely high. His previous punch had only caused it minor injury, but instead had enraged it. The iron spine wolf was furious, its eyes turning blood red, its muscles tensing as it charged madly at Lin Ye. The distance closed in an instant, its fangs bared, and its gaping maw nearly bit into Lin Ye's neck. Lin Ye could only seize every opportunity to sidestep and dodge, saving every ounce of strength to wait for and seek out a fatal flaw for a decisive strike. He could not afford to be knocked down, otherwise, Zhou Xiaofan and Shin Daoda behind him would have no chance of survival. Even as his injuries worsened, he had to keep retreating, maneuvering, and suppressing the fear in his heart. In this narrow gap between life and death, Lin Ye had only one thought in his mind: he was not fighting for himself, but to protect his only companions, as well as the dignity and sense of responsibility that refused to yield. Lin Ye's breathing grew heavy. He could feel the sweat soaking through his clothes. Just moments ago, he had narrowly avoided being struck down by the Tier 2 feral beast, the iron-spined wolf. His fingertips brushed against the still bleeding wound on his chest, a fresh gash that hurt so much it nearly took his breath away. Zhou Xiaofan and Shin Daoda, hiding behind the bushes, had witnessed the entire scene. They were so tense they hardly dared to breathe. Both of them knew that if they rushed out now, it would only put Lin Ye in even greater danger. Lin Ye lowered his gaze, staring at the silhouette of the iron-spined wolf, his mind racing with calculations. He knew that if he dragged this out any longer, he wouldn't survive. His stamina was nearly depleted. If he couldn't defeat the enemy in one strike, the one to die would be him. In the darkness, he forced himself to calm down. Suddenly, he deliberately slowed his movements, exposing a glaring flaw. The iron-spined wolf was drawn to the opening, its eyes flashing with ferocity. Without hesitation, it leapt forward, its sharp fangs now just an arm's length away from Lin Ye. This is the moment, there's no turning back. Lin Ye suddenly sank his foot down, his muscles erupting with power. Using the extreme wind shadow step, he dodged to the side of the wolf's pounce like a shadow. Almost simultaneously, he gathered all his strength into his right fist. The more desperate the situation, the clearer it became that he couldn't hold back. Cracking wind fist. His fist shot out fiercely, striking precisely at the weakest spot on the iron-spined wolf's lower jaw. The wolf's head snapped abruptly, and its body fell to the ground like a sack of burlap, twitching a few times before going still. In the moment of silence that followed, Lin Ye's entire body relaxed. He leaned against the tree trunk, gasping like a broken bellows, each breath feeling as if it were searing with fire. The system's voice echoed in his mind: the second-tier ferocious beast had been slain, and he had gained 1,200 energy points along with a second-tier beast core glinting with a cold light. Such a reward should have brought joy, but there was no trace of happiness on Lin Ye's face. Lin Ye stuffed the beast core into his pocket, roughly wiped the blood off his face, and gritted his teeth to barely stand steady. Zhou Xiaofan and Shin Daoda, too frightened to care anymore, dashed out. Their faces were full of admiration and concern. "Be careful," Lin Ye warned them in a low voice. He didn't turn around, only keeping a wary eye on the surroundings from the corner of his vision. There was already an unusual aura in the forest. Lin Ye's heart tightened. He possessed the perception of the wind, allowing him to catch the sound of approaching footsteps nearby. At least 6 or 7 people, and their auras were not weak. He had Zhou Xiaofan and Shin Daoda follow closely behind him, and the three of them carefully hid behind a tree. Before long, the forest was roughly parted, and a group of people barged in. Leading them was none other than Zhao Tianyu. His facial wounds had just healed, and he gritted his teeth as the 5 Zhao family companions behind him glared menacingly. Zhao Tianyu immediately spotted the iron-spined wolf on the ground, then noticed Lin Ye covered in blood, and burst into loud laughter. "Lin Ye, you really have a tough life, even managing to take down a second-tier ferocious beast. But looking at you now, you're probably down to half a life, aren't you?" His laughter carried contempt and cruelty. He wasn't just here to watch the show, he had his sights set on Lin Ye at his weakest moment. In his eyes, this was the perfect opportunity to settle old scores. Lin Ye slowly straightened his body, his face showing no fear. He was even observing Zhao Tianyu's steps and movements, secretly calculating his final countermeasures. "You killed someone from my Zhao family. This debt will be settled here in this dense forest today." Zhao Tianyu no longer concealed his murderous intent, his tone sinister and ruthless. He approached step by step, forming a circle with his 5 companions. His actions were cold and direct, leaving Lin Ye no chance to escape. Lin Ye knew that Zhao Tianyu was completely disregarding the rules of the Martial Academy trial this time. He had laid his cards on the table, intending to kill and silence him here. "Aren't you afraid the Martial Academy will investigate you?" Lin Ye asked in a deep voice, striving to appear calm and composed. "Afraid?" Zhao Tianyu seemed to have heard a joke. "Lin Ye, this is the depths of the dense forest. As long as you die and your corpse is thrown to the ferocious beasts to devour, who would care about your life or death?
Even if the instructor comes, they would just turn a blind eye. Lin Ye's heart sank instantly. He finally understood that in this world, only strength could ensure survival, and the other party would not abide by the rules. If he wasn't the winner today, his fate would be even worse. Brothers, attack together. Zhao Tianyu waved his hand, and a group of Zhao family members immediately surrounded him, their movements swift and ruthless, every strike aimed at Lin Ye's vital points. Lin Ye had no way out. At this moment, he could only grit his teeth and face them head-on. Using the last bit of his strength, he fully executed the wind shadow step, weaving through the crowd. He dared not engage directly, using his remaining energy to dodge and counterattack, determined to take down at least one enemy even if it meant enduring for just one more second. Fists shadowed the air continuously, and Lin Ye seemed like a tattered leaf in a storm, constantly struck but never falling. Another punch landed on his shoulder, the intense pain nearly causing him to collapse, a trace of blood seeping from the corner of his lips. Behind him, Zhou Xiaofan and Qin Daoda were so tense they were on the verge of tears. Lin Ye, weren't you so arrogant? Why do you look like a dead dog now? Zhao Tianyu jeered gleefully from the side. He wanted Lin Ye to suffer worse than death, to forever remember the consequences of opposing the Zhao family. The Zhao family members pressed forward step by step, their attacks growing increasingly ruthless. Lin Ye's gaze held only calmness as he clenched his teeth, frantically searching for a way out in his mind. He knew that at this moment, no one could help him. Life or death depended solely on his final choice. His stamina was nearing its limit, every breath feeling like a tug-of-war. Lin Ye understood that if he couldn't fight back, he wouldn't survive this time. But just as he was about to give up, his strength nearly exhausted, he suddenly thought of a solution. His gaze became resolute, willing to risk everything to try, just to survive, and to ensure that all his efforts would not be in vain. A cold and oppressive aura abruptly swept in from the distant woods. The sensation made one's hair stand on end, as if the air itself had frozen. Lin Ye's body tensed up. He immediately understood that this was not one of Zhao Tianyu's men. This was a second-tier martial artist, more dangerous than anyone present. Moreover, this person was no ordinary enemy. He was a death warrior sent specifically to kill him, an assassin dispatched by Zhang Baiao. Zhao Tianyu and his subordinates immediately became alert, halting their actions, their expressions turning exceptionally grave. Who? Zhao Tianyu shouted sharply. His voice carried a mix of panic and unease, for he could feel the overwhelming threat. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, a figure dressed in black slowly emerged from the thicket. His face was covered by a mask, leaving only a pair of cold, snake-like eyes that scanned the crowd, but ultimately fixed on Lin Ye, revealing an unmistakable intent to kill. Lin Ye's heart sank. He realized that he had become a trapped rat under the eaves, surrounded by the Zhao family, yet he hadn't expected an even more terrifying assassin lurking in the shadows. It was just as he had imagined before, wolves in front, tigers behind. This was a complete deadlock. The black-clad assassin simply stood silently in the forest, saying nothing. Unlike opponents like Zhao Tianyu, who were arrogant and flamboyant, his killing intent was extremely restrained, calm, and soundless, yet suffocating. Everyone could feel that this man wouldn't waste words with them, he would only strike to kill. Zhao Tianyu and his group turned pale. They had originally thought that, with their superior numbers and timing their attack when Lin Ye was gravely injured and exhausted, they could easily avenge their humiliation, kill Lin Ye, and seize the spoils. But unexpectedly, a stronger second-tier expert had appeared midway, and everyone understood that the situation was now out of control, with all their lives hanging by a thread. Zhao Tianyu struggled to remain calm, attempting to use his family's name to intimidate the man in black. Who are you? I am a direct descendant of the Zhao family. This matter has nothing to do with you. If you dare meddle, you will be making an enemy of the Zhao family. In Qingfeng City, although the Zhao family was not the most powerful force, it was not to be underestimated. Most people would show them some respect. However, the black-clad assassin showed no reaction at all, not even sparing Zhao Tianyu a glance. His eyes were fixed on Lin Ye, his aura terrifyingly calm. It was clear that to him, status and background were meaningless, he only cared about the outcome of his mission. Lin Ye felt his legs trembling slightly, and every breath he took came with pain. He looked as though he might collapse at any moment, but a trace of composure flickered in his eyes. He quickly analyzed the situation. All these people wanted him dead, but they were not united. Zhao Tianyu had a personal grudge and wanted to kill him for revenge. The man in black was an assassin, merely following orders, and would not cooperate wholeheartedly with the Zhao family. If he could create discord and make them suspicious of each other, he might have a chance to survive. Lin Ye deliberately lowered his voice, hoarse but clear. Sir, for Zhang Baiao to send someone as loyal as you to kill me, it seems I've caused him quite a bit of trouble. A flicker of emotion finally appeared in the black-clad assassin's eyes. The expressions of Zhao Tianyu and his companions immediately grew more wary and tense. They realized the situation was more complicated than it seemed. This assassin was no ordinary mercenary but a loyal enforcer sent by Zhang Baiao's patrol team. No matter how influential the Zhao family was, they would not dare to openly clash with the patrol team. Lin Ye saw the opportunity was ripe and continued to speak calmly, his tone steady, yet every word struck at the other's psyche. Don't think this person is here to help you. He only wants to kill me. But once I'm dead, every single one of you here becomes a witness. You know his identity. Do you think he'll let you go? He absolutely won't. He won't let you leave alive. The air was almost stagnant. Zhao Tianyu and his group's faces changed drastically, and their previously unified goal began to crumble in an instant. Each person felt a primal fear rising within them. Just moments ago, they thought they could join forces to deal with Lin Ye, but now they realized they themselves were the next prey. You're sowing discord. Zhao Tianyu roared furiously at Lin Ye, but the confidence in his tone was collapsing, and even he could feel the looming danger. Lin Ye chuckled lightly, the laughter tinged with blood and pain, yet also filled with meticulous strategy. He knew that only when cracks formed in these people's unity would he have a chance to escape by turning their weapons against each other. Every time he faced a life and death crisis, he had to find a way to throw his enemies into chaos first. He understood that sometimes, instead of relying on brute force, it was better to exploit the weaknesses of human nature to find a way out. Facing the crisis, Lin Ye did not collapse. On the contrary, he began to actively steer the chaos, because only chaos could bring opportunities. Survival has never been about waiting for fate's charity, it is about actively changing every layout on the chessboard. When the air was filled with tension and suspicion, Lin Ye's words were like cold water splashing into Zhao Tianyu's heart, piercing through the fear he had been avoiding. The black-clad assassin has been hiding in the shadows all along. His plan is obvious, to wait until we fight each other to the point of mutual destruction, then seize the opportunity to eliminate everyone. He never intended to leave a single survivor. Lin Ye revealed the opponent's scheme word by word, causing Zhao Tianyu to break out in a cold sweat. His companions also became confused and frightened. They had thought they were hunters, but now suddenly realized that, like Lin Ye, they had become prey targeted by an even more formidable killer. Stop talking nonsense! Zhao Tianyu shouted, forcing himself to sound strong, but his voice was no longer confident and was instead filled with guilt. He wanted to command his men to continue attacking but froze in place. At that moment, the black-clad assassin launched an attack without warning. The air suddenly tightened, and a crushing force swept through, more violent than any previous battle. Dust flew everywhere, and the people from Lin Ye and the Zhao family were all pushed back by this aura, fear etched on every face. The gap between the second and first tiers became glaringly obvious in that moment. This was a power they could not contend with. The assassin did not choose a specific target, but the warning in his movements was clear: anyone who blocked his path would meet a dead end. Zhao Tianyu's face turned pale, his teeth clenched as he dared not act recklessly. He wanted to attack but didn't have the courage, leaving him frozen in place, caught in a dilemma. If he continued to fight, he might be killed instantly. If he held back, he would lose face. His dignity and life pulled him into a desperate struggle. Lin Ye observed silently, sensing an opportunity emerging. If he fled now, it would undoubtedly trigger both sides to pursue him with full force. But Lin Ye knew that only by seizing the brief moment of chaos and breaking deeper into the dense forest could he have a chance to survive. He took a shallow breath, focusing the last bit of his strength into his legs. Wind Shadow Step was pushed to its limit, and every muscle in his body felt as though it was about to burst. He seized the momentary gap that appeared between Zhao Tianyu and the assassin. In the blink of an eye, he let out a low shout, taking Zhou Xiaofan and Chen Daoda with him as his entire figure turned into a blur, rushing toward the only exit. Stop him! Zhao Tianyu almost roared, but before his words could even land, the assassin had already made his move. However, Lin Ye was a step faster. In an instant, three figures disappeared into the forest, vanishing into the shadows. The air was left with Lin Ye's low, hate-filled murmur: I will settle this score, one by one. Deep in the dense forest, Lin Ye dragged Zhou Xiaofan and Chen Daoda as they fled desperately. Branches tore at his skin, sending sharp stings of pain, but he paid no attention to the wounds. Pouring all his strength into his legs, he pushed his Wind Shadow Step to its limit. Nothing could slow him down. From the forest behind, screams and shouts echoed incessantly. Hurry, don't let them escape. Zhao Tianyu, filled with despair and humiliation, commanded his men to pursue. He had been so confident, believing the prey was within his grasp, only to end up as a laughingstock. The fury and hatred in his heart nearly consumed his reason. Lin Ye was well aware that everything was far more perilous than he had anticipated. He was in terrible condition, covered in wounds, his strength nearly depleted.
Forget about taking on a second-tier assassin head-on, he didn't even dare hope to last 10 moves, let alone protect the two companions by his side. Brother Ye, they're still behind us. Chindaota gasped for breath as she ran, constantly looking back, her face filled with utter panic. Lin Ye heard her clearly and didn't dare hesitate for even a moment. At this point, there was only one thought in his mind: he had to break through. He had to do it now, abandoning all concerns and fighting for one last chance at survival. Lin Ye's body trembled violently, every step feeling like he was treading on the edge of a blade. He was on the verge of collapse, his legs heavy as if filled with lead. But Lin Ye didn't stop. Beside him, Orphan was also gasping for air, her sweat-soaked forehead glistening. Despite this, she gritted her teeth and followed Lin Ye closely, not falling behind by a single step, as if racing against life and death with every stride. Don't look back, just keep running, Lin Ye ordered in a low voice, his tone calm and resolute. This was not a comforting remark but more like a final conviction. He knew all too well that only by charging into the misty forest ahead might they have a slim chance of survival. His ability allowed him to sense the terrain ahead. A few miles away lay a dense forest shrouded in toxic mist, where the poisonous fog blotted out the sky and even muffled sound. Ordinary people entering it would likely experience paralysis or even faint, and only a rare few capable of resisting the toxins could move within. This wasn't a gamble with their lives, it was their only hope. But the problem was that death was in hot pursuit. The black-clad assassin behind them was incredibly fast, their footsteps carrying a chilling murderous intent, the icy pressure almost pressing against their backs. Lin Ye could clearly feel the brewing killing intent within the enemy, an oppressive energy of a second-tier master that seemed to freeze the very air. He knew the opponent was preparing for a final, fatal strike. Just as they were about to exhaust their strength, a sudden sound of something slicing through the air came from behind. Lin Ye, stay right there for me. The assassin's voice was cold and brooding, brooking no argument. A finger strike, like a black whirlwind, hurtled towards Lin Ye's vitals. Its speed was so fast that it was impossible to react. Lin Ye's heart pounded. Instinct overwhelmed his thoughts. Without hesitation, he shoved the two people beside him forward, simultaneously rolling to the side with all his might. A sharp tearing sound filled the air. The finger strike grazed Lin Ye's lower back, drawing a line of blood. The excruciating pain nearly made him faint. His body tumbled uncontrollably, crashing heavily to the ground, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. Old wounds hadn't healed, and now new ones had appeared. Blood mingled with the dirt on the ground. He struggled to stand, but all his strength had vanished. Every movement felt like lead in his limbs, the pain spreading throughout his body. His meridians were being disrupted by the force of the attack, his blood and chi flowing backward, his breathing rapid, and he even felt waves of dizziness wash over him. Brother Ye! Orphan and Chindaota couldn't help but shout, turning back to run and help him. Don't come over, run! Lin Ye shouted hoarsely from the ground. His gaze was resolute as he waved his hand, signaling them to rush into the forest immediately. He was ready to sacrifice himself, even if it was just to buy a little time, to ensure his companions could escape. At this moment, he had no complaints. He understood that as long as his sacrifice allowed his companions to survive, it would not be in vain. The black-clad assassin stepped forward steadily, stopping not far from Lin Ye, his gaze indifferent. He believed everything was settled. Lin Ye was as good as dead. He seemed to be inspecting a task that had already been completed, without the slightest emotional fluctuation. Struggling is useless. Prepare to die. The assassin raised his hand, the killing intent ready to be unleashed. Energy flickered at his fingertips, poised to take Lin Ye's life at any moment. At this moment, the pursuers arrived in the distance. Zhao Tianyu, panting heavily, saw Lin Ye lying awkwardly on the ground and immediately revealed a mocking and twisted smile. Why aren't you running? Weren't you good at running? Lin Ye, you won't escape today. On one side was the cold and deadly assassin, and on the other, the hostile pursuers. Lin Ye, covered in wounds, lay uselessly on the ground, as if he had reached the lowest point of his life. Beside him, only the terrified cries of his two companions could be heard. This was a dead end. The forest was silent, the enemies were close, and the hope of survival was slipping away. He truly had no way out. But even so, in the moment of near death, Lin Ye's eyes still held light, filled with anger and defiance. He clenched his fists tightly, his nails digging deep into his palms, and this bit of pain kept him awake. You want to kill me? It's not that easy. He refused to give up. At this moment, Lin Ye could barely muster the strength to stand. His enemy, the black-clad assassin, stood not far away, expressionless and brimming with confidence. The assassin didn't see Lin Ye as any threat, not even bothering to take him seriously. In the assassin's eyes, Lin Ye was like an ant on the ground, just one step away from being crushed to death. Not far from them, Zhao Tianyu and his group were panting heavily under a tree, their faces filled with schadenfreude and malicious anticipation. They didn't step forward to help, merely watching coldly, waiting to see how Lin Ye would meet his end. To these people, everything was already over. Lin Ye couldn't possibly stand a chance against a second-tier assassin. No matter how many tricks he had left, he couldn't escape today's fate. In front of Lin Ye, Zhou Xiaofan and Chen Daoda stood like a human wall. Their bodies trembled, their faces pale, but they stubbornly refused to back down. Though they were terrified and fully aware that they couldn't possibly defeat the assassin, at this moment, they used their frail bodies to shield Lin Ye because, throughout their journey, Lin Ye had always been protecting them.
Get out of here.
This has nothing to do with you. Lin Ye, lying on the ground, spoke weakly but with absolute determination. He knew he had no chance of winning now, but at the very least, he had to ensure his two friends survived.
Brother Ye, we're not leaving.
Chen Daoda's eyes were red, his voice choked with emotion.
If we leave together. We can't abandon you. Zhou Xiaofan clenched his teeth tightly, raising his fists. Even though his entire body trembled, he refused to retreat a single step. Lin Ye felt a surge of warmth. However, this warmth was quickly swallowed by a bone-chilling cold. He knew better than anyone that if they stayed, they would only die here together. He had to find a way to buy time and give them a chance to survive. The black-clad assassin frowned and let out an impatient sigh.
He raised his hand, and a sharp, concentrated energy gathered at his fingertips, distorting the surrounding air.
Everyone understood if this strike landed, Lin Ye would undoubtedly die. Struggling is useless now, the assassin sneered coldly, stepping forward. At this moment, time seemed to stretch.
Just as the assassin was about to strike, Lin Ye suddenly raised his head. His bloodshot eyes betrayed his despair, yet it was masked by an extreme calmness and sharp determination. No one noticed the iron spine wolf beast bone tightly clenched in his palm, a hidden trump card he had secretly kept during the earlier battle. In the eyes of outsiders, Lin Ye's aura seemed chaotic and weak, as if he was on the verge of collapse. But in reality, he was exerting all his strength to conceal his intentions, using the perception of wind to observe every subtle movement of the assassin, every tense muscle, every trace of flowing energy, and even every shift in balance clearly and precisely. He was waiting for the assassin to truly relax and completely believe that Lin Ye was just a worthless target easily dealt with.
Finally, the opportunity arose.
At the exact moment the assassin prepared to strike, the bone fragment in Lin Ye's hand suddenly flew out, not to attack the assassin directly, but to precisely target a patch of seemingly ordinary, yet long-observed soft soil at the assassin's feet. The beast bone fragment pierced the soil, stirring up a few pieces of gravel and damp, decayed leaves. The assassin frowned, thinking Lin Ye's action was nothing more than a meaningless, desperate struggle. He paid it no mind. But as he took another step forward, the ground beneath his feet, disturbed by the fragment, suddenly loosened, causing his balance to falter.
This was the moment. That infinitesimal imbalance, unnoticed even by the assassin, was exactly what Lin Ye had been waiting for.
"Now's the time," he shouted in his heart, unleashing the last of his strength. He didn't foolishly stand up to confront the assassin head-on, but instead followed the motion of his fall. Using a technique achievable only with mastery of the wind shadow step, he channeled all his remaining strength into his waist, abdomen, and legs, rolling sideways at an extremely peculiar angle. At the same time, like a ghost, he skimmed close to the ground, slipping through a gap in the assassin's defenses and instantly arriving at the blind spot of the assassin's lower body. The distance closed. Although a second-tier assassin is deadly at long range, they find it difficult to maneuver at close quarters. Lin Ye's move was completely unexpected, leaving the assassin no time to react. Lin Ye didn't use any flashy techniques. Gathering the last bit of strength he had left in his right fist, he struck directly at the assassin's ribs, hitting the most fragile and hardest to defend spot. A dull thud shattered the silence that everyone thought had already ended. Lin Ye's right fist traced a rapid trajectory through the air. Though he lacked strength, his timing, angle, and striking position were nearly perfect. At that moment, it seemed as if everyone held their breath. Even the usually composed assassin showed a look of surprise. No one expected that this severely injured, nearly fainting first-tier martial artist could find a faint opportunity in despair and even strike back fiercely. That punch directly pierced through the assassin's defense, with inner force penetrating into his body. The assassin let out a muffled groan, involuntarily stepping back a few paces, and his original attack was completely interrupted halfway through. Seeing his strike land successfully, Lin Ye immediately retreated. He knew very well that this level of damage was far from enough to kill the assassin. The gap in their strength couldn't be bridged with a single punch. He had no intention of lingering in battle. Instead, he used the recoil to drag the stunned Zhou Xiaofan and Chen Daoda, exhausting the last bit of his strength to sprint madly toward the depths of the misty, miasma-filled dense forest ahead.
Quick, follow me. Lin Ye whispered urgently, his voice carrying an undeniable determination. Behind them, Zhao Tianyu and the others were completely stunned. No one could believe that Lin Ye, who had been almost certain to die, not only survived but also severely injured that terrifying assassin before swiftly fleeing the scene. The assassin, forced to retreat, looked down at the bloodstain on his side and his face darkened, murderous intent radiating from him. He had never imagined that he would be injured by a mere first-tier nobody. His furious roar echoed through the forest, but the figures of Lin Ye and his companions had already vanished into the thick fog and miasma, out of sight and earshot. The dense miasma blocked their vision, and the air was filled with a sickly sweet and pungent smell that caused dizziness and weakness upon inhalation. Ordinary people would likely faint after just a few minutes here. Yet now, this poisonous miasma-filled forest, usually avoided at all costs, was their only refuge. Lin Ye leaned against the tree, gasping heavily, each breath pulling at the excruciating pain of his wounds. One of the injuries was still bleeding, soaking his clothes until they were sticky and cold. Old wounds combined with fresh ones, and after a frantic escape, his strength was completely drained. Black circles floated before his eyes, and he could collapse at any moment. Brother Yi. Zhou Xiaofan and Chen Daota saw Lin Yi's pale face and the blood that wouldn't stop flowing. They hurried forward to support him from both sides, their voices quickly tinged with sobs. You're losing too much blood. If this continues, your life will be in danger. Lin Ye tried to steady himself and raised his hand to signal them not to panic. Don't panic. The miasma is poisonous, but it can block the pursuers. We're temporarily safe now. His voice was somewhat hoarse, but still calm. He closed his eyes, activating his special perception ability to quickly sense the surrounding environment. The miasma indeed made the atmosphere chaotic here, but it also concealed their own tracks. The furious pursuers behind them would not dare to enter easily at this moment. The real danger, for now, was temporarily kept outside the mist. Find a hidden spot first. I need to stop the bleeding and rest immediately. If we delay any longer, I won't be able to hold on even before the pursuers catch up. Lin Ye calmly gave the order. The two immediately nodded and, almost dragging Lin Ye, moved slowly through the miasma-filled forest. Soon, luck was on their side. They found a cave in the mountain wall behind a cluster of vines and shrubs. It was dry, concealed, and just big enough to hide 3 people. Once inside the cave, Lin Ye could no longer hold on. He slumped down against the cold stone wall, letting out a long breath. Looking down, he saw the various wounds on his body still oozing blood, echoing the harrowing escape they had just endured. Without hesitation, Lin Ye reached into his chest and pulled out an item, a first-tier healing potion that Dean Su Changfeng had secretly slipped to him before his departure. The pale blue liquid glowed faintly in the dim cave. Lin Ye had only 1 bottle of healing potion left in his hand. The bottle reflected a faint light under the weak firelight. It was his only hope for survival and the only chance for him to keep moving forward. He silently bit off the cork and drank the potion in one gulp, wasting not a single drop. A wave of warmth quickly surged through his body, the medicinal power transforming into a warm current that spread from his throat to every part of his body. The wounds that had been torn and painful suddenly began to itch, the bleeding slowed down, and the turbulent breath in his chest gradually calmed. Lin Ye finally took a light breath, his spirit slightly relaxed, but he did not stop there. Deep down, he knew he could not afford to be careless now. This life and death struggle and escape had changed both his body and his will. He could already feel that the barrier within him, which had trapped him for so long, was loosening. The fight with the second-tier Iron Spine Wolf, the desperate counterattack against the second-tier black-clad assassin, these dire situations had completely ignited the potential he had been accumulating for so long. His cultivation was like a cup about to overflow. It only needed one final push to break through to become a second-tier warrior. That would completely change his situation in this dangerous forest and, more importantly, mean he finally had the strength to protect those around him. Lin Ye closed his eyes, forcing himself to block out all distractions and focus solely on channeling the last bit of inner energy within him. He didn't possess the kind of power that could erupt at any moment like the system, nor did he have the protection of a mighty figure. Everything depended on him bit by bit. He had to pry open and break through the barriers within his body. The process was excruciating. Zhou Xiaofan and Chen Daota didn't dare make a sound. They stood guard at the cave entrance, alert to any movements outside, silently supporting Lin Ye. The only sound in the entire cave was Lin Ye's rhythmic breathing, sometimes weak, sometimes strong. He began to sweat, the sweat mixing with blood and dripping onto his clothes. Each surge of energy through his meridians felt like a blade slicing through, bringing sharp pain. Yet Lin Ye neither gasped nor groaned. He knew that this breakthrough was the key to survival. Only by becoming stronger could he fight off the black-clad assassins hunting him, keep his teammates alive, and return from the trial alive. After an unknown amount of time, the night quietly enveloped the forest.
Lin Ye finally opened his eyes, a fleeting bright light flashing in his gaze before it disappeared. He felt it, the barrier that had troubled him for so long had completely shattered. The sudden surge of power within him was more refined and substantial than ever before, like a torrential downpour washing over his muscles and meridians.
Congratulations, host, on successfully breaking through the realm. A familiar electronic prompt echoed in his mind. Current cultivation, early stage of second-tier warrior.
Physical strength, power, and speed have been comprehensively enhanced, injuries have further healed, and combat power has recovered to 70% of its peak. Lin Ye lowered his head and clenched his fist, a rare and resolute smile finally appearing on his lips.
He understood.
Even though this was merely the starting point of the second tier, far inferior to that black-clad assassin, it was enough. At the very least, in this perilous dense forest, he finally had hope for a direct breakthrough.
At the cave entrance, Zhou Xiaofan and Chen Daodu immediately sensed Lin Ye's transformation.
Although they didn't understand what breakthrough meant, they could feel that Lin Ye's aura and strength were completely different from before.
Brother Yi, are you okay now? Chen Daodu asked in a low voice. Lin Ye walked to the cave entrance, feeling his body recovering.
The color had returned to his face, and his gaze was more resolute and unwavering than before. He looked outside at the dark forest still shrouded in poisonous mist, his voice deep and powerful, "I'm fine now. And also, from now on, it's their turn to be afraid." The entire day's desperation and escape, the initiative had always been in others' hands. But now, everything begins to reverse. He is no longer the passive prey, desperately fleeing for his life. From this moment of breakthrough, he will embark on the path of the hunter. The air inside the cave has completely changed.
Lin Ye stood still, his entire aura completely transformed from before.
Moments ago, he had been battered, exhausted, and in a desperate state of escape. Now, his gaze was as sharp as a blade, and his body resembled a concealed sword, ready to be unsheathed at any moment. He had just broken through to a new level, and with every breath, he could clearly feel himself growing stronger than he had been moments ago. Even the wounds on his body were healing rapidly. As the air flowed around him, Lin Ye seemed to merge with the environment, his immense power tightly restrained. His calm demeanor exuded both a sense of security and an unfathomable depth. Standing beside him, Zhou Xiaofan and Chen Daodu were filled with joy and surprise. Although they didn't understand what second tier meant, they could clearly sense the fundamental change in Lin Ye. The once disheveled and gasping boy, teetering on the brink of death, had suddenly become resolute and powerful. For the first time, they felt that as long as Lin Ye was there, no one else needed to be afraid. "Brother Yi, how did you suddenly?" Zhou Xiaofan couldn't help but speak, his voice tinged with disbelief. Lin Ye nodded and slowly flexed his wrists and shoulders, the faint sound of bones cracking echoing softly. The surge of power within him surprised even himself. But he was well aware that this improvement was far from enough. The black-clad assassin outside was no ordinary person, their movements were skilled, their experience extensive, clearly someone who had survived countless battles. If he were to face them head-on now, he wasn't confident of victory. Fighting recklessly would still be courting death, as the opponent maintained an absolute advantage. To win, courage and luck alone are not enough. He must take advantage of the terrain and the fog, waiting for the right moment to act, just like a true hunter. It requires not only bravery but also patience and strategy. Opportunities must be created by oneself. The fog outside is very thick right now. They won't risk coming in, but they'll definitely wait at the entrance for us to come out on our own, Lin Ye said calmly, analyzing the situation with a firm voice.
Zhao Tianyu and the others are just followers. The real threat is that second-tier assassin. Does that mean we can only keep hiding?
The trial is about to end, Chen Daodu asked nervously.
Hiding is only temporary, we can't wait until the trial ends.
Don't forget, they're also waiting for our food and stamina to run out, Lin Ye said, his gaze turning steely as he looked at the fog-covered cave entrance. If they want to wait for us to walk into their trap, then we'll turn the tables and give them a surprise instead. At this moment, Zhou Xiaofan and Chen Daodu were stunned. Lin Ye was neither planning to continue hiding nor trying to escape. Instead, he intended to take the initiative to counterattack, completely reversing the roles of prey and hunter. In other words, he was going to hunt down those who were chasing him. Brother Yi, but those are second-tier experts, and you've just made your breakthrough not long ago. Zhou Xiaofan's concern was evident. He had never expected Lin Ye to dare entertain such an idea. Precisely because I've just made my breakthrough, in their eyes, I'm still an injured man.
They will underestimate me, and that is my greatest opportunity. Lin Ye's voice was exceptionally calm.
He was well aware that he wasn't strong enough to crush everything right now, but the enemy's underestimation of him was, in itself, the strongest weapon. He intended to turn their arrogance into a fatal mistake. This mist, which was a death trap for ordinary people, was the best protective camouflage for someone like him with wind-based abilities. Lin Ye made arrangements. You stay here and guard the entrance tightly. No matter what happens outside, do not make a sound, and absolutely do not come out. His tone left no room for doubt. Listen to me, this is the only way for you to survive. Although the two were afraid, they both nodded. Lin Ye said no more. He bent down to pick up a sharp stone and a dry tree branch from the ground, quickly and quietly camouflaging the cave entrance. Then, his figure swayed slightly and disappeared into the dense white mist. He merged into the fog, his movements elusive and silent, like a ghost born from the mist. In such an environment, where one couldn't see their hand in front of their face, breathing was difficult, and even footsteps were muffled by the thick fog. For ordinary martial artists who relied on vision and perception, this place was a nightmare. But for Lin Ye, who was skilled in wind-based abilities and adept at sensing and stealth, this was a natural hunting ground. Lin Ye didn't go far. Instead, he lurked within a range of several dozen meters from the cave entrance. He almost held his breath, waiting for his prey to walk into the trap on its own. What he needed to do now was wait until the assassin could no longer endure the loneliness and unease and stepped into the snare. A long time passed, and the surroundings were suffocatingly quiet. Suddenly, Lin Ye's ears twitched slightly. He heard an extremely faint, deliberately concealed sound of footsteps coming from outside the fog. Someone was cautiously approaching. The person's steps were steady, each one landing almost soundlessly, clearly indicating they were an experienced expert. That's right, it was the black-clad assassin hunting him who couldn't hold back and chose to investigate alone. He racked his brain. Lin Ye held his breath, hiding in the thick miasma and the shadows of giant trees. His heartbeat pounded in his chest like a war drum, yet he forced himself to remain completely still. Outside, the assassin's voice was hoarse, carrying a cold threat as it echoed through the mist. Lin Ye, I know you're nearby. Don't make pointless struggles. Come out now, and perhaps it'll be quicker for you. This condemnation and disdain were meant to break his will, but Lin Ye was already prepared to face death. At this moment, only one thing remained: survival. Why survive? The assassin thought he was chasing down a newly awakened, injured, and utterly hopeless young man, completely unaware that Lin Ye's hatred and will to live were thicker than the miasma surrounding them. Lin Ye stared intently at the assassin's silhouette, feeling his hands tremble, but he clenched his teeth and forced himself to wait for the assassin to step closer, to completely lower his guard. With every shout from the assassin, Lin Ye's resolve grew stronger. He ignored the threats because he understood only one thing: the calmer he remained, the greater his chance to strike back. The assassin finally lost patience, his figure flickering as he closed in on Lin Ye, no longer bothering with extra precautions. He unleashed the aura of a second-tier warrior, the intense pressure surging through the mist in an attempt to forcibly pinpoint Lin Ye's hiding spot. Lin Ye immediately sensed that this was the assassin's most careless and vulnerable moment. The opportunity lasted only an instant. Lin Ye acted almost instinctively, darting out of the shadows like a leopard while fully merging his presence into the mist. He silently approached from the flank, not targeting vital areas but precisely aiming at the back of the assassin's supporting knee. A sharp stone instantly pierced the soft flesh behind the knee. The sudden pain caused the assassin to stagger. He was utterly shocked, completely unprepared for Lin Ye's decisive counterattack. Courting death, the assassin roared in fury, spinning around to deliver a fierce palm strike, his killing intent palpable. However, Lin Ye refused to engage directly. After landing his strike, he immediately retreated into the miasma. Only his afterimage lingered in the air, disappearing completely in the next moment. The assassin's palm struck empty air, his anger driving him to smash a tree trunk, which instantly shattered and collapsed. But with the mist swirling around, he couldn't discern where Lin Ye had gone. Amid the chaos, every one of his attacks hit nothing but air, his stamina and aura rapidly depleting. Meanwhile, Lin Ye, like a shadow, appeared repeatedly from different directions, inflicting minor injuries not fatal but always avoiding direct confrontation, further agitating the assassin and accelerating his exhaustion. A slash cuts the back of the hand, a blow strikes the shoulder, a sudden attack on the knee. The assassin grows increasingly disheveled, roaring in fury, "Lin Ye, come out and fight me head-on if you dare." His voice is filled with madness and humiliation, his dignity and confidence are shattered time and again by Lin Ye's guerrilla tactics. Lin Ye remains calm, he knows that even one act of impulsiveness will only lead to death. He is both prey and hunter. By this time, Lin Ye's body is covered in wounds, but his eyes are colder and more resolute. Even when he is nearly struck by the aftershocks of the opponent's energy, his skin torn and the pain excruciating, he focuses on only one goal: to exhaust the enemy's patience and strength, and then seize the opportunity to finish him off. Every step Lin Ye takes back is not an escape, but a way to lure his prey deeper into a predicament, until his final chance of victory arrives. In the thick fog, the assassin finally collapses from exhaustion. His movements become sluggish, his wounds bleed profusely, and his breathing becomes extremely unstable. Lin Ye knows that fighting head-on with his own strength is certain death, but now, everything has reversed. He patiently searched for an opportunity amidst despair and fear, using the enemy's strength to defeat them. In the face of life and death, only strategy and resilience can ensure survival. Lin Ye wasn't born strong, but he used his wisdom and courage to earn himself a chance to turn the tide. The assassin's rage was gradually subsiding, while Lin Ye's counterattack was quietly brewing. Lin Ye hid in the darkness, holding his breath, as silent as a statue. He made no sound, revealing no trace of his position. He was waiting, he had to wait. Only when the assassin completely lost his composure and exposed a single fatal flaw would he have a chance to strike back. The assassin was gradually losing control, his bloodshot eyes showing almost no trace of reason. He no longer concealed his presence. All his power erupted at once, causing the surrounding air currents to turn violent, instantly driving away the poisonous miasma and creating a brief safe zone. This was his last resort. He intended to use his overwhelming aura and strength to suppress Lin Ye, force him out, and deliver a fatal blow. But this was precisely the moment Lin Ye had been waiting for. His gaze turned icy, and every muscle in his body tensed to the limit. He knew he could no longer delay or continue to wear himself out. In this fleeting opening, he had to end the fight in one decisive move. So, at the very moment when the assassin's aura peaked and his vulnerability was at its greatest, Lin Ye charged out without hesitation. His movements were so fast they were almost imperceptible, his entire figure seeming to blur into a shadow. He neither shouted nor unleashed any imposing aura, there was only unparalleled speed and absolute composure. The assassin sensed Lin Ye's movement and revealed a crazed smile, thinking he had finally seized the opportunity. He gathered all his remaining strength into one palm and struck fiercely at Lin Ye. If this blow landed, it would be enough to completely incapacitate Lin Ye. But just as the assassin's attack was about to hit, Lin Ye suddenly shifted his stance. He neither retreated nor confronted the blow head-on. Instead, at an incredible angle, he rolled under the assassin's arm and lunged straight into the opponent's weakest and most feared range: close combat. This was a dead zone where the assassin could not exert any strength. Caught off guard, the assassin's face turned pale. He had already unleashed his full-force strike and could no longer defend himself, leaving his body completely exposed. Lin Ye coldly uttered, "It's over." He concentrated all his power into his right fist and delivered a precise punch to the assassin's most vulnerable wound on his left rib. A low, muffled sound echoed as the assassin's internal defenses completely collapsed, and all his energy dissipated. The pain forced a short, shrill scream from his throat. His entire body was sent flying, landing heavily on the ground and rolling several times before coming to a stop, unable to move. His consciousness began to blur, and he couldn't even struggle. With a look of shock, he stared fixedly at Lin Ye, unable to accept that he had been defeated by someone younger, weaker, and more exhausted than. Lin Ye stood there, his chest heaving violently, sweat and blood soaking his entire body. He felt as though his strength had been completely drained, his legs weak and his vision darkening, yet he gritted his teeth and forced himself to remain standing. Even though he was utterly exhausted, he did not collapse. He had won. A young man who had just stepped into the second tier used his intelligence and patience to kill a seasoned, powerful assassin. The dense fog still surrounded him, but the chilling murderous intent had completely vanished. Lin Ye slowly adjusted his breathing, enduring his weakness, and walked toward the assassin's corpse. He bent down and retrieved a black token and a small pouch of energy crystals from the body. These were the enemy's identification marks and direct evidence pointing to their mastermind Zhang Baiao. Lin Ye didn't have time to think much. Holding the evidence he had just seized, he staggered toward the cave. At the cave entrance, Zhou Xiaofan and Chen Daodou had stayed up all night, anxiously keeping watch. As soon as they heard footsteps, they nervously poked their heads out. Seeing Lin Ye covered in blood but still standing, their eyes immediately reddened, and they rushed forward to support him. "Did we win?" Chen Daodou's voice trembled with nervousness and excitement. Lin Ye glanced at her, then lowered his gaze to the increasingly dense white mist outside. A faint but resolute smile appeared on his face. "We won, but it's not over yet." In the distance, Zhao Tianyu and the others were still surrounding them in the mist. Zhang Baiao's conspiracy had yet to be exposed, and everything was far from over. The trial in the dense forest had only just begun. As the morning light penetrated the deep forest, the toxic white mist that had enveloped the area last night finally began to dissipate, revealing towering trees. Sunlight poured down, and the air no longer carried the oppressive dampness. Everything seemed to be slowly returning to normal. But deep within a hidden cave, Lin Ye remained seated steadily, his eyes closed, his breathing long and steady. After a night had passed, the turbulent and tangled energy within his body had calmed, and his wounds had scabbed over thanks to self-healing and the lingering effects of the medicine. Although he was still weak, the sense of power from being pushed to the limit and ultimately breaking through filled him with immense reassurance. Between life and death, Lin Ye had finally reached the second tier. This was not only an improvement in skill but also a testament to his willpower. He knew this step had been arduous, but it was by no means in vain. Zhou Xiaofen's voice trembled slightly but carried trust. Brother Yi, the fog outside has cleared. He stared at the bright light outside the cave, still a bit nervous, but the initial fear was now gone. On the other side, Chendaota clenched his fists, his eyes shining with hope. Zhao Tianyu and his group won't leave so easily, they're still waiting. Lin Ye opened his eyes, a cold glint flashing through them before quickly returning to calm. He stood up and tried to move his body, his bones cracking crisply. He hadn't forgotten the lessons from that life and death struggle, even though every movement still carried a hint of pain. But he knew that now was the final showdown. They're waiting. Lin Ye's voice was low and steady, carrying an inexplicable strength. He spoke directly. After enduring the whole night, they're both scared and exhausted. Their emotions are at their most unstable right now. This is the perfect time for us to strike back. Zhao Tianyu's group lacked the resolve of assassins. Last night, they were worried that if Lin Ye were killed, the assassin might eliminate them as well, and they were also afraid of Lin Ye surviving and coming back for revenge. Even after standing guard the entire night, every one of them was tense and on edge, unable to sleep a wink. Lin Ye picked up the black token and the bag containing the crystal, which he had taken from the assassin's corpse, and put them away. He knew that these pieces of evidence might later become a crucial step in toppling Zhang Baiao, the mastermind behind it all. Casually tidying his clothes and wiping off the most obvious bloodstains on his body, he walked toward the cave entrance without any hesitation. His decision was already clear. Let's go, we'll settle the score with them. The air became fresh, and the mist completely dissipated. The forest returned to silence, but it was more oppressive than before. On the clearing not far from the cave entrance, Zhao Tianyu and his group leaned against the trees, their faces showing fatigue. Many of them had eyes darting around wildly, and it was obvious to anyone that they were grappling with extreme unease and anxiety. What's going on? The assassin has been inside for so long, and there's no response at all, someone from the Zhao family whispered, their voice full of panic. Could it be something happened? Another, more timid person, turned pale as they voiced their fear. The more they thought about it, the more terrified they became. If even a second-tier assassin had lost contact, just how dangerous was the forest? Although Zhao Tianyu tried to put on a brave front, loudly reassuring everyone, what's there to fear? Lin Ye is just a severely injured man. A second-tier expert dealing with him is like crushing an ant. Don't scare yourselves. But even he had cold sweat covering his palms. He couldn't shake off the unease growing in his heart as he recalled that brief, sharp scream from the night before. Just as everyone was debating heatedly and emotions reached a critical point, a figure emerged from the forest. He did not hide, nor did he launch a surprise attack. His clothes bore bloodstains, his face was pale, yet his steps were steady. The light fell upon him, making it impossible to ignore. This was Lin Ye. Behind him, Zhou Xiaofen and Chendaota had tightly pursed lips, but their expressions were much calmer than the night before. At this moment, seeing clearly that the person was Lin Ye, Zhao Tianyu and his men were all stunned, as if they had encountered a ghost in broad daylight. They jumped up instantly, their faces filled with fear and disbelief. Lin Ye, how are you still alive? Where's the assassin? What happened to our people? Zhao Tianyu's voice changed pitch, almost losing control. Lin Ye's face remained expressionless, showing not a trace of fear. He said indifferently, are you asking about that second-tier assassin? He casually tossed out the bloodstained token. He's already dead. Dead. The atmosphere in the air completely froze. Zhao Tianyu was paralyzed, as if struck by lightning, his mind blank, utterly panicked. The path to rebirth and retribution had finally opened completely to Lin Ye. The chill of death still lingered in the air. Moments ago, a second-tier assassin lay dead on the ground, his life ended. And the boy who killed him, Lin Ye, was closing in on the Zhao family. These Zhao family members, who had thought they had powerful backers and could manipulate others' fates at will, now looked pale, their souls seemingly drained. Fear spread through their eyes, because even that second-tier assassin was no match for Lin Ye. These first-tier martial artists would only be throwing their lives away. You actually dared to kill the patrol team. You're insane. Zhao Tianyu finally came to his senses, trying to mask his fear with a loud shout. But his voice trembled with a trembling confidence. He still fantasized that the patrol team's intimidation power could suppress Lin Ye. You're dead. Zhang Baiao will never let you go. The patrol team will never let you go.
Lin Ye's response was a merciless cold laugh. He took a step forward. At that moment, the aura of the second tier suddenly erupted, its oppressive force almost tangible, like a mountain descending from the heavens, pressing down on Zhao Tianyu and his group, forcing them to kneel instantly. They had once wielded power and influence before Lin Ye, but now they couldn't even muster a single thought of resistance. The people I killed were the assassins you hid in the shadows to kill me, not some patrol team. Lin Ye's gaze was as cold as a blade. He stared directly at Zhao Tianyu. What you should truly fear is not me, but yourself, the Zhao family, and Zhang Baiao. He pierced through the conspiracy with pinpoint accuracy. During the Martial Academy trial, you colluded with the instructors, deliberately orchestrated a siege, and broke the rules. Each of these crimes is enough to make the Zhao family pay a devastating price. At this moment, Zhao Tianyu was trembling all over, his face ashen. He finally understood. He had completely underestimated Lin Ye from the very beginning. He had once regarded Lin Ye as an ant that could be easily crushed, but he never expected Lin Ye to be a hidden dragon quietly amassing strength. He thought he had set a trap, but instead, he had cornered himself into a dead end. Lin Ye stood before them, looking at the group of Zhao family disciples who had fallen to their knees in fear, without a trace of mercy. His voice was calm to the point of cruelty. I won't kill you, but from now on, leave all your beast cores and supplies behind. Then get out of the dense forest, return to the Martial Academy, and await judgment. His command was like a court verdict, suffocating everyone under its weight. Lin Ye intensified his tone. If any of you dare to disobey, the fate of that assassin earlier will be your future outcome. The temperature in the air seemed to plummet suddenly. No one dared to meet Lin Ye's gaze, no one dared to defy him. Zhao Tianyu gritted his teeth and threw his beast cores and storage bag onto the ground, and the others followed suit. No one dared to hesitate for even a moment. They understood very well that Lin Ye spared them not out of kindness, but to turn them into witnesses, to expose the crimes of the Zhao family, and to uncover the dark dealings of the instructor and Zhang Baiao. And now, they didn't even have the right to resist. The beast cores on the ground had already far exceeded the minimum requirements of the trial, but Lin Ye remained indifferent to this harvest. He turned to his companions, Zhou Xiaofan and Shendaodu, and said, "Let's go." The three of them walked away from the dense forest, their figures growing long and resolute under the sunlight. Zhao Tianyu and his group collapsed on the spot, like defeated losers struck by a devastating blow, with no trace of their previous arrogance and ferocity. After 2 days and nights of relentless pursuit and counterattacks, Lin Ye ultimately turned the tables completely. The roles of hunter and prey were entirely reversed at the final moment. At the exit of the western wilderness forest, the crowd grew larger. Many students who had completed the trial early had gathered here, along with stationed instructors. Some students were brimming with excitement, others were in a sorry state, and some never made it out of the forest. The air was filled with exhaustion and exhilaration, tension and relief. Everyone was talking animatedly. However, when Lin Ye emerged from the forest with Zhou Xiaofan and Chen Daodu, all the chatter instantly ceased. Everyone turned to look at them, more precisely, at Lin Ye, who was walking at the front. His clothes were tattered and torn, his body bore scars and bloodstains, but his eyes were exceptionally bright, exuding a calm and resolute determination forged through a life-and-death ordeal. His aura was no longer the first-tier peak that everyone had been familiar with before the trial, but something far stronger and more refined, radiating an imposing presence. Second tier. He had actually forced a breakthrough to become a second-tier warrior during this life-and-death test of hunting and being hunted. The news spread like wildfire among the crowd. That's Lin Ye. He actually made it back alive. Can you tell? He's second tier now. He really advanced. To break through in such a desperate situation, it's simply unbelievable. The sound of discussion exploded within the group, as people whispered to each other, filled with awe and disbelief. Those who had previously belittled and mocked Lin Ye had now changed their opinions. Some even began to reflect on whether they had been too hasty in their judgments. The facts were laid bare. This young man had demonstrated astonishing willpower and insight. For the sake of survival, he had even counterattacked and defeated those who were hunting him, including a second-tier expert sent by the Zhao family. In such adversity, he managed to turn the tables, leaving everyone deeply shaken. Zhou Xiaofan and Chen Daoda followed closely behind Lin Ye, their chests puffed out, their faces filled with relief and pride. 3 days ago, they were still two timid and insignificant figures, but now it seemed as though they had been completely transformed through life-and-death trials. They had learned to remain calm in crises, to persevere, and to trust their own choices. Lin Ye said nothing and simply walked directly to the instructor responsible for registration. He took out 3 high-quality beast cores from his pocket and handed them over casually. Group 37, Lin Ye, Zhou Xiaofan, Chen Daodu, the trial mission is complete. His tone was utterly calm,
as if the life and death battles just moments ago had nothing to do with him.
The instructor responsible for registration glanced at the beast cores and was momentarily stunned by their quality.
However, he quickly recorded the details, nodded, and said, "Mission complete, qualified.
You can now return to the Martial Academy to rest."
Lin Ye merely nodded slightly, turned around, and prepared to leave with his team. His goals had always been clear, with no need for unnecessary displays or explanations.
At that moment, a piercing shout came from the crowd, "Lin Ye, you can't leave."
The voice was filled with resentment and hatred.
Everyone's attention was drawn to the source of the voice.
Zhao Tianyu appeared in a disheveled state, accompanied by his injured companions. His face was deathly pale, his gaze venomous, a far cry from his earlier arrogance. At this moment, he seemed to have grasped at a lifeline, shouting desperately at the instructor, "Instructor!
It's him!
Lin Ye deliberately attacked us in the dense forest, stole beast cores, and even killed one of our companions. He has violated the iron rules of the Martial Academy.
Please, you must seek justice for us."
Zhao Tianyu maliciously twisted the truth, attempting to completely overturn everyone's impression and shift all the blame onto Lin Ye. He used panic and anger to mask his failure, trying to manipulate public opinion and seize the moral high ground. In an instant, the square was abuzz with discussion.
Is it that serious? Could Lin Ye really have killed someone? Looking at the Zhao family's reaction now, who's actually lying?
I don't think Lin Ye would do such a thing, there must be more to this.
The instructor's expression turned serious.
After exchanging a glance, he stepped forward, looked Lin Ye straight in the eye, and asked, "Lin Ye, is Zhao Tianyu's statement true?" Seeing the instructor questioning him, Zhao Tianyu immediately jumped in to add fuel to the fire. "Instructor, everything is true. Not only did he attack us viciously, but he also colluded with outsiders to kill the martial artist who was supposed to help us.
That's a human life we're talking about."
As he spoke, he deliberately concealed the truth about the assassin and Zhang Baiao, trying to pin all the blame on Lin Ye. Zhou Xiaofan and Shin Daodu instantly panicked and jumped out to loudly refute, "Instructor, it's not like that. It was the Zhao family who wanted to harm us from the start. They sent people to join forces and attack us, and they set us up to die in the dense forest."
Yes, they struck first. Lin Ye was only acting in self-defense.
However, their voices were quickly drowned out.
Zhao Tianyu smirked coldly and said smugly, "Just saying it with your mouths, who would believe you?
I have witnesses and injuries, these are the best evidence."
"And you? What can you present?"
Lin Ye stopped the two of them and calmly stepped forward. His gaze was steady, without a ripple of emotion or urgency.
He simply looked at Zhao Tianyu coldly and then slowly spoke, "You need evidence? Then I'll give it to you." Everyone was stunned.
Lin Ye took out a few items from his chest and directly tossed them to the instructor: a black bloodstain token, a bag of crystals engraved with the patrol team's emblem, and a special identity badge. The kind person who helped him mentioned by Zhao Tianyu was actually a second-tier death warrior under Zhang Baiao.
Their true purpose in coming to the dense forest was to kill me.
Zhao Tianyu colluded with internal instructors, maliciously assigned teammates, provoked me in the resource field, and then set up an ambush, all with the intent to kill me.
There is evidence for all of this.
The Zhao family relied on their power to bully others, but I countered them.
Now they are trying to bite back and confuse right and wrong. With every word Lin Ye spoke, Zhao Tianyu's face grew paler. When all the evidence was laid out before everyone, he could barely stand, his body trembling uncontrollably. You're fabricating this."
Zhao Tianyu screamed weakly, but his voice grew increasingly faint, leaving only despair on his face. Lin Ye's voice was already hoarse, and even his breathing had become heavy. Yet his gaze was more resolute than ever. He turned to stare at the stationed instructors present, his tone calm but highly persuasive.
"This evidence is enough to prove the collusion between the assassin and Zhang Baiao.
There are still many signs of a struggle in the woods, the footprints of wild animals and the marks left by human combat haven't disappeared.
My classmates can testify.
Even the Zhao family member I defeated on the spot knows the truth. The instructors only need to investigate, and they will soon be able to distinguish right from wrong."
The instructors remained silent, all looking down at the evidence Lin Ye handed them.
They recognized the special markings on the black token and the crystal items only members of the Martial Academy's patrol team would possess. No one could obtain them casually.
The facts were crystal clear.
Zhao Tianyu colluded with the instructors, allowing outsiders to infiltrate the forest and intentionally murder a classmate. Either one of these was a serious crime that would shake the Martial Academy. A heavy silence fell over the room, the air seemed to freeze. Everyone understood that Zhao Tianyu and the Zhao family behind him were in deep trouble this time. As for Instructor Li, who was secretly manipulating everything, and even Zhang Baiao, they wouldn't escape unscathed.
Lin Ye didn't shout or explain much. He stood there quietly, his face calm and his gaze firm. He knew that this set of evidence was not enough to immediately bring down Zhang Baiao, but it was enough to stir up a major storm, make the Zhao family pay the price, and leave Instructor Li with nowhere to escape. He did not chase after everyone with questions, nor did he make excessive explanations, but chose to trust fairness and the system. Everything I said is true, and I am willing to accept any form of investigation by the Martial Academy. Lin Ye slightly bowed to the instructors, his expression calm. Now, may I go back and rest for a while? The instructors exchanged glances and finally nodded. When they looked at Lin Ye, their eyes carried a layer of respect, along with a hint of caution. A young man who had just undergone a life-and-death trial could still handle a crisis with such composure. It was truly admirable. Of course you may, one instructor said. The Martial Academy will thoroughly investigate this matter and provide everyone with an answer. Without saying another word, Lin Ye left with Xiao Fan and Chen Daoda following behind him, heading toward the dormitory building. The sunlight fell on his slightly thin yet always upright figure, casting a long shadow on the ground. After returning to the Martial Academy, Lin Ye did not relax in the slightest. Even though he had just narrowly escaped death and had luckily broken through to the second tier, he remained highly vigilant. Lin Ye was well aware that while the conflict in the forest had exposed part of the true nature of the Zhao family and Instructor Li, the deeper conspiracy had yet to be fully uncovered. Zhao Tinyu had been unmasked, but the real masterminds behind the scenes, such as Instructor Li and Zhang Baiao, would not sit idly by. The trouble was far from over. He arranged for Zhou Xiaofan and Chen Daoda to stay in a safe place, repeatedly warning them not to go out casually during this period and, above all, not to get into conflicts with others. Everything would have to wait for the final investigation results from the Martial Academy. As for himself, he returned directly to his dormitory, shut the door, and began healing and cultivating. Lin Ye understood that what he needed most right now was to seize the time to consolidate his second-tier strength and recover from his injuries. Only by becoming stronger would he be qualified to face the real threats. Lin Ye sat cross-legged and began channeling his spiritual energy to cleanse his injured meridians. The new second-tier spiritual energy was gentler and more enduring than that of the first tier. As it flowed through his body, he could feel his wounds healing rapidly, his fatigue gradually dissipating, and his internal strength becoming increasingly profound and stable. He did not rush to learn new martial techniques but instead repeatedly visualized and refined the wind shadow step and gale fist techniques he had already mastered. With his strength now advanced, his original moves also needed to be honed anew to unleash their full potential. Meanwhile, the upper echelons of the Martial Academy were in complete turmoil. A second-tier assassin had appeared in the forest trial, there was an attempt to assassinate a freshman, students colluded with instructors to manipulate group assignments, and even a malicious incident of hunting down a fellow student had occurred. Any one of these would be enough to tarnish the Academy's reputation and shake its very foundation. Dean Su Changfeng personally presided over the meeting. Elders, chief instructors, and experienced teachers were all gathered in the conference hall. The atmosphere was extremely tense, as oppressive as the gray sky before a storm. This is how the events unfolded. An instructor responsible for forest security laid out all the evidence and investigation results one by one before everyone. Zhao Tinyu has already confessed that he approached Instructor Li, requesting to manipulate the group assignments to take the opportunity to eliminate Lin Ye. Instructor Li accepted benefits from the Zhao family and repeatedly targeted Lin Ye whether in resource allocation or group assignments. It was all orchestrated by him. As for the second-tier assassin, he came from the patrol team and had close ties with Zhang Baiao. As the evidence was presented one by one, the faces of everyone in the conference hall grew grim. Instructor Li stood in the middle of the crowd, his face pale and drenched in sweat, yet he still tried his best to argue loudly, "Dean, elders, they are slandering me. Lin Ye is the real culprit." To save himself, he forged evidence and sowed discord. Su Changfeng sat in the main seat, his voice calm yet firm, his gaze filled with an undeniable authority. He pointed with his hand and spoke in a low tone, "Are you still unwilling to admit it? Zhao Tinyu's confession, the testimonies of the Zhao family members, the tokens of your dealings with the Zhao family, and the secret orders and special crystals Lin Ye brought back. Do you really want me to lay out all the evidence before you?" Instructor Li's body trembled violently, his lips quivering as he struggled to explain, but in the face of overwhelming evidence, everything became futile. He had no way out. There was no room for eloquent excuses here. Everyone understood that the facts were already irrefutable. Su Changfeng's words gradually turned cold and severe, as if pronouncing someone's fate. As an instructor of the Martial Academy, you have neither taught nor nurtured students, nor upheld justice. Instead, you colluded with noble families to manipulate exams in secret, framed new students, and even shielded and condoned acts of killing. His voice lowered but remained sharp. You have lost the qualifications to be a teacher and are no longer fit to remain in the martial academy. As soon as he finished speaking, two disciplinary disciples immediately rushed forward, seizing Instructor Li from both sides. The latter began to struggle violently, almost to the point of collapse, but was powerless to resist. No, impossible. Headmaster, you can't do this. Instructor Li screamed hoarsely, but no one sympathized with him anymore. He could only let the two drag him away firmly. The once overbearing Instructor Li crumbled completely in an instant. Faced with the rules of the martial academy, no one dared to take the risk of defying them. The entire venue fell silent, and not a single person pleaded for him. Su Changfeng's authority was fully displayed at this moment, unwavering in the slightest. Immediately after, Su Changfeng's gaze remained sharp as he swept over everyone present and solemnly announced, Zhao Tianyu and the Zhao family disciples deliberately injured others, violated examination rules, and disrupted order. They are now all given major demerits, stripped of their annual resource rewards, and confined for 1 month. If they offend again, they will be expelled from the martial academy and permanently barred from re-entry. Additionally, the Zhao family interfered in the affairs of the martial academy without permission and bribed instructors. Starting today, the Zhao family's descendants are suspended from enrolling in the martial academy for 1 year. This serves as a warning to all noble families. This decision was strict and fair, not only seeking justice for Lin Ye but also avoiding a complete fallout with the Zhao family. Su Changfeng considered the independence and authority of the martial academy in every step. No one dared to question such fairness. Then his gaze softened as he looked at Lin Ye. As for Lin Ye, despite being framed and pushed to the brink during the trial, you upheld your principles, refrained from unnecessary killing, and avoided blind retaliation. You defended yourself, exposed the conspiracy, and even broke through to the second tier. This is an outstanding performance. You are credited with a major merit and may choose one mid-tier martial technique from the technique pavilion. Additionally, your resource card will be upgraded by 1 level, granting you 3 extra months of cultivation resources. Rewards and punishments are clearly defined, fair and just, leaving no one dissatisfied. The news quickly spread throughout the martial academy. Instructor Li has been dismissed. The Zhao family is finished, and Lin Ye has become a rising star. Who would dare provoke him now? The trainees shared the news excitedly, and discussions erupted one after another. Some began to respect Lin Ye, some secretly admired him, and others felt fear. No one dared to look down on the boy from the slums anymore. Lin Ye, relying on his own effort and courage, had finally found his footing at Qingfeng Martial Academy. That night, Lin Ye sat calmly on his dormitory bed, silently practicing his cultivation technique, his internal energy growing increasingly stable. He felt a true sense of belonging. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door. Lin Ye, the principal requests your presence at the main building. It was Su Hao's voice. Lin Ye stood up, tidied his clothes, and stepped out the door. Sunlight pierced through the courtyard, falling warmly and reassuringly on him. As he walked along the path, many trainees voluntarily stepped aside, their gazes filled with respect and envy. He showed no arrogance, his expression calm, as he steadily made his way toward the main building. In front of the main building's entrance, Su Changfeng was sitting behind the desk. When he saw Lin Ye enter, he smiled faintly. "You're here, Dean." Lin Ye greeted respectfully. "Sit down, no need to be formal." Su Changfeng's tone was gentle as he gestured for him to take a seat. "The reason I called you today is not for a reward. More importantly, there is another major matter that you must be informed about." The study was silent, with sunlight streaming through the window between the two of them, as if completely isolating them from the outside world. The atmosphere was tense and solemn. Lin Ye felt slightly nervous and quickly realized that the upcoming topic would touch upon the deepest secrets of Qingfeng City. Su Changfeng tapped the table, his voice solemn. "We've identified the second-tier death warrior you killed in the dense forest." Lin Ye immediately sat up straight, holding his breath to listen. He understood that this matter was far more significant than any reward. And now, he had finally stepped into the deeper storm within the martial academy in Qingfeng City. Su Changfeng lowered his voice, a cold and wary tone in his words. That guy wasn't just an ordinary patrol team member, he was actually a death warrior secretly raised by Zhang Baiao. These people specialize in dirty work for him: assassinations, silencing, framing, resource plundering, they do it all. Over the years, too many have died at their hands. Lin Ye's brows furrowed tightly. He had always known Zhang Baiao was ruthless, but he hadn't expected his reach to extend so far, his audacity to be this strong. Lin Ye couldn't help but question, but Zhang Baiao is just a minor leader. What gives him the nerve to raise death warriors? How dare he act so brazenly in the city? Su Changfeng let out a cold laugh,
looking at him as if he were a young man who hadn't yet grasped the situation. On the surface, Zhang Biao is just a minor leader in the patrol team, but what he truly relies on are the family interest groups in Qingfeng City and the various forces within the city lord's mansion. Zhang Biao is merely a pawn pushed to the forefront. He gestured to Lin Ye, using his eyes to remind him to pay attention. The Zhao family, the Sun family, the Zhou family. These prominent families that seem to be openly competing are actually allied behind the scenes. They control the city's resources, monopolize businesses, and manipulate trial quotas. Anyone who gets in their way is doomed. Lin Ye's heart trembled as he finally understood the kind of vortex he had been drawn into. You've disrupted their plans and touched their people, which essentially means you've directly challenged the entire system. Su Changfeng's sharp gaze locked onto Lin Ye. Do you think Zhang Biao will let this go? Those hiding behind the scenes won't make it easy for you either. Instructor Li was dismissed, Zhao Teinyu was punished. These are just minor losses to them. They don't care at all. Lin Ye took a deep breath, trying to calm himself down. Dean, are you telling me this today to advise me to retreat in the face of difficulty, or? Su Changfeng's eyes revealed a trace of admiration. I won't force you to retreat, nor will I encourage you to risk everything. I just want you to see the current situation clearly. The choice is yours. As he spoke, he extended 2 fingers. You have 2 paths. First, endure. I can arrange a new identity for you and transfer you to a branch institute for secluded cultivation. If you keep a low profile for 3 years, with your talent, you'll have enough strength by then. You can come back and settle the score with them, which is the safest option. Lin Ye remained silent. He understood what this choice entailed, but he also knew it wasn't what he wanted. And the second path. He looked up, his gaze resolute. Su Changfeng's tone became serious. You can also choose to face everything head-on. I will protect you within the scope of the Martial Academy, provide you with resources, and give you the advantage of status. But I cannot avenge you, nor can I directly help you deal with Zhang Biao or those noble families. I must remain neutral and cannot interfere in these power struggles. If you want to survive, if you want revenge, you can only rely on yourself. Starting with Zhang Biao, step by step, until you stand at the pinnacle of Qingfeng City, where no one dares to touch you. This path is difficult and fraught with danger. But with every step, you are fighting for your own freedom. Lin Ye sat quietly, not responding immediately. He was thinking, weighing his options, questioning himself. What kind of person did he truly want to become? Should he choose compromise and retreat, or take the risk to stand up and break through the injustice before him? The study grew increasingly quiet, to the point where even the sound of the wind outside could be heard clearly. Su Changfeng did not rush him, knowing that this decision might influence Lin Ye's entire future. Finally, Lin Ye raised his head, his gaze clear and bright, filled with an iron-like determination. I choose the second path. His voice was calm, but every word was like a nail, brimming with strength. I will neither run nor back down. If Zhang Biao wants me dead, then I will first deal with his lackeys. If the noble families want to see me fall, then I will make them pay the price one by one. Su Changfeng quietly observed him and eventually nodded, a trace of relief and expectation appearing in his eyes. Since you've made your decision, I won't try to dissuade you. From today onward, the Martial Academy will be your strongest support, and its rules will be your most powerful shield. Within the academy, no one will dare to touch you. But once you step outside its gates, your life and death will depend solely on yourself. I will keep an eye on things from the shadows, but I cannot intervene openly. After speaking, he took out a blue-covered martial arts book and a silver token from under the table, handing them to Lin Ye. This is the Wind Roar Fist, a more advanced boxing technique, far superior to what you've learned before. It's perfect for your current level. And this core disciple token, having it means you can freely access the resources in the Martial Academy. Even the instructors will have to give you special privileges when they see it. Lin Ye stood up, solemnly accepted the martial arts manual and the token, and bowed deeply. Thank you, headmaster. Su Changfeng waved his hand, his tone a rare mix of seriousness and warmth. Lin Ye stood in his master's study, listening to the words, "The path is yours to choose," feeling an unprecedented weight in his heart. It was not merely a word of encouragement but more like a tolling bell of destiny. His master's face was unusually stern as he earnestly reminded Lin Ye to remember 2 things. First, when your strength is insufficient, do not act recklessly or impulsively. Sometimes, preserving yourself is the most important thing. Second, no matter how difficult the situation you face, you must never bow your head or retreat. You must maintain your current determination to persevere to the end. These 2 sentences, like 2 keys, opened the door to growth and resilience for Lin Ye. Lin Ye solemnly nodded, saluted, and left, silently repeating those words in his mind.
He understood that every choice he made would alter the course of the future, and the weight of responsibility was heavier than ever. Sunlight filled the corridor, while the token in his hand felt cold and heavy, as if it carried the weight of destiny. He looked up at the city walls, the solid defense of Qingfeng City, which also concealed countless massacres and conspiracies. He could sense the ever-present threat of Zhang Baiao and those powerful families, but at this moment, his gaze was more resolute and bright than ever. Starting now, he was no longer just prey being hunted, but a true warrior wielding a sword. Lin Ye walked back to the dormitory with firm steps, the breeze brushing against him. Each step brought him closer to the future, each step filled with determination. He knew he had to quickly master the newly learned Windhowl Fist. Only by doing so could he solidify his second-tier cultivation and gain the upper hand on the battlefield of destiny. Back in the dormitory, Lin Ye wasted no time and immediately went into seclusion. He shut out all external distractions, pouring all his focus and pressure into his training. He knew the dean had secured resources and protection for him, but ultimately, the only thing that could truly safeguard him and change his fate was the strength in his fists. He lowered his head and opened the deep blue manual, where every movement and every mantra was exceptionally clear, as if guiding him to grasp the essence of the martial art. Wind howls, drawing energy into wind, gathering force into a howl. He recited the words one by one, comprehending the ability to summon wind and rain under the manual's guidance. His wind affinity talent gave him an understanding of this martial art far beyond that of ordinary people. Coupled with the sharp combat instincts honed through countless life-and-death battles, his progress was astonishingly rapid. Lin Ye closed his eyes, focused his mind, and gathered his inner energy in his dantian. A stream of energy quickly flowed through his meridians to his fingertips. He slowly swung his fist, each movement imbued with power, the surrounding air moving with him. He murmured the incantation softly, punching slowly, and the energy within him gradually surged. Though it appeared calm, the force unleashed by his fist was already far greater than before. He did not stop, repeating the movements over and over. With each punch, the flow of air grew more rapid, and the sound of the wind shifted from a faint whisper to a fierce howl. Sweat dripped from his forehead, and the wounds on his body healed faster due to the circulation of his inner energy. The explosive power, speed, and force of his punches continued to improve. The air in the entire dormitory even began to tremble, each punch feeling like a life-or-death struggle with himself. Lin Ye was completely absorbed, utterly immersed in the world of cultivation. He no longer thought about external challenges, focusing solely on enhancing his own strength. Finally, when the last move, Wind Howl, took shape under his hands, a loud bang echoed through the air, and the gusts from his punches shook the windows. Lin Ye retracted his fists and exhaled, feeling a renewed sense of vitality both inside and out. He looked down at his fists, knowing that his current self, whether in strength, speed, or control, had far surpassed his former self. The system's calm voice echoed in his mind, "Congratulations on mastering the mid-level martial skill, Windhowl Fist, initial mastery. Your combat power has undergone a qualitative transformation." But Lin Ye knew very well that gaining power was just the beginning of everything. Next, the real challenge was about to start. Just as he was preparing to continue his training, the night deepened, and he suddenly caught a trace of unusual energy outside the window. Danger was silently approaching, and his night of battles was about to commence. Lin Ye had just activated his new power, and he could clearly feel that he was stronger than ever before. If he were to encounter the second-tier assassin from the dense forest last night again, he wouldn't need to rely on the poisonous mist. He now had the strength to face him head-on. As Lin Ye continued to adjust his breathing, trying to stabilize his newly acquired power, a shadow almost blending into the night silently appeared outside the dormitory window. The figure moved with extreme lightness, gliding through the night like a ghost without making even the slightest sound. In his hand, he held a short dagger glowing with a faint blue light, its tip laced with deadly poison. This time, Zhang Baiao didn't send ordinary assassins. Instructor Li had already fallen, the Zhao family had been punished, and the identities of the death warriors had been exposed. Zhang Baiao could no longer sit still. He understood that if he didn't act now, once Lin Ye grew stronger, he would be the next to face retribution. This time, Zhang Baiao deployed his most deeply hidden men, the Shadow Guards. They were all second-tier experts, specializing in stealth and assassination, and highly skilled in the use of poison. Every strike they made drew blood, leaving no survivors. A shadow cautiously pushed open a crack in the window. A glint of coldness flashed in his eyes as he locked onto Lin Ye, who had just finished training inside the room. The intent to kill spread quietly like vines. The assassin waited outside, searching for the moment when Lin Ye was most relaxed and vulnerable, a chance to deliver a single, fatal blow. But Lin Ye had not let his guard down at all. Outwardly, he sat quietly in meditation with his eyes closed, but the wind-sensing ability in his mind had already begun to expand. From the instant the shadow landed, Lin Ye had sensed his presence. His perception and reflexes now far surpassed what they had been before. The faint killing intent outside, the subtle breathing, the tiny sound of metal brushing against air, none of it escaped his awareness. The corners of Lin Yi's mouth lifted slightly, revealing a trace of coldness. Zhang Baiao truly wanted him dead. The previous assassin had just been dealt with, and now another one was sent. He deliberately appeared completely defenseless, even turning his back to the window, presenting the assassin with a fatal opening. In reality, it was nothing more than a trap to lure the prey into his snare. The assassin silently entered the room. He was confident that Lin Ye was merely a newly promoted second-tier martial artist, and that his survival in the life-or-death crisis in the dense forest was simply a matter of luck. In terms of assassination, in terms of ruthlessness and precision, he was absolutely certain that even 10 Lin Yes combined wouldn't be a match for him. In his mind, this young man was nothing more than a pebble in his plan. Lin Ye had blocked Zhang Baiao's path to wealth and violated the rules, a capital offense. He approached step by step, then suddenly tightened his grip, his short knife flashing silently, aimed directly at Lin Ye's heart. The strike was swift, accurate, and ruthless. The poison on the blade was enough to kill instantly. But in the assassin's moment of triumph, Lin Ye suddenly opened his eyes, showing no panic, only calm and resolute determination. "I've been waiting for you for a long time," his voice echoed in the dimly lit dormitory. Lin Ye did not turn around. His waist twisted sharply, unleashing the full force of his body. He channeled all the power of the newly mastered Windroar fist and unleashed it without reservation. A gust of wind rose, and the force of the punch roared like thunder. The air vibrated with a humming sound, leaving the assassin almost no time to react. Before he could realize he had been seen through, as his blade was just being withdrawn, the force of the punch had already arrived. The duel between the two reached a fever pitch. Lin Ye, who launched a stunning counterattack, understood at this moment, this was not just about self-defense, but a moment to confront the darkness and hold the line. A heavy impact shattered the silence of the night, shaking the entire dormitory. The narrow walls of the room seemed to transform into the boundaries of a battlefield in an instant. The assassin was struck in the chest by Lin Ye's punch, as if colliding head-on with a raging beast. The intense pain made his chest feel like it was about to explode. The strength within him collapsed instantly, blood uncontrollably spilling from the corners of his mouth. His entire body, like a puppet with its strings cut, slammed into the wall with a loud crash. The plaster cracked, dust flew everywhere. The poison-coated dagger rolled to the ground. He could no longer hold on to anything. It only took one move. Even the onlookers would be astonished that this second-tier shadow guard, once praised by enemies, was rendered a cripple by Lin Ye, unable to rise again. Lin Ye showed no hesitation. His steps were steady as he walked toward the fallen assassin. Under the dim light, his shadow stretched long, exuding the cold indifference of a judge from hell. His voice was deep and icy, delivering a conclusion rather than asking a question, "Who sent you?" The assassin's pupils contracted, his face pale and bloodless. This man, who had crawled through the darkness and death countless times, could not believe he had been so thoroughly defeated. He had meticulously planned countless assassinations, yet before Lin Ye, he couldn't even muster the slightest resistance. The disparity tore at his pride and perception. "You, what kind of monster are you?" His throat was hoarse, blood still trickling from his mouth, his voice filled with shock and terror. Lin Ye stood ramrod straight, his gaze fixed on the assassin lying on the ground. His tone remained calm, yet carried an overwhelming sense of intimidation. "First the ambush in the dense forest, now you've sent assassins to infiltrate the Martial Arts Academy dormitory. What do you take me for? Do you think I'm a pushover to be bullied?" As he spoke, he bent down to pick up a short blade, lightly tracing it with his fingertip, immediately sensing that the poison on the blade was still fresh. His eyes grew even colder. "Using such a deadly move shows you harbor murderous intent. Apart from Zhang Baiao, no one hates me this much." The assassin's body trembled, a final twist of despair flashing in his eyes. He nodded, his resolve made, intending to bite his tongue and die, taking his secret with him. Lin Ye had anticipated this. His hand struck like lightning, and with just a flick of his finger, a burst of energy precisely hit the assassin's jaw, dislocating it instantly. The assassin couldn't even manage to die on the spot, left only to let despair consume his entire being. "You think escaping is that easy?" Lin Ye's tone was utterly calm. "I want you alive so you can truly send Zhang Baiao to the guillotine. Alive so everyone can know the extent of his crimes." Lin Ye didn't spare him another glance. He simply tapped a few points, sealing off all the assassin's strength and mobility. The man collapsed to the ground like a pile of mud, incapable of any further resistance. Afterward, Lin Ye tidied up the room, closed the windows, and carefully erased all traces of the struggle. Although the commotion earlier had been significant,
thanks to his deliberate suppression and the wall's insulation, only a few puzzled murmurs came from next door before everything returned to silence.
Back on the bed, Lin Ye simply sat quietly, watching the assassin who had fallen into complete despair.
He closed his eyes and began to regulate his breathing. Though that punch seemed casual, it had consumed a considerable amount of his inner strength. Yet at this moment, there was no trace of regret or fatigue in his heart, only a firmer resolve. This was the second assassination attempt. The first had occurred in the dense forest, where Lin Ye had nearly lost his life. The second took place in his own room, where he had prepared in advance and defeated the enemy in the most direct way. For Lin Ye, everything had changed. If an enemy came, he would deal with them. If two came, he would dare to fight them as well. He would no longer choose to run away. Now, he was filled with determination to act. He opened his eyes, his gaze icy cold. Zhang Baiao, it's time for you to pay your debt.
Since you've left me no room for retreat, I won't give you any chance either. Tomorrow morning, this evidence will be delivered to you personally by me.
The night remained deep and heavy, but with Lin Ye's unwavering determination, the gloom surrounding him completely dissipated. As dawn climbed over the horizon, the martial academy of Qingfeng City gradually awakened. The corridors grew lively, and a new day officially began.
On the dormitory floor, the assassin's face was ashen.
He knew in his heart that once he was taken to the patrol team or the city lord's mansion, all his disguises and loyalties would be exposed, and Zhang Baiao's past crimes would be revealed one by one. At this moment, Lin Ye felt an unprecedented sense of calm. He knew that today's actions were just the beginning. What lay ahead would be the true clash between justice and darkness. This storm would be ignited by his own hands. Lin Ye stood there, calmly staring directly at Zhang Baiao. Every word he spoke was like a thunderbolt, echoing throughout the hall, clearly audible to everyone. The air seemed to freeze, all eyes fixed on him and the assassin on the ground. Just a moment ago, Zhang Baiao was the most arrogant and overbearing member of the patrol team. He firmly believed that with the assassins he secretly kept, he could control everything. But now, the boy he thought was dead and beyond questioning had personally led his men to his side, presenting him with unmistakable evidence, and then brutally trampling him to the ground. In an instant, Zhang Baiao felt his mind buzzing. His seemingly unassailable advantage had suddenly crumbled. He instinctively wanted to refute, to argue, but Lin Ye had laid out all the evidence, leaving no room for excuses. Even if he wanted to cry foul, he couldn't find any breakthrough.
The hall fell silent instantly. The previously nonchalant patrol team members all abandoned their playful attitudes, their faces turning serious. Nobody wants to get involved in something like this. Everyone understands that this level of confrontation is neither a time for jokes nor a time for anyone to waver.
Lin Ye neither roared loudly nor slammed tables and chairs, forming a stark contrast to Zhang Baiao's frantic and disheveled state. He placed the short blade, the token, and the secret letter on the ground one by one, each pointing to a single fact: Zhang Baiao was not only guilty but also had no way to deny it. His voice was calm yet unwavering. Stop pretending, Captain Zhang. You wanted to kill me, thought I was a nuisance and tried to get rid of me. Now the evidence is conclusive, are you still going to deny it? Everyone present was completely captivated. This was not just a young man's act of self-preservation, it felt more like a public confrontation. Lin Ye understood that if he retreated even a step, what awaited him would likely be relentless pursuit and persecution. Standing up now was not only a way to prove his innocence but also a way to turn the tables on his adversary. In truth, he no longer felt fear in his heart. He tried his best to appear calm and resolute, but in reality, every confrontation with power required him to grit his teeth and suppress his inner unease. He knew that to survive this dangerous game of power, he needed to muster absolute courage and wisdom. Dragging Zhang Baiao into the open in front of everyone was not only a way to seek justice for himself but also a warning bell for all the hidden manipulators behind the scenes. Zhang Baiao's face was covered in cold sweat as he swallowed hard. He forcibly suppressed his panic and tried to turn the situation around.
Lin Ye, you're slandering me. Just based on these things, you dare claim he's one of my men? What if someone is framing me? Lin Ye sneered, if he's not one of your men, why would he have your exclusive token? Do you dare let him speak in public? As long as his acupoints are unsealed and he speaks for himself, won't everything become clear?
The assassin lay on the ground, desperately avoiding Lin Ye and Zhang Baiao's gaze. He was terrified, like a beast scared out of its wits. Seeing that the matter had already been exposed, he understood that he had become a discarded pawn and had no chance of survival. The team members in the hall exchanged glances, their eyes flashing with complex emotions. Some whispered among themselves, while others were already secretly calculating which side to take next.
Zhang Baiao gnashed his teeth.
He struggled internally, debating whether to brazen it out to the end. But seeing Lin Ye's confident and assured expression,
he realized that his trump card had already been exposed. Lin Ye did not back down because of the other party's denial. He continued to press, "Captain Zhang, shall we verify it on the spot? Or will you confess voluntarily and leave yourself a way out?" His tone carried a hint of warning amidst its calmness, and his firm intonation made it impossible to ignore. What he sought was not a half-hearted compromise but a thorough reckoning. At this moment, he transformed all his fear, helplessness, and anger into a force that firmly cornered Zhang Biao into a position where he had no choice but to respond. The air in the hall was taut, and the atmosphere once again reached an oppressive peak. Everyone was waiting for the arrival of a breaking point. Lin Ye's actions were not just about saving himself but about attempting to overthrow a root of corruption, to bring darkness into the light, and to give a glimmer of hope to all the ordinary people oppressed like him, even if it was just a little. Here, no hidden power can act with impunity forever. As long as someone dares to stand up, sometimes justice can become a sharp blade, forcing those who think they are untouchable to bow their heads. Lin Ye's gaze was resolute. He had already decided that he would not back down today. The air in the hall suddenly grew tense. All the patrol team members fell silent in unison, their eyes wide with shock. They had once relied on Zhang Biao to strut around the city with arrogance, but today, this usually untouchable commander was publicly accused, with irrefutable evidence laid bare. All the proof was right in front of them, and no one dared to speak on his behalf. Zhang Biao's face turned extremely grim. From initial paleness to a mix of livid and dark hues, his voice was filled with trembling and resentment. He simply couldn't comprehend how the assassination he had orchestrated had ultimately turned into fatal evidence against him. All his arrangements had now become a deadlock for himself. "This is a frame-up," Zhang Biao shouted hoarsely, but when he yelled, "Take him down for me," none of the surrounding team members moved. They merely lowered their heads, trying their best to appear invisible. No one wanted to be buried alongside him, especially since the city's rules had long been crystal clear: anyone who defied the heavens would only end up with no place to rest in death. Lin Ye sneered coldly, his aura gradually intensifying. Everyone in the hall could feel the overwhelming pressure that was impossible to resist. He left Zhang Biao no room for retreat. "Today, anyone who dares to shield a criminal, anyone who dares to defy the rules here, I will make them witness the consequences." Zhang Biao fully understood that his authority had completely collapsed. Facing the eyes of the crowd, he had no choice but to launch a desperate counterattack. He unleashed all his strength and lunged at Lin Ye, clearly intending to perish together. Zhang Biao no longer concealed his murderous intent. This was his final gamble. As long as he killed Lin Ye, perhaps the evidence could be completely erased. Lin Ye showed no fear. Facing Zhang Biao's attack, his inner energy erupted in an instant, and the force of his whistling wind fist gathered like a hurricane, ready for a direct confrontation. Things had come to this point, and he had to resolve everything here and now. Zhang Biao lay in the center of the hall, next to the subdued shadow guard and the black death order token that symbolized a command to kill. His face was almost ashen, darkened to the point of black, with beads of sweat constantly dripping. All the patrol team members kept their heads down, each hoping to distance themselves and avoid being implicated. The glaring evidence of witnesses and material proof weighed heavily on everyone, leaving them breathless. They all understood that Zhang Biao would never recover from this. The air was thick with oppression and fear. Lin Ye knew deep down that his cultivation was still unstable and that he was no match for Zhang Biao in a direct fight. But if he backed out, Zhang Biao instead laughed, his smile filled with malice and despair. "Do you think this will make me yield? I'm going to make sure you die here, and no one can do anything about it." He suddenly erupted, his entire body moving as fast as lightning, lunging straight at Lin Ye. Lin Ye reacted swiftly, using the wind shadow step technique to sidestep the deadly strike. His clothes were torn by sharp claws, and a sharp pain shot through his shoulder. He knew he was no match and had to keep moving, unable to take any hit head-on. The clash between the two grew increasingly intense. Zhang Biao's punches roared like thunder, pressing forward relentlessly, each move aiming to kill. The stone-paved ground shattered under the impact, and the scene descended into utter chaos. Lin Ye could only rely on his speed and reflexes to narrowly escape time and again. Every inch of his skin screamed a warning: if he slowed down even a little, he might never stand up again. "Zhang Biao, how dare you attack a disciple of the martial academy?" Lin Ye shouted loudly, drawing everyone's attention and attempting to buy more time. With a near-desperate stubbornness, he made his final stand. But Zhang Biao's gaze was ruthless. "If you die here, who outside will know it was my doing?" He has already decided to do whatever it takes. Letting Lin Ye live now would mean exposing his secret to the entire city, leaving him no way out. The crowd outside the hall gradually gathered. Everyone could feel the tension in the air. This is the ultimate showdown of power.
The reason behind it is simple: Zhang Biao is willing to sacrifice anything to cover up his crimes and maintain control. As for Lin Ye, even knowing the odds are against him, he refuses to bow to evil forces. He is fighting not just for his life, but for justice and principles.
This is the reason to fight to the end.
The atmosphere in the city had reached a critical point. Lin Ye understood that if the city lord's mansion and the martial academy conducted a joint investigation, all the hidden schemes Zhang Biao had laid out over the years would be exposed. His only way out was to kill Lin Ye immediately and shift all the blame onto the shadow guards operating in secret. It was a crazy idea, but at this moment, Zhang Biao was already cornered.
Lin Ye secretly lamented in his heart.
He could feel the killing intent in the air. The longer the delay, the slimmer his chances of survival. He glanced at the exit of the main hall, his wind-based abilities fully focused on Zhang Biao's next move, and made up his mind. Zhang Biao threw a fierce punch, his attack overwhelming, leaving Lin Ye no room to retreat. In the blink of an eye, Lin Ye ducked low and slid several feet along the ground, simultaneously delivering a reverse wind force punch. Lin Ye's punch wasn't aimed at defeating his opponent but merely to make Zhang Biao pause for a moment. Zhang Biao instinctively tried to dodge, his movements slowing for an instant. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Ye flipped himself upright, burst forward at full speed, and sprinted toward the inspection office's gate with all his might. At the brink of life and death, he hesitated not, he had to survive. Zhang Biao was furious, shouting for the patrol team members to stop Lin Ye. A few team members hesitated for a moment but quickly gritted their teeth and rushed forward, reluctantly blocking Lin Ye's path. Lin Ye could see that they had no intention of fighting to the death. A cold glint flashed in his eyes as he sidestepped one person, striking another in the abdomen with his elbow, and strode swiftly toward the door. Zhang Biao was right behind him, his breath like that of a wild beast, relentlessly closing in. But Lin Ye knew that Zhang Biao wouldn't dare to kill him in public in the bustling city. He dashed out of the patrol office, quickly blending into the crowd, his agile movements weaving through the alleys. After several sharp turns, he finally managed to shake off the murderous intent pursuing him. A few minutes later, he arrived at a quiet alleyway and stopped, leaning against the cold wall, gasping for breath. His arm still burned with pain from the scrape earlier. His body was covered in injuries, but he was still alive. That was the greatest victory. The people inside the inspection division witnessed the entire incident, with all the evidence and testimonies now laid bare before everyone. Zhang Biao's attempt to suppress the news is almost impossible. Word has already reached the city lord's mansion and the martial academy, and soon the entire city will know.
Every step ahead is filled with uncertainty and danger. Lin Ye clenched his fists. He had no time to catch his breath. He knew he was now in the open, while his opponent lurked in the shadows. Zhang Biao would undoubtedly become even more frenzied and dangerous. If given the chance, he could strike again at any moment. Gritting his teeth, Lin Ye forced himself to stand up, quickly tidied his clothes, hid the bloodstains, and then lowered his head as he briskly walked toward the martial academy. People on the street recognized him. Their gazes were a mix of awe, curiosity, and even a hint of fear. The boy from the slums had now become the center of the city's legend. But Lin Ye understood that this was far from a good thing. The greater the fame, the heavier the killing intent, he had to be more cautious than ever. After walking for half an hour, the towering gates of the martial academy finally appeared before him. The disciples at the entrance quickly approached Lin Ye with respectful attitudes. "Junior brother." They saluted. At this moment, Lin Ye was no longer an ordinary freshman. Having gone through trials, assassination attempts, and causing a commotion at the patrol division, his name had already spread throughout the martial academy. Lin Ye nodded and stepped through the gates of the martial academy. At that moment, his entire tense body finally relaxed slightly. Inside the academy, the greenery was lush, and students practiced martial arts or strolled in small groups. Everything was peaceful and orderly, as if it were a world apart from the bloodshed and chaos outside the city. Here, there were rules. No matter how much Zhang Biao hated him, he wouldn't dare to act openly here. This gave Lin Ye a fleeting sense of safety. "Brother Yi." A familiar voice called out from behind. Zhou Xiaofan and Chen Daodo hurried over, their faces filled with unconcealed concern. "You're finally back. We just heard you went to the patrol division, and we were worried sick." Lin Ye looked at the concern on his two friends' faces and felt a wave of warmth in his heart. He smiled faintly, shook his head, and said softly, "It's nothing serious, just a small problem." He instinctively avoided mentioning the shocking scene in the inspection bureau's main hall, not wanting his friends to worry along with him. "As long as you're okay." Chen Daodo patted his chest and let out a huge sigh of relief. "The whole city is talking about you and Zhang Biao now. They say Zhang Biao has gone mad and is determined to hunt you down."
Zhou Xiaofan stepped closer and lowered his voice. I heard the instructors in the courtyard are all discussing it.
They say the dean is very likely to back you up.
No matter how strong Zhang Baiao is, he wouldn't dare go head-to-head with the martial academy.
Hearing this, Lin Ye's mood sank.
He understood that the dean's protection was ultimately just a temporary shield. If he truly wanted to take control of his own destiny, he would have to rely on becoming strong enough himself.
I understand. During this period, it's best for you not to wander outside. Try to stay in the martial academy. If Zhang Baiao gets desperate, he might do anything, Lin Ye advised. The two quickly nodded, their faces full of worry. By the way, Brother Yi, the dean just sent word that you should go to the study in the main building as soon as you return, Zhou Xiaofan suddenly remembered and hurriedly added. Lin Ye had already guessed it.
He had caused a commotion at the inspection division, making it known throughout the city.
The dean must have received the news immediately. I understand, I'm heading over now.
Lin Ye instructed the two to be cautious and then quickly walked toward the main building. The sunlight in the courtyard filtered through the tree canopy, scattering dappled light on the stone path. His posture was upright, his steps steady, and each step seemed somewhat heavy. Lin Ye was well aware that this summons from the dean was far from a routine inquiry. Zhang Baiao had been pushed to the brink, and the forces behind him would not stand idly by. The Martial Academy's stance, whether the city lord's mansion would intervene, and his own future, this conversation would completely alter his circumstances. He pushed open the study door and saw Dean Su Changfeng still seated there, calm and composed as he looked at him. However, deep within those eyes lay a barely perceptible heaviness.
You're back, Su Changfeng said slowly.
Regarding the matter with the inspection division, you were brave, but also reckless. Lin Ye bowed respectfully, his tone calm. I just wanted to bring everything into the open, rather than living in constant fear.
Acting openly is always better than being schemed against in the shadows.
Su Changfeng nodded, his fingers lightly tapping the table.
You did nothing wrong. Zhang Baiao recruiting death warriors in secret already violates the city's rules.
What you did this time is akin to putting a knife directly to his throat.
He then shifted his tone.
But you must understand, desperate people can do crazy things.
The people behind Zhang Baiao won't let you disrupt their plans.
Lin Ye raised his head, his gaze resolute.
I understand.
From now on, I will be more cautious, focus on cultivating at the Martial Academy, and avoid going out unnecessarily. A trace of admiration appeared in Su Changfeng's eyes.
He nodded and said, very good. Starting today, you will move into the core disciples' courtyard. The security there is tight, and no one can approach you easily. In addition, the technique pavilion and the resource hall are fully open to you. Right now, you only need to focus on one thing: making yourself stronger. You need to become so strong that Zhang Baiao wouldn't dare touch you, so strong that the people behind him would fear you, so strong that you can take control of your own destiny with your own hands. Lin Ye's chest trembled as he solemnly bowed. I understand. I will do my best.
Su Changfeng's expression darkened, and he spoke even more gravely. Remember, Zhang Baiao is not an opponent you can defeat right now.
Focus on your cultivation and don't act recklessly.
Your battlefield is not on the streets of this city, nor in the patrol division's hall, but on the path of martial arts. Wait until you become strong enough, then go and settle things with him for real.
Lin Ye nodded.
He understood that this kind of forbearance was not weakness but a way to gather strength for the future. Step by step, he left the study, sunlight spilling over his shoulders, while his gaze grew increasingly resolute. The moment he entered the core disciples' residence, Lin Ye immediately felt a pressure and tranquility unlike anything he had experienced before. Here, there was none of the noise and clamor of the outer courtyard, only a quiet and tense order. The training grounds were independent, and every corner exuded a fresh and pure spiritual energy, far superior to the thin cultivation environment of the outer sect. An inner disciple escorted him to his designated courtyard, bowed respectfully, and then departed.
Lin Ye looked around.
He knew that from this day forward, his true cultivation and growth were just beginning.
Brother, this will be your residence from now on. The attendant's voice was calm but carried a hint of respect. The dean has issued orders. Security here is tight. No one is allowed to enter unless you give permission.
The cultivation room is already equipped with a spirit gathering array, and resources have been fully prepared according to the standards of core disciples.
You just need to focus on your cultivation. Lin Ye nodded, surveying the independent courtyard.
Rock gardens, flowing water, winding paths, the environment was tranquil and serene, truly a paradise for cultivators.
Thank you, he responded softly.
After the disciple who had escorted him left, the courtyard quickly returned to silence. Lin Ye didn't hesitate much and walked straight to the cultivation room. As soon as he pushed the door open, he was greeted by a surge of dense spiritual energy that instantly refreshed his mind. The central spirit gathering array operated silently, with gentle blue-green spiritual light flowing, continuously drawing the free-floating spiritual energy from heaven and earth into the room. He sat down at the core of the array and closed his eyes. Although his aura was somewhat chaotic, an after-effect of desperately fleeing to escape pursuit, his mood was surprisingly calm. He temporarily suppressed all his worries. Zhang Baiao's threats, the rumors in the city, the complex forces of the influential families behind it all, he cast them entirely out of his mind. It was as if the dean's advice still echoed in his ears. At this moment, he understood that confronting them head-on would only lead to suffering. The only way out was to quickly accumulate strength. Zhang Baiao's influence ran deep and would not be easily shaken in a short time. To truly establish himself here and avoid being bullied at will, he had to become stronger. Lin Ye took a deep breath and guided the circulation of his second stage early inner energy according to the mantra of Windhull Fist. The spiritual energy from the spirit gathering array surged into his meridians like ocean tides, gently flowing through his body and gradually repairing the hidden injuries accumulated during his previous escape. Moments later, he opened his eyes, his gaze sharp as snow. He took out the core disciple token bestowed by the dean from his chest and placed it on the stone table. The token instantly emitted a glow of spiritual light, projecting a screen filled with resources and techniques, all privileges available to core disciples. He merely glanced at the profound and complex techniques but did not indulge in them. He was well aware that his greatest strength lay in wind-based martial arts, giving him a natural advantage in speed. Rather than biting off more than he could chew, it was better to hone his existing martial arts to perfection. First, thoroughly master the 4 forms of Wind Roar Fist, then cultivate the wind control technique to enhance agility. Finally, use wind attribute resources to steadily strengthen your power. Lin Ye quickly formulated a plan in his mind. With a slight movement of his fingertips, he selected spirit gathering liquid, body tempering pills, and wind attribute crystals, along with the permission for secluded cultivation in a private chamber. All the resources were soon delivered to the courtyard. The privileges granted by the dean were his most crucial support at this stage. Soon, the entire Qingfeng city was under currents surging. During what seemed like peaceful days, Zhang Baiao did not appear again, but his covert actions continued. He attempted to use his family's influence to suppress Lin Ye, bribed outer sect disciples to create trouble, and even sent people to harass the martial academy, trying to force Lin Ye to show himself. However, under the dean's protection, these people couldn't even get close to Lin Ye's courtyard gate. Lin Ye seemed to cut off all external sounds, completely immersing himself in secluded cultivation. Except for regularly collecting resources, he almost never stepped outside, dedicating all his time to honing himself. The rumors, warnings, and threats from the outside were all blocked by the thick, high walls. Inside the training room, fists whistled through the air. Between breaths and exhalations, he repeatedly practiced the Windhull Fist. His movements progressed from clumsy to skillful, and from skillful to naturally fluid. Yet the more he practiced, the more he felt that the 4 techniques operated independently, with stiffness and disconnection between them, making it difficult to seamlessly integrate all the power. Wind Rise was fierce, Wind Dash was swift as lightning, Wind Sweep was domineering, and Wind Howl was sharp. Each move had its own distinct characteristics, but they all lacked the key to unify them, to merge the techniques with their intended essence. Lin Ye stopped all his movements and stood still with his eyes closed. He began to focus on the flow of air, feeling the subtle changes as the breeze brushed against his face. Suddenly, he understood the wind was never fixed or unchanging, it naturally shifted with the environment. So why cling to rigid techniques? In that instant, his mind became clear. He threw another punch, no longer adhering to established routines. The inner energy within him moved with his consciousness, and his punches were no longer stiff but fluid and dynamic. Wind rising, wind racing, wind swirling, wind roaring, the 4 forms naturally connected, merging seamlessly into one. The sound of the wind howled throughout the training room, creating an unbroken momentum. He gently swung a punch, and with a muffled sound, the air trembled. Lin Ye withdrew his fist, his eyes gleaming with clarity and determination. On the bluestone floor of the cultivation room, a few shattered wind element crystals were scattered, with faint blue spiritual energy lingering in the air. Lin Ye stood quietly at the center of the formation, his eyes closed. There was no outward display of aura, yet he exuded a profound and unfathomable sense of calm power. Since moving into the core disciples' courtyard, he had been in seclusion for a full 15 days. During this half-month, he had almost completely cut off contact with the outside world, devoting all his energy to cultivation. Whether it was the turmoil of the martial academy, the crisis in Qingfeng City, or the looming threat of Zhang Baiao, he had temporarily set them all aside. For Lin Ye, there was only one task at this moment: to make himself stronger. Sitting in the cultivation room, Lin Ye held onto a single belief: to become stronger. His internal energy flowed quietly within him, like a gentle stream, circling over and over, making his power more refined with every moment. The surrounding spirit-gathering formation continued to operate, drawing energy from the air to replenish his body with essence. The injuries he had sustained during the pursuit by the patrol division had long since healed during these days of intense training. He had become sturdier and more powerful than ever before. When Lin Ye opened his eyes, his gaze was calm and unwavering, filled only with clarity and composure. With a casual wave of his hand, his fingertips stirred up a breeze that, though seemingly gentle, concealed a violent force. His cultivation had surpassed its previous limits. The four forms of the wind roar fist no longer constrained his movements like rigid rules. He had begun to truly understand the power of the wind. He finally realized that the so-called wind roar was not merely about making the wind from his punches whistle, but about using inner energy to connect with the wind elemental energy in the world. With every punch, he could mobilize the surrounding airflow. His fists moved with his will, and the wind followed his punches. It could be both firm and gentle, fast or slow. In the past, he could only imitate the techniques superficially, but now he understood that true masters are not bound by form, they focus on mastering the essence of power. Without deliberately activating his footwork as he used to, Lin Ye's steps landed lightly, yet he naturally glided forward several feet, landing soundlessly. His coordination between wind shadow step and wind roar fist had become increasingly seamless, allowing him to gather strength while dodging and strike faster when attacking. His offense and defense were a notch above ordinary second-tier martial artists. Lin Ye stood still and exhaled a long breath of turbid air, which dissipated without a trace. He touched the core disciple token hanging at his waist, a cold, hard piece engraved with the Academy's emblem in intricate detail. This token, given to him by the headmaster Su Chanfeng, symbolized his identity and was his sole protection within the martial academy. He was acutely aware of his position and the dangers he might face as a disciple. Walking out of the cultivation room, Lin Ye saw the lush greenery in the courtyard, with sunlight filtering through the leaves and casting dappled shadows that danced on the ground. On the stone table in the corner of the courtyard, the cultivation resources delivered on time by the inner sect disciples were neatly arranged. Bottles and jars contained spirit-gathering liquid, body-tempering pills, and wind element crystals, all excellent items for enhancing strength. He habitually picked up a bottle of pills and was about to put it away to continue cultivating when his brows furrowed slightly. He quietly activated his wind perception, and subtle air currents immediately spread across the entire courtyard, even extending several meters beyond its walls. He detected a faint and deliberately concealed presence lingering outside the wall. If not for his wind element talent, he would never have noticed it. That presence carried an almost imperceptible malice, and whoever it was, their target was undoubtedly him. Lin Ye calmed himself internally, showing no sign of anything unusual. He continued organizing the resources on the stone table as if completely unaware of the prying eyes outside. In truth, he had already guessed that it was someone sent by Zhang Biao. Zhang Biao, whom he had once exposed in public, now hated him to the core and would not let the matter rest. However, with the core area of the martial academy being heavily guarded, Zhang Biao dared not act directly. Instead, he could only send his subordinates to lurk in the shadows, waiting for Lin Ye to make a mistake. Lowering his head, Lin Ye let the killing intent in his eyes dissipate. He neither reported the matter nor rushed out to retaliate. His opponent's influence was too great, and direct confrontation would only put him in danger. The wisest course of action was to continue cultivating discreetly, keeping his enemies guessing about his true capabilities while steadily growing stronger. When the time was right, all threats would be eradicated. He calmly returned to the cultivation room, gently closed the door, and shut out everything from the outside world. Lin Ye sat down again, holding a wind element crystal in his hand, allowing its pure energy to gradually merge into his body and blend with his inner breath. This time, he did not directly practice his punches but instead followed the dean's suggestion to try cultivating the wind control technique. This was an auxiliary skill that did not enhance attacks but deepened his control and integration with the wind, allowing his movement techniques to last longer. At critical moments, it could even use airflow to deflect attacks, making it more suitable for his current state. He silently recited the incantation, guiding his inner breath to merge with the wind spirit energy from the outside world. At first, the two energies repelled each other and refused to cooperate, causing a slight stinging pain in his meridians. Lin Ye felt a faint pain within his body, but he showed no trace of impatience and instead became even more focused. He followed the cultivation process step by step, patiently integrating with his body without wavering. Time passed quietly, and the beams of the setting sun slowly climbed across the window lattice of the cultivation room until the twilight faded into night. No one knew how much time had passed, but Lin Ye's entire body became surrounded by a faint azure glow. This light encircled him like water, gently rippling with the rhythm of his breathing. He could clearly feel as if he had merged with the surrounding wind. The direction, speed, and intensity of the wind were all crystal clear to him. He could even close his eyes and sense someone spying outside the courtyard, discerning their subtle movements. His technique had finally reached the first stage, and a sense of accomplishment surged within him. He slowly opened his eyes, and the faint cyan glow immediately receded and disappeared. He stood up and stretched his body, his bones emitting crisp sounds. At this moment, his entire being felt incredibly light, as if a slight effort could lift him into the air with the wind. Over the past half-month, his strength had multiplied several times. Whether it was his fist techniques, movement techniques, or auxiliary skills, they had all become more refined. He believed that if he were to encounter that perilous situation again, he would not only have the confidence to escape unscathed but might even be able to engage the enemy for a longer time. However, Lin Ye did not let this make him complacent. He was well aware that he had merely stepped onto the threshold of martial arts. Zhang Baiao's formidable strength and the power of his family remained an insurmountable wall. If he wanted to escape the fate of being hunted and threatened, the road ahead was still long. Lin Ye did not slacken in the slightest. He gripped the wind element crystal tightly once more, closed his eyes, and continued his cultivation. Outside the small cultivation room, someone was constantly watching in secret. That lurking presence still hovered outside the courtyard, clinging to Lin Ye like a shadow, waiting for the right moment to strike. The conspiracies in Qingfeng City were surging, and Zhang Baiao's plans were quietly brewing. Inside and outside the martial academy, more eyes were gathering here, filled with awe, curiosity, and even jealousy and malice. But all the external disturbances could not affect Lin Ye in the cultivation room. He was like a dragon lurking in the abyss, silently accumulating strength. Every act of endurance and silence was not weakness but a quiet wait for the moment to break free and transform. Once the opportunity arises, he will strike back without hesitation, trampling all obstacles underfoot. The sound of wind in the cultivation room was constant, and his figure grew increasingly resolute amidst the light and shadows of the formation. On the outskirts of the core disciples' courtyard, an ancient locust tree partially obscured most of the view. Beneath the tree's shadow, a figure crouched, breathing so lightly it was almost imperceptible. He stared fixedly in the direction of Lin Ye's cultivation room, motionless. This was the third spy sent by Zhang Baiao. The previous three had either been intercepted by patrolling disciples within the courtyard or had been discovered by Lin Ye before they could get close, forcing them to retreat halfway. Only this spy was an experienced veteran, skilled at concealing his presence. He had deliberately chosen dusk, using the twilight and the tree's shade to stealthily approach within 3 zhang of the courtyard, not daring to take another step forward. He was cautious even with blinking, his fingers tightly gripping the tree bark, afraid of making any sound. In his mind, Lin Ye was just a novice who had recently broken through, relying on the dean's protection to remain unscathed, and would never detect his presence. However, he was completely unaware that Lin Ye's perception had already greatly improved, far surpassing that of ordinary people. Inside the room, Lin Ye sat cross-legged, holding a high-grade wind element crystal in his hand. The pure energy within the crystal slowly merged into his body, flowing through his meridians and inner breath. The light and shadow of the formation enveloped him, while a pale cyan airflow formed a vortex around him, continuously absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Since successfully advancing in his cultivation, his control over the surrounding airflow had greatly improved. Even the subtle changes in the atmosphere within a 10-zhang radius of the courtyard, including beyond the walls, could not escape his perception. That faint presence lurking behind the locust tree carried a trace of killing intent and greed, insignificant yet stubbornly unpleasant. Lin Ye slightly opened his eyes, a cold glint flashing within them. Zhang Baiao dared not act openly but had been sending people to monitor him. However, they were unaware that they had already been exposed to Lin Ye's senses. These spies could only hide in the shadows, waiting for Lin Ye to show a flaw. Yet Lin Ye would never allow such a thing to happen. Every step he took was a firm stride toward his future path. He remained vigilant, though outwardly everything appeared calm. He continued his cultivation, focusing on self-improvement and preparing for the true challenges ahead. Lin Ye stood quietly in the center of the cultivation room, his eyes filled with focus. He understood that every step from now on would determine his destiny. Having just completed the cultivation of his technique, he did not relax. Instead, he was more alert than ever. Now, he needed to fully stabilize the realm he had just broken through while continuously refining the wind blade fist technique he had newly created. He knew that he could no longer be content with simple progress. Only by perfecting every movement and seamlessly integrating every ounce of power could he remain undefeated in battle. He slowly opened his palm, facing upward, and a faint breeze gathered in his hand, gradually forming a delicate wind blade. The wind blade appeared fragile, almost transparent, but the green light it refracted carried a sharp edge. This was his newly created wind blade fist, a combination of two major techniques. It was not just a close combat skill but also a weapon for long-range attacks, something his fellow disciples had never achieved before. He lightly flicked his wrist, and the wind blade shot out like an arrow, striking the thick green stone wall in the training room with precision. A slender crack appeared on the stone wall, its edges as neat as if cut by a knife. The power of this attack clearly far exceeded what ordinary martial artists of the same level could achieve. Lin Ye nodded slightly in satisfaction. He understood well that even though this result surpassed common expectations, it was still far from enough in the reality he faced. He did not grow complacent. Lin Ye knew that this level of strength might be enough to easily defeat ordinary team members, but if he were to face a true formidable opponent like Zhang Baiao, the man who had always haunted his thoughts, it would be far from sufficient. The gap between them was not something that could be closed by simply practicing a few more times. Suddenly, faint footsteps sounded outside, followed by a respectful report from an inner disciple. He had delivered the resources needed for training. Lin Ye retracted the wind blade, and the intense aura instantly vanished, making him appear like an ordinary young man. When he opened the courtyard gate, his gaze was calm, and his words were simple and concise. He rarely displayed emotions outwardly, for growing up in the slums had taught him that any emotion could easily expose one's weaknesses. The disciple's gaze was curious, filled with reverence and scrutiny. Lin Ye understood the reasons behind this. His reputation among the core disciples was growing. This was not only due to the special attention from the dean but also because many disciples born locally with privileged backgrounds were unwilling to be overshadowed by him. They came to challenge him one after another, yet each was defeated too easily, unable to withstand even a single move. Lin Ye did not take pride in this. He returned to the cultivation room and began his meal. The vegetarian dishes in the food box were nutritionally balanced, ensuring they wouldn't affect his cultivation while keeping his mind clear. After finishing his meal, he returned to the center of the formation. Instead of rushing into cultivation, he quietly closed his eyes and reviewed everything he had recently learned in his mind. He was well aware that his cultivation level was steadily improving, but there were still many critical weaknesses he hadn't addressed. For instance, his internal power was insufficient for explosive bursts when facing formidable enemies, his wind techniques were agile but lacked defensive strength, and close combat posed significant risks. He had to find a way to overcome these shortcomings. Lin Ye opened his eyes, his gaze falling on a bottle of pills on the table. Perhaps it was time to push his cultivation to the physical limit. He swallowed 3 body-tempering pills, and the fiery effects erupted instantly, making every meridian in his body feel as though it were being scorched by flames. He was prepared for this and immediately activated his cultivation technique, purifying the violent medicinal energy layer by layer into the purest form of energy, channeling it from his palms through his entire body. Time passed bit by bit, and the sky outside gradually darkened as night fell. Under the old locust tree, a figure faintly moved, having been lying in wait all day. Lin Ye was aware of the observer outside the courtyard, but he was unafraid. Although the person anxiously shifted positions and kept their gaze fixed on the courtyard, they had yet to obtain any of the information they sought. In the room, a faint cyan light wave emanated from Lin Ye's body, growing increasingly brighter until it nearly illuminated the entire cultivation chamber. Under the refinement of the medicinal power, his body underwent tremendous changes. His previously thin frame became sturdy and powerful, with an undeniable sense of explosive energy radiating from his contours. Occasionally, faint crackling sounds came from his bones, signaling that his physique was being pushed to entirely new limits. Outside, the sky grew darker, the night as deep as ink. Yet Lin Ye felt an unprecedented surge of power coursing through his body. He understood that this was the price and reward of growth. Everyone desires strength, but to truly achieve it, one must endure pain and trials that ordinary people cannot bear. For this reason, he could not afford a moment of complacency. Only by continuously growing stronger could he protect those he wished to protect and confront the nemesis he could never forgive. No one knew how much time had passed, but Lin Ye's body. The cyan light gradually faded away, and Lin Ye exhaled deeply, opening his eyes. A flash of insight appeared in his gaze, along with an irrepressible excitement. He lowered his head and muttered to himself, "The body tempering has finally succeeded. My body is now stronger than before." Lin Ye stood up and walked to the center of the training room. With a casual wave of his hand, a gust of wind gathered in his palm. He suddenly threw a punch, and the force of the punch stirred up a cyan storm, tearing through the air and producing a sharp, piercing sound. This punch was at least 30% stronger than his previous attacks. Lin Ye quietly withdrew his fist, feeling the increasingly abundant power and resolute will within him. He knew he was growing stronger, but there was no time to celebrate. In Qingfeng City, the night was growing deeper, and the warm glow of lights illuminated the entire city. Yet outside the core disciples' courtyard, a dangerous aura continued to linger and roam. Inside the room, Lin Ye picked up another wind element crystal and sat back in the center of the training array. He did not pause, as even a moment's delay could lead to fatal consequences. Night had fully fallen, and the Qingfeng Martial Academy grew quiet. The starlight was faint, and the academy was shrouded in a hazy glow. Only the courtyard of Lin Ye, a core disciple, remained lit, with dim yellow light spilling through the windows and intertwining with the shadow of the old locust tree. His courtyard was tranquil, but the danger outside had never truly receded. In the cultivation room, the spirit gathering array emitted a faint glow, and the air was so still it felt as though time had frozen. Lin Ye sat cross-legged at the center of the array, his breathing steady and his mind free of distractions. He had just undergone a round of enhancement, and his body was now several times stronger than that of an early-stage Tier 2 martial artist of the same level. But he had no reason to be complacent. Lin Ye took out a pouch of higher-grade wind element crystals. These crystals were a deeper shade of blue, their energy more concentrated, as if they were specially prepared as precious resources for core disciples like him. He lightly touched the crystals with his fingertips, and a surge of intense wind element energy coursed through his meridians into his body, far more volatile than the spiritual energy he usually absorbed during cultivation. He did not immediately absorb it but allowed the energy to flow slowly within him, gradually adapting to it, much like harmonizing with a new partner. Lin Ye understood well that only by doing so could he maximize the effectiveness of these resources. He knew that the current crisis no longer allowed him the luxury of gradual improvement. Zhang Baiao's strength had been stuck at the mid-second tier for many years, domineering and ruthless. If Lin Ye followed the conventional path, it might take him several years to catch up to Zhang Baiao. But he couldn't wait. Time was simply not on his side. Zhang Baiao was still watching him from the shadows. The family behind Zhang Baiao was also waiting for an opportunity to strike. The provocations from the outer disciples of the Martial Academy, the rumors in the core area, these seemingly trivial matters were actually tests and threats aimed at Lin Ye. He knew that if he didn't improve quickly, once the other side lost patience, an even greater crisis would await him. He could only take the risk of a shortcut. Using the highest quality wind element crystals, he would forcibly break through his current limits. He was well aware of the immense risks involved. A slight misstep could result in damaged meridians at best, or complete loss of control at worst. But Lin Ye had no other choice, because he firmly believed that only by becoming stronger could he have the right to protect the people he cared about and safeguard his own freedom. He took a deep breath, cleared his mind of distractions, and began to activate the wind mastery technique. The mantra echoed repeatedly in his mind, resonating continuously with his inner energy and the spiritual energy of the outside world. The originally volatile energy gradually calmed under the guidance of the mantra, starting to flow along his meridians toward his danshan. As soon as he activated his energy, the sea of internal energy within him was immediately stirred by the influx of wind element energy. A vast amount of pale blue energy surged in like a tide, colliding and merging continuously with his existing power. Lin Ye closed his eyes tightly, cold sweat beading on his forehead, and every meridian felt as if it were being pricked by needles. This was the pain of a breakthrough. But Lin Ye gritted his teeth and refused to retreat. He focused all his attention on controlling every bit of energy, not wasting even the slightest trace. Like a dedicated sculptor, he continuously analyzed and reshaped his internal energy, striving to open up broader and deeper energy channels. The night grew deeper, but the lights in the training room remained on. Time passed, yet Lin Ye never wavered. Suddenly, the cyan light on his body brightened sharply, then quickly converged, leaving only a faint layer of light patterns on the surface of his skin. Lin Ye let out a long breath, and the air carried a faint sound of wind, which quickly dissipated without a trace. He slowly opened his eyes, a hint of satisfaction flashing through them before quickly returning to calm. He had finally reached the peak of the early stage of the second tier, just one step away from the next major threshold. His inner strength had doubled compared to before, and his control over wind attributes had become more fluid. Every time he performed the wind howl fist, he could feel the newfound explosive power contained in his fists. Although this breakthrough was risky, the results were pleasantly surprising. He stood up and moved his body slightly, the crisp sound of his bones indicating that he was now stronger than before. He walked to the stone wall of the training room and struck it with a punch. The dull sound echoed in the room, leaving a shallow dent on the wall, with faint cyan energy swirling around the edges of the dent, lingering for a long time. This punch was already 40% stronger than his previous progress. Lin Ye did not allow himself to indulge in the brief sense of achievement. He was well aware that although he had made a breakthrough, if he were to face Zhang Baiao, who was at the mid-stage of the second tier, head-on, he might not have a guaranteed victory. The mid-stage of the second tier is a phase where one's aura undergoes a qualitative transformation, and the enhancement of strength requires time and accumulation. Relying solely on resources is far from sufficient. The next step, he must calm down, continue to settle, and make his strength solid enough. At that moment, a faint sound of wind came from outside the courtyard. Lin Ye suddenly became alert. This was completely different from the occasional sense of being watched he had felt in recent days. Today's presence was more active and cautious, carrying a probing intent, and it flashed by in an instant. Lin Ye immediately unleashed his wind perception ability, sharply capturing the direction of the presence's movement. He understood it was the Academy's patrol squad passing by, unintentionally startling the spy under the old locust tree. The spy also sensed the risk and immediately retreated, disappearing into the night. Lin Ye's expression remained indifferent, showing little concern. Over the past few days, he had already figured out the patterns of these watchers, and their departure was nothing more than another fruitless attempt. He turned back to the cultivation room, organized the remaining wind attribute energy stones, and took out a new bottle of body-tempering pills. "I must continue," he murmured, his voice firm. He understood that his cultivation journey was far from over. Zhang Baiao's threat still loomed, the undercurrents between families persisted, and the power struggles in Qingfeng City continued to ferment in the shadows. He had to seize the opportunity to rapidly strengthen himself before all the storms erupted. Only then could he face all enemies and challenges head-on in the future. Late at night, the lights in the cultivation room were still on. Lin Ye sat quietly at the center of the spirit-gathering array, surrounded by a radiant glow. His figure was as steadfast as a rock, like a dragon in the deep sea, silently waiting for the storm that belonged to him. At this moment, the streets of Qingfeng City were still brightly lit, bustling with people coming and going. No one knew that a young man in the core disciples area was undergoing a quiet transformation. Meanwhile, the lights in Zhang Baiao's mansion remained on throughout the night. Zhang Baiao sat in his study, fiddling with a jade pendant in his hand, his face dark and his eyes filled with impatience and anger. "What exactly is that guy up to?" he muttered in a low voice. He was furious. None of the spies he had sent out recently had succeeded, and they couldn't even gather accurate information about Lin Ye's situation. Zhang Baiao had originally thought Lin Ye was merely struggling to survive under the protection of the martial academy, but he hadn't expected the other party to steadily grow in the core area without being noticed. Zhang Baiao finally lost his patience. He swept the teacup to the ground with a fierce motion, the sound of shattering porcelain breaking the silence of the study. "Even under the protection of the martial academy, I will make him pay the price," he growled through clenched teeth, his eyes brimming with murderous intent. The city's night remained turbulent with undercurrents. Zhang Baiao's hostility grew stronger, but Lin Ye had already cast aside these threats, immersing himself in a new round of cultivation. His world was now filled only with the glow of the spirit-gathering array and the flow of wind element energy. He understood clearly that only by continuously growing stronger could he have the right to change his destiny and protect the people he cared about. The morning light streamed through the window, spilling onto the stone floor, and the room remained tranquil. Lin Ye slowly opened his eyes, a faint cyan glow flashing through them as if it were an illusion. He had made further progress last night, and his inner strength had become even more abundant. The wind element energy flowed within him, and he could feel that compared to yesterday, he had taken yet another step forward. Lin Ye felt the changes within his body but did not rush to get up. He sat at the center of the formation, closed his eyes, and focused on every subtle breath of energy. He had accumulated a considerable amount of inner strength, but he sensed that something was still missing. He needed that aura capable of silencing an entire room, that power where a single punch could instantly shatter a whole stone. He was well aware that, for now, he had merely amassed enough energy but had not yet crossed that critical threshold. Only by truly understanding and mastering the essence of power could he transform quantity into quality and gain the ability to overpower his opponents. He murmured softly, extending his fingers and gently rubbing his palm. A breeze gathered around him. He did not directly use any techniques but instead allowed the wind to compress, knead, and release within his palm. Each attempt was like meticulously carving a piece of stone, patient and precise. The wind in his hand was sometimes gentle, sometimes sharp, and sometimes violent. He experienced these changes over and over again, focusing intently every second. In his mind, he repeatedly recited the incantation of the wind control technique. This time, he did not treat the wind as a tool for attack but truly felt the weight of the wind, its resilience, and its flow. He wanted the wind to become a part of his body, to gain complete mastery over it. The air in the room grew thick. In the past, during his training, he, like most martial artists, only pursued explosive power. But now, every ounce of his inner energy was merging with the wind, slowly circulating within him, forming a small, visible vortex of wind. The spirit gathering array absorbed the energy from the entire room, and gradually, its flow was influenced by Lin Ye's wind vortex. The airflow began to swirl around him. Time passed quietly. The sunlight outside the window grew dazzling and then slowly dimmed. His breathing gradually slowed, and his heartbeat began to synchronize with the wind energy within him. He could clearly feel his inner energy transforming step by step, from gentle to increasingly domineering and indestructible. Each flow became sharper and more forceful. Lin Ye realized that he was standing on the threshold of a breakthrough. Suddenly, the whirlwind around him surged violently. A muffled thunder-like sound echoed in the cultivation room, and the air seemed to be forcibly torn apart. The light of the spirit gathering array trembled intensely but was quickly subdued by his own aura, with the wind energy in the room perfectly under his control. He let out a long breath, the airflow carrying a sharp whistling sound of wind. This was far stronger than his previous wind howl fist, with power that was steadier and more penetrating. His wind intent had finally made a breakthrough. Lin Ye opened his eyes, his gaze becoming profound. He stood up, his body swaying slightly, and unexpectedly floated half a foot off the ground, then quietly settled back down, like smoke and shadow, silent and imperceptible. This was the ultimate display of wind shadow step, using the power of the wind to leap from the ground without making a sound. He walked to the center of the room and gently waved his hand. There was no massive storm, only a faint blue trace of wind power slowly emanating from his fingertips, touching the stone wall opposite him. A deep mark instantly appeared on the wall, smooth as if carved by a blade, with even the interior of the stone slightly eroded by the wind's intent. This time, his attack seemed quiet, yet it was more lethal than any before. Lin Ye was well aware that his inner strength had not yet fully advanced to the next stage, but the essence of wind had already reached the level ahead of time. This was his advantage. He didn't need to stubbornly focus on cultivation but could directly grasp the essence of power. However, he understood that to completely overpower Zhang Baiao, he would need to continue breaking through, elevating both his strength and inner breath to a new level. At that moment, a subtle disturbance came from outside the courtyard. In the past, those spies would secretly approach the old locust tree, but today was different. This aura carried a sense of probing and provocation, disappearing as soon as it appeared. Lin Ye immediately used his wind perception to lock onto the target. It turned out to be an outer sect disciple, secretly instigated to cause trouble. Before he could even approach the entrance, he was stopped by an inner sect disciple. A trace of coldness flashed in Lin Ye's eyes. Zhang Baiao was clearly becoming increasingly impatient, repeatedly using outsiders to test him, merely trying to lure him out of his safe zone and set a trap. His mind calmed down, realizing he couldn't fall for the scheme, and his resolve to continue cultivating and breaking through grew even stronger. At that moment, he understood that only by becoming stronger could he completely change his current passive situation. Lin Ye ignored everything behind him and walked straight back to the training room. He poured all the remaining wind element crystals in front of him, preparing to stake everything on this attempt. At this moment, he knew he could no longer delay. He murmured softly, "Now, it's time to push the limits once again." Lin Ye tightly gripped the crystals, feeling the energy from the high-grade wind element crystals surge into his body like a tsunami, while the spiritual energy formation accelerated the accumulation of power. This time, he no longer blindly accumulated energy. Instead, he activated the wind command technique, using the essence of wind elements to guide the overwhelming force, attempting to break through to an entirely new level. Deep within the Danshan, the blue wind energy and the innate internal breath collided and fused wildly. Each time the two forces clashed within his body, the intense pain felt like sharp blades slicing through his meridians. He clenched his teeth tightly, sweat sliding down his forehead, his face pale from the agony. A single moment of distraction could cause his meridians to rupture completely, which would mean the destruction of all his lifelong efforts. But at this moment, he had no choice. Zhang Baiao had already issued a ruthless threat, and the noble families of Qingfeng City were secretly plotting. Once they acted, his only path would be death. He could only use the remaining time to grow stronger, even if it meant gaining just a sliver of a chance. Lin Ye let out a low roar, "Break for me!" With his furious shout, the wind elements around him boiled and took shape, forming a massive cyan wind cocoon that enveloped his entire body. The training room buzzed as it was torn apart by the raging winds. Inside the wind cocoon, the torrent of energy rampaged, this life and death breakthrough seemingly gambling on his future. As time ticked by, the glow of the wind cocoon grew increasingly intense until it suddenly contracted. Lin Ye finally exhaled a breath mixed with the sound of wind. At this moment, he knew he had taken that crucial step forward. When he opened his eyes, a unique oppressive aura belonging to the mid-second stage flickered in his gaze, with faint cyan light shimmering around him. Done! Lin Ye stood up, his entire body emitting a series of cracking sounds from his bones. Compared to when he first stepped into martial arts, his strength and speed had now reached a new level. He raised his hand and punched the stone wall of the training room. A burst of green fist energy exploded, leaving a half-inch deep dent in the sturdy stone wall. The newly comprehended wind force fist energy lingered around, refusing to dissipate. This punch was far stronger than his previous full-force strikes during body tempering, but Lin Ye did not indulge in the joy of his breakthrough. He was acutely aware that, although he had barely advanced to the mid-stage of the second tier, his foundation still lagged behind those like Zhang Baiao, who had accumulated years of cultivation. His opponent was more composed, with a more terrifying aura. Yet now, at least he had the confidence to face the enemy head-on, rather than being passively beaten and relying on clever tricks to barely hold his ground. Lin Ye organized his cultivation resources and then took out the wind element dagger he hadn't used in a long time. This wind blade was specially crafted for him by the Dean, capable of condensing wind power into an extremely sharp edge. Gripping the wind blade, he spoke softly, "The retreat is over." He pushed open the courtyard door, and the sunset bathed the entire martial academy in golden red hues. In the direction of Qingfeng City, an oppressive aura was already approaching. He knew that Zhang Baiao was finally about to make his move. This day, he had waited far too long. Lin Ye left all distracting thoughts behind in the courtyard, stepped out of the gate, and walked resolutely toward the Martial Academy's training grounds. He was ready to face the impending conflict. The open space of the training grounds was bathed in the glow of the evening sunset. Scattered groups of Martial Academy disciples were sparring, but none dared to approach the stone platform on the western side. That area was reserved exclusively for core disciples, and those of lower status were not even qualified to come near. Lin Ye strode toward the core testing zone, exuding no trace of hostility, yet every step he took was firm and powerful. Though he had been in seclusion for days and had not shown himself, rumors of him breaking through the patrol division, earning the dean's favor, and living alone in the core courtyard had already spread throughout the academy. Many people paused what they were doing and instinctively turned to look at him. "It's senior brother Lin Ye. He's finally out of seclusion. I heard he went into seclusion right after reaching the second tier. Just how strong is he now?" Low murmurs arose from all directions, some admiring, some envious, and others filled with doubt and jealousy. But Lin Ye paid no attention to any of it. He walked straight onto the bluestone platform and stood at its center. In his mind, there was only the impending storm and his unwavering resolve never to retreat. Lin Ye stopped on the bluestone platform and slowly raised his hand. A faint cyan breeze swirled around his fingertips, a hallmark of wind-based inner energy. After a full month of secluded training, he had finally broken through to a new stage. He could feel the power flowing evenly within him, no longer plagued by the chaotic and clashing weakness of before. All the grinding and accumulation tempering his body day and night, repeatedly practicing his martial techniques, and painstakingly studying combat skills had now led to this moment, waiting for a chance to prove himself. Without further hesitation, Lin Ye suddenly stepped forward, fully unleashing the wind shadow step. At last, he could truly walk with the wind. His body moved across the platform like a cyan afterimage, so fast that the disciples present could only catch fleeting glimpses of his shadow. In the blink of an eye, he had crossed the platform without leaving even the slightest trace on the ground. The onlookers were all stunned. Someone couldn't help but cry out in astonishment, shocked by his speed. At that moment, everyone's eyes were filled with surprise and confusion. No one had expected that Lin Ye, far from relying solely on the dean's protection, had a strength that far exceeded their imagination. Lin Ye suddenly stopped, abruptly turned around, and threw a punch. The movement seemed ordinary, without any extra buildup or roaring, but as the fist struck out, the air seemed to tear apart with a sharp whistle. A blade of wind slashed straight toward the strength-testing monument at the edge of the stone platform. The monument was struck, emitting a deep rumble, and a bright light appeared, clearly displaying Mid-Stage Tier 2, Wind Element Martial Skill Mastery. For a moment, the entire martial training ground fell silent. Everyone stared at Lin Ye, trying to discern something from his expression. But Lin Ye had already retracted his fist and stood firm, exhaling a long breath. He felt his body brimming with power, yet there was no trace of complacency in his heart. This was merely the first step in fulfilling his promise. He knew that all the training and growth over these days had not been in vain. In the past, he could only flee from Zhang Baiao's relentless pursuit. Now, he finally had the strength to face him head-on. However, Lin Ye was equally aware that this battle was far from over. Although he had just advanced to a new stage, Zhang Baiao had been entrenched at this level for years. Whether in experience or techniques, Zhang Baiao far surpassed him. A direct confrontation would not be easy. Just as everyone was still processing what had happened, a flustered figure rushed into the martial training ground. It was a disciple responsible for delivering messages. Gasping for breath, he waved his hand and shouted loudly, "Lin Ye! The City Lord's mansion wants you to go there immediately to assist in the joint investigation of Zhang Baiao's private assassin case. This sentence was like throwing a boulder into a calm lake, causing an uproar throughout the venue. The City Lord's manor is really going to take action against Zhang Baiao. A trace of coldness flashed in Lin Ye's eyes. He quickly realized that Zhang Baiao had been secretly monitoring him recently, even inciting disciples to stir up trouble, which had already angered the City Lord's manor. More crucially, the physical and testimonial evidence Lin Ye had previously left with the inspection division had now become key evidence. Therefore, this meeting was not just routine but a critical moment. With powerful figures backing Zhang Baiao, this seemingly surface-level investigation could very well turn into an open and covert struggle. Lin Ye nodded in agreement without hesitation. Avoidance would only exacerbate the danger. As long as Zhang Baiao remained, the threat would not end. Lin Ye stepped down from the stone platform directly, his gaze resolute, and walked straight toward the Martial Academy's main gate, ignoring the sidelong glances from the crowd. As soon as Lin Ye stepped out of the Martial Academy, he immediately sensed the unusual atmosphere around him. Pedestrians on the street hurried their steps, and shop doors were locked early. There was an indescribable sense of oppression in the air. He could feel it, he was being watched. Several shadowy figures lingered at the edges of the street, silently observing him. These people must have been sent by Zhang Baiao, likely having learned in advance about his plan to head to the City Lord's mansion. But Lin Ye did not panic. He slowed his pace, deliberately keeping to his original route. The wind element power within him began to circulate, ready to respond to any attack at a moment's notice. 3 hostile presences followed him from a distance, each with a casual demeanor, yet never letting down their guard, like hunters fixated on their prey. However, this time Lin Ye was no longer a pawn to be slaughtered at will. With every step he took, he vigilantly scanned his surroundings. The setting sun slowly descended, and the entire city gradually sank into the night. Lin Ye's shadow stretched long, with the illuminated lights of the City Lord's mansion ahead and a trail of murderous intent and ambushes behind him. At this moment, he was stepping into the vortex of fate. Night completely enveloped Qingfeng City. The main street was left with sparse lights, and the wind swept through the empty street corners, sending scraps of paper flying chaotically through the air. Everything felt oppressive and dangerous. Lin Ye walked alone in the darkness, his steps steady, each one exuding determination. He restrained his aura, appearing calm on the surface, but his eyes shone brightly in the dark, like a leopard waiting for the perfect moment to strike. In fact, Lin Ye had noticed long ago. The faint presences behind him were no longer bothering to hide and were drawing closer. He knew they wouldn't wait any longer. They planned to make their move before he reached the City Lord's mansion. Lin Ye didn't try to quicken his pace. He was well aware that Zhang Baiao could no longer hold back. Even knowing that the City Lord's mansion had issued an order, Zhang Baiao still dared to take the risk of assassinating him. This was already a desperate, all-or-nothing act of madness. The night wind grew colder. Lin Ye walked into a narrow alley, the high walls on both sides blocking out all the light. This was the perfect place for an ambush. He stopped, turned around without a trace of fear, and faced the darkness head-on. "You've been following me for so long, there's no need to hide anymore, is there?" His voice was calm, but in the silent alley, it sounded exceptionally clear. In the darkness, 3 figures appeared simultaneously, quickly forming an encirclement. They were dressed entirely in black, their faces covered with black cloth, and they toyed with gleaming daggers in their hands. Judging by their aura, they were clearly far more ruthless than the assassins who had infiltrated the Martial Academy earlier. "Lin Ye, you're more vigilant than we expected." The leader's voice was hoarse and filled with malice. "What does it matter if the City Lord's mansion protects you? Since you've dared to appear before us, don't think you'll live to see the City Lord again." Lin Ye's gaze was as sharp as a blade as it swept over the 3 of them, cold and direct. "Did Zhang Baiao send you? You won't have the chance to figure that out." The leader sneered mockingly, pointing the dagger at Lin Ye's heart. "You've ruined the master's grand plans, and the only way to atone is with your death." Before the words had even faded, the 3 had already launched their attack simultaneously. Their coordination was nearly flawless. 2 of them flanked Lin Ye from the left and right, their ruthless moves cutting off all his escape routes, while the leader charged straight for Lin Ye's throat, every strike deadly and without the slightest reservation. A surge of killing intent filled the air, and the atmosphere became as tense as the calm before an explosion. If it had been a month ago, Lin Ye might have only been able to desperately flee when facing 3 early-stage Tier 2 assassins. But now, he was completely different. He stood motionless, the energy within him silently circulating, and the power of the wind attribute swirled around him. Just as the blades of the 3 were about to touch him, Lin Ye moved. His movements were as swift as a gust of wind, and with just a single spin, he slipped out of their encirclement. His actions seemed casual, yet he seized the most precise timing. Their attacks all missed, and the three blades collided with each other, producing a piercing sound. "How is he so fast?" the leader gasped, his eyes full of disbelief. They had assumed Lin Ye had just broken through to mid-stage tier 2 and was still unstable, but the skills he displayed far exceeded their expectations. Lin Ye gave them no time to catch their breath. As soon as he steadied his stance, he swung a punch backward. The force of the punch carried a faint cyan wave of energy, striking precisely at the man on the left. The opponent hurriedly raised his blade to block, but the blade was shattered instantly, and the force of the punch slammed into his chest through the broken weapon. The man let out a miserable scream as he was sent flying backward, crashing heavily into the wall. Blood gushed from his mouth, and he instantly lost consciousness. He was completely incapacitated. The remaining two men turned pale. They realized that Lin Ye was no longer the helpless target they could easily overpower. Now, he was more dangerous than any of them. "Don't just stand there. Attack together. He just broke through not long ago, he won't last long," the leader shouted, forcing himself to suppress his fear. He and the remaining man charged at Lin Ye with reckless abandon. This time, their coordination was even fiercer, and their offensive more frenzied. A glint of cold light flashed in Lin Ye's eyes as he decided not to hold back. His left hand brought two fingers together, and wind elements began to flow at his fingertips. His right hand swiftly drew the wind blade dagger from his waist. This dagger was a wind element treasure personally gifted by the Dean, and it had never been used in actual combat before. The blade left its sheath with a crisp sound that echoed through the entire alley. The wind blade shimmered with a bluish glow along its edge, so sharp it made one's hair stand on end. Lin Ye's steps carried the force of the wind, and his figure instantly merged into the offensive of the two enemies. Each strike of his blade seemed capable of slicing through the air itself. The man on the right had no time to react as the wind blade carved a deep gash into his shoulder, causing blood to spurt out instantly. He let out a scream, his movements faltering, and Lin Ye closed in like lightning, slamming his elbow heavily into the man's neck. With a muffled thud, the second man in black collapsed limply to the ground. Lin Ye felt his vision go dark, and his consciousness blurred instantly. His body fell heavily to the ground, and then everything plunged into darkness. In just that brief moment, of the three assassins who had been attacking him, only the leader remained standing. The man in black was trembling all over, his eyes filled with nothing but fear. He was no longer as fierce and decisive as before. Now, he only wanted to escape. Instinctively, he turned and dashed forward, only to find the air around him seemed frozen. The surrounding flow was completely locked by Lin Ye's wind power, and his legs felt as though they were stuck in a swamp, unable to move. "You can't escape." Lin Ye's voice was calm yet carried an oppressive force that was impossible to resist. The man turned back in despair and charged at Lin Ye like a madman, intending to drag Lin Ye down with him. But Lin Ye's gaze remained cold as he steadily raised the wind blade dagger in his hand and gave it a gentle swing. A concentrated gust of wind sliced through the night sky, striking the man's wrist with precision. Blood spurted out instantly, and the assassin's short blade fell to the ground. Lin Ye stepped forward, his fingertips gathering sharp wind energy, directly striking the assassin's GC. Infusing his inner strength, he instantly crippled the opponent's cultivation. The man let out a miserable scream, collapsing to the ground, completely losing the ability to resist. In just a few seconds, the once perilous assassination attempt had been effortlessly neutralized by Lin Ye. He sheathed his dagger, the murderous aura around him dissipating as if the intense battle moments ago had been nothing more than a minor exercise. He looked down at the assassin on the ground, his gaze calm yet piercing. "Where is Zhang Baiao?" His voice was devoid of any emotion. The man's face was deathly pale, his lips trembling uncontrollably, not daring to conceal anything. At the old residence of the patrol division. He's waiting to hear news from the city lord's manor, ready to flee Green Maple City at any moment. Lin Ye nodded and asked no further questions. With a slight movement of his fingers, he sealed the man's vital acupoints, rendering him unable to commit suicide or move. Lin Ye intended to use this man as living evidence to personally present the fact that Zhang Baiao had sent people to assassinate him to the city lord's manor. After handling everything, Lin Ye looked up and gazed toward the city lord's manor. In the night, the mansion was brightly lit and close at hand. He did not let the attempted assassination stop him, instead, it strengthened his resolve. After tonight, he was more certain than ever, he now had the ability to face these dangers head-on. No matter how Zhang Baiao planned his assassinations, he could no longer easily threaten Lin Ye's life. Lin Ye brushed off the dust and bloodstains on his clothes and strode toward the city lord's manor. The large gate in front of the city lord's mansion was dyed crimson by the lights under the night sky, with two stone beasts silently guarding the entrance. Armored guards held their weapons, creating an atmosphere so tense it was almost suffocating. Lin Ye approached slowly, each step landing on the bluestone slabs, his footsteps unusually clear in the night, immediately drawing the attention of all the guards. The killing intent and bloodstains on him told of the dangers he had just faced. The gate guards initially intended to question him, but upon recognizing Lin Ye's appearance, their attitude shifted instantly. They respectfully spoke, "Young Master Lin Ye, the city lord is already waiting in the main hall. Please follow me." Lin Ye nodded slightly and followed the guard into the deep mansion. As they walked, the lanterns under the corridors flickered, the atmosphere tense and oppressive. Guards were stationed every few steps, and several powerful presences subtly moved within the mansion. Lin Ye understood that the city lord had undoubtedly prepared for every contingency to prevent any mishaps tonight. Passing through layers of courtyards and corridors, Lin Ye soon arrived at the main hall. The hall was brightly lit, with several figures seated in the main positions. The man in the center was the city lord of Qingfeng City, his face resolute, his mere presence making it hard for anyone to meet his gaze directly. To the city lord's left sat Su Chanfeng, the headmaster of Qingfeng Martial Academy, who slightly tilted his head. When he looked at Lin Ye, his eyes carried a hint of approval. On the right-hand side, at the forefront, stood Zhang Baiao, dressed in the patrol division uniform. His face was grim, his eyes filled with shock, anger, and even a trace of fear. Zhang Baiao hadn't expected that the 3 second-tier experts he had sent out not only failed to stop Lin Ye but also watched helplessly as he appeared here unharmed. Lin Ye ignored Zhang Baiao's venomous gaze, strode into the hall, and bowed respectfully. "Disciple Lin Ye, greetings to the city lord and the dean." The city lord nodded, his voice steady and powerful. "No need for formalities. Tonight, you were summoned to thoroughly investigate the matter of the patrol division secretly raising death warriors and assassinating Martial Academy disciples. You only need to speak the truth, there is no need to be afraid." Lin Ye straightened his posture, his gaze slowly sweeping across the faces of those present before finally settling on Zhang Baiao. His voice was firm and clear, without a trace of fear. "A few months ago, due to conflicts over resource fields, Zhang Baiao began targeting me. First, during the trials, he manipulated the team assignments and threw me into a dangerous area, intending to use the beasts to eliminate me. Afterwards, in the trial forest, he secretly sent assassins to hunt me down. I was lucky to survive that time and even managed to gather evidence. A few days ago, I went to the patrol division with the evidence to argue my case, and Zhang Baiao attacked me in public, trying to silence me. I escaped only by fighting with all my might. Just tonight, on my way to the city lord's mansion, I was again attacked by 3 second-tier cultivators in black. Every strike was aimed at killing me. Now, I have subdued all 3 and brought crucial evidence. One of them is waiting outside. He confessed that Zhang Baiao sent him to kill me." Lin Ye raised his hand and calmly placed the poisoned dagger, the black token, Zhang Baiao's exclusive token, and the tokens found on the pursuers on the bluestone table in the center of the hall. Under the lamplight, each piece of evidence shone with undeniable brilliance. Zhang Baiao suddenly stood up, almost losing control, and roared, "Nonsense! You're framing me. All of this is fake, the murder has nothing to do with me." Lin Ye didn't give him a chance to breathe, a cold smile appearing on his lips as he pressed on. "You privately hired someone to kill, you abused your power, and all the evidence is there. The forest assassins, the martial arts academy's shadow guards, the ambush on the way, every single one points to you. Do you think you can get away with just a few stubborn words?" Zhang Baiao now understood that he had no way out. Any explanation was meaningless at this point. His only chance of survival lay in a final desperate gamble. Gritting his teeth, he summoned all his strength, the aura of a mid-second-tier cultivator surging through the hall as he prepared to fight to the death. The guards in the room instantly drew their blades, and the air grew taut with tension. At that moment, Su Changfeng slowly rose to his feet, casting a cold glance at Zhang Baiao. The atmosphere in the hall shifted dramatically as an overwhelming pressure emanated from Su Changfeng, a pressure that only a true third-tier powerhouse could possess. Zhang Baiao's entire body trembled, his face turned deathly pale, and the aura he had just gathered collapsed in an instant. He could barely remain standing. The city lord's gaze was as sharp as a blade, piercing straight into Zhang Baiao. "As the commander of the inspection division, you took the lead in breaking the law, hiring people to assassinate disciples of the Martial Academy. Now that we have both witnesses and evidence, what else do you have to say?" At this moment, Zhang Baiao could only mutter tremblingly through quivering lips. He glanced around, seeing the evidence laid out on the stone table and the cold, unyielding stares of everyone present. Despair was all that remained in his heart. The power and influence he had painstakingly built over the years had crumbled just like that. His voice was hoarse, barely audible. "I refuse. I refuse to accept this." The city lord said no more, simply waving his hand. "Guards, take Zhang Baiao away, strip him of his position, throw him into the dungeon, and thoroughly investigate his subordinates, leave no one out. The guards did not hesitate and immediately stepped forward to act. Zhang Baiao, completely drained of any strength to resist, was pressed to the ground, his hands tightly bound with cold chains. The once all-powerful and untouchable patrol commander had now been utterly reduced to a prisoner. Lin Ye stood quietly in the center, watching Zhang Baiao's figure being taken away, without much joy. Compared to the feeling of victory, there was more relief and calm. From the initial framing, to the relentless pursuit, and finally to tonight's confrontation, the months-long grudge had finally come to an end. The city lord's gaze fell on Lin Ye, and for once, a rare trace of approval appeared on his face. You are unafraid of power, uphold justice, and possess great talent. You are destined for great things. The city lord's mansion will not treat you unfairly. Su Changfeng also nodded and said, with Zhang Baiao imprisoned, Qingfeng City is now stable. You can return to the martial academy and focus on your cultivation without being distracted by these trivial matters. Lin Ye immediately saluted and gratefully said, Thank you, City Lord. Thank you, Dean. With the unnecessary disturbances now over, he did not linger and turned to leave the main hall. The night outside was very quiet, and the lights of the City Lord's mansion illuminated Qingfeng City. With Zhang Baiao's downfall, his subordinates would soon scatter like birds and beasts. The city had regained its long-lost peace. The news of Zhang Baiao's arrest spread throughout Qingfeng City that very night. The once arrogant and domineering patrol commander had become a prisoner overnight. His power was uprooted, old injustices were revisited, and the common people spread the news with excitement. Everywhere in the streets and alleys, people were talking about Lin Ye. The boy from the slums, once bullied by others, had now become a legend capable of toppling a corrupt giant. But all the heated discussions and applause were no longer relevant to Lin Ye at this moment. When he returned to the martial academy, the sky was just beginning to brighten. He ignored the various sounds coming from outside and simply walked into his cultivation room, sitting at the center of the spirit-gathering array. After so much killing and pursuit, it was only now that he could finally find some peace. The power within his body flowed steadily, and the essence of the wind was closely integrated with his physical form. The fatigue left by those previous battles gradually faded under the nourishment of the spiritual energy in the array. He neither immediately practiced his fist techniques nor rushed to break through his realm, he simply sat quietly, bit by bit sorting through the experiences of this period, from being framed, to the deadly fight in the dense forest, until tonight when everything finally came to an end. He understood that only with justice and perseverance could he truly change his destiny and give hope to ordinary people like him. Lin Ye's journey from escaping death to counterattacking his pursuers played out like scenes from a movie, flashing repeatedly in his mind. He remembered the panic of being hunted by the patrol division, the close combat in front of the city lord's mansion, and the emotional and rational collapse he experienced when Zhang Baiao was dragged away and thrown into the dungeon. Those moments were filled with terror, anger, and desperate hopelessness, but it was precisely the struggle on the edge of life and death that forged him into who he is today. He opened his eyes, feeling neither pride nor satisfaction, but instead a clearer and firmer resolve. Zhang Baiao had fallen, the threat was gone, and Qingfeng City had returned to a temporary calm. To Lin Ye, this peace was merely a brief respite. He understood all too well what walking the path of martial arts entailed. If he stagnated, he would be swallowed by the undercurrents. Today, he could fight his way out of a desperate situation, but tomorrow, he might become dull and weak in the comfort of reality. He knew that to become a true powerhouse, he must keep moving forward, without any illusions or slackness. He raised his hand, feeling a gentle breeze flowing at his fingertips. The techniques he once practiced, wind hull fist, wind shadow step, wind control art, had now become natural reactions of his body, as instinctive as breathing. The second-tier power he had gained was no longer a burden but had truly become his own. What is the meaning of power? Lin Ye silently told himself, it is not for revenge, nor for showing off. I must be strong enough so that no one can trample on me ever again. He did not express his emotions openly, but allowed the belief in his heart to grow stronger. The hatred of the past and the comfort of the present all settled into the driving force for his journey forward. From now on, survival and hatred would no longer be his only goals. He wanted to walk his own path and see a higher and broader world. The horizon brightened slightly, and sunlight broke through the clouds, spreading the first rays of morning light into the training room. Lin Ye stood up, pushed open the door, and was greeted by the cold air mixed with the fresh scent of grass and soil. The courtyard had quieted down, with no longer the feeling of secret surveillance or the tense atmosphere of killing intent. The spies who had been monitoring him and the hidden enforcers from a few days ago had vanished without a trace after Zhang Baiao's downfall. Now, he could finally breathe a sigh of relief. At that moment, a familiar voice sounded outside the courtyard gate. Brother Yi.
Zhou Xiaofan and Chen Daoda ran in excitedly, their faces finally free of tension and fear, now filled with ease and joy. With Zhang Baiao captured, the worries of countless days had been swept away. Have you heard? Zhang Baiao is completely finished. The city lord's mansion is searching for his remaining forces. From now on, no one will dare to bully us again. Chen Daoda said excitedly. Everyone in the martial academy is talking about you now. Even the instructors speak of you with admiration, Zhou Xiaofan added. Lin Ye smiled at his two companions, feeling a warmth in his heart. He nodded gently, it's all in the past. By the way, the dean just sent someone to deliver a message, saying you should head to the main building as soon as you have time. It seems like there's something important, Zhou Xiaofan quickly informed him, remembering the matter. I got it, I'll go in a bit, Lin Ye responded simply, encouraging himself. He watched his friends gradually walk away, and the smile on his face calmed at that moment. He closed his eyes, and when he opened them again, only calmness and new thoughts remained in his gaze. Zhang Baiao's matter was finally resolved completely. He would always remember the scars of the past, but the past would not hinder the steps toward the future. After tidying up his clothes, Lin Ye walked out of the courtyard and headed toward the main building of the Martial Arts Academy. The morning sun had just risen, casting a golden glow over the eaves of the main building. Lin Ye walked quietly to the study door and gently knocked. Come in. Inside, the voice of Dean Su Changfeng was calm and dignified. Lin Ye entered the room and bowed to him. The study was spacious and tidy, with a large number of martial arts books stacked against the walls. A soothing fragrance lingered in the air. Su Changfeng set down the scroll in his hand and looked at Lin Ye. His gaze carried both warmth and sharp scrutiny, examining Lin Ye thoroughly from inside out. With Zhang Baiao's downfall, Qingfeng City has finally stabilized. This time, you handled the matter with composure and calmness, without impulsiveness or weakness. Very impressive, Su Changfeng's voice carried a tone of praise. You come from a poor background and had no renowned teacher to guide you, yet you've reached this point, which has exceeded my expectations. Lin Ye replied calmly, I just did what I was supposed to do. Without the help of the dean and the city lord's mansion, I would have long been dead at Zhang Baiao's hands. He never underestimated external assistance, nor did he become blindly arrogant over a small victory. The ups and downs of the past few days had already taught him caution and gratitude. Su Changfeng shook his head slightly, tapping his fingers on the table. His tone grew stern, others can only help you temporarily. The road ahead must still be walked step by step on your own. Zhang Baiao was merely a test on your martial path. Now that it's over, you should look forward and not dwell on old grudges. After hearing this, Lin Ye's expression turned solemn, and he nodded earnestly, I understand the dean's message. Although Lin Ye was already considered one of the outstanding freshmen, with his wind element martial skills being nearly unmatched, he was still far from being top tier when looking at the broader world. Su Changfeng's tone became particularly serious as he reminded Lin Ye that this was just a small place. The outside world was filled with countless powerful individuals, with geniuses emerging one after another. If he wasn't careful, he could pay a heavy price at any moment. At this point, Su Changfeng suddenly took out a wooden box, inside which lay a pale cyan jade pendant. The pendant was intricately carved with complex wind patterns, felt cool to the touch, and exuded a distinct wind element spiritual energy. Lin Ye immediately understood that this was no ordinary accessory. This is the Wind Spirit Pendant, a mid-grade wind element magical artifact with a spirit-gathering formation inside. It will continuously enhance your wind element inner energy, help stabilize your cultivation level, and can automatically activate a wind element shield to protect you from attacks below the third tier when you're in danger, Su Changfeng said with a tone of concern. You've just had a breakthrough, and your foundation is still unstable. This pendant can both protect you and assist in your cultivation. Although things seem calm on the surface outside, there are hidden undercurrents, especially with the Zhao family not yet completely subdued. With the Wind Spirit Pendant, I can feel a bit more at ease. Lin Ye's heart tightened. This gift was clearly too valuable, and he hurriedly declined. In the entire Qingfeng city, almost no one possessed such a magical artifact, yet the dean had given it to him without hesitation. But Su Changfeng insisted, take it. You are exceptionally talented and have endured a lot. The Wind Spirit Pendant will be more valuable to you. Lin Ye could only solemnly accept the Wind Spirit Pendant, feeling grateful in his heart. He placed the jade pendant against his chest, and the gentle spiritual energy immediately flowed into his body, quickly alleviating much of the pressure and exhaustion from the past days. Seeing this, Su Changfeng's tone finally carried a hint of a smile. Focus on your cultivation from now on and don't worry about the chaos outside. You can use the resources and techniques of the Martial Academy as needed. If you need anything, come to me anytime. Most importantly, solidify your current realm as soon as possible. Lin Ye nodded in agreement. At this moment, Su Changfeng's tone shifted, becoming much more solemn. 3 months from now, towns across the entire Kengyun region will host a youth martial artists exchange conference. Qingfeng Martial Academy will select its strongest core disciples to participate. This is a rare opportunity and also the starting point for you to leave Qingfeng City and truly see the outside world. You must prepare well. Lin Yi's heart immediately surged with emotion. He had always lived in hatred and struggle, never imagining that one day he would have the chance to step out and see the real world. Now that his grievances were resolved and the opportunity lay before him, he felt both anticipation and nervousness. I will work even harder and will not let the dean down, Lin Ye said firmly. He understood how rare this opportunity was and would not allow himself even a moment of slackness. Su Changfeng waved his hand in satisfaction, signaling him to leave. Lin Ye bowed once more, then quietly exited the room. In the corridor, Lin Ye lowered his head and touched the Fengling pendant on his body once more. The warm spiritual energy of the jade pendant seemed to comfort him and give him strength. He looked up into the distance, his heart clearer than ever. The past in Qingfeng City was over, and a new journey was just beginning. The exchange meeting 3 months later would be a new starting point for him, but also a potential crisis. His current strength might be sufficient in a small place, but on a larger stage, it was far from enough. He had to keep striving. Only by continuously growing stronger could he take control of his own destiny. Lin Ye withdrew his gaze and walked steadily toward the courtyard of the core disciples. Sunlight filtered through the eaves of the corridor, and the Fengling pendant, hidden beneath his collar, remained quiet yet resolute. The martial academy had quieted down, and the external shadows and threats had temporarily disappeared. Lin Ye returned to his training room, sat cross-legged in the center of the formation, and completely calmed his mind, no longer distracted. He focused on his cultivation, allowing the spiritual energy of the Fengling pendant to merge with the energy of the spirit-gathering formation, continuously flowing into his body. His inner breath grew stronger and deeper, and the power of the wind quietly accumulated within him, strengthening his resolve even further. A gentle cyan light shimmered on Lin Yi's body as pure wind elemental energy slowly flowed through his meridians into his dantian, gradually merging with his own breath. After a series of recent battles and forcibly breaking through his realm, he had now reached the mid-stage of the second tier, but his inner strength was still somewhat unstable. At this moment, the Fengling pendant was constantly repairing his body, smoothing out those hidden dangers bit by bit. Lin Ye felt the energy within him becoming increasingly solid and stable. He closed his eyes and focused on running his cultivation technique, allowing the 2 streams of spiritual energy within him to circulate repeatedly. The room was arranged with a spirit-gathering array, capable of channeling the energy of heaven and earth. The wind spirit pendant, on the other hand, could replenish the deficiencies in his essence. These 2 items complemented each other, enabling him to cultivate at nearly twice the speed he had in the past. Previously, during cultivation, there was always a faint pain and a sense of stagnation in his meridians. But now, only a gentle energy flowed throughout his body. Lin Ye could even feel his physical body and breath becoming increasingly harmonious. At this moment, he neither reminisced about the splendor of the city lord's mansion nor cared about the praise of outsiders. Lin Ye was only thinking about the exchange meeting 3 months away, which still felt far off. Even though Zhang Biao had been defeated, the brief peace was no reason to stop moving forward. His heart needed to remain vigilant at all times. It was unclear how much time had passed, but Lin Ye finally opened his eyes, a faint green light flashing in his gaze. The power within him had become smooth and transparent, without the slightest trace of restlessness. Now, he had completely stabilized his mid-second tier realm. As long as he continued to accumulate, he would one day be able to break through to a higher realm. Lin Ye stood up from the ground and stretched his body, the crisp sound of his bones echoing. He felt his body brimming with power. With a light step using the wind shadow step, he glided several feet across the room without making a sound. His movement technique had become even more agile and fluid than before. Lin Ye muttered to himself, "Now that my foundation is solid, it's time to strengthen my combat skills." He took out the wind blade dagger from his storage bag, a weapon personally bestowed upon him by the dean. As the dagger was unsheathed, a crisp sword hum echoed in his ears, and the wind patterns on the blade resonated with the aura of the wind spirit pendant. Lin Ye replaced his fists with the dagger, integrating the techniques of the windhowl fist he was familiar with into slashing, stabbing, slicing, and chopping. Each strike stirred the flow of wind, the blade moved, the wind rose, and the wind danced with the blade. After round of practice, his blade techniques became increasingly smooth and swift. In the end, the room was left with only faint traces of wind and shadows of the blade, and even the air seemed to have been sliced into a silent stillness. The truly terrifying aspect of wind element warriors is their ability to defeat enemies silently and swiftly.
When he sheathed the dagger, his entire aura retracted, making him appear no different from an ordinary disciple.
However, his eyes remained deep and sharp.
At that moment, a gentle knock came from the door, accompanied by the respectful voice of a disciple on duty. "Senior brother Lin Ye, someone from the outer sect is requesting to see you. They claim to be a former subordinate of the patrol division and say they have an important matter they can only discuss with you."
Lin Ye's expression immediately turned cold.
Although Zhang Biao had already fallen and his forces had long since scattered, someone suddenly showing up now was certainly not a good sign.
Were they here to beg for mercy, to probe, or was there another conspiracy at play?
"Let him in," Lin Ye said calmly.
Soon, a man dressed in an old inspector's uniform was brought into the courtyard.
The man looked flustered, visibly trembling with nervousness. As soon as he entered, he fell to his knees, not daring to lift his head.
"Young Master Lin Ye, please spare me. I'm just an errand runner.
I've never been involved in any assassination, nor have I ever intended to harm you," the man pleaded almost desperately.
Lin Ye quietly observed him.
He keenly sensed that the man before him was merely a first-level martial artist, genuinely terrified, with no hidden killing intent or ambush. "Stand up and speak," Lin Ye responded calmly.
The man stood up trembling, still not daring to look at him. "Young master, my name is Lu San. I am usually just a low-level servant in the patrol division."
After Zhang Biao fell, the city lord's mansion conducted a massive purge of his remaining followers, but quite a few loyal subordinates have not been caught. They are now gathering in the old warehouse in the west of the city, planning to harm you. They even said they would burn down the martial academy to vent their anger. Lin Ye's gaze became even sharper. He finally understood that although Zhang Biao had been captured, his hidden subordinates had not given up. If they were to act recklessly, it wouldn't just be him in trouble, his friends and the martial academy would also be implicated.
"How many of them are there? Who is their leader?" Lin Ye asked directly. "About a dozen people, all at the second stage of cultivation. The leader is Zhang Biao's trusted aide, nicknamed Black Tiger, extremely ruthless.
Most of the previous assassinations were carried out by him," Lu San hurriedly replied. "I was afraid they might cause a major disaster and harm innocent people, but I didn't dare report it to the city lord's mansion.
I could only risk my life to inform you." Lin Ye nodded.
Although Lu San was an old subordinate, he at least still had some conscience and dared to risk his life to give a warning. This information was extremely important. Once the other side launched a surprise attack, whether or not he was the target, his friends and innocent people would inevitably be implicated.
"You may leave.
I understand the situation and won't involve others," Lin Ye said calmly. Lu San heaved a sigh of relief, kowtowed repeatedly, and quickly withdrew. The courtyard fell silent once again, but Lin Ye's gaze turned cold and sharp. He knew that peace would not follow. Lin Ye had originally wanted to stay away from grudges, focus on his cultivation, and avoid being entangled with Zhang Biao's remnants. Yet these people refused to let go. Since the enemy had come knocking, he had to resolve the matter thoroughly, leaving no hidden dangers for the future.
At this moment, Lin Ye's resolve was unwavering.
He touched the foam ling pendant on his chest, its warm sensation seemingly reminding him so long as he did not give up, he could handle whatever lay ahead. His mid-second tier cultivation level was already very stable, the wind blade in his hand sharp, and his self-created movement technique increasingly refined. He felt no concern about dealing with this group of remnants. Swiftly, he changed into dark-colored clothing, hid the wind blade dagger at his waist, and quietly left the courtyard. Under the cover of night, his figure blended into the shadows, like a silent breeze heading toward the west side of the city. At that moment, the corner of the west side of the city was shrouded in heavy darkness. The old warehouse, with its broken walls and scattered debris, painted a picture of desolation. The air was thick with the stench of decay and rust. Normally, even beggars avoided such places, but now it had become a hideout for Zhang Biao's remaining followers. Relying on his keen wind perception, Lin Ye silently approached the abandoned wall. Holding his breath, he slowly extended his senses. Inside the warehouse, over a dozen figures were scattered about, the weakest of them possessing peak first-tier cultivation. Two leader-like individuals emanated an unusually dangerous aura. The warehouse echoed with low and angry conversations. They were not discussing how to escape but were plotting a counterattack. They decided to sneak into the martial academy at night, capture Lin Ye's close companions, and force Lin Ye to show himself. Everyone was in a do-or-die mindset, preferring to fight to the death rather than surrender. Lin Ye's emotions were complicated. These people had no intention of repenting and were instead planning to harm more innocents. If they weren't dealt with tonight, they would inevitably become a greater threat in the future. He no longer hesitated, pushing his inner strength to the limit, transforming into a faint blue shadow as he avoided the sentries at the door and slipped through a shattered window.
The dim light in the warehouse cast chaotic shadows, with swords and ropes scattered across the floor. A dozen black-clad death warriors were coldly gathered in the center. A burly man leading them, known among the group as Black Tiger, was the first to sense something amiss. He quickly stood up, drew his blade, and exuded a menacing aura. The other death warriors reacted instantly, fixing their cold gazes on Lin Ye as he emerged from the darkness. Lin Ye calmly stepped out of the shadows, his voice devoid of emotion. Zhang Biao is already in the dungeon. Resisting will only lead to a quicker death. It's not too late to surrender now. Lin Ye. Black Tiger's eyes were bloodshot, his killing intent and hatred almost spilling over. The commander treated us well. Who do you think you are? Today, I'll take your life. Without wasting words, he unleashed his full momentum, swinging his broadsword with a chilling whistle straight at Lin Ye's head. The remnants behind him also charged forward, blocking all escape routes in an instant. Lin Ye did not panic. He calmly controlled his breathing, giving the enemy no chance to detect his intentions. The blade grazed past him, and his steps were as light as leaves in the wind, shifting smoothly to the side and leveraging the momentum. Before Black Tiger could react, Lin Ye's fingertip struck precisely at the joint of his wrist. Black Tiger's wrist went numb, nearly causing him to lose grip of his blade. Instinctively, he roared in anger, forcibly changing his move, stirring chaotic currents with the blade's wind. But Lin Ye's movements grew increasingly swift, each change executed with perfect precision. The enemy's encirclement was riddled with flaws. This group relied solely on brute force and ferocity. Yet Lin Ye's agility and perception had long surpassed theirs, making it impossible for them to grasp his rhythm. Everyone attacked together. Let's see how long he can hold out. Another second-tier assassin lost patience and launched a fierce assault. The dense flashes of blades instantly filled the cramped warehouse, but Lin Ye maneuvered freely within inches of space, never once being touched. Amid the pressure, he waited for an opening, gradually causing the enemy's stamina and confidence to waver. In the darkness, a glint of resolve flashed in Lin Ye's eyes. He suddenly halted, drawing out the wind blade dagger. Cyan wind patterns surged along the blade, and with a horizontal slash, the air itself was torn apart by the wind blade. The two assassins closest to him had no time to react before their shoulders were slashed open, collapsing to the ground incapacitated. Black Tiger had completely lost his mind. He lunged forward with a frenzied roar, each move leaving no room for retreat, intent on dragging Lin Ye down with him. But Lin Ye was well prepared this time and did not back away. He slid low to dodge all the blade strikes, reached out, and thrust his wind blade dagger directly toward Black Tiger's dantian. No! Black Tiger shouted in terror, trying to stop him, but it was too late. The wind blade pierced through his defenses, and a surge of wind elemental energy erupted instantly. The death warriors, filled with murderous intent, quickly lost their will to fight. Lin Ye calmly sheathed his weapon and stood firmly amidst the chaos. At this moment, no one dared to challenge him. He did not slaughter indiscriminately, merely crippling the strength of those who surrendered, but he showed no mercy in subduing the enemies who still tried to flee. The battle was over in a very short time. The death warriors fell one after another, leaving only groans echoing in the warehouse. Lin Ye had expended almost no effort. Relying solely on his own strength, without anyone else's help, he had dealt with all the enemies. He lowered his head and spoke slowly to the trembling Black Tiger on the ground, his voice calm but devoid of emotion. You chose this path yourselves. No one can help you. The situation you're in today is not anyone else's fault. Black Tiger's face turned ashen in an instant, unable to utter any threats, leaving only fear and despair. A faint glimmer of light had just appeared on the horizon. Lin Ye quietly returned to his courtyard, with no traces of battle left behind, only the morning dew clinging to the hem of his clothes. He silently closed the door, entered the cultivation room, and sat cross-legged in the center of the spiritual energy formation. The wind spirit pendant on his chest emitted a faint warmth, continuously drawing the fine spiritual energy of heaven and earth into his body. Last night's purge was merely a warm-up for Lin Ye, instead allowing him to gain a deeper mastery of his own strength. He was well aware that those death warriors, though fierce, lacked true inheritance and technique, riddled with flaws. Compared to true experts, they were utterly insignificant. This victory brought him no sense of complacency. Lin Ye knew very well that the real challenge awaited him at the Inter-Regional Exchange Conference 3 months later. By then, he would face the top disciples meticulously trained by various major forces. These individuals had strong backgrounds, abundant resources, and practiced the most advanced techniques, each one an extremely dangerous opponent. Although Lin Ye's current strength was enough to make him a king in his city, in the broader world, he still couldn't be considered a true powerhouse. He dared not slack off. Closing his eyes, he carefully circulated the energy within his body.
The energy from the wind spirit pendant merged with the spiritual energy from the formation, like a clear mountain spring washing through his meridians, making his inner strength stronger and more refined. He did not rush to break through but instead continued to temper every strand of power, preferring to progress slowly to ensure a solid foundation. He always remembered three principles: strength doesn't need to be excessive, the key is purity. Movement isn't about how fast you can run but whether you can dodge flexibly. Martial techniques aren't about being as fierce as possible but achieving precision. These insights were gained from the brink of life and death. Instinct told him that such training was the only way to save his life in future battles. He slowly opened his eyes and took out the wind blade dagger. With just the simplest swing, the dagger faintly resonated with the wind spirit pendant, and a sharp trace of wind appeared along the edge of the blade. He didn't perform any complex moves, merely repeating the most ordinary slashes. This was the new realm he suddenly comprehended during last night's battle: wind blade intent. The power of the wind completely fused with the dagger, making his moves unpredictable and free from any fixed patterns. If he wished, the blade could silently take an enemy's life. This kind of killing technique was far more lethal than flashy ultimate moves. Next, he needed to continuously improve himself in this entirely new domain. Lin Ye practiced repeatedly, each time more natural than the last. Sweat soaked his clothes, yet he was completely immersed. The air in the room followed his movements, swirling faster and faster, as if forming a small vortex that enveloped him. No one knew how much time had passed when Lin Ye suddenly sheathed his dagger, his breathing calming down. His appearance was no different from usual, except his gaze was now sharper than before. He had already ingrained wind blade intent into his instincts. Even without channeling energy, a mere wave of his hand could wound an enemy. He let out a long breath, his inner strength brimming, his body even stronger, having made significant progress compared to before his training. This kind of practice was the most solid way to improve. Just then, the sound of knocking came from outside the courtyard gate. "Senior brother Lin Ye, it's me, Josiophan. Do is here too, and we brought breakfast." Lin Ye collected his thoughts and went to open the door. Outside, two fellow disciples stood in the morning light, smiling at him with breakfast in hand. At this moment, a rare trace of relaxation finally appeared on Lin Ye's face. Zhang Baiao's forces had been completely eradicated, and he and his friends no longer needed to live in fear. They could now peacefully enjoy the tranquility of their youth. "Brother Yi, are you in seclusion training again?" Chen Daodu asked as he handed over breakfast. His voice carried an unmistakable excitement. "Do you know? Everyone in the courtyard is saying that the remnants in the west of the city were wiped out overnight, and they all think it was your doing." Lin Ye merely smiled. He neither confirmed nor denied it, simply taking the food box in hand. "Come in and have a seat." The three of them sat together at the stone table in the courtyard. As soon as the food box was opened, the steaming aroma of breakfast instantly warmed the atmosphere. Josiophan lowered his voice, his face brimming with excitement. "By the way, Brother Yi, the Academy is compiling the list for the exchange conference. The instructor said you'd definitely be the first to be selected. When the time comes, you'll get to see the world outside." Chen Daodu also nodded and immediately added, "I heard that the rewards for this exchange meeting are particularly generous, including advanced cultivation methods and magical artifacts. Only the best performers can get them." Lin Ye's eyes flashed with a hint of anticipation upon hearing this. For him, advanced techniques and new weaponry undoubtedly held great appeal. Although he currently had some handy weapons and basic techniques, obtaining a more advanced wind attribute technique would surely elevate his strength to a higher level. "I understand." Lin Ye nodded, his voice calm yet resolute. "You two shouldn't slack off either. Train well. Don't worry, Brother Yi. We won't hold you back." The two promised almost simultaneously. After chatting for a while, Chen Daodu and Josiophan quickly took the hint and prepared to leave, not wanting to disturb Lin Ye as he continued his cultivation. When the courtyard gate closed, the world suddenly became quiet. Looking at the breakfast on the table, Lin Ye felt warmth and a sense of belonging for the first time. Compared to the cold world of cultivation, this small gesture of genuine care became his most important source of support. He quickly finished his breakfast, tidied up the food container, and immediately returned to the cultivation room. The disputes of the outside world, future challenges, formidable enemies, temptations, at this moment, none of it mattered to him. He had only one task: to calm his mind and focus on cultivation. Not long after, the martial arena of Qingfeng Martial Academy gradually became lively. Students from various branches gathered around the central stage. Today was the Academy's routine martial exhibition. This event was not only a time to assess the students' abilities but also a selection process to determine who would participate in the larger exchange conference 3 months later. The strongest disciples were all present, making the atmosphere more intense than ever before. Lin Ye followed the crowd into the arena, keeping such a low profile that he was almost unnoticed. However, he was no longer the bullied newcomer he once was. Ever since he had completely eradicated Zhang Baiao's remnants, especially after that night battle, Lin Ye's name had quickly spread throughout the academy, becoming a hot topic of discussion. His transformation had astonished countless people, and no one would ever associate him with an ordinary freshman again. Just as he found an inconspicuous corner, whispers reached his ears. "Look, it's Lin Ye. Apparently, his strength is already solidly at the mid-second tier, even Black Tiger is no match for him. Who can compare to him now? He's definitely going to take the stage at today's martial arts exhibition, right? I want to see his true strength." Lin Ye paid no attention to these discussions, he simply stood quietly, watching the two inner disciples fiercely competing on the arena. Both of them had early-stage second-tier strength. Though their movements were swift and their techniques fairly practiced, in Lin Ye's eyes, their flaws were glaringly obvious. Every attack and defense clearly exposed their weaknesses. He silently analyzed each person's strengths and weaknesses, converting their mistakes into his own experience. This was his unique way of growing. Before long, the match on the stage concluded with a winner. The instructor stepped forward, scanned the crowd, and loudly announced, "Is there anyone else willing to come up and spar?" The venue fell silent. Suddenly, a tall figure leapt onto the stage. That man was Zhao Feng, one of the most renowned experts among the core disciples. He was also at mid-stage second tier, known for his powerful and forceful boxing techniques, and held great prestige in the martial academy. Zhao Feng first scanned the crowd, then locked his gaze on Lin Ye. He spoke with a clear and confident voice. "I've long heard of junior brother Lin Ye's exceptional mastery of wind-based techniques. Today, I've come specifically to spar and learn. I hope you won't hold back." The crowd quieted down, and everyone focused their gaze on Lin Ye. This was a public challenge. Some felt excited, some were eager to try, while others simply waited to see Lin Ye's reaction with a mindset of watching the spectacle. Zhao Feng's aggressive and suppressive style of martial arts happened to counter Lin Ye's wind-based techniques, which were known for their agility. Many believed this duel might not be easy. Lin Ye's expression remained calm, without a trace of hesitation. His figure gracefully landed on the arena, so light that even the air showed no ripples. He exchanged a glance with Zhao Feng and softly said, "Please." Zhao Feng became serious, his entire aura condensing, and the true power of the mid-second stage made the air feel as if it were layered with ice. He shouted, "Junior brother Lin Ye, be careful." Before Zhao Feng finished speaking, he had already charged forward fiercely. Each step seemed to shatter the ground, his fist swinging towards Lin Ye with such force that the air emitted a muffled sound. He held nothing back, intending to crush Lin Ye with absolute power, leaving no chance for a counterattack. As the fists approached, Lin Ye did not panic. He deftly sidestepped, skillfully evading Zhao Feng's offensive. Zhao Feng missed his strike and immediately adjusted his angle, giving Lin Ye no time to catch his breath. He launched a series of attacks, the shadows of his fists forming an impenetrable wall, blocking all of Lin Ye's escape routes. The onlooking students all held their breath, their hearts racing, their eyes fixed on the arena without blinking. Everyone believed Lin Ye was about to be trapped. Such an attack seemed impossible to evade. But Lin Ye's performance shocked everyone. His gaze was focused, his body slightly turned, and he seemed to move with the wind, skillfully weaving through Zhao Feng's barrage of punches. Each movement was incredibly precise, leaving Zhao Feng no chance to land a hit. Like a fish freely swimming in water, an opponent that brute force simply couldn't handle. "He's too fast. How can he dodge so precisely? With the same level of skill, Zhao Feng can't even touch his clothes." The murmurs of astonishment from the audience below were endless. Zhao Feng grew increasingly anxious as he fought, suddenly realizing that despite giving his all, he couldn't even touch Lin Ye. This made him both frustrated and angry. He clenched his teeth, mobilized all his remaining strength, and gathered all his power to launch his strongest attack. The wind from his punch roared, aiming directly at Lin Ye's chest. At this point, Zhao Feng had nothing left to hold back. He knew that if this punch failed, he would be completely defeated. Lin Ye's gaze instantly sharpened. He knew that the opponent wouldn't concede unless it was a critical moment. So he stopped dodging, stood firm, and formed his right hand into a blade, channeling all the power of the wind. Without any frills or unnecessary movements, he directly targeted a small flaw in Zhao Feng's fist. The wind-like finger was as sharp as a knife, fast, precise, and ruthless. With a faint muffled sound, Lin Ye's finger force struck directly at the joint of the opponent's wrist. Zhao Feng suddenly felt his wrist lose control, and all his strength vanished in an instant. Unable to stop his momentum, he staggered back a few steps, nearly falling. He stared blankly at Lin Ye, his face full of disbelief. The single finger had completely neutralized all his attacks. Lin Ye withdrew his hand, his expression calm, devoid of any arrogance of a victor.
Thank you for the guidance.
Zhao Feng lowered his head with a bitter smile, sincerely admiring Lin Ye. You won, I admit defeat wholeheartedly.
The audience instantly erupted. Everyone clapped and cheered excitedly.
Lin Ye's decisive and efficient victory showcased what true strength really is.
His control and precision earned everyone's admiration.
Several instructors and senior officials watching from afar nodded with smiles. They commented in low voices, "This young man is not only composed but also highly skilled, far surpassing his peers.
He will surely excel in the exchange competition."
Coach Su Changfeng smiled, his eyes full of anticipation. "He definitely won't just stay here, his ambitions go far beyond this." Lin Ye stepped down from the arena, completely indifferent to the enthusiastic attention around him, as if the easy victory just now was merely a minor episode in an ordinary day. He understood well that this internal competition was insignificant. The real challenge lay on the stage outside. Only by competing with strong opponents from various places could he truly prove himself.
Lin Ye did not linger at the scene.
He headed straight toward the deepest part of the martial academy, the Technique Pavilion.
The Technique Pavilion of Qingfeng Martial Academy was a place all students dreamed of entering.
Normally, only the most outstanding core disciples were qualified to access it. Inside were stored martial techniques, defensive skills, and mental methods ranging from basic to advanced levels. Today, Su Changfeng had specially opened an internal passage for Lin Ye, making this a rare opportunity for him. Two elderly guards stood silently at the entrance, exuding a powerful aura. When they saw the disciple token on Lin Ye's chest, they nodded automatically and allowed him to push the door open and enter. As Lin Ye stepped into the Technique Pavilion, a heavy atmosphere of books and history greeted him. The shelves were filled with ancient texts and jade slips, each containing the wisdom and power left behind by predecessors.
The first floor primarily housed basic techniques suitable for beginners.
Lin Ye glanced briefly at it and proceeded directly to the second floor. The spiritual energy on the second floor was noticeably denser, and the bookshelves were filled with techniques tailored for second-tier martial artists.
Each technique emitted a faint spiritual glow.
Lin Ye had a clear goal. He didn't browse randomly but specifically sought manuals focused on wind-based techniques. He knew he had already mastered foundational skills like Wind Howl Fist and Wind Control Technique, which provided speed and attack capabilities. However, he still lacked a cultivation method that could integrate all his wind-based abilities and a decisive ultimate technique to turn the tide in critical moments. Lin Ye entered the western section of the technique hall, which was dedicated to wind attribute cultivation manuals. His gaze swept across rows of bookshelves, casually flipping through a few, such as Swift Wind Technique, Thousand Shadow Steps, and Rift Wind Blade. These manuals were decent, offering methods to enhance speed and attack power, but Lin Ye found them too straightforward and lacking depth.
What he sought was not just speed and ferocity.
To him, the true essence of wind was far more than surface-level power. It was a profound concept, a fusion of freedom and invisibility, inclusiveness and transformation. As he prepared to continue his search, he accidentally noticed an inconspicuous jade slip in the corner. The jade slip was old and worn, devoid of any glow, appearing like a discarded fragment.
It bore only 3 characters: Wind Scroll Technique.
Curious, Lin Ye picked it up and infused his spiritual sense into it. Instantly, a vast amount of information and illusions flooded his mind.
The Wind Scroll Technique was entirely different from any other technique he had encountered before. It lacked fierce moves and dazzling visual effects. The mantra focused solely on gathering wind, condensing wind, rolling wind, and devouring wind. Practitioners were required to feel with their hearts, control with their minds, and completely integrate the surrounding wind energy into their bodies. It combined offense and defense, seamlessly transitioning between motion and stillness. More importantly, the wind swirl technique could also allow him to seamlessly integrate all the skills he had learned, such as the wind roar fist, wind control technique, and wind blade dagger method. Previously, they were like scattered sand, but now he finally had the opportunity to merge them into a complete system. Without hesitation, he immediately took the jade slip to register. After completing the procedures, he hurried back to his small courtyard. As soon as he returned to his courtyard, Lin Ye directly set up a soundproof barrier, closed his eyes, and sat cross-legged at the center of the spiritual energy array. He repeatedly recited the mental principles of the wind swirl technique. The mantra echoed continuously in his mind. The power of wind is omnipresent. It can permeate all things, destroy obstacles, and embrace everything. Gather the wind, draw the energy into the body, conceal the power, and prevent it from leaking easily. Condense the wind, transform the energy into a sharp force, using softness to overcome hardness. Swirl the wind, guide the airflow to rotate, which can both trap enemies and protect oneself. As his understanding deepened, Lin Ye's internal energy began to flow according to the path of the wind swirl technique. The fragmented wind elements within his body started to converge in his dantian, gradually forming a small yet stable wind vortex. Each time this wind vortex completed a rotation, his internal energy grew stronger, and even the minor internal injuries he had accumulated before began to heal bit by bit. His wind-gathering realm was now truly and solidly established. Lin Ye's eyes lit up as he casually raised his palm to test it, without using any special techniques. In his palm, the wind currents gathered, gradually forming a sharp little whirlwind. With a casual flick, the whirlwind silently shot out, precisely cutting through the green stone lamp in the courtyard. A smooth, deep mark appeared on the lamp post. No explosion, no flying debris. This was the terrifying aspect of the wind swirl technique, understated, precise, yet deadly. With the support of the wind swirl technique, combined with the wind shadow step, his movements became more agile, as if he had merged entirely with the air. At times, his body seemed to drift like smoke, elusive and traceless. At other times, he would suddenly erupt with lethal intent, his actions so swift they were imperceptible to the naked eye. He seamlessly integrated the previously independent techniques of wind roar fist, wind blade, and wind control technique, achieving a perfect harmony between offense and defense. Time passed without him noticing. Lin Ye stopped his movements, feeling the wind energy within him become more stable, his strength significantly enhanced. He now felt much more solid than before. If he were to face his former formidable opponent Zhao Feng again, he was confident that he wouldn't need to test the waters, he could secure victory in a direct confrontation with a single move. He lowered his head to look at his hands, sensing the power of the wind within him. He realized that he had not only mastered new techniques and skills but, more importantly, had laid a solid foundation. For the upcoming competition, he now had ample confidence. Moreover, he deeply understood that every step of progress was no accident, it was always the result of relentless study, integration, and self-reflection. In the early morning, sunlight spilled over the courtyard walls, bathing the entire small courtyard in a warm golden hue. After a night of intense practice and refinement, Lin Ye took a deep breath of fresh air. At this moment, he stood quietly in the courtyard, with none of the abrupt fluctuations of energy he used to feel within him. All that remained was a gentle, peaceful current of air silently circulating. In the past, he had to focus all his energy to drive his inner breath, relying on brute force to channel power throughout his body. But now, with just a single breath, the natural wind energy flowed into his dantian like a tide, gently nourishing him. He took a step forward, choosing to test his understanding with the most ordinary strides. Each step landed lightly, blending seamlessly with the air, like a floating duckweed on the water's surface. He exerted no force, nor did he deliberately adjust his posture, but instead followed the flow of the air, light and steady. Lin Ye understood that this was the true essence of the way of the wind, not the pursuit of explosiveness and speed, but moving with the flow, skillfully utilizing nature, and leveraging subtle forces to break through deadlocks. In the next 2 months or so, Lin Ye would seize every minute to continue refining his state of mind, making the final sprint in preparation for the International Exchange Conference. He was well aware that time waits for no one, but as long as the direction was right, no effort would be wasted. This time, he was determined to rely on his own strength to prove himself before the world. Lin Ye stood in the center of the courtyard, raised his palm, and gave a gentle wave. A pale cyan wind vortex gathered in his palm. The vortex was not large, compact and powerful, no longer raging wildly as it had in the past, but instead becoming restrained and measured, containing a sharp force within. With a casual toss, the vortex instantly streaked across the courtyard's stone wall, leaving a fine and neat mark, then silently fell to the ground without stirring the slightest ripple. This was the true essence of the wind spiral technique. It could both attack and defend, with perfect control and balance. Lin Ye couldn't help but recall the journey he had been through. When he first entered the martial academy, he could only train using the most basic breathing techniques. Later, when faced with life and death dangers, he relied on the wind shadow step to evade pursuit. During his secluded cultivation, he finally stabilized his mid-second tier strength. Afterward, he received the wind spirit pendant from the dean, which fortified his physique and vitality. It wasn't until he learned the wind whirl technique in the technique pavilion that he managed to integrate all his scattered skills into a cohesive system of his own. Every step of the way, he had fought through with real effort, without any strokes of luck. The Lin Ye of today no longer relied on a few crude moves for brute force attacks. He had learned to use the wind's perception to anticipate opportunities and control the battlefield with his agility. The wind's force was gentle yet lethal, and his mindset had become resolute and composed, no longer impulsive. At that moment, footsteps sounded outside the door. A disciple on duty reported softly, "Junior brother Lin Ye, Dean Su requests your presence at the main building." Lin Ye quickly calmed his breathing,
making himself appear no different from an ordinary person.
He nodded in response, understood.
He tidied up his clothes, stepped out the door, and headed toward the main building.
Every fellow disciple he encountered along the way treated him with great respect.
After the recent martial arts competition and the incident of clearing out traitors, Lin Ye had established solid authority within the martial academy, and no one dared to underestimate him anymore. Arriving at the study in the main building, he pushed the door open and entered, seeing Dean Su engrossed in a roster.
Su Changfeng looked up and asked warmly, "Your mastery of the wind scroll technique is coming along well, isn't it?"
Lin Ye bowed and replied, "Thanks to the opportunity provided by the dean, I have fully integrated the mental technique, and my foundation is now even more solid."
Su Changfeng nodded in satisfaction and pointed to the roster on the table, saying, "The Martial Academy Exchange Conference for the cities within the domain is only 2 months away. I just received news that this year's conference will be larger than ever. In addition to the usual competitions, 3 new assessments have been added: Secret Realm Trials, Resource Contention, and Genius Duels."
He reminded again, among the young talents participating, many have entered the late stage of Tier 2 early on, and quite a few disciples from noble families have enjoyed high-level resources since childhood.
Although you are quite stable now, you must not let your guard down. Lin Ye's expression turned serious. "I understand.
In Qingfeng City, my strength is indeed considered quite good, but looking at the entire region, there are countless strong individuals.
My current strength is actually nothing to be proud of. During this period, I will focus on cultivating and refining myself. I will never underestimate my opponents."
Su Changfeng showed an appreciative expression. "You are more mature and steady than many of your peers, which is truly commendable. I have already spoken with the Resource Pavilion. Starting today, you can receive additional high-level wind element crystals and concentration pills daily.
Focus on consolidating your realm and don't worry about other matters.
Additionally, before the exchange meeting, I will personally help you with a practical training session to enrich your experience and ensure you are better prepared."
The dean's arrangements were meticulous, demonstrating great trust and cultivation for Lin Ye.
Lin Ye bowed deeply. "Thank you, Dean, for your dedicated guidance.
I will absolutely not let you down."
After a brief exchange, Lin Ye left the main building.
Sunlight poured into the courtyard, and the martial academy was peaceful, free from the tension and unease of the past.
All threats and obstacles had been eliminated, and now Lin Ye only needed to focus on diligent practice, continuously honing his strength. He returned to his room and once again entered the training chamber, sitting cross-legged. The wind spirit pendant pressed against his chest emitted a faint warmth, while the spirit gathering array continuously supplied spiritual energy. The mental technique of the wind scroll art circulated within his body, with wind energy enveloping him entirely. He did not rush to break through to the next stage but instead refined himself repeatedly, compressing and correcting every trace of power, steadily enhancing his depth and control. The first ray of morning sunlight pierced through the window lattice, casting its glow on the stone floor, bringing warmth and tranquility.
Lin Ye sat upright at the center of the formation, holding a pristine concentration pill in his hand.
This was a precious supply specially approved by the dean to help him stabilize his mind and refine his inner energy. In the martial academy, only a select few core disciples were privileged to receive such benefits. He closed his eyes and slowly swallowed the pill. The medicinal power was gentle yet potent, transforming into a warm current that flowed through his body, soothing the fatigue accumulated from days of intense training. The power of the wind spirit pendant was also activated, and the two energies merged within him, nourishing every inch of his meridians. Gradually, his state became more robust and solid.
Lin Ye gave himself no reason to relax.
He knew the outside world was even more ruthless, and the real challenges lay ahead. He had his own goals and responsibilities. For his growth, and to live up to the dean's expectations, he had to continuously push himself forward. One day, he would stand on a higher stage, facing the strongest opponents. Lin Ye sat cross-legged in the center of the cultivation room, closed his eyes, and took a deep breath. The surrounding air seemed to be drawn to him, as the endless spiritual energy of heaven and earth surged toward him like a tide, guided by the spirit-gathering formation into his dantian. He forced himself to slow his pace, strictly adhering to the breathing technique of the wind scroll art, allowing no impatience or complacency to disturb his focus. With each breath, he could feel his foundation steadily strengthening, as the spiritual energy meticulously repaired the hidden injuries and minor flaws left by past battles. He was well aware that he had only recently entered the mid-stage of the second tier. Although the intense battles had honed his willpower and the accumulation of resources had temporarily put him ahead of his peers, his foundation was not yet fully solidified. If he were to recklessly pursue breakthroughs, it might seem like his strength was improving, but hidden dangers would lurk beneath the surface. When facing truly formidable opponents in the future, his flaws would only become more apparent and more fatal. This sense of crisis was like an invisible thorn, constantly reminding him not to be greedy or impulsive. Inside the room, faint wind elements swirled around him as he continuously compressed and refined the spiritual energy within his body. Every ounce of power flowed meticulously through his meridians, purging impurities and gradually becoming smooth and reliable. For Lin Ye, the priority now was not to chase novelty or speed but to refine his existing strength to its purest and most resilient form. It was unclear how much time had passed when Lin Ye opened his eyes and raised his hand slightly. A faint, almost imperceptible pale green wind pattern condensed at his fingertips. He focused intently on manipulating this strand of wind, slowly guiding it to dance in the air before silently landing on the stone wall beside him, leaving behind a clean, knife-like mark. This exquisite control filled him with confidence and satisfaction. He quietly told himself that this was only the beginning, he would become even stronger in the future. He stood up and walked out of the training room. The air in the courtyard was exceptionally fresh, and the green leaves rustled softly in the breeze. Lin Ye stretched his body, feeling the fatigue from days of training completely dissipate. At this moment, he experienced a long-lost sense of ease. Suddenly, two familiar figures quickly entered the courtyard. It was Zhou Xiaofan and Chen Daodu. Their complexions had improved significantly, and the tension on their faces had vanished, as if they had shed the burdens of the past. "Brother Yi!" Chen Daodu shouted childishly, holding up a wooden box. "The resource pavilion is giving out benefits. Knowing you've been busy with intense training lately, Xiaofan and I got you a batch of high-grade crystals." Zhou Xiaofan handed over the wooden box and said solemnly, "Right now, everyone in the academy is working hard on their training, with daily competitions non-stop. Everyone wants to secure a chance to participate in the external matches. But everyone knows that the main position in the academy's team is definitely yours." Lin Ye took the wooden box and smiled in thanks, but his tone quickly turned serious. "You too need to focus on your training as well. Progress on the path cannot be rushed. Every step must be solid and steady, so you won't regret it in the future." Chen Daodu and Zhou Xiaofan nodded repeatedly and then tactfully stepped away. Lin Ye returned to his quiet solitude. He opened the wooden box, revealing over a dozen high-grade wind element crystals, glistening and translucent, with concentrated and restrained spiritual energy. He casually picked one up, feeling the continuous flow of spiritual energy entering his body, and felt a sense of reassurance. These resources were exactly what he needed. For the next 2 months, Lin Ye hardly left his courtyard. He completely isolated himself from the outside world's clamor, focusing solely on his secluded training. Each day, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth poured into his body through the spirit gathering array, his elixir nourished his meridians, and the wind spirit jade pendant calmed his mind. His overall state improved day by day. The light and shadows in the courtyard remained constant from dawn to dusk, from sunset to sunrise, never extinguished. Lin Ye became extremely focused, with every ounce of power honed to perfection. At first, he needed to consciously guide the mental technique of the wind spiral art. Later, it all became muscle memory. With every breath, the essence of the wind naturally flowed through every inch of his meridians. His wind howl fist was no longer the brute force of a beginner but had integrated the agility and variability of the wind. Each punch, though silent, struck precisely at the vital point. His wind shadow step became even more graceful and agile, seamlessly blending with the flow of the wind, whether advancing, retreating, or dodging. His foundation grew unshakable, allowing him to adapt to sudden changes without panic or disorder. The dagger was always with him, merging with his aura. Now, with just a single thought, the wind energy could instantly transform into a sharp blade, ready to unleash a deadly strike at any moment. These 2 months of refinement had transformed Lin Ye into a true powerhouse. The restlessness in his eyes was gone, replaced by calmness and confidence. Every movement he made was restrained yet carried immense power. One morning, as the first rays of sunlight pierced through the clouds, Lin Ye finished his practice and stood up. His posture was upright, his eyes serene, and his inner energy abundant and harmonious. He exhaled a long breath of turbid air, feeling the pure internal energy coursing through his body. At this moment, he was finally certain he had far surpassed ordinary martial artists of the same realm. All the arduous training and effort had finally solidified into a profound foundation and genuine strength. Now, he was ready to leave Qingfeng City and head to the Inter-Regional Exchange Conference. He carefully checked his belongings, securely tucking the wind blade dagger close to his body, organizing the crystals and pills into separate compartments in his bag, and hanging the wind spirit pendant on his chest to protect his core. His entire appearance was clean and efficient, dressed simply but ready for action. After making all the arrangements, Lin Ye pushed open the courtyard gate and walked out with resolute steps. Just as he reached the corner, a messenger disciple who had been waiting for a long time stepped forward and said in a formal tone, "Junior brother Lin Ye, the dean's notice has been issued. All the members participating in the battle have already gathered at the main building's plaza. Everyone is to organize their equipment today and depart Qingfeng City promptly after noon to head to the exchange event site. Please proceed there immediately." "I understand." Lin Ye nodded, his steps firm as he headed straight for the Martial Academy's main building plaza. Along the way, the disciples of the Martial Academy stopped by the roadside upon seeing him, showing solemn respect. Lin Ye was now the true pride of the younger generation of Qingfeng Martial Academy, the leading figure for this event, and the hope of everyone rested almost entirely on his shoulders. Before long, he arrived at the plaza, where the atmosphere was solemn and orderly. The elite disciples selected through the trials stood in formation, fully equipped, while the instructors and guards were lined up on either side, making the entire team appear exceptionally dignified. Su Chanfeng stood at the core position at the front of the team. His calm gaze swept across the crowd before finally settling on Lin Ye, his eyes filled with confidence and satisfaction. When Lin Ye stepped forward to stand at the front of the team, Su Chanfeng began to speak, his voice deep and powerful, carrying a clear reminder. "Over the past 2 months, everyone has worked hard and made great progress. Starting today, we will step out of Qingfeng City and head toward the core venue of the Kangyun domain. Remember, it will be a gathering place for talents from all regions. Some have abundant resources, some are highly experienced and powerful, and there are peers who have already advanced to higher levels. You must remain calm and not let momentary victories or defeats cloud your judgment." At this point, he specifically looked at Lin Ye and spoke with utmost sincerity. "Your foundation is solid, your temperament steady, and your mastery of wind techniques is already very refined. However, remember not to be overly competitive or seek fleeting fame. Each of the 3 assessments carries its own dangers, and the secret realm is fraught with crises. Every step in the competition reveals the true nature of people. The most important thing is to stay composed and maintain your rhythm. First, ensure your own safety, then showcase your strength. This is the most appropriate way to respond." Lin Ye nodded cautiously and replied solemnly, "I understand, and I will follow the dean's guidance, uphold my principles, act prudently, and live up to the trust of the Martial Academy." After Su Chanfeng finished speaking, he waved his hand to signal the team to prepare for departure. The group orderly stepped out of the Martial Academy's gates, where the streets were already lined with crowds bidding them farewell. Many townsfolk whispered among themselves, their gazes filled with both reluctance and anticipation. From a boy from the slums to now representing the Martial Academy on this journey, Lin Ye's growth had been witnessed by all. Outside the city gates, the long-prepared carriage was already waiting. The horses were strong, and the carriage sturdy, sufficient to endure the long journey ahead. Lin Ye paused briefly, taking one last look at the outline of Qingfeng City. His heart was now resolute, having let go of all attachments. Ahead lay the vast Kangyun region, a stage for talents from all walks of life. Lin Ye boarded the carriage and took his seat. The convoy then slowly set off, the wheels rolling steadily as they headed toward the distant highway. The convoy had been traveling away from Qingfeng City for an entire day. The official road stretched endlessly, flanked by verdant mountains and forests, occasionally shrouded in mist. The surroundings grew quiet, leaving only the sound of the wind and the low rumble of the carriage wheels. At first, the accompanying disciples were excitedly discussing the upcoming Luoyuan city and the exchange conference, endlessly recounting stories of various prodigies. But as time went on, their enthusiasm gradually waned, and some began to grow restless. Only Lin Ye remained quietly seated in the carriage. He showed no interest in the scenery along the way and refrained from joining his companions in discussing these fleeting reputations. He sat cross-legged, focusing on adjusting himself. The inner energy within his body flowed smoothly like a stream, while the wind spirit pendant on his chest emitted a gentle glow, helping him resist the fatigue of the journey. Over the course of 2 days, he did not rush to make a breakthrough but instead repeatedly practiced his wind whirl technique, perfecting every detail. Every movement, every breath was meticulously refined, ensuring his combat power could erupt at any moment. The concentrated honing over these days made him feel that his foundation had become exceptionally solid. His goal was clear, to transform all his skills into instinct, allowing him to act freely and unleash his power at any time during a real confrontation. At noon, the scorching sun hung high in the sky. The team arrived at an ancient riverside post station, a resting spot for passing travelers and martial artists. The place was bustling with people, noisy and filled with a complex atmosphere. Su Changfeng ordered a brief rest and resupply. Many disciples jumped off the carriages, relaxing and chatting in small groups. Lin Ye did not join them. Instead, he walked alone to a quiet, open area behind the post station, silently feeling the natural flow of the wind in the mountains and forests. The wind swept through the mountains, sometimes gentle, sometimes slow, and sometimes swift. At this moment, Lin Ye's thoughts seemed to merge with heaven and earth as he awaited his next challenge. Lin Ye stood at the edge of a tranquil forest, closing his eyes to feel every wisp of breeze flowing through the air. The wind path he cultivated was not merely for enhancing speed or strength but a way to achieve unity with nature. Here, only the wind was honest, it neither lied nor concealed its movements. However, the serenity was soon disrupted. 3 young men dressed in luxurious attire approached. Their uniforms indicated they were from a more prestigious martial academy. Their steps were unhurried, but their presence was overbearing. The leader of the group cast a deliberately disdainful glance at Lin Ye and sneered, "You're from Qingfeng Martial Academy, aren't you? Coming from such a remote backwater, pretending to be something you're not, thinking you're all that." The 2 companions beside him chimed in mockingly, "Yeah, just because you've had a few minor achievements, don't think you can act all arrogant in front of real big shots. This isn't your poor little hometown. Anyone with real guts wouldn't even dare show up at the exchange meet." These words were inherently provocative, and many martial artists nearby stopped to watch the commotion. To them, newcomers from afar were often a source of ridicule. Lin Ye did not respond, he neither became angry nor appeared flustered. He understood that some things were meaningless to argue about and would only waste time that could be spent on cultivation and growth. His silence was taken by the other party as a sign of weakness. As a result, the young man leading the group stepped closer, his voice laced with provocation. "What's wrong? Scared stiff? Either admit now that you're just a so-called genius hyped up by others, or spar with me for a bit. Save yourself the embarrassment of making a fool of yourself at the exchange meeting and losing face." As he spoke, he no longer waited for Lin Ye's reaction and directly struck with a palm carrying heavy airflow toward Lin Ye. Although it was supposed to be a sparring move, he deliberately increased the force, aiming to humiliate Lin Ye in front of the crowd. The surrounding martial artists all thought Lin Ye wouldn't be able to withstand such a powerful move. At that very moment, Lin Ye finally moved. His steps were light, and with a flicker, he swept past like a gust of wind. The opponent's palm strike was fierce, but Lin Ye dodged it with remarkable precision. He even maneuvered to the opponent's side, standing in a spot where he couldn't be seen for a moment. The opponent's strike hit empty air, his body swayed slightly, and the scene instantly became a bit awkward. "Your speed is decent, but you're just a bug that only knows how to dodge." The young man was enraged and launched a series of punches, the force of his fists fierce, sealing off all escape routes in an attempt to catch up to Lin Ye. Lin Ye's expression remained calm as he subtly activated the wind power within him. He didn't confront the opponent head-on but instead used the flow of the wind to make those fierce punches feel as though they were sinking into a quagmire. The more anxious the opponent became, the stiffer his movements grew. After a few moves, the young man was panting heavily, his face flushed red, yet he couldn't even touch the hem of Lin Ye's clothes. Suddenly, the opponent changed tactics, delivering a vicious punch straight to Lin Ye's vital spot. The crowd gasped in shock, as this move had clearly surpassed the bounds of friendly sparring, carrying an obvious intent to harm. Lin Ye's gaze instantly turned steely. He no longer retreated but closed in, his fingertips gathering a sharp wind blade. Just as the opponent's fist was about to land, Lin Ye struck swiftly at the joint of the opponent's arm. A faint sound of bone cracking was heard, followed by the young man's scream. His entire arm went limp on the spot, and he was sent flying, landing awkwardly on the ground. At this moment, 2 companions behind the young man immediately rushed forward, attacking from both sides with knives in perfect coordination. Their blade techniques were ruthless, clearly aiming to force Lin Ye into a corner. Lin Ye was fully focused, his steps light as the wind. He skillfully maneuvered between the blades, each dodge causing his opponents to miss their mark. When he found an opening, he casually struck both of their knees. Their legs buckled, and they fell to their knees, instantly losing the ability to continue fighting. It all happened so quickly, taking only a few seconds from start to finish. Lin Ye finally stood still, his breathing steady, and the aura of wind around him vanished without a trace. He hadn't seriously injured his opponents, only subdued each of them with precision. He was clear about his boundaries and would never lose his composure due to someone else's provocation. The entire venue fell silent, everyone staring at Lin Ye in stunned disbelief. Only now did they realize that this boy from a remote town was not the useless nobody they had assumed. He was calm and composed, yet when faced with danger, he could react with lightning speed and resolve the situation in the cleanest, most efficient way. He knew how to protect himself and how to show mercy, never letting arrogance or malice dictate his actions. This sudden conflict made everyone present remember his name. Lin Ye used his own way to tell everyone that a true strong person can earn everyone's respect without unnecessary showmanship. The leading boy fell to the ground, his face full of shame and apprehension. He understood that he was indeed no match and that acting on impulse would only land him in a worse situation.
The air fell silent for a moment.
Su Chanfeng walked over slowly, his gaze calmly sweeping over the fallen boy. His tone carried an undeniable authority. Cultivation is primarily about cultivating your heart. If all you do is bully the weak and use your strength to cause trouble everywhere, you will ultimately achieve nothing. Let this end here today. If you dare to stir up trouble again, I won't go easy on you next time. The three scrambled to their feet and fled in a hurry without even daring to look back. Their arrogance and confidence had long vanished. The crowd of onlookers gradually dispersed, and the post station returned to its quiet state. Su Chanfeng turned his gaze to Lin Ye, a hint of admiration in his eyes. Your actions just now were measured, restrained, and composed. You didn't escalate the situation, nor did you reveal your full strength. In times like these, provocations will only increase. Geniuses from various cities are often arrogant. You must remember the mindset you had today and save your strength for the real competition. Lin Ye nodded, his gaze resolute. I will remember. Only by staying composed and preserving strength will there be a chance to win in the end. After the rest, the team regrouped, and everyone returned to the carriage. Lin Ye sat quietly in his seat, his heart as calm as ever, completely unaffected by the earlier conflict. This episode was merely a small ripple in their journey, soon to be overshadowed by greater storms. The caravan set off again, winding through the endless mountain roads. Along the way, more and more teams from other martial academies and lone martial artists appeared on the ancient path. These individuals carried their own pride, leading to frequent minor clashes and provocations, which made the atmosphere inside the carriage somewhat tense. Lin Ye sat in the corner of the carriage, eyes closed, regulating his breath and silently practicing his cultivation technique. His mind was steady, not focused on achieving a quick breakthrough, but instead repeatedly refining the flow of his internal energy. He deliberately stabilized his state, ensuring not a trace of his aura leaked out, appearing to be just an ordinary young man. This calmness and focus stood in stark contrast to the restlessness of the other young disciples in the carriage. They were constantly discussing the rankings of Falling Cloud City and the rewards of the secret realm, unable to contain their excitement and anticipation. Yet Lin Ye remained composed, shutting out all external noise from his heart. After traveling for half a day, the team suddenly encountered a narrow canyon ahead. The towering cliffs on both sides were swept by fierce winds, naturally making it an ideal spot for ambushes and standoffs. At that moment, a group of martial artists dressed in red combat attire blocked the main road. 7 or 8 young men stood there, exuding provocation and hostility. The leader of the group, whose cultivation had reached the late stage of the second tier, wore a contemptuous expression, clearly dismissing everyone in front of him. The red-clad leader shouted loudly, stopping the caravan from Qingfeng Martial Academy. A team from a remote city dares to participate in the domain assembly? This canyon is now under the control of our Xian Martial Academy. Either take a detour that will cost you a day, or leave behind the resources you carry as a toll. The students in the caravan were furious. They were pressed for time, and taking a detour would delay their rendezvous, not to mention the absurdity of handing over their resources for nothing. This was outright bullying. The accompanying instructor stepped forward, attempting to negotiate peacefully, his tone calm and restrained. We're just passing through. There's no need to make things difficult for each other. Everyone should simply go their own way. The red-clad leader sneered, a wave of heat radiating from his body, the oppressive aura of a late-stage second-tier cultivator enveloping the area. Do you think you're qualified to stand on equal footing with us? I've heard that your Qingfeng Martial Academy has a genius named Lin Ye, and the rumors about him have been spreading like wildfire along the way. Why not have him come out and fight me? If he wins, you can pass. If he loses, everything will proceed according to the rules. Everyone's gaze instantly focused on the carriage. Every time trouble arose, the cause always pointed to Lin Ye. The other party clearly had no intention of resolving things privately but openly used the opportunity to humiliate this small martial academy. Su Chanfeng frowned deeply and was about to intervene when Lin Ye had already lifted the curtain and stepped down. Dressed in plain training attire, he stood calmly before the crowd. Even though the opponent's aura was overwhelming, there was not a trace of fear in his eyes. Is it really necessary to make such a scene? The opponent let out a cold snort and advanced step by step, throwing a punch imbued with fiery energy directly at him, clearly using full force. His name was Zhou Lai, from the Xian Martial Academy, and it was obvious he wanted to establish dominance in front of everyone. The full power of a late-stage second-tier fighter was unleashed without reservation, something an ordinary mid-stage martial artist could not withstand for more than 2 moves. Observers from afar whispered among themselves, and almost no one had faith in Lin Ye. The gap in their levels was evident, and by all appearances, defeat seemed inevitable. Yet Lin Ye remained unflustered. With a light tap of his feet on the ground, he sidestepped with fluid movements, channeling his inner energy to draw on the mountain wind around him. Instead of meeting the opponent's fierce attacks head-on, he calmly used soft techniques to neutralize the onslaught. Every dodge, every flow of energy, was the result of long hours of training and composed thinking. Even when facing a formidable enemy, he would never let emotions or pressure dictate his actions. Lin Ye moved as if rooted to the ground, each step precisely finding the gaps in Zhou Lai's attacks. Like a phantom dancing in a sea of fire, no matter how the flames raged, he remained calm and unscathed. Zhou Lai launched a series of fierce attacks, his fists carrying explosive power as they struck toward Lin Ye. Fueled by anger and humiliation, he grew increasingly impatient. He had been confident in overpowering his opponent with sheer strength, but to his frustration, he couldn't even touch the hem of Lin Ye's clothing. Each missed strike only deepened his fury and unease. What kind of skill is it to just dodge? Zhou Lai finally couldn't hold back and roared in anger. Forcing all his inner strength together, his fists converged into a blazing wave of fire, instantly turning the narrow mountain pass into a wall of flames, completely cutting off all of Lin Ye's escape routes. At this moment, there was nowhere left to run. Facing the predicament, Lin Ye's gaze instantly turned calm. He no longer merely defended. The wind spirit pendant on his chest flickered faintly, stabilizing the source of his inner strength. He adjusted his breathing, accelerating the circulation of his inner energy in accordance with the wind swirl technique's principles. The wind energy around his body layered and condensed like rippling green waves. Lin Ye did not choose to confront the fire wave head-on. He stepped swiftly along the mountain wall, using the airflow at the mountain pass to increase his speed, avoiding the most intense part of the fire wave from the upper side. At the same time, Lin Ye quietly gathered a wind blade in his palm, like a concealed sharp dagger, aiming at the weakest point of Zhou Lai's defense, the meridian near his dantian. His strike was decisive, without a trace of unnecessary flourish. The wind blade slashed diagonally from above, targeting the vital point directly. Zhou Lai's expression changed drastically, realizing the danger but too late to block it. With only the sound of a fleeting breeze, silent and swift, the wind force pierced through the remnants of the fire wave, striking a critical meridian within his body. Zhou Lai immediately felt his internal energy thrown into chaos, the fire energy collapsing and rebounding against him. Overwhelmed by intense pain, he staggered back several steps, his face pale as a sheet, barely able to stand. Although his realm was high, his reliance on brute force led to complete suppression by Lin Ye's exquisite techniques and mental discipline. The outcome was already clear. The other disciples of the Crimson Flame Martial Academy, seeing their main force defeated, panicked and prepared to encircle. Lin Ye surveyed the scene, and suddenly his wind field expanded, sweeping the air currents and pressuring several disciples into not daring to act rashly. The outcome is decided. Lin Ye's tone was calm, devoid of arrogance. We're all just traveling, there's no need for the strong to bully the weak. Let's each go our own way. His words were direct, leaving no room for the other side to save face, yet avoiding further trouble. Zhou Lai felt a mix of shame and anger, gritting his teeth as he ordered his team to retreat. He knew very well that causing more trouble today would only lead to greater humiliation, so he led his group away in disgrace, clearing the path. The crowd was stunned. Who could have predicted that this confrontation would end with a seemingly less capable rookie dominating the scene? Lin Ye resolved the crisis with extraordinary agility and precise judgment, acting decisively yet with restraint, forcing his opponent to retreat without delivering a fatal blow. This calm and measured approach compelled everyone to reassess Lin Ye's abilities. Su Chanfeng had been observing everything closely, nodding slightly in approval. Faced with pressure and formidable opponents, Lin Ye never lost his composure nor recklessly flaunted his strength. This level-headedness and adherence to principles were the qualities Su valued most. The team regrouped and swiftly passed through the canyon. Ahead, the sky was open and bright, and they were getting closer to Falling Cloud City. When the Qingfeng Martial Academy convoy entered Falling Cloud City, they found the entire city enveloped in a tense atmosphere. The streets were wide, flanked by towering buildings, and the city was filled with armed martial artists. Flags of various martial academies fluttered in the wind, and the air was thick with competition and rivalry. The tension here was far more dangerous than any probing or provocation they had encountered along the way. Su Changfeng led the group, avoiding the crowds on the main street and choosing only secluded alleys to proceed. They headed straight to the suburban villa they had reserved in advance. The villa was a standalone courtyard surrounded by high walls, with a few ancient pines in the yard. Quiet and private, far from the hustle and bustle, it was an ideal place for rest and recovery. After arranging for the disciples to rest in their rooms, Su Changfeng immediately issued strict warnings to everyone. Before the competition begins, no one is allowed to go out without permission, no arguments are permitted, and everyone must focus on their cultivation to prepare for the exchange event 3 days later in their best condition. However, the tranquility was soon disrupted. Suddenly, chaotic footsteps came from outside the gate, accompanied by rude shouting, directly shattering the peace of the courtyard.
Cowards of Qingfeng Martial Academy, what's the point of hiding inside? Get out here right now. I heard that Lin Ye from your academy defeated Zhou Lai from the Xian Martial Academy in the canyon, and now he dares to act all high and mighty in the Kangyun domain? Does he think he's invincible?
As the shout faded, a crowd had already gathered outside the academy gate. Leading the group were two young men dressed in dark, tight-fitting outfits adorned with patterns resembling jagged rocks. They were accompanied by 7 or 8 burly followers, whose fierce gazes, steady strides, and bulging muscles made it clear they were known for their brute strength. These were the core disciples of the Liaishan Martial Academy, renowned for their domineering and aggressive nature, standing on par with the Xian Martial Academy. The two leaders exuded an aura even more intimidating than Zhou Lai's. Under the night sky, the air was so heavy it seemed ready to explode at any moment. In front of a modest courtyard, Zhao Shan from the Liaishan Martial Academy approached with his arrogant companions. Zhao Shan walked with an air of authority, his presence as imposing as a boulder, suffocating the atmosphere with his overwhelming aura. His face was filled with disdain, a haughty expression that suggested no one else was worthy of standing on this land. Upon hearing that Lin Ye had defeated Zhou Lai, he had rushed over immediately, intending to use Lin Ye to establish his dominance and build momentum for tomorrow's Martial Academy exchange. He didn't just want to win, he wanted everyone to witness Lin Ye being crushed in public. The originally quiet small courtyard suddenly attracted quite a few onlookers. Some were there just for the spectacle, while others began murmuring and gossiping. Someone whispered, "These people are from the mountain-splitting Martial Academy, specializing in the mountain-splitting fist, and they've always been ruthless. They're definitely here for Lin Ye this time." Another person speculated worriedly, "Lin Ye comes from the remote Qingfeng city. His win against Zhou Lai last time was probably just luck, taking advantage of his footwork. Now that he's up against Zhao Shan from the mountain-splitting Martial Academy, he's likely to suffer a big loss." Some even sneered quietly, "Qingfeng Martial Academy already has little reputation. If Lin Ye embarrasses himself, they'll probably have to keep their heads down in Luyun City from now on, unable to hold their heads high again." Their instructor, seeing the situation, immediately darkened his expression. He strode to the door in just a few steps and sternly reprimanded, "The exchange competition hasn't even started yet, and barging into someone else's courtyard is clearly picking a fight. There's no room for such unruliness here." His martial artist's aura and anger were enough to make most people take a step back, but Zhao Shan didn't care at all. He snorted, his voice hoarse yet full of oppressive force. "Rules? In Luyun City, fists are the rules. My name is Zhao Shan, from the mountain-splitting Martial Academy. Lin Ye defeated Zhou Lai, so today he must accept the mountain-splitting challenge. Either accept my challenge, or kneel in public to admit your mistake and leave Luyun City with your Qingfeng Martial Academy companions." His words were incredibly arrogant, and the disciples of Qingfeng in the courtyard were all filled with rage, their hands clenched so tightly that sweat formed. Yet, faced with Zhao Shan's oppressive aura, no one dared to act rashly. All they could do was pin their hopes on Lin Ye. At this moment, some wanted to step forward, but most were consumed by the humiliation and helplessness of the situation. Under the corridor, Su Changfeng stood with his hands behind his back, quietly observing without any intention of intervening. His eyes showed little emotional fluctuation, merely a tacit acceptance as he waited. He understood that for a martial artist, true dignity is preserved through combat. Constant retreat would only make one a target, leading to even greater troubles next time. Allowing Lin Ye to step forward now might be the best opportunity for him to grow further. Lin Ye had been sitting on a stone bench in the courtyard, his eyes closed as he regulated his breathing. His cultivation aura blended into the night breeze, leaving him oblivious to the commotion around him. It wasn't until the argument outside reached his ears that he calmly opened his eyes. He showed no excitement, no anger. Rising to his feet, he dusted off his clothes and walked out of the courtyard step by step. He wore a simple training outfit, devoid of any flashy accessories, exuding an understated demeanor. Though his appearance seemed ordinary, his restrained aura softened the heated atmosphere around him. After coming to a stop, Lin Ye calmly said, "I am Lin Ye. If it's a fight you want, let's get straight to it. No need for unnecessary words." The tone was calm, and Lin Ye's unwavering confidence left Zhao Shan and the others momentarily speechless. They had thought Lin Ye would be afraid or hesitant, but to their surprise, he dismissed any need for explanation and directly accepted the challenge. Zhao Shan's expression instantly twisted into a snarl, feeling that Lin Ye was mocking him. He angrily declared, "Kid, I am Zhao Shan, at the late second stage of the mountain-splitting fist. If you can withstand 3 moves from me, I'll stop today. If not, don't blame me for showing no mercy." With that, he held nothing back. Zhao Shan's inner energy surged, and the air around him seemed to carry the scent of crushed stone. His fists clenched tightly, and the sound of cracking joints echoed from his fingers. The terrifying force of the mountain-splitting fist erupted with a mountain-like pressure, hurtling straight toward Lin Ye. The whistling of his punches filled the air, accompanied by a muffled vibration as the atmosphere seemed to tremble under the impact. The spectators held their breath, many already convinced that Lin Ye was almost certain to lose. Some were even waiting to witness the moment when a disciple of Qingfeng Martial Academy would be humiliated. Lin Ye remained completely composed, his expression unchanged. His wind shadow step unfolded swiftly, his figure moving like willow fluff in the breeze, or like water flowing freely and gracefully, perfectly evading Zhao Shan's punches. Every attack was neutralized by his agile footwork. Amidst his movements, the essence of wind flowed, instantly dissolving the fierce force of Zhao Shan's punches that came rushing toward him. Zhao Shan's punch missed its target, leaving his strength with nowhere to go, causing his body to sway slightly. He was shocked. He hadn't expected Lin Ye to dodge his full-force strike so effortlessly, completely unlike the rumors that claimed Lin Ye relied solely on luck. The real battle had just begun, and the atmosphere around them instantly intensified. Everyone could sense that this was going to be a different kind of duel. Lin Ye's movements were even faster than Zhao Shan had imagined, stirring the air around him. Zhao Shan's face darkened. Unwilling to be suppressed, he shouted, "Second move." After slightly lowering his body, he suddenly exerted force, launching a series of punches in rapid succession, each strike as unstoppable as a breaking bamboo, leaving no gaps. Clearly, Zhao Shan no longer intended to give Lin Ye any chance to dodge. He aimed to crush his opponent with sheer power and force Lin Ye into a desperate corner. But Lin Ye had no intention of confronting him head-on. His entire body moved as flexibly as the wind, each step landing in places Zhao Shan's punches couldn't reach. Using the wind swirl technique, he manipulated the air to create an invisible barrier, dissipating the ferocity of Zhao Shan's punches until they were mere shadows. It was as if he were dancing within the shadows of the punches, each time seemingly cornered but always able to slip away with ease. Zhao Shan's attacks grew increasingly frantic, rapidly depleting his stamina and inner energy, causing his breathing to become unstable. The crowd watching was almost dumbfounded. They hadn't expected Lin Ye to completely suppress Zhao Shan, who was at the late stage of the second tier, relying solely on his agility. People were discussing fervently, some in amazement, but most in disbelief. They had never seen someone as light as a swallow toy with a strong opponent so effortlessly. Zhao Shan's pride was pushed to the limit. His gaze turned fierce as he suddenly gathered all the inner energy within his body into his fists, unleashing the ultimate move of the mountain-splitting fist, mountain collapse. His fists merged, and the force of his punch was like solid rock, carrying an overwhelming momentum that seemed to distort the gravity of the entire space. The third move, let's see how you dodge this. Zhao Shan roared, determined to knock Lin Ye down with one punch. The tension reached its peak. Everyone believed there was no way Lin Ye could survive this time. Lin Ye did not retreat. His eyes darkened, and the Fengling pendant hanging on his chest emitted a faint glow. Only he knew that his inner breath was now more stable than ever. He lightly tapped the ground with his right foot, gathering wind element spiritual energy throughout his body, as if a vortex was swirling beneath his feet. Facing the incoming fierce punch, he also struck back with his fist. This punch was simple and direct, without any embellishments, yet it carried the sharp agility of the wind. The two fists collided, causing the air to tremble violently, but there was no loud explosion. Rather, it was like wind passing through a crevice in stone, subtle yet deadly. Lin Ye's wind-infused punch accurately struck the core of Zhao Shan's fist force. The power clashed briefly, and in an instant, the immense force completely disintegrated. The counterforce traveled along Zhao Shan's arm, leaving it numb, his inner breath in chaos. He lost his balance entirely, stumbling back 7 or 8 steps before falling to the ground, pale-faced and utterly powerless to fight back. 3 moves, and Zhao Shan was utterly defeated. Before the crowd could react, Zhao Shan's younger relative, Zhao Hu, roared and charged forward. He was also a talented martial artist of the Zhao family, wielding a heavy stone blade with fury as he swung it down toward Lin Ye's head. He relied entirely on brute strength and the advantage of his weapon to overpower his opponent. Lin Ye saw the blade's glint descending but did not confront it head-on. Instead, at the last moment, he slid to the side, his figure blurring like a shadow in the wind. Zhao Hu's stone blade struck the bluestone ground, leaving a long crack. Before Zhao Hu could recover his blade, Lin Ye closed in, delivering a light tap on the back of the blade. Zhao Hu felt a sharp pain in his palm, and the blade flew out of his hand. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Ye's fingertip touched Zhao Hu's shoulder, channeling inner energy. Zhao Hu instantly froze in place, unable to move, his face turning bright red, filled with disbelief and humiliation. Within just 2 moves, Zhao Hu was completely subdued.
In just a few breaths, Lin Ye consecutively defeated two top disciples of the Lai Shan Martial Academy, one at the late second stage and the other at the mid-stage peak. The entire process was seamless, without the slightest hesitation. The surrounding martial artists fell completely silent, all mockery and doubt vanishing without a trace. Lin Ye, a young man from a remote small town, proved himself with absolute strength. His movement techniques, control of inner energy, and understanding of martial skills far surpassed his peers, even allowing him to overcome opponents a level higher. The crowd began to realize that strength and dignity are not solely determined by one's background or lineage. What truly matters are one's own efforts and talent. Zhao Shan sat on the ground, his face full of shame, unable to utter another harsh word. He was well aware that the true gap between them could no longer be bridged by levels. Supported by his companions, he left in disgrace, his gaze before departing still filled with unwillingness and resentment, but he no longer dared to speak recklessly. The crowd gradually dispersed, but at this moment, no one dared to underestimate Lin Ye anymore. Everyone understood that today's lesson was deeply memorable. In the face of pressure or prejudice, a true strong individual can earn respect through their actions. A sense of awe spread through the hearts of the people, and no one at Qingfeng Martial Academy dared to belittle it anymore. No one would regard Lin Ye as just an ordinary martial artist from a remote small city. The name Lin Ye quietly transformed into a topic of conversation among many top disciples, as they began to reassess this once unremarkable rising star. Lin Ye steadied himself on the arena, the sharp aura around him instantly dissipating, his breath quickly calming, as if his consecutive victories over skilled opponents had been achieved effortlessly. Without a trace of pride, he did not look back at the surrounding crowd but instead turned directly to return to his small courtyard, walking calmly and composedly, without any hint of arrogance. Su Chanfeng walked over, his gaze full of admiration, and his tone low. Your control was just right, calm, unhurried, and skillfully defusing the opponent's fierce attack. This far exceeded my original expectations. After this battle, those restless individuals in Luyun City have all restrained themselves. You can now focus on your cultivation and prepare for the upcoming exchange conference. Lin Ye slightly bowed in salute, his gaze steady. It was merely luck. After all, the true experts participating in the exchange conference are far superior to these people. I must seize every moment to cultivate and dare not be careless. As his words fell, he silently returned to the courtyard and sat cross-legged by the stone table. Closing his eyes, he breathed steadily, focusing on adjusting his breath and cultivating. He completely shut out the clamor outside the courtyard, devoting all his thoughts to the settling of his inner self. Days passed one by one, and Lin Ye's courtyard remained quiet. He spent his days meditating and cultivating on the stone platform in the courtyard, almost cutting off all contact with the outside world, allowing no distractions to disturb him. He concentrated on his foundation, maximizing the stability of his strength. He no longer repeatedly practiced those flashy and complex moves but instead sought the limits and refined the details of every basic action, forging all his life and death combat experience into instinct. Wind shadow step, wind blade, wind field. He studied every detail to the extreme, striving for a single, precise strike without wasting an ounce of energy. His strength, weapons, and mental techniques became more seamlessly integrated, and through quiet cultivation, he grew increasingly sharp. In the afternoon, a gentle breeze blew in from outside the courtyard wall, and Lin Ye suddenly sensed a subtle change in the surrounding air. He instantly amplified his perception and immediately detected several unfamiliar presences. Someone was hiding in the distant buildings and alleyways, attempting to secretly observe his movements. These presences were distinct from one another. Some were gloomy and oppressive, seemingly trained in orthodox methods. Others were fierce and dangerous, like seasoned killers who had survived bloody battles, and still others were restrained and profound, the elites nurtured by prominent families. If it were an ordinary disciple who suddenly discovered they had become the object of scrutiny, they might feel nervous and unsettled, their mindset thrown into chaos. But Lin Ye remained calm and unperturbed, not even blinking, continuing to sit cross-legged in peace. He knew very well that strength was the only true asset. It didn't matter how others observed or speculated behind his back. In the end, everything would be decided in the arena. A true powerhouse only cares about the impending showdown. The more people watched him, the quieter Lin Ye became. He focused wholeheartedly on his cultivation, keeping his mind as fluid as the wind. No matter how noisy the outside world became, he remained steadfast and unmoved. Not long after, Su Chanfeng walked into the courtyard. He noticed the shadows of several figures in the dark corners of the outer wall and merely smiled faintly. You've been defeating strong opponents one after another these past few days, and your reputation has spread far and wide. Now, all the major forces in the city are secretly investigating you, trying to figure out your background. This is normal. They fear you, but they also want to understand you.
As he spoke, his smile faded, and his voice lowered. I just received news that the three most highly regarded individuals in this exchange meeting are extremely powerful. The first is Ling Xiao from the Yun Tian Martial Academy, who has reached the peak of the second tier at a young age, excelling in both offense and defense, mastering various martial techniques, and remaining exceptionally composed. The second is Lu Qinjiao, a genius among women, skilled in water-based techniques and attrition warfare, making her very difficult to deal with. The third is Songshi, whose physical strength is extraordinarily robust and has never lost at the same level of cultivation. His gaze grew heavy. These three are the key protégés of their respective forces, far beyond the ordinary opponents you've faced before. You must not let your string of victories make you complacent. During the competition, you must act according to your actual strength, avoid being blinded by success, and never reveal all your cards at the beginning. Lin Ye opened his eyes, his gaze bright and resolute. I understand. This time, I will remain vigilant. When facing truly strong opponents, only by staying calm, steady, and constantly adjusting my strategy can I hope to win. I won't act recklessly, nor will I exert my full strength lightly. I will take each step carefully and walk my own path. Su Changfeng nodded approvingly, a relieved expression appearing on his face. It's a good thing that you can keep a clear mind. Tomorrow morning marks the official start of the arena ranking competition. The first round of chaotic battles officially begins, and everyone knows that only the strongest can secure a ranking. Next comes the one-on-one duels, where the winners advance, determining each person's reputation. Remember, do not overexert yourself in the early stages. Preserve your strength and energy for the upcoming trials in the secret realm and the resource battles. After briefly explaining the rules, Su Changfeng turned and left, leaving Lin Ye alone in the courtyard under the setting sun. The evening breeze swept through, and the warm afterglow bathed the entire yard. Lin Ye slowly paced in the courtyard, feeling the flow of the wind around him. His mind recalled the opponents from yesterday's battle: Ling Xiao, with his extreme speed and attack power; Lu Qinjiao, whose endurance wore down opponents over time; and Songshi, who relied on his robust physique to withstand everything head-on. The three had distinctly different styles, each countering common combat approaches. However, Lin Ye practiced the Wind Dao, which was agile and dynamic, capable of handling both close and distant encounters, and excelled at controlling the battlefield. His combat style was more about going with the flow, using agility to neutralize brute force and precision to dismantle the enemy's strength. This made him unafraid of singular, extreme attack styles. As for the suppression of the mid-second stage, Lin Ye had never truly regarded realm as the sole factor determining victory. He understood that winning required not only formidable strength but also a resolute mindset, skilled techniques, sharp judgment, and hidden trump cards. Born into the lower strata, Lin Ye had climbed out of a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, endured the loneliness of being hunted, and survived in desperate situations. His foundation had long been tempered into unshakable solidity by harsh realities. This experience made him calm and composed when facing opponents of the same level or even stronger. The next morning, as the first rays of sunlight rose, the sound of bells echoed across the grand square in the city center. In the middle of the square stood a massive circular arena, surrounded by packed stands. Martial academies, noble families, and powerful figures from various regions had gathered here. Countless gazes were fixed on the arena, battle intent ignited, and the atmosphere was tense. Young talents from all directions entered the venue in an orderly manner, banners fluttering, and their auras clashing and surging. Mid-second stage cultivators were everywhere, while late-second stage experts occupied the front ranks, and a few half-step third-stage individuals exuded an astonishing presence. Just standing there, they intimidated the novices, making them hesitant to approach. The Qingfeng Martial Academy's team stood off to one side, looking rather inconspicuous compared to the top martial academies of the main city. Many people glanced at Lin Ye with doubt and disdain, some commenting, "This guy has been winning consecutively, but if he faces the geniuses of the main city, he probably won't last more than a few moves." Others sneered, "He looks ordinary, he'll probably be eliminated in the first round." Lin Ye paid no attention to these mocking remarks. He stood quietly, posture upright, his gaze calm and tranquil, without the slightest ripple. At this moment, Su Changfeng reminded in a low voice, "The first round is a free-for-all battle. Everyone goes on stage at the same time, and each person can make a move without restrictions. Only those who are knocked down or voluntarily admit defeat are considered out. During the chaos, you must be cautious. Don't charge in first, maneuver among the crowd, watch for opportunities, and strike decisively when those impulsive and competitive individuals reveal their flaws. Stay low-key, don't expose your trump card too early, and keep steady, that's the key to victory." Lin Ye nodded and replied, "I understand." Shortly after, the referee announced loudly from the high platform, "First round free-for-all, all contestants, take the stage."
Hundreds of young martial artists leaped onto the arena simultaneously, making the platform instantly overcrowded and the atmosphere extremely tense. With the referee's command, the battle erupted in an instant. Fists and kicks flew, blades flashed, and various forces clashed fiercely in the air. Roars and the sounds of combat merged into a cacophony. Some chose direct confrontation, others teamed up to attack strong opponents, while some took advantage of the chaos to strike covertly. The entire arena descended into utter disorder. As soon as the match began, many inexperienced or impatient newcomers were directly knocked out of the ring, exiting in dismal defeat. Lin Ye did not rush to make a move. Standing in the center of the stage, he avoided direct confrontations with others. Using the wind shadow step, he swiftly weaved through the crowd, skillfully dodging danger and maintaining a safe distance. While others fought fiercely, he remained composed, never seeking the spotlight and always staying out of peril. The airflow around his body formed a protective barrier, dissipating the residual force of nearby attacks without leaving a trace, keeping him completely unharmed. Two mid-stage second-tier martial artists, mistaking him for an easy target, attempted a joint assault. However, Lin Ye suddenly struck. With a flicker of his figure, he deftly evaded their attack, and with a touch of wind energy at his fingertips, he precisely tapped their elbows. Both of them immediately felt their arms go numb, lost their balance, and collided with each other. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Ye gave them a gentle push, sending them out of the ring. The referee promptly declared their elimination. The entire process was clean and efficient, without a single superfluous movement. Lin Ye maneuvered through the chaotic battle, neither seeking credit nor showing off. Everything unfolded according to his plan. No one dared to underestimate this once unremarkable young man anymore. As the competition continued, the number of participants on the stage rapidly dwindled, with each clash accompanied by the fall of a defeated contender. Some collapsed from exhaustion, some failed in sneak attacks and were countered, while others were betrayed and eliminated after forming temporary alliances. In the end, only the most determined and skilled elites remained. On the stage, the talented contestants from the main city displayed extraordinary strength, sweeping through several opponents with unstoppable momentum. Their overwhelming advantage caused other participants to retreat in defeat. Unlike these aggressive competitors, Lin Ye remained calm and composed as he moved across the stage. He chose to avoid strong opponents and decisively struck against weaker ones. He consistently maintained his rhythm, neither hurried nor impatient, yet every move he made was precise and effective. Midway through the competition, a top-tier contestant in the late second stage challenged Lin Ye. This contestant, brimming with confidence, believed he could surely defeat Lin Ye. He strode boldly through the crowd, heading straight for Lin Ye, attempting to knock him down with a powerful punch and win the crowd's applause. The audience's attention instantly focused on this showdown, with everyone assuming Lin Ye would be easily overwhelmed. However, faced with the ferocious punch, Lin Ye showed no sign of panic. His movements were agile, his steps swift as the wind, as if flowing effortlessly with the air. He avoided impulsive actions and direct confrontation, instead concentrating his strength at his fingertips. He deftly slipped into the gap of the opponent's attack and struck a critical acupoint on the opponent's arm. The second stage expert instantly stiffened, his internal energy disrupted, and his strength lost control. Taking advantage of the moment, Lin Ye lightly pushed with his palm, sending the opponent, who was trying to regain his balance, directly out of the ring boundary. The entire sequence was clean and efficient, without any unnecessary movements. He won with ease, while also keeping his full strength concealed. Su Chanfeng, seated at the referee's table, nodded silently in approval, feeling deeply gratified. He recognized that Lin Ye's calmness and composure, his refusal to be arrogant or reckless, were far more valuable than relying solely on brute force. After the chaotic battle drew to a close, only a few top-tier fighters remained on the field. The intense clashes gradually subsided, leaving behind those who excelled in both endurance and combat prowess. In contrast, Lin Ye appeared calm and composed, his stamina abundant, making him seem more relaxed than the others. Unlike the other contestants who were utterly exhausted, he displayed effortless ease. Finally, the referee announced loudly, "Time's up." The remaining 50 contestants advance. The fighting on stage immediately ceased. Lin Ye stood at the center of the stage, his clothes neat and his expression serene. Throughout the competition, he had never resorted to brute force or aggression, relying solely on his skillful movements and precise timing to advance safely. It was only then that many in the audience realized his true strength was far beyond what had appeared on the surface. Their attitude toward the previously underestimated young man shifted from disdain to awe, with even a hint of apprehension. Everyone understood that what made him truly formidable was not his power, but his intellect and composure. After the first round ended, the 50 advancing contestants stood on the stage.
The enthusiasm of the surrounding audience was so intense it seemed as if the stands might be overturned. Representatives of various factions displayed their banners prominently, especially the contestants from the main city, each wearing an expression of arrogance. When they looked at the martial artists from smaller cities, their gazes were filled with contempt. Lin Ye's Qingfeng Martial Academy was widely regarded as the weakest among them. The referee began loudly announcing the groupings for the second round. Each time a matchup was revealed, the audience erupted into heated discussions. Those who had emerged from the chaotic battle were the true elites of the major martial academies. The next stage would be direct one-on-one duels, where every match would be a head-to-head test of strength. Lin Ye from Qingfeng Martial Academy versus Sun Hao from Lifeng Martial Academy. After the announcement of the matchups, all eyes once again focused on Lin Ye. Many people let out disdainful laughter. Although Lifeng Martial Academy was not the top academy in the main city, it held significant influence in the region. Sun Hao, in particular, was a key talent being cultivated by Lifeng Martial Academy, with his strength reaching the peak of the mid-second tier. In the earlier melee, his fierce wind fist had sent 2 opponents flying. At this moment, his imposing aura was overwhelming, and the entire audience believed Lin Ye was bound to lose. Sun Hao was the first to step onto the stage. His burly figure exuded confidence, and his steps carried a gust of wind, with his fists radiating a scorching energy. He looked down at Lin Ye with a mocking expression, a sneer curling at the corner of his mouth. "I didn't expect to draw you right away. Perfect. Today, I'll show you guys from these small places that some stages are simply beyond your reach." Lin Ye was not provoked. He walked steadily onto the stage, step by step. His expression remained calm, his gaze focused, completely unfazed by the taunt. He raised his hand to signal the referee to begin, while his wind shadow step had already been quietly prepared. From the earlier melee, Lin Ye had gained a very clear understanding of both his own condition and that of the others. He knew that while Sun Hao's punches were powerful and fierce, they left a brief opening after each attack, which his movement technique could perfectly counter. The opponent's words had barely fallen when he was already poised to strike. The air was thick with tension, and the murmurs from the audience gradually quieted down. Everyone held their breath in anticipation. This showdown would definitively determine whether Lin Ye was merely a fleeting stroke of luck or a true dark horse. Sun Hao, seeing Lin Ye remain silent, assumed he was paralyzed with fear. With a furious roar, his aura erupted like a volcano. He unleashed his ultimate move, Blazing Wind Fist, charging at Lin Ye like a storm carrying scorching heat. Each punch landed with an oppressive gust, and the air seemed to carry the scent of burning. It was evident that he had mastered this set of techniques to an exceptional level. The audience held their breath, waiting for Lin Ye to be forced into retreat, just like Sun Hao's previous opponents. However, something unexpected happened. Lin Ye shifted his steps slightly and vanished from his original position in an instant. His movements were like smoke in the wind, swiftly dodging between the fierce shadows of Sun Hao's punches. Though the punches were powerful, they never landed. The more Sun Hao attacked, the more frantic he became, and the recoil from his missed strikes drained him significantly, leaving his breathing increasingly unsteady. "Only know how to dodge? What kind of skill is that?" Sun Hao's face turned ashen, burning with rage. He suddenly erupted, unleashing the killing move of his fierce wind fist with full force. His fists, like blades, gathered the energy of wind edges, sealing off Lin Ye's escape route with a barrage of attacks. He wanted to win in one move and make this guy who dared to challenge him completely admit defeat. This time, the air was completely sealed by the force, and even the disciples of Qingfeng Martial Academy below the stage were worried for Lin Ye. Su Chanfeng also stared intently at the scene. Lin Ye's gaze sharpened. He knew it was time to counterattack. He immediately activated his inner power, and the wind spirit pendant on his chest suddenly emitted a faint glow. Gentle yet abundant wind attribute spiritual energy quickly filled his body. His steps abruptly slowed, and he sidestepped to avoid Sun Hao's sharp offensive. Then, with a flick of his right hand, he drew the wind blade dagger from his waist, its blade faintly shimmering with a green glow. No direct confrontation, no brute force collision, just seizing a tiny opening. Lin Ye's wind blade dagger landed precisely on Sun Hao's shoulder. The elegant blade lightly touched the skin, yet it delivered a cold warning straight to the nerves, instantly sealing the key point of Sun Hao's body's ability to exert force. "You lost." Lin Ye's voice was low and calm. Sun Hao seemed to lose all his strength in an instant. The surging power in his fists dissipated completely in a flash. His arms went numb, unable to lift them again, leaving him frozen in place. The shock and disbelief on his face were impossible to hide. He suddenly realized that he had no chance of winning at all. All eyes were fixed on the arena. From the moment Lin Ye made his move to the end, it took only about 10 seconds. He gave his opponent no chance and wasted no energy. Throughout the process, he maintained calm control, neutralizing the greatest threat with the smallest movements. This composure and decisiveness were not just a display of skill but a reflection of the confidence of a true powerhouse. The murmurs from the crowd turned into stunned silence, followed by an uproar of discussions. Those who had previously looked down on Lin Ye were left speechless, and many began to reassess his strength. Even the geniuses from the main city's martial academy finally put away their disdain, their expressions turning serious. Sun Hao's face was flushed red, but he could only admit defeat. Gritting his teeth, he lowered his head and walked off the stage, the arrogance of the past long gone without a trace. Lin Ye sheathed his dagger, restrained the wind element's spiritual energy around him, nodded to the referee, and then calmly walked off the stage. Below the stage, Su Chanfeng, a mentor from Qingfeng Martial Academy, approached him proactively, his eyes full of approval. You showed restraint, balanced offense and defense, and didn't chase after fleeting glory. Very good. The upcoming opponents will only be more challenging, so stay calm and don't let your guard down. Lin Ye nodded, returned to the team, sat cross-legged, and slightly closed his eyes to begin regulating his breathing. He had to recover his energy as quickly as possible to prepare for the battles ahead. The competition on stage continued, with the elites from various martial academies appearing one after another. Some achieved consecutive victories, while others suffered unexpected defeats. As the eliminations decreased, the battles grew increasingly intense, with every match gripping the audience's attention. Lin Ye remained calm, undisturbed by the external clamor, focusing solely on his own state without any distraction. Round after round, the competition unfolded in greater depth, and the spots for advancement became scarce. Everyone still standing on the stage was among the best students selected from their respective cities, with their momentum and strength continuously rising. The audience buzzed with discussions, and many factions had already begun closely observing each outstanding new face. Lin Ye's name had been firmly etched into the minds of many. Soon, a new challenge arrived. The referee's voice rang out without warning: Qingfeng Martial Academy, Lin Ye, versus Haishi Martial Academy, Shi Jian. In an instant, the crowd erupted in discussion. The students of Haishi Martial Academy were renowned for their robust physiques, tough skin, and immense strength, specializing in hard martial arts. Shi Jian was one of their best, with an internal energy level and physical build far surpassing his peers, capable of emerging unscathed even from chaotic brawls. His signature skill, Blackstone Fist, was specifically designed to counter agile opponents. In other words, Lin Ye was facing a particularly tricky challenge. Many in the audience looked at Lin Ye with obvious concern. His next battle might be even more dangerous than the last. Lin Ye had always relied on speed and agility to win his fights. But this time, his opponent was Shi Jian, a man who seemed like a giant forged from steel, with muscles as solid as if they were made of rock. The disparity in strength between the two on stage was glaring, and the audience was almost certain they were about to witness Lin Ye being crushed into the ground. Shi Jian showed no sign of underestimating his opponent. As he stepped into the ring, his metallic-like skin reflected a cold gleam, and the heavy pressure he exuded made everyone around hold their breath. He glanced at Lin Ye and spoke in a low, threatening voice: "What use is your speed? The moment I catch you, you know what will happen. Surrender now, while you still can." At this moment, Lin Ye showed not a trace of panic. He took a deep breath and walked steadily to the center of the ring, as if a gentle breeze swirled around him. Lin Ye had studied Shi Jian's fighting style many times. This guy didn't rely on technique, his strategy was to use his formidable body to take hits head-on. Though his strength was immense, his movements were sluggish. Lin Ye knew very well, if Shi Jian landed even one punch, there might not be a second chance. But now, Lin Ye had no way out. Winning was the only way to prove himself, the only way to protect the people he wanted to safeguard in the future. Why waste time with all this talk? Bring it on. Lin Ye raised his hand slightly, his voice calm yet brimming with confidence. Shi Jian, seeing this, felt a surge of anger welling up inside him. Without hesitation, he stomped heavily on the arena floor, causing a slight tremor. His fists were charged with inner strength as he aimed a blow at Lin Ye's chest, carrying an unstoppable force of violence. This punch, if landed, would severely injure even a high-level martial artist. Lin Ye knew he couldn't meet the attack head-on. In an instant, his figure flickered, his footwork as light as willow leaves in the wind, making his entire body seem incredibly agile. Shi Jian's fist brushed past his silhouette but failed to make any contact. Shi Jian's face darkened as he intensified his assault, his punches raining down like a storm, each strike accompanied by a dull explosive sound, creating ripples in the surrounding air. An ordinary opponent would have crumbled under such pressure, but Lin Ye weaved through the flurry of punches like a fish in water, always managing to escape danger at the last possible moment. The atmosphere below the stage grew increasingly tense, and the audience held their breath. Shi Jian's attacks had nearly sealed off all of Lin Ye's escape routes, pouring all his strength into every move, forcing Lin Ye to confront him directly.
Yet Lin Ye never revealed a single flaw.
As time ticked by, Shi Jian's breathing grew heavier, and sweat poured down his face. After a brief period of intense exertion, his energy was nearing its limit, and the frustration in his heart was on the verge of overwhelming him.
Let's see how long you can keep dodging. Shi Jian roared in fury, deciding to stake everything on one final move.
He brought his fists together, channeling all his power into the ultimate technique, earth-shattering strike, aiming not only to hit Lin Ye but also to obliterate everything within its range. Everyone under the stage was on edge, convinced that Lin Ye was doomed this time. However, in the midst of the crisis, a glimmer flashed in Lin Ye's eyes. He seized a brief opening in Shi Jian's defense. With a light push off his toes, his entire body soared into the air, transforming into a whirlwind spinning midair. Gathering all the power of the wind at his fingertips, he aimed sharply and decisively at Shi Jian's underarm, the weakest point in Shi Jian's defense. Shi Jian had concentrated all his strength in his fists, leaving no time to defend.
With a faint sound, Lin Ye's finger strike precisely pierced Shi Jian's underarm.
Shi Jian felt a sharp pain shoot through his entire arm, and his strength rapidly drained away. In the next moment, his powerful fist slammed into the ground, and his knees buckled, forcing him to kneel. Sweat streamed down his face as he tried to stand, but his body refused to obey. Lin Ye landed steadily back on the stage, his breathing calm.
Without even using his ultimate move, he had seized the opportunity to deliver a decisive blow.
This composure and precision in battle instantly earned him the respect and astonishment of the entire audience.
After a brief silence, a huge cheer erupted from the audience.
At this moment, no one mocked Lin Ye for relying on luck anymore, as it would make them appear ignorant. 2 consecutive brilliant victories not only showcased Lin Ye's talent but also demonstrated his exceptional combat intelligence. He used his actions to tell everyone a true champion relies not only on strength but also on strategy. Shi Jian walked off the stage with a flushed face, his eyes full of unwillingness and shame. The referee announced loudly, "Lin Ye wins and advances." Lin Ye nodded to the referee in acknowledgement, stepped off the stage, and returned to his team. His coach, Su Chanfeng, approached him with pride and admiration in his eyes. Both victories were beautifully won.
You didn't let your emotions take over, nor did you lose your composure. But the opponents ahead will be stronger, so you need to be even more cautious.
Lin Ye nodded. He knew this was just the beginning.
The next round would be the real test.
Sitting cross-legged, he closed his eyes to regulate his breathing and quickly recover his strength. In his heart, he made a firm resolution: no matter what opponent he faced, he would not back down. Every battle was for the future, to protect the people who mattered most to him. He was ready to face even tougher challenges. Lin Ye had just won 2 consecutive matches. Although his stamina hadn't been significantly drained, he was well aware that the upcoming battles would no longer be as easy as before. The truly formidable opponents were just about to show their strength. After 2 rounds of duels, the contestants on stage had clearly become stronger and more elite. Every match had turned into a fierce clash, like the tip of a needle against a sharp blade. The atmosphere was as tense as a taut string ready to snap. Several renowned prodigies had already been eliminated, leaving the stage with heavy expressions and unwillingness in their eyes, further highlighting the brutal competition of this year's Martial Academy Exchange Conference. At this moment, Lin Ye had already adjusted his breathing and returned to peak condition. Despite the deafening cheers of the surrounding audience, he remained unmoved. He concealed his wind element inner strength within, his mindset as calm as a deep pool, unaffected by external disturbances. Before long, the referee loudly announced the lineup for the next round: Qingfeng Martial Academy, Lin Ye, versus Qingyu Martial Academy, Su Qingxiu. The crowd immediately burst into chatter. Su Qingxiu hailed from the prestigious Qingyu Martial Academy, renowned for its expertise in water element martial techniques, excelling in controlling and wearing down opponents. Su Qingxiu was the academy's star prodigy, calm, composed, and graceful in her movements. Throughout several rounds of matches, she had consistently used softness to overcome strength, relying on sustained attrition to exhaust her formidable opponents, and had never been defeated. The audience whispered among themselves, facing a water element user, Lin Ye is in trouble. Water element techniques are sticky and entangling, specifically designed to counter Lin Ye's speed-based combat style.
Su Qingxiu excels at defense and is adept at both offense and defense. If she slowly drains Lin Ye's stamina, he won't stand a chance. Most people didn't have high hopes for Lin Ye.
Su Qingxiu gracefully stepped onto the arena, dressed in white, with mist swirling around her.
Her aura was calm yet oppressive.
She looked at Lin Ye, who was slowly stepping onto the stage, and spoke in a gentle tone: "Your speed is impressive, and you're skilled in close combat.
But I can use water to entangle you, making it impossible for you to leap. If you surrender now, I won't make things difficult for you. Lin Ye shook his head, his gaze steady. We'll see who's stronger after we try. As soon as the referee's voice fell, the match began. Su Qingxu didn't rush to attack. She raised her arms, and the surrounding mist thickened, quietly filling the arena space. The cold, damp air began to restrict the flow of wind, creating a sticky environment that wind element fighters fear the most. As soon as Lin Ye exerted force, he immediately felt the resistance multiply, significantly slowing his speed. Su Qingxu seized the opportunity, her fingers condensing sharp, blade-like water edges that darted toward Lin Ye in quick succession, cutting off his escape routes completely. Her strategy was clear, not to engage in a head-on clash, but to entangle and wear him down, dragging Lin Ye into making mistakes or exhausting himself. Su Chanfeng, who was watching the battle, couldn't help but frown. He understood Lin Ye's current predicament all too well. The more restricted he became, the more likely he was to grow anxious and lose his composure. But Lin Ye did not panic. He quickly adjusted his strategy, no longer darting around wildly but instead tightening his wind-based inner force and using small, precise movements to dodge and maneuver. A thin, light barrier of wind formed around him, layer by layer neutralizing the water blades. Although his mobility was restricted, he managed to avoid being hit by the water-based attacks. Lin Ye soon discerned Su Qingxu's core tactic. She wasn't aiming to defeat her opponent in one blow but to sustain a prolonged engagement, gradually draining her enemy's energy. As long as he remained trapped in this war of attrition, defeat was only a matter of time. To counter this strategy, one cannot simply focus on dodging, as that would only make oneself more passive. Lin Ye understood that he had to take the initiative to break through, disrupt Su Qingxu's water-based rhythm, and turn the tide of the battle. While fending off the attacks of the water threads, he observed the flow patterns and finally identified a weak point in the intricate water web. Suddenly, Lin Ye lowered his body and darted forward, no longer hesitating. Skimming low to the ground, he seized the moment when Su Qingxu's attention was diverted. The essence of wind flickered in the wind spirit pendant on his chest, and he burst forward at full speed toward the weak spot. Su Qingxu noticed Lin Ye's sudden acceleration, a brief look of surprise flashing across her face, and she hurriedly thickened the water wall. She thought it would block Lin Ye, but this was exactly what he had been waiting for. The force of the wind was designed to break through the resilience of water. Lin Ye struck with his palm, the wind force slicing through the dense water curtain like a blade, sending countless droplets scattering. The water web was instantly torn open, leaving a large gap. Taking advantage of Su Qingxu's delayed reaction, Lin Ye closed the distance in a few swift steps. Instead of launching a heavy attack, he precisely sealed the key acupoints on her wrist. This strike caused no harm, but it directly cut off Su Qingxu's internal energy flow. She only felt a numbness in her arm, and the next second, her water-controlling senses were completely severed. The water vapor dissipated, her breathing became chaotic, and she could no longer execute continuous moves. Su Qingxu's face instantly turned pale, and the defenses in her heart collapsed. She finally understood that even a seemingly solid defensive stance could be broken by the opponent in an unconventional way. This match, which appeared to be a contest between wind and water, was actually a battle of willpower and adaptability. Lin Ye did not rely on brute force or evasion but instead used calm analysis and decisive adaptability to pinpoint the opponent's weakest spot, ultimately reversing the situation. The entire arena fell silent for a few seconds before erupting into thunderous cheers. Lin Ye stood on the stage, calmly withdrawing his hand. He knew that every victory was never a coincidence but a result of profound understanding of the situation, his own abilities, and the courage to act at critical moments. This battle not only made everyone look at him in a new light but also taught every young participant present an important lesson. True strength lies not in stubbornly sticking to one path, but in choosing the right way out in adversity, understanding how to counterattack and break through. Su Qingxu knew that it was impossible to turn the tide. She took a deep breath and calmly said, "I lost." She appeared very composed, without any dissatisfaction or complaints. She understood that in some battles, the outcome can be decided in an instant, and dragging it out would be meaningless. After a brief silence in the audience, the venue erupted into a frenzy once again. No one had anticipated that Lin Ye would directly counter the water element prodigy who was supposed to restrain wind-based techniques. From start to finish, Lin Ye controlled the rhythm of the match. His movements, adaptability, analysis, and skill variations left everyone in awe. The referee's voice rang out loudly, "The winner of this match, Lin Ye." Lin Ye withdrew his aura, his expression calm. He was almost unscathed, effortlessly stepping down from the arena. Below the stage, Su Chanfeng nodded in praise, using wind to overpower water, breaking defense with speed. "Your analysis was spot on, and you seized the opportunity perfectly. You already have the qualifications to face top-tier experts." The news of Lin Ye's victory instantly spread across the entire competition square. The various factions that had initially underestimated him completely changed their attitudes, now looking at him with a mix of apprehension and awe. Who would have thought that this young man from a remote city could face strong opponents and win battle after battle? His speed was astonishing, his moves decisive, and his mental fortitude exceptional. He had become the most attention-grabbing dark horse in this exchange tournament. The competition continued to progress, with fewer and fewer participants advancing, until only 8 contestants remained. These 8 individuals were all top-ranked among the younger generation. Apart from Ling Xiao and Su Qingxue, the strongest from the main city, there were also elites from top martial academies. Among them, the most attention-grabbing was Zhangshi. Zhangshi's reputation was well known throughout the arena. He was renowned for his formidable strength and impenetrable defense, with a physique as hard as iron, making it difficult to injure him even with full-force attacks. His moves were decisive, winning with a single punch, and he had never lost a match. He was regarded by everyone as the most likely to win, earning the nickname Iron Youth. After a temporary break in the competition, the referee announced the latest matchup from the high platform, quarterfinals, Lin Ye vs Zhangshi. As soon as this matchup was announced, the atmosphere in the arena instantly exploded. Everyone was discussing Lin Ye against Zhangshi. This match is basically unwinnable, right? Zhangshi's body is so strong that Lin Ye's elusive moves can't hurt him. Previous opponents focused on technique, but Zhangshi is like a wall. No matter how fast Lin Ye is, sooner or later he'll be knocked off the stage with one punch. Lin Ye's companions all wore grim expressions, their palms sweating from tension. Even Su Changfeng didn't have his usual relaxed demeanor. Zhangshi's iron body technique was a perfect counter to wind-based moves, making this battle an enormous challenge for Lin Ye. Zhangshi stepped onto the stage. His towering figure and stone-like dark skin seemed to carry an invisible weight, with each step causing the platform to tremble slightly. He immediately saw through Lin Ye's weaknesses, his voice heavy like rolling boulders. "Your little tricks of dodging and evading are useless against me. I can knock you down with a casual punch. Surrender now and spare yourself the suffering." Lin Ye, however, remained completely calm, his expression serene as he confidently stepped onto the stage. He was well aware that while Zhangshi's defense was formidable, such techniques consumed immense energy and had slow activation speeds. As long as he seized the moment when Zhangshi exerted force and counterattacked at the most vulnerable joint, he could find a breakthrough. Lin Ye calmly responded, "Enough talk, make your move." The internal energy within his body was fully mobilized, with a green aura of wind surrounding him. Lin Ye was on high alert, ready to respond the moment Zhangshi attacked. Zhangshi roared furiously, launching a full-force attack without any reservation. His massive fist generated a deafening wind pressure, like a landslide and earthquake, carrying an instinctive intimidation as it aimed straight for Lin Ye's chest. No tricks, just pure, direct power crushing through. If Lin Ye were hit by this punch, even if he managed to dissipate the force, his bones and tendons would undoubtedly shatter, knocking him out of the fight instantly. Lin Ye knew the terrifying power of his opponent's strike, and his wind shadow step was pushed to its limit. His entire figure became like a faint cyan phantom, narrowly dodging Zhangshi's heavy punch at the critical moment. Zhangshi's fist slammed into the arena with a thunderous impact, instantly creating cracks on the ground. Debris scattered in all directions, and the intense shockwave nearly swept across half the arena. The crowd below erupted into commotion, as they had never witnessed such an explosive display of power. Amid the chaos, Lin Ye leapt into the air, his movements as agile as if carried by the wind. At his fingertips, he gathered the power of the wind, quickly forming a sharp wind blade that slashed directly at Zhangshi's shoulder. This was not a full-force attack, merely a cautious probe by Lin Ye to test the true strength of Zhangshi's defenses. However, when the wind blade struck Zhangshi's shoulder, it only produced a crisp metallic clang, leaving behind a faint white mark without even breaking the skin. Zhangshi showed no sign of pain. Instead, he calmly and methodically swung his fist in retaliation, sealing off all of Lin Ye's landing options with steady yet ruthless precision. Lin Ye landed again using his footwork. At this moment, he already understood in his heart that relying solely on ordinary wind force and wind blades could not pose any threat to Zhangshi. Zhangshi's body was like an indestructible stone wall. If he wanted to win, he had to take a risk, seize the opponent's slightest flaw, and strike with all his might. Otherwise, there was no chance of victory. At this time, arrogance gleamed in Zhangshi's eyes, clearly convinced that his opponent was no match for him. His punches rained down like a storm, shadows of fists densely packed, and the arena echoed with deep, low wind sounds. Each strike was as heavy as 1,000 pounds. Lin Ye could only dodge repeatedly, retreating step by step, on the verge of being suppressed to the point of no counterattack. The audience below the stage had little hope for Lin Ye, their whispers filled only with disappointment and indifference. They believed Lin Ye could only defend passively,
and the outcome was already determined. However, in the corner, Su Changfeng was nervously watching the arena.
He understood that Lin Ye was not the kind of reckless person who only fought head-on. He must still be waiting for the right moment, quietly searching for the only possibility of victory. Time ticked by second by second.
Songshur seemed invincible, but his breathing began to grow labored, and his movements became slightly sluggish. The external martial arts technique he practiced was powerful, but its consumption was immense.
His stamina and inner energy were depleting. This was the turning point Lin Ye had been waiting for. Lin Ye deliberately exposed a flaw.
As expected, Songshur fell for it, unleashing his full strength in his most powerful killing move. His fists suddenly came together and descended from mid-air with thunderous momentum, aiming directly at Lin Ye's head.
This was his ultimate strike, and he was certain this punch would end the fight.
Yet, he failed to realize that all his attention and strength were now focused on his fists, leaving massive vulnerabilities in the defense of other parts of his body. At the moment the fist was about to strike, Lin Ye slid along the ground in one swift motion, moving with incredible speed. He dodged Songshur's attack and positioned himself in the blind spot at his side. All of his wind energy and inner force converged instantly in his right palm, forming a vortex of wind. He did not scatter his attack but instead targeted the weak point in Songshur's waist and abdomen defense, delivering a full-force strike.
Wind rift strike. Lin Ye murmured in a low voice.
The wind force of this palm strike was incomparably sharp, leaving no room for mercy.
The wind vortex struck Songshur's waist and abdomen with a deafening thud. This time, Songshur's seemingly indestructible body finally gave way.
His expression changed drastically as the intense pain from his waist and abdomen caused him to lose control of his strength.
Ah!
His massive body swayed several times, lost balance, and fell heavily onto the arena. He struggled a few times but could no longer stand up.
The arena fell into dead silence.
The audience was stunned, unable to believe that the supposedly invincible Songshur had been defeated. Lin Ye stood straight, breathing only slightly heavier. He did not flaunt his victory but calmly looked at his fallen opponent. He knew that this victory was no accident. A moment of negligence and seizing the right opportunity were the keys to success. The referee froze for a moment, then shouted in a trembling voice, "Lin Ye wins and advances to the semifinals."
In an instant, the audience erupted into a frenzy, chanting Lin Ye's name.
They had just witnessed a miracle, a young man using his composure and intelligence to defy the odds and secure a place among the top four.
Lin Ye became the center of everyone's attention.
Songshur, supported by his companions, limped off the arena. His gaze toward Lin Ye was filled with unwillingness yet laced with respect. Lin Ye quietly stepped down from the stage, and Su Changfeng quickly approached him, excitedly patting him on the shoulder.
"You did it! It's simply unbelievable."
Lin Ye only nodded slightly, not letting the victory go to his head. He closed his eyes, calmly regulating his breathing to quickly restore his inner energy in preparation for the next battle. He knew that waiting for him on the other side of the semi-finals was an even stronger opponent, Ling Xiao from the Yuntian Martial Academy.
That person was his true target. The most outstanding young warriors of this generation were about to face off.
Each of them had emerged victorious from countless bloody battles, and today, all eyes were fixed on this climactic semi-final showdown. The rules were harsher than ever: single elimination, with the winner advancing directly to the finals and the loser immediately out of the competition, with no second chances. Losing meant not just the loss of honor but also the end of all their efforts. The atmosphere was tense, as if the entire arena was shrouded in the suffocating air of a life-or-death decision.
The stands were already packed to capacity.
Prominent figures from major martial academies, elders of noble families, and young disciples had all gathered, unwilling to miss this potentially game-changing clash. Vendors hawked their goods, disciples whispered among themselves, and stewards maintained order. Yet this restlessness only seemed to amplify the killing intent in the air, as if even a passing breeze carried a chilling edge. The queue of Qingfeng Martial Academy was not particularly eye-catching among the crowd, yet it became the focal point of everyone's attention because of one person. Lin Ye, the dark horse who emerged from a remote city, had defeated formidable opponents one after another with a cultivation level far below theirs, advancing to the semifinals. It is no exaggeration to say that he had become the pride of Qingfeng Martial Academy and the most unexpected dark horse of this competition. Standing beside Lin Ye was Su Changfeng, whose pride in his eyes was tinged with a trace of worry. He lowered his voice and said, "Lin Ye, this time you're up against Su Qingxue, and it will be much harder than you think.
Last time you won because she failed to respond in time to your wind-based movement technique. This time, she will definitely be prepared and won't make the same mistake again."
Lin Ye nodded, his gaze calmly fixed on the central arena.
He replied in a low voice, "Dean, I understand.
Su Qingxue's water-based techniques counter wind attributes very effectively.
Last time, I won by relying on quick reactions, but she must have worked hard to refine her techniques, leaving no room for error this time. I won't harbor even the slightest hint of underestimation. In his mind, Lin Ye kept replaying their previous match. Su Qingxiu's water techniques emphasized overcoming strength with softness, which perfectly countered his swift and agile movement style. A moment's delay in reaction could trap him in a web of water, leaving him exhausted and ultimately defeated. Last time, Su Qingxiu's unfamiliarity with wind attributes allowed him to exploit a small flaw. This time, she would undoubtedly be better prepared, and the battle might drag into a prolonged stalemate or even a dire situation. You understand, that's good. Su Changfeng's expression finally relaxed a bit. Remember, don't rush to attack. She's skilled in war of attrition. You need to stay calm, wait for her to show a flaw before making your move, or else it's easy to fall into the traps she sets. I understand, Lin Ye responded briefly, then closed his eyes, regulating his inner energy and temporarily casting aside all distractions. He quietly sensed the power of wind flowing within his body, his breath becoming deep and restrained. His entire being seemed to merge with the air, fully prepared to face the tough battle ahead. Soon, the elder responsible for officiating the match slowly ascended the high platform. His hair and beard were completely white, and he stood there as calm as a mountain, exuding an imposing aura that instantly silenced all the noise. Everyone waited nervously for this moment. The referee's gaze swept across the arena and finally landed on both sides of the stage. In a deep voice, he announced, "The Kenyan Region Youth Martial Exchange Conference, semi-finals, officially begins. The first match, Lin Ye of Qingfeng Martial Academy versus Su Qingxiu of Qingyu Martial Academy. Will the two martial artists please take the stage?" In an instant, the audience erupted with a deafening roar. Countless people shouted loudly, and applause and cheers filled the entire space. All eyes were fixed on Lin Ye and Su Qingxiu. Lin Ye opened his eyes, his emotions completely unperturbed, leaving only calmness. He stood up, carefully tidied his clothes, touched the windblade dagger at his waist, and steadily stepped toward the arena. His strides were firm and powerful, his expression composed, and the aura around him seemed to have seeped into his very bones. He appeared ordinary, yet each step he took instinctively quieted those around him. At the same time, Su Qingxiu also emerged from the other side. She wore a white dress, its hem fluttering slightly in the wind. Her face was cold and elegant, but her gaze carried a sharp, unyielding light. Compared to the last time, her aura was more restrained, with mist swirling around her body. It was evident that she had adjusted herself to peak condition over the past few days, determined to avenge her previous defeat. The two stood facing each other on the arena, about 20 steps apart. The atmosphere on site was extraordinarily tense, as if a new storm would erupt in the next second. Neither spoke a word. The entire audience held their breath, knowing that the outcome of this battle would not only determine who advanced to the finals but also decide the honor of their respective families and martial academies. Everyone understood that the true contest was only just beginning. At this moment, the atmosphere in the arena was exceptionally tense, as if the air had solidified. Everything erupted silently in the brief exchange of glances between the two. Su Qingxiu quietly gazed at Lin Ye, her eyes devoid of any trace of underestimation, instead carrying a seriousness that was suffocating. Her voice was low yet crystal clear. "Lin Ye, I fully accepted my defeat last time. Over the past days, I have made new preparations specifically for your wind-based footwork and improved my water net killing move. In today's battle, I won't give you the same opportunities as before. You better be careful." What she said was not a threat but an honest declaration. As a top martial artist, she respected the strong and never underestimated any opponent. In this match, she would give it her all. Lin Ye cupped his hands in salute, his tone devoid of any pretense. "Miss Su's water-based techniques have always suppressed my wind-based footwork. It is an honor to face you again. I will also give it my all." There was no provocation, no harsh words, only pure respect and fighting spirit. This attitude brought a satisfied expression to the elders on the stage. The mutual respect between the two masters made the entire audience solemn. The referee elder wasted no time, sweeping his gaze over the two before suddenly waving his hand. "Semi-final duel, first match, Lin Ye vs Su Qingxiu, begin." The referee's voice had barely faded when the arena suddenly erupted with a loud bang. Su Qingxiu acted without hesitation, striking at the first opportunity. Unlike her previous probing attack, this time she unleashed a massive surge of water vapor. A faint blue mist spread rapidly, engulfing the entire arena within seconds. The spectators outside could only vaguely make out two shadows, unable to discern any details within. The scene instantly caused a wave of tension among many disciples and elders in the stands. But this mist was not merely meant to obscure vision, it was also a terrifying form of restraint. It was incredibly viscous, as if it sought to drag down every ounce of strength in the air. This was the brilliance of Su Qingxiu's technique, not only to obscure sight but also to trap her opponent's movements and disrupt the flow of energy. Even from outside the arena, the audience could feel the oppressive force emanating from it. In the audience, an elder from the martial academy couldn't help but murmur in amazement, "Incredible. This water-based entrapment technique is far beyond the old water net. Wind-based footwork won't just lose its speed inside, even the flow of inner energy will be obstructed, making it easy to suppress. Lin Ye is likely in big trouble." The disciples of Qingfeng Martial Academy looked extremely tense, with sweat seeping from many of their palms. Su Chanfeng furrowed his brows deeply, his gaze fixed on the direction of the blue mist, his expression filled with worry. Inside the ring, Lin Ye was already engulfed in a dense water mist. He immediately sensed an intense feeling of suppression, breathing became difficult, and even the flow of energy within his body slowed down. He tried to walk slowly, only to find that his feet seemed to sink into a swamp. His original wind shadow step was almost reduced to the pace of an ordinary person's walk in such an environment. This made Lin Ye instantly aware of the danger. The surrounding aura was also disrupted, making it nearly impossible for him to accurately locate Su Qingxia. The water mist churned before his eyes, and he could barely make out blurry figures, seemingly everywhere and nowhere. Lin Ye's heart sank. Is this her improved ultimate move? However, he did not panic. Instead, he forced himself to calm down. He immediately mobilized the wind energy within his body, allowing the airflow to shuttle through his meridians. He attempted to use the wind force to disperse the water mist around him. A few faint cyan gusts surged out from his side, but the mist only cleared a small patch before quickly closing in again. Each attempt proved futile and only caused his energy to deplete rapidly. Lin Ye quickly realized that brute force was not a viable solution. He decisively stopped the futile consumption and concentrated all his wind energy within a 3-foot radius around him, forming a barrier to protect himself from further suppression by the water mist. He gradually steadied his breathing, closed his eyes altogether, and abandoned his vision, relying instead on his sense of aura to detect his opponent's presence. If he couldn't see, he would rely on his senses to judge. If he couldn't move, he would remain still. Lin Ye understood that Su Qingxia currently had the upper hand, and a reckless attack would only lead him into her trap. He had to stay composed and wait for an opportunity to counterattack. In the mist, Su Qingxia saw Lin Ye halt his charge, a trace of approval flickering in her heart, but she did not relent. Her movements were light and silent as she weaved through the water vapor, her hands gently raised. Countless delicate water arrows silently converged, hidden within the dense fog, aimed at Lin Ye and shot forth. The water arrows were like tightly controlled bullets, fiercely targeting Lin Ye's vital points with unimaginable speed and angles so tricky they were nearly impossible to dodge. If an ordinary person were hit, even by just one arrow, they would immediately lose their combat ability. The air was filled with the low hum of water arrows whizzing through, and though they were made of water, they carried a threat akin to steel. But Lin Ye was no ordinary person. Though his eyes were closed, he could sense every vibration in the airflow and every shift in the atmosphere. As soon as the water arrows moved, he activated his wind shadow step, his body swaying like a willow leaf caught in the wind, dodging each strike with minimal movement. The water arrows slammed into the bluestone platform, leaving a series of tiny pits. Su Qingxiu's attacks were far from playful. It was as if Su Qingxiu had anticipated that Lin Ye wouldn't be easily hit. Her expression remained calm as she steadily layered her offensive. Her hands quickly formed seals, and the water mist began to shift further. Under her control, a large amount of water vapor gathered again. This time, instead of straight water arrows, they transformed into long, flexible water whips. These whips moved silently, lashing toward Lin Ye, attempting to bind him tightly. Each water whip carried an undeniable binding force. Being entangled meant completely losing freedom. Lin Ye was well aware of his predicament. His wind wall was operating at full speed, initially managing to block the increasing number of water whips. However, as the whips grew denser, his maneuvering space was gradually compressed, leaving only a small area to stand in. The situation quickly turned disadvantageous. All of this happened within a matter of seconds, so fast that the audience could barely make out what was happening on the field. All they could hear was the constant clash of wind and water, with the air filled with tension and speculation. Some whispered among themselves, while others held their breath, waiting to see who would emerge victorious. Lin Ye has been on the defensive the whole time, without any chance to counterattack. He won't last much longer like this. Su Qingxiu is incredible. The water element counters the wind element, leaving Lin Ye unable to perform. He's bound to get trapped sooner or later. Don't rush to conclusions. Look at him, he seems to be waiting for an opportunity. He won't stay passive like this forever. In reality, Lin Ye was far from as desperate as the onlookers imagined.
He breathed calmly, his resolve stronger than anyone else's. His gaze was steady, devoid of panic, and instead carried a contemplative focus on his next move. What he was waiting for wasn't a momentary counterattack but a single opening to break through. The situation on the field temporarily reached a stalemate. Su Qingxu moved as if she were in her element, controlling the dense water mist to create a home field advantage for herself. Lin Ye, on the other hand, found it difficult to advance, with every step requiring careful deliberation. He abandoned rapid movements, opting instead for minimal actions to conserve energy, relying on his sense of the wind to maintain his defense, and betting everything on catching a subtle flaw. Dozens of water whips lashed repeatedly against his wind wall, stirring faint ripples as the water mist continuously seeped through, wearing down the wall's protection. Lin Ye noticed the wind wall gradually thinning and adjusted his breathing with heightened vigilance, focusing all his energy on his dantian to stabilize the final line of defense with the strongest wind force. He knew he couldn't counterattack recklessly. An abrupt outburst might play right into Su Qingxu's hands. Su Qingxu moved with extraordinary agility within the water mist, her steps light and every attack meticulously planned, pressing forward relentlessly. She wasn't aiming for a one-hit kill but was willing to patiently wear down Lin Ye's stamina and composure. This offensive strategy left an intense sense of pressure on the spectators outside the field. Lin Ye, meanwhile, waited silently within the encirclement, like a hunter biding his time for the moment his prey made a mistake. Everyone knew that this duel between wind and water was not merely a clash of strength but also a contest of patience and intellect. Lin Ye had no intention of conceding, his gaze remained calm and steady. He understood that everyone faces unfavorable situations at some point in life, and the true victor is not the one who reaches the peak from the start but the one who perseveres through the darkness. He was waiting for his chance, a single strike to turn the tide. A confident and resolute voice slowly echoed, "No matter how agile you are, trapped in my water cage, you're just like a bird locked in a cage, with no way to escape. Why struggle to resist to the death? Surrender sooner, and you can still preserve a shred of dignity." Lin Ye was not provoked into anger, his heart remained as calm as still water. He responded calmly, "The outcome has yet to be decided. The tide of offense and defense can change in an instant. Right now, you're draining my strength, but you're also consuming a great deal of energy to maintain this massive water cage. You won't be able to hold on for long." These words struck directly at the heart of the matter, and Su Qingxu's expression finally shifted slightly. Lin Ye was right, the overwhelming mist was actually putting immense pressure on her. If not for her year of rigorous training and rapid improvement in strength, she wouldn't have been able to sustain it until now. Unwilling to admit defeat, Su Qingxu decided not to drag things out any longer. She decisively changed her hand gestures and began to unleash an even stronger finishing move. In an instant, the mist that had been floating in the air rapidly condensed into several thick water columns, pressing down on Lin Ye from all directions. The water columns were as heavy as iron walls, sealing off all possible escape routes for Lin Ye. Even before the water walls closed in, the damp chill and oppressive pressure in the surrounding air were already suffocating. This move was Su Qingxu's meticulously practiced ultimate technique, compressing the power of the entire water cage into a lethal strike, forcing Lin Ye to confront it head-on. The audience was enveloped in tense silence, everyone holding their breath. "It's over. This move is too powerful, there's truly no escape." After defending so hard for so long, Lin Ye's strength must be nearly depleted. How can he possibly block this now? Su Qingxu has finally revealed her trump card. This time, victory is surely in her grasp. Someone was already prepared for Lin Ye's defeat, but only Su Chanfeng remained resolute, murmuring softly, "Don't panic, he must have another move." At this moment, Lin Ye in the center of the arena was not flustered at all. He suddenly gathered all the dispersed wind power around him, abandoning the previous wide-range passive defense, and focused all his energy around his body. He would rather shrink his defensive line to forge an impenetrable wind wall. Then, he suddenly took a step forward, precisely unleashing the last of his strength, sidestepping toward one of the thickest water columns. As the water column collided with his wind wall, condensed to its extreme, a violent force rippled outward, causing the water mist to churn turbulently. In that fleeting instant, the previously continuous water mist became chaotic and fragmented. A cold glint flashed in Lin Ye's eyes as he swiftly seized this brief opportunity. The long-dormant wind power, like a sharp blade, silently pierced through the gaps in the disrupted water mist. He wasn't aiming to directly defeat Su Qingxu but was deliberately disrupting the foundation of the water cage to throw off her rhythm. The sharp wind forcefully sliced through the core of the water mist, causing the previously steady flow of water to become chaotic and uncontrollable in an instant. The once impenetrable water mist began to disperse in all directions, and the sense of oppression and concealment quickly vanished. For the first time, a genuine flaw appeared in the cage that trapped Lin Ye. Su Qingxu's heart tightened, and she hurriedly exerted all her strength to stabilize the water cage. However, the continuous high-intensity manipulation had already drained her significantly, leaving her far less capable than she was at the beginning. Once Lin Ye disrupted her rhythm, her internal energy immediately became disordered, and she even started to feel a sense of chest tightness and weakness. She could no longer smoothly connect to her next move.
Lin Ye decisively seized this opportunity.
He slowly opened his eyes, his gaze sharp and filled with determination. The surrounding wind began to flow, though he hadn't yet returned to peak condition. He had already broken free from most of the constraints. He carefully maneuvered through the water mist, his movements light and agile, while continuously adjusting his breathing to minimize energy consumption. At the same time, he kept a close watch on Su Qingxu's state and vulnerabilities. He understood that there was no need to rush into an attack now. He only needed to steadily weaken his opponent, gradually expand his advantage, and wait for the perfect moment.
The atmosphere in the audience suddenly shifted. Previously, everyone believed Lin Ye was beyond saving. Who could have imagined he would forcibly turn the situation around? My goodness, he actually held on until the moment the water cage collapsed. His willpower is truly astonishing. Steady, patient, and able to seize opportunities with precision. No wonder he made it to the national top 4.
The trap Su Qingxu carefully set up was actually broken. For her to regain control of the rhythm now will be incredibly difficult. As the mist gradually dissipated, the scene on the stage became increasingly clear. Lin Ye remained calm and composed, facing off against Su Qingxu with an unruffled demeanor.
Su Qingxu looked at him, feeling a newfound sense of admiration.
She knew that despite her overwhelming advantage and the immense effort she had poured in, she still couldn't break Lin Ye.
He had seized a minuscule opportunity and successfully turned the tide.
The scales of victory had already begun to tip in Lin Ye's favor.
She did not give up. Su Qingxu gritted her teeth tightly, striving to steady her chaotic inner energy. She forcibly gathered the scattered water vapor, preparing to counterattack.
The mist on the stage continued to linger. This contest between wind and water was clearly far from being decided. The audience's attention was focused on the center of the arena. Su Qingxu's face was slightly pale, her chest heaving violently, still unable to shake off the disruption caused by Lin Ye earlier. She could feel the turbulent water energy in her meridians, which was difficult to calm in a short time.
Yet, there was no trace of retreat in Su Qingxu's eyes.
On the contrary, her failure had sparked an intense fighting spirit. If she stopped here, she was destined to lose this battle.
She knew very well that only by completely suppressing Lin Ye could she change the current situation.
Lin Ye, your persistence and composure surprise me. To find a flaw under my water cage, no one can match you in this regard.
Her tone was calm yet solemn, while her fingers quickly formed seals, channeling all the power within her. But do you think exploiting a small loophole is enough to break my trapping technique? Don't be overconfident.
As her words fell, Su Qingxu no longer dispersed her power across the entire field but chose to fully consolidate all the water vapor. The mist surged back like a tide, rapidly contracting around her as the center. The water vapor that had originally covered the entire arena condensed within seconds into a dense ring of water patterns surrounding her, finally forming a small water prison with a diameter of less than 2 jiang. This was her extreme choice to abandon large-scale interference and instead concentrate all the pressure in a single area, like tightening a wide net into a sharp rope, pouring every ounce of strength into every inch. The adhesive force of the contracted water cage increased several times.
Even just standing within it felt like being tightly enveloped by a viscous liquid.
You would feel short of breath, and the flow of energy within your body would slow to an extreme degree.
Even the simple act of raising a hand would require several times more effort than usual.
It was only at this moment that the audience truly saw what was happening in the center of the arena. Su Qingxu has changed her move. The formation has shrunk, and the adhesive force has doubled. This is her strongest domain, someone in the audience exclaimed in shock.
Others began to worry about Lin Ye. The wind-based technique is trapped, unable to move an inch. What can he do now?
The disciples of Qingfeng Martial Academy below the stage all had worry in their eyes. Su Changfeng's brows were tightly furrowed as he stared at the condensed water prison, his fists unconsciously clenching. The speed advantage of the wind element had now been completely suppressed to the extreme. The moment Lin Ye felt the water prison's confinement, he immediately realized how dire the situation had become. He felt as though he were heavily wrapped, with almost no air circulation, and his feet seemed nailed to the ground. Every attempt to move his body was met with the viscous water patterns around him pulling him back with immense force. His wind shadow step technique was completely unusable. Even the slightest thought of movement made him feel as though he were sinking into a quagmire, unable to budge. The flow of true energy within his body became obstructed, and the operational speed of his wind-based technique continued to decline. He carefully maintained the last layer of defensive wind wall, but that thin stream of airflow was being gradually eroded and weakened by the water patterns. At this moment, Su Kingxiu's offensive was far from over. Her hands shifted once more, and the water patterns suddenly transformed into sharp, blade-like water edges. These water blades were not like the previous water arrows or water whips, they were deadly attacks with true lethality. Dozens of water blades, empowered by the force of the water prison, sealed off almost all escape routes and flew straight toward Lin Ye's vital points. This time, there was no room for retreat. But Lin Ye did not show any panic. On the contrary, a sharp determination appeared in his eyes. He understood that if he chose to retreat now, he would only be slowly drained of all his strength in the confined space, passively taking hits until death. The only way out now was to face the enemy head-on, breaking the deadlock with all his might on the edge of no escape. He withdrew all the external wind energy, concentrating all his inner strength between his palms. No more distractions, focusing solely on a single breakthrough. His mind was more focused than ever, striving to use every ounce of wind energy on the blade's edge. This strike would determine whether he could break through the opponent's extreme suppression. The water blades, accompanied by a sharp whistling sound, came hurtling toward him, targeting vital areas such as his head, chest, and even his dantian. Lin Ye stood his ground without dodging, as if waiting to erupt at the very last moment. In an instant, a deadly gust of wind exploded, like a sharp spear, directly striking the core of Su Kingxiu's water blade. The collision between the wind blade and the water blade did not produce a thunderous roar, only a crisp cracking sound. The water blade condensed by Su Kingxiu was instantly torn apart, and the strand of wind force did not pause for a moment, swiftly following the breach to strike the inner wall of the water cage, precisely the weak point in her control of the water flow, and the only flaw Lin Ye had discerned. A faint yet distinct shattering sound came from within the water cage. This water prison, which Su Kingxiu had regarded as unbreakable, was pierced through by Lin Ye in a single strike. As the crack in the water cage widened, the binding force of the water weakened, and Lin Ye felt that the oppressive power surrounding him had mostly dissipated. In that instant, Lin Ye seized the opportunity without hesitation. He pushed off with his feet, finally unleashing the wind shadow step skill he had been holding back for so long. His entire body transformed into a swift, wind-like afterimage, darting through the breach and escaping Su Kingxiu's control. In just a few seconds, the situation was completely reversed. Lin Ye, who had been cornered with no way out, calmly identified his opponent's weakness and ultimately broke through with precision and decisiveness. This series of actions was smooth and unhesitating, with every step showcasing Lin Ye's extraordinary ability to respond to crises in the heat of the moment. Su Kingxiu was completely stunned. She couldn't accept that her full-force blockade had been breached by Lin Ye finding the only flaw, allowing him to easily break free. Lin Ye's precise control of strength and his sharp sense of opportunity had far exceeded her expectations. She couldn't help but mutter to herself, "Impossible. My water cage shouldn't be broken so easily." But reality left her no room to escape. She forced herself to calm down, clenching her teeth, trying to gather her inner strength again to repair the cracks in the water cage and continue suppressing Lin Ye. But Lin Ye wouldn't give her that chance. After breaking free, his momentum surged dramatically, and his movements became so fast they were almost imperceptible. Using Wind Shadow Step to its fullest, surrounded by the essence of wind, he seemed to merge entirely with it. Lin Ye was no longer just defending, instead, he began to actively close in on Su Kingxiu. With every step he took, a breeze stirred around him. From this moment on, he truly entered his own rhythm. Lin Ye said in a low voice, "Su Kingxiu, this water cage can't hold me." Lin Ye had already appeared 3 steps away from her. The wind force gathered between his palms, ready to launch the next wave of attacks at any moment. Su Kingxiu's heartbeat quickened, knowing she couldn't afford to be careless at this moment. She quickly abandoned repairing the water cage, urgently condensing the water in her hands into a thick water shield in front of her. At the same time, she swiftly moved her fingers, continuously releasing sharp water blades in an attempt to stop Lin Ye from approaching. But Lin Ye's speed was now too fast, his movements incredibly agile. Those water blades couldn't catch up with him at all striking empty air. The atmosphere on the scene was completely ignited. Su Kingxiu, who had just been overwhelming Lin Ye, was now forced into passive defense, while Lin Ye had leapt into the dominant position. The scales of victory had instantly tipped. The audience could no longer stay seated. Some shouted excitedly, "Lin Ye broke Su Kingxiu's water cage. This match is simply unbelievable, constantly reversing. Lin Ye is so composed, an ordinary person would have already collapsed in the water prison." The elder spectator Su Changfeng finally revealed a relieved smile. He had been closely watching Lin Ye, and now the weight in his heart had finally been lifted. Lin Ye remained composed in the face of adversity, never giving up, and always seizing opportunities for breakthroughs. On the stage, Lin Ye pressed forward step by step, the wind power in his hands already accumulated to its peak. Su Qingxue could only hold her water shield tightly, her expression solemn. The distance between the two grew closer and closer, and whoever could master the rhythm would hold the key to determining the final outcome. Lin Ye's gaze was resolute as he quietly waited for Su Qingxue to reveal a new flaw. He was in no rush to break the water shield but instead leveraged his speed and agility to continuously probe his opponent. Like a game, only by finding the perfect moment could he deliver the final blow to Su Qingxue. Yet Su Qingxue did not give up either. She launched a desperate counterattack, relying on her last line of defense to hold on stubbornly, refusing to admit defeat. The match entered a fever pitch, and everyone could feel the tension and intensity on the stage. This was no longer just a clash of strength but the ultimate showdown of skill and psychology between two prodigies. Lin Ye's movements were extremely cautious. He tentatively tapped Su Qingxue's water shield while using wind energy to create feints, simulating attack trajectories. Each strike was controlled within a precise range, giving Su Qingxue no chance to catch her breath while also conserving his own strength. He maintained constant offensive pressure, leaving his opponent no opportunity to regroup her energy, yet avoided overexerting himself, demonstrating an unusual level of composure and patience. Su Qingxue was forced to the edge of the arena, with no room left to retreat. Her water shield still firmly protected her body, each blue ripple bearing the impact of Lin Ye's wind energy. Her face grew increasingly pale, and her breathing became more labored. From the moment she deployed the large-scale water cage, she had been fighting with all her might, followed by using binding water currents and finally layering water shields to hold her last line of defense. This series of efforts had drained her energy to less than 30%. The water element energy within her body was running rampant, almost spiraling out of control. Even so, the fighting spirit in Su Qingxue's eyes did not waver. She gritted her teeth, her hands continuously forming seals, channeling her remaining energy into the water shield, leaving no room for even the smallest flaw. She knew very well that this was all she could do. If this water shield were to be destroyed, she would have no means to fight back and would have to accept defeat. Just when everyone thought she would give up, Su Qingxue, with a near-desperate resolve, broke through her own limits. "Lin Ye, don't be too confident." Her voice, though faint, was filled with defiance. The remaining water vapor around her erupted, and she unhesitatingly released her last reserve of life energy. The water shield was no longer merely defensive, it transformed into a high-speed rotating vortex surrounding her. The vortex spun with such force that even the air was sliced apart, instantly shredding any approaching wind energy. At the same time, dense water needles continuously shot out from the vortex, whistling toward Lin Ye like a torrential downpour, carrying the determination of someone staking everything on the line. Water needles covered the sky, blocking all escape routes in the forest. Su Qingxue pushed herself to the brink, deciding to use her last ounce of strength to confront Lin Ye head-on, regardless of the outcome, with no regrets. The audience was already dead silent, and even the sound of nervous breathing could be heard. Everyone could see that Su Qingxue was throwing caution to the wind, fighting for one last glimmer of hope. She's already unleashed her trump card, but this kind of attack is extremely dangerous for her as well. Can Lin Ye withstand it? These water needles are so dense, there's absolutely no way to escape. The audience's discussions were filled with worry and tension, with almost no one believing Lin Ye could emerge unscathed. But Lin Ye remained calm. He stood his ground, his gaze steady as he faced the torrential downpour of water needles. He had already determined that Su Qingxue was at her limit. Though this attack appeared overwhelming, it was merely a desperate gamble using her final trump card. If he could endure it, Su Qingxue would no longer be able to rise again. Lin Ye took a deep breath, unleashing a powerful surge of wind energy around him. No longer moving nimbly as before, he formed a circular wind wall around himself. This wind wall, concentrated with all his strength, spun like a hurricane, blocking all incoming water needles. The roaring wind currents clashed violently with the water needles, producing metallic, ear-splitting sounds. The water needles were either shredded by the wind wall or deflected away, unable to get close to Lin Ye. He stood at the center of the wind wall, as steady as a rock. Su Qingxue looked at the unshakable defense, and the last trace of hope on her face completely vanished. Her water vortex gradually lost its power and eventually dissipated entirely. At this moment, she was utterly exhausted, her strength drained, unable to even stand steadily, her face pale as paper. She bit her lip but did not collapse, though she no longer had the ability to resist. Lin Ye withdrew his wind force at this moment. He did not continue attacking Su Qingxue but simply watched her quietly. He respected Su Qingxue's perseverance and courage. She had already reached her limit, and there was no need to add insult to injury. The outcome was already clear.
Su Qingxue struggled to lift her head, smiling bitterly as she accepted defeat. I lost. You are superior, not just in strength but also in mindset. Her words carried no jealousy or resentment, only calm acceptance and growth. She knew she had given her all, searching for Lin Ye's weaknesses from start to finish, yet Lin Ye always maintained a steady rhythm, never losing his composure. In the audience, a wave of enthusiastic applause and cheers erupted at this moment. Lin Ye's performance once again amazed everyone. Even in the face of adversity, his resilience and composure made it clear to all true strength lies not only in power but also in the ability to control the situation, respect one's opponent, and give one's all. Lin Ye's victory brought the entire venue to a boil. The disciples of Qingfeng Martial Academy were elated, their shouts and cheers almost lifting the roof. Su Chanfeng also revealed a gratified smile, feeling both relieved and proud. But danger always strikes when least expected. Just as the referee elder was about to step forward to announce the result, an unexpected attack suddenly erupted. From high above the western side of the arena, a pitch-black force, like a streak of black lightning, tore through the air, heading straight for the weakened Su Qingxue. She was already exhausted and powerless to evade. Everyone was still immersed in the joy of Lin Ye's victory, and no one noticed the incoming strike. Even Su Chanfeng and the referee elder failed to react in time. Standing at the center of the arena, Su Qingxue watched death approach, despair written across her face. Lin Ye, however, reacted in the very next second. His body moved instinctively, his steps swift as the wind. Without much thought, he rushed directly in front of Su Qingxue, hastily gathering all his wind energy in his palms to block the malicious and chilling force. A dull thud echoed across the arena. Energy burst forth, sweeping through the entire area. Lin Ye felt his arm go numb as a bone-chilling force seeped into his body, causing his meridians to sting as if slashed by sharp blades. He was forced back 3 steps, a trace of blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. This strike was clearly not from an ordinary martial artist, it carried a sinister power within. Who is it? Lin Ye demanded coldly, his gaze sharp and icy. The aura emanating from his entire body was as sharp as a blade, clearly signaling that he was prepared to face an even greater threat. At that moment, the entire square fell deathly silent. Everyone in the audience was stunned, and soon, whispers of anger and fear began to ripple through the crowd. The referee elder and Su Changfeng's expressions changed drastically. They immediately leapt onto the arena, unleashing an overwhelming aura as they fully focused on investigating the direction from which the dark force had come. Su Qingxue stood behind Lin Ye, watching as he used his body to shield her from the danger. The intense emotions surging within her nearly broke through her rationality. Without Lin Ye, she would likely have already perished under that dark force. The direction of the attack left only a lingering eerie aura. The figure of the man in black flashed by like a ghost, blending into the crowd in the audience. Everyone could only feel a sense of oppressive unease, but no one could trace his whereabouts. Lin Ye wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and stood upright. He was certain that this ambush was not an ordinary act of revenge from an enemy, there must be a conspiracy behind it. He even suspected whether Su Qingxue was truly the target, or if there was another hidden agenda. At this moment, he couldn't be sure. Su Chanfeng quickly rushed over, his expression tense as he asked, Lin Ye, are you okay? Lin Ye shook his head. I'm fine. The attacker is highly skilled and uses strange methods. This matter is definitely not simple. The presiding elder immediately spoke, his tone stern, seal off the arena and search the entire venue. To dare launch an attack during such a major competition like the exchange meet, this assailant must not be allowed to escape. At the command, all stewards and disciples immediately dispersed into action, and the atmosphere of vigilance around the arena reached its peak. Lin Ye supported the weakened Su Qingxue as they slowly stepped off the stage, his expression cold and his gaze alertly scanning the surroundings. He knew this was not the end, but merely the beginning of a dangerous situation. The lingering traces of dark energy in the air made the atmosphere at the center of Luoyang City oppressive. The earlier cheers had long vanished, leaving the stage and audience in dead silence. The presiding elder and Su Changfeng leapt back onto the arena, cautiously investigating every possible movement in an attempt to pinpoint clues about the attacker. But everything had happened too suddenly, the opponent's speed and cunning far exceeded that of ordinary enemies. Su Chanfeng ordered heightened vigilance, and members of Qingfeng Martial Academy along with Luoyang City's security personnel quickly formed a defensive perimeter, beginning their search for possible signs among the audience. There is no doubt that everyone on the scene felt an overwhelming sense of danger. All realized that the seemingly calm tournament had turned into a whirlpool of hidden undercurrents. A greater storm was gradually gathering here. The crowd was thoroughly searched, leaving no stone unturned. Yet, the mysterious shadow seemed to have melted into the air, vanishing without a trace.
Only a lingering chill remained at the scene, reminding everyone that this was no illusion but a real ambush. Su Qingxue stood beside Lin Ye, looking at the bruises on his arm, her heart filled with guilt and lingering fear. If Lin Ye hadn't shielded her, she would have already fallen. Suppressing her trembling, she gathered a wisp of water-based energy, attempting to heal Lin Ye's injuries, her voice soft.
Thank you, Brother Lin. If it weren't for you, I might have been injured or worse.
Lin Ye stepped back half a step, casually waving off her hand.
It was just instinct. Everyone here is a fellow martial artist. Turning a blind eye to someone in danger isn't my style.
His gaze swept across the venue, his expression serious.
Something's not right. The timing of that shadow's attack was strange, and its target unclear. It's very likely it wasn't aimed at you. Moreover, the energy it used was cold and eerie. I suspect it's not someone from our Kangyun domain.
I fear that an external force or some hidden sinister figure has infiltrated the exchange event. Su Changfeng's face was heavy as he stepped forward and loudly addressed the referee and the representatives of each academy in the audience. Everyone, today's situation is extremely serious. The exchange conference is a major event for the new generation of the Kangyun region, yet a villain has infiltrated to commit assassination.
This absolutely cannot be tolerated.
I propose we immediately suspend the subsequent matches and conduct a thorough search until safety is ensured. As soon as these words fell, the stands erupted into a flurry of discussion.
An evil cultivator? How could they possibly sneak in? Could someone be deliberately creating chaos?
But that surge of dark energy just now gave me the creeps. I couldn't even see where it came from. The elders and teachers of the martial academies began a heated discussion. Some agreed to pause the competition to investigate the truth, while others worried about delaying the finals, as the showdown with Ling Xiao was the climax everyone anticipated. Some even grew wary, fearing that this exchange event might be exploited by a larger conspiracy. The chief referee observed coldly and finally nodded.
Dean Su is right, life safety is the top priority.
This exchange event is not just about martial arts but also a training ground for the young.
We cannot let unexpected incidents ruin everything.
Issue the order immediately. All entrances and exits of Luyun City are to be sealed off, and everyone must be inspected.
Suspend the subsequent matches and resume only after the hidden danger is identified.
As the order was issued, the previously bustling square instantly fell silent. Under the guidance of the staff, the audience and participants left in an orderly manner. Each academy returned to their respective stations to strengthen their defenses, raising their vigilance to the highest level. Lin Ye supported the still recovering Su Qingxue and returned to the temporary residence of Qingfeng Martial Academy together with Su Chanfeng. As soon as the door closed, Su Changfeng's expression turned particularly serious.
He looked directly at Lin Ye and said, "Lin Ye, what happened today is definitely not a coincidence.
The timing of the Shadow's attack was too precise right after your match with Su Qingxue ended, and it specifically targeted her.
There's definitely something major behind this."
Lin Ye sat down, quietly operated his cultivation technique, and slowly dispelled the lingering cold energy within his body while calmly analyzing.
The dean is right. If the target was only Su Qingxue, it might not have anything to do with Qingfeng Martial Academy.
But if the target is me, or if someone intends to disrupt the upcoming finals, then this is a big problem.
Ling Xiao's identity is not simple. He is a key disciple nurtured by Yuntian Martial Academy.
If someone wants to stir up trouble during the finals, the force behind it is definitely not ordinary. Su Qingxue, her face pale, hugged her arms and said softly, "I really can't think of anyone Qingyu Martial Academy could have offended to provoke such an attack. We've been keeping a very low profile since the start of the competition." Lin Ye opened his eyes, his gaze calm and steady. "Maybe it has nothing to do with Qingyu Martial Academy, the real target is me. During the match earlier, I felt a strong hostility around me, but I didn't pay it much mind. It seems the shadow was originally coming for me, but ended up implicating you by mistake." He paused for a moment, then continued, "Regardless of who the target is, it shows that someone doesn't want me to make it to the finals and challenge Ling Xiao.
If I can defeat him, the entire Kangyun region will know my name. For some people, that's too big of a threat." Su Changfeng's eyes lit up, and he nodded approvingly.
Being able to stay calm and analyze the situation is rare.
In the coming days, both you and Su Qingxue need to be extra cautious. As for Yuntian Martial Academy, I will.
The dean's tone was steady, but his gaze was resolute.
Our people will keep a close watch on any unusual movements around. The moment something happens, we will act immediately.
The only thing you need to do now is heal your injuries and prepare for the finals. No matter what tricks someone might play in the shadows, as long as you're strong enough, no one can bring you down.
Lin Ye nodded firmly and solemnly promised, "Dean, rest assured, this time I will not let everyone down." Su Qingxue stood to the side, her eyes full of admiration. There was not the slightest trace of panic on Lin Ye's face. Instead, under immense pressure, he remained clear-headed, calmly analyzed the situation at hand, and immediately formulated a countermeasure. She understood that such composure and determination were qualities not every peer could possess. The atmosphere grew increasingly tense. Luyan City was like a fully drawn bow, with every academy's station on high alert, not letting the slightest disturbance go unnoticed. Apart from staying behind closed doors to recover from his injuries, Lin Ye spent all his remaining time immersed in thought and deduction. He was not just regaining his physical strength but also analyzing the enemy and conspiracy behind the ambush. He understood that the upcoming confrontation was far more than just a battle in the arena, it was a comprehensive contest of intellect and endurance. Meanwhile, the atmosphere at the Yuntian Martial Academy's station was equally tense. Ling Xiao stood by the window of the high-rise, overlooking the entire Luyan city. The heavily guarded scene brought a faint smile to his lips. The steward behind him spoke, "Young master, the city is under strict patrol. There's still no clue about the figure who ambushed Su Qingxue and Lin Ye that day. All martial academies have strengthened their defenses, so it's unlikely there will be any further actions." Ling Xiao nodded, his gaze extending far beyond the rooftops toward the direction of Qingfeng Martial Academy, his eyes filled with a sharp battle intent that seemed to pierce through everything. Those petty tricks don't matter if they can't be caught. For Lin Ye, this is merely a trial. In the upcoming finals, I don't want anyone interfering. What I want is a fair victory, determined solely by strength. He paused for a moment, his command calm yet forceful, "Notify everyone in Yuntian Martial Academy to stay vigilant. If anything unusual is discovered, deal with it immediately without waiting for instructions." "Understood." The steward saluted and left. The room was left with only Ling Xiao. He slowly clenched his fist, a resolute aura emanating from his breath. "Lin Ye, you managed to make it here, defeat Sanshi, and overcome Su Qingxue, so you must have some skills. But to beat me, it's still too early. The final champion will undoubtedly be me." The air in Luyan City seemed to grow heavier, with undercurrents flowing through every corner. Several days passed, and the search in Luyan City never slackened, but the assailant seemed to have vanished completely, leaving not a single trace. On the surface, the lockdown remained, but people's hearts gradually began to settle. Students from various martial academies quietly returned to their training, though everyone walked more cautiously than usual, fearing another incident. After several confirmations from the organizers that there were no new threats, they finally announced the resumption of the competition. As soon as the news broke, the atmosphere in the city was instantly ignited. Everyone knows that after all these twists and turns, the next event is the ultimate battle everyone has been eagerly awaiting. Lin Ye from Qingfeng Martial Academy and Ling Xiao from Yuntian Martial Academy, two prodigies clashing at their peak. Whoever wins this match will become the leader of the new generation. On the day of the finals, the sky was clear, and sunlight bathed the earth. The central arena had been thoroughly cleaned, its surface gleaming like new, while the surrounding spectator seats were packed to capacity. Martial artists who couldn't get tickets crowded outside early, straining on tiptoes to catch a glimpse, unwilling to miss this historic moment. At the Qingfeng Martial Academy's quarters, Lin Ye had fully recovered. Dressed in clean clothes with a sharp wind blade at his waist, his aura was calm and his eyes resolute, as if the assassination attempts and chaos he had experienced were someone else's story. Standing before Lin Ye, Su Changfeng's expression was extremely serious. "Today's battle is especially critical. Ling Xiao has already reached the threshold of the third tier, his speed, explosiveness, and experience are formidable. His moves are known for their swiftness, capable of disrupting an opponent's rhythm instantly. Your wind-based agility is flexible, but you must not act impulsively. Stay steady and don't let him dictate the pace." Lin Ye nodded in agreement. "Dean, rest assured. I know Ling Xiao's strengths are speed and explosiveness. I absolutely won't clash with him head-on at the start. I'll defend first and then attack, waiting for him to show a flaw before countering." Su Chanfeng patted his shoulder. "To have come this far, you've already exceeded everyone's expectations. No matter the outcome, you are the pride of the academy. But I believe you absolutely have a chance." At this moment, Su Qingxue also walked over. Her injuries had healed, and her gaze toward Lin Ye was filled with deep gratitude and encouragement. "Lin Ye, although Ling Xiao is formidable, he's too arrogant and tends to let his guard down. As long as you stick to your rhythm, you'll definitely have a chance. Everyone and I will be cheering for you from the audience." Lin Ye nodded lightly, turned, and stepped toward the arena that belonged to him. Lin Ye left the base and strode along the path to the arena. The surrounding martial artists watched him while whispering among themselves. "Look, that's Lin Ye. In the last round, he defeated both Sanshi and Su Qingxue. This guy is practically a dark horse. Too bad this time he's up against Ling Xiao. There's almost no chance of winning against an opponent like that. Not necessarily. Lin Ye always manages to turn the tables at the most dangerous moments. Maybe this time he'll surprise us again. Lin Ye paid no attention to the pointing and murmuring of others. His gaze was resolute, his steps steady, as he ascended the arena one step at a time. Opposite him, the team from Yuntian Martial Academy surrounded a young man in white as they entered the field. That man was Ling Xiao. His posture was upright, his face exuding confidence, even a hint of arrogance. Standing there, it seemed as though the entire arena was enveloped in his radiance. The cheers from the audience were incessant, and the disciples of Yuntian Martial Academy shouted their support loudly, igniting the atmosphere to its peak. The two stood face to face, less than 10 meters apart. The invisible pressure and fighting spirit in the air seemed to collide, making even the atmosphere feel heavier. Ling Xiao looked at Lin Ye, smiled faintly, and spoke bluntly, "I didn't expect you to make it this far. I've already learned about the ambush last time, and it had nothing to do with our Yuntian Martial Academy. In this match, I will rely solely on my own strength to win, no dirty tricks." Lin Ye calmly responded, "It better be that way. I also want to see just how strong the one hailed as the best in this land truly is." Ling Xiao replied indifferently, "You'll understand soon enough. The gap in strength isn't something that can be bridged by hard work or cleverness." At this moment, the chief referee in charge of the competition stepped onto the stage. In a loud voice, he announced, "The final match, Lin Ye from Qingfeng Martial Academy versus Ling Xiao from Yuntian Martial Academy. The rules are the same as before. If one side concedes or loses combat ability, they are defeated. Now, let the match begin." As soon as the referee finished speaking, Ling Xiao had already moved. He held nothing back, starting with his fastest speed. His white figure vanished from the spot in an instant, moving so quickly it was like a flash of light. The force of his palm strike, carrying a surge of energy, aimed directly at Lin Ye's chest, faster than any opponent before, so fast that it was almost impossible to see his movements. The audience erupted in astonished gasps. Too fast. Is this Ling Xiao's true strength? No matter how agile Lin Ye's footwork is, can he keep up with this speed? Lin Ye's expression turned grave as he immediately pushed his footwork to the limit. Like a falling leaf, he sidestepped a few paces, narrowly avoiding the heavy punch. Bang! Ling Xiao's punch landed on the arena, shattering the bluestone floor with sheer force, sending debris flying in all directions. The response is not bad. Ling Xiao's voice had shifted positions. His figure disappeared once again, using fists, palms, elbows, and fingers in a storm-like flurry of moves, fast and relentless, leaving Lin Ye no room to breathe. Each move blocked Lin Ye's retreat, leaving him almost no gaps. Lin Ye gritted his teeth, his footwork becoming even swifter. It seemed as though wind was flowing around him, constantly dodging, deflecting, and resisting. The cyan wind energy collided wave after wave with Ling Xiao's golden energy. On the stage, the black and white figures intertwined at an extreme speed, so fast that the audience could barely hear the roar of the airflow, unable to see the movements clearly. Lin Ye's heartbeat quickened, the pressure mounting. He quickly realized that Ling Xiao was not only far superior in strength and speed compared to Sun Shi and Su Qingxue, but this guy's inner energy was even close to breaking through the third stage, completely overwhelming his previous opponents. Ling Xiao's movements and techniques had no obvious flaws, making it impossible to find a point of attack. Within just a few seconds, Lin Ye was forced to retreat repeatedly, completely at a disadvantage. In the audience, Su Changfeng and Su Qingxue were restless, their nerves stretched to the limit. They could see that Ling Xiao's oppressive power was almost suffocating. However, within Ling Xiao's mind, a trace of surprise arose. He had thought he could defeat Lin Ye in just a few moves, but unexpectedly, the opponent's footwork was so peculiar and agile that each gust of force was cleverly neutralized. No matter how fierce he was, he couldn't deliver a decisive blow. A glimmer of battle intent flashed in Ling Xiao's eyes, and his voice turned sharp. "In that case, let's see how long you can hold out." His energy suddenly intensified, and his entire being shone brightly like a small sun. He leapt into the air and descended with a palm strike from above, the force of his palm sweeping across and nearly covering the entire arena. This was his ultimate move, Ling Xiao Jinaiyu. Lin Ye's eyes widened, knowing he could no longer dodge and had to face it head-on. He steadied himself, channeling all his inner strength into his palms. A fierce green wind roared out as he launched a powerful counterattack. Wind sweep, break. The azure storm and golden energy clashed fiercely in mid-air, shaking the entire arena with a thunderous roar. The explosive roar in the air stunned everyone. The terrifying shockwave swept across the edges of the arena, causing even the stands to tremble slightly. For a moment, dust filled the air, and debris scattered everywhere. The entire venue fell silent,
With every gaze fixed firmly on the center of the arena, they knew that a fate-deciding duel was unfolding. The dust finally settled, revealing Lin Ye and Ling Xiao still standing at the center of the arena. Their bodies seemed frozen in place, but everyone could see that the aftermath of the strike was still surging within Lin Ye's body. Lin Ye staggered back a few steps, blood staining the corner of his mouth, his breathing uneven, yet his expression remained as resolute as iron. He understood that the pain of this moment was merely the prelude to an even greater challenge. Ling Xiao hadn't moved an inch. He still wore his white robes, not even a speck of dust clinging to the hem. His expression was indifferent, as if assessing Lin Ye's ability to withstand blows, but the corner of his mouth twitched slightly for the first time. Being able to block this strike is already quite impressive. His voice was like the hammer of a judge sealing fate, merciless and imbued with unshakable confidence. But from now on, I won't hold back anymore. Lin Ye wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and looked up to meet Ling Xiao's gaze. There was no fear in his eyes, instead, there was a kind of mad courage, determined to seize every opportunity. He understood that the real battle was just beginning. At this moment, even the hidden observers outside the arena were invigorated, their eyes filled with anticipation. They knew that this duel might create new cracks in the order of a new world. On the stage, the air grew exceptionally heavy. Lin Ye felt as if the power surging in his chest was about to tear its way out. He had taken Ling Xiao's ultimate move head-on, and his inner energy was churning violently. He could clearly sense the pressure emanating from Ling Xiao, a pressure unlike anything he had faced before. Every wave of force seemed intent on shattering his nerves, yet it only made him more alert. Only an opponent like Ling Xiao could push the human body to its ultimate limits. Seeing that Lin Ye was still standing, the disdain on Ling Xiao's face gradually faded, replaced by seriousness and a hint of admiration. To withstand a strike from me and remain standing, you do have some skill. You are qualified to stand before me. But in the end, the gap is clear. Before he finished speaking, Ling Xiao launched another attack, pouncing like a leopard. This time, he held nothing back. The golden energy on the stage rose as if it had taken physical form, his body merging with the light and shadows, turning his entire figure into a blur. A storm of intersecting punches, energy blasts, and kicks erupted in rapid succession, so fast that it was dizzying to behold. It was like a tempest descending, threatening to completely engulf Lin Ye. The spectators in the stands couldn't help but exclaim, his speed is beyond the human eye. Ling Xiao is finally showing his true strength. They were both amazed and tense, clenching their fists tightly, their breathing slowing down. At this moment, Lin Ye felt as if he were trapped in the eye of a hurricane, with every inch of air carrying an oppressive force. Each step he took was perilously close to disaster, and his wind shadow step was pushed to its absolute limit. The bluestone arena cracked under the impact of the energy, sending shards flying everywhere. Lin Ye could only use wind energy to alleviate the pressure, but faced with Ling Xiao's overwhelming and suppressive power, his defense became increasingly strained. The protective wind wall around his body seemed on the verge of collapse at any moment. Panting, Lin Ye analyzed the situation. His opponent's advantage lay in explosive power and endurance. Each attack seemed aimed at completely destroying his defense, but such ferocious moves inevitably left gaps. After every hard clash, there was always a fleeting moment of breath adjustment that was the only chance for victory. He stopped solely dodging and defending. After a brief clash, he gathered all his wind energy, concentrating it into a small area around his body to create a high-speed rotating wind wall. The wind energy spiraled, dissipating the force of each heavy blow inch by inch. He understood that only by using the smallest combat area to withstand the most violent force could he gain a moment to breathe. Ling Xiao did not expect Lin Ye to change his strategy. His offensive collided with the dense wind vortex. Although it still carried unmatched power, most of its force was neutralized. Explosions echoed across the arena, but Lin Ye's feet seemed rooted to the ground, refusing to retreat. For the first time, a hint of surprise appeared in Ling Xiao's eyes. He let out a cold snort, leaping into the air once more, his palms forming seals in front of him. Golden energy surged and gathered in his palms, quickly forming a massive light seal before him. The oppressive aura made everyone feel suffocated, as if the entire space was under his control. That's his ultimate technique. The audience almost screamed in shock. Even powerful beasts can't withstand it. At this moment, everyone's hearts were in their throats. Lin Ye looked up at the golden seal descending from the sky. He knew this might be the strike that would decide his fate. There was no way to retreat, only to face it head-on. Lin Ye faced the almost suffocating pressure without the slightest panic. He took a deep breath, the power within him surging like a tide, each breath feeling like a life-and-death struggle. At this moment, nothing could make him retreat. Wind spiral technique, his only trump card capable of turning the tide, was unleashed to its absolute limit without reservation. Pale cyan energy burst forth from every part of his body like a storm, finally converging above his head into a raging tornado.
Without any hesitation, Lin Ye controlled the tornado, charging straight into the sky.
The tornado's energy waves fiercely collided with Ling Xiao's suppressive ultimate technique, the Ling Xiao seal. The two forces violently clashed in the center of the arena.
Boom!
A deafening explosion swept through the entire square, with energy waves sweeping across the audience seats. In an instant, dust and smoke engulfed the stage and the surroundings, even obscuring the sky. The stands trembled, and the screaming crowd nearly turned the scene into a disaster. The dust gradually dispersed, and the arena was in chaos, with the floor shattered into a spiderweb pattern. It was not a person who had fallen, but the ground itself. Two figures were still standing there, neither had fallen. Ling Xiao's white robe was in disarray, his breathing uneven, and for the first time, his pride had been shaken. He hadn't expected Lin Ye to hold on. Lin Ye, on the other hand, was kneeling on one knee, supporting himself on the ground. Blood was clearly visible at the corner of his mouth, his clothes were torn, and he was at his limit. But he had not retreated.
Lin Ye raised his head, his voice hoarse yet resolute. "Is this your strongest move?"
"It's nothing special." The atmosphere on the stage was just about to freeze when a sudden violent explosion erupted. On the west side of the arena, a streak of black energy shot forth like a venomous snake, speeding not toward the two contestants but directly at the pillar of the spectator platform beside the referee elder.
Boom! The pillar instantly exploded, debris flying everywhere, triggering even greater chaos.
The audience's screams and frantic movements turned the entire finals venue into a chaotic battlefield. Immediately after, three figures wrapped entirely in black energy shot out from the crowd. They appeared like ghosts, giving no one any chance to react. The three had clear targets. Two of them lunged directly at Lin Ye, while the other charged at Ling Xiao, striking with ruthless precision and leaving no room for mercy.
Below the stage, Su Qingxiu screamed in fright.
She recognized these dark figures as the attackers who had previously attempted to assassinate Lin Ye. Su Changfeng's figure flickered, and the aura of a third-tier martial artist erupted. How bold, daring to make a move during the exchange conference. Just as he was about to intervene, two more black energy attacks came straight for the elders of each academy. All of this indicated that this was an organized and planned assault. Their goal was to hold back all the powerful individuals and completely isolate Lin Ye and Ling Xiao on the stage. A trace of anger flashed in Ling Xiao's eyes. This was not just a challenge to him but also a disdain for the competition. Despite the massive consumption of his inner energy, he decisively countered, throwing a punch to clash directly with the shadow. A violent explosion sounded as the black energy confronted Ling Xiao's power head-on, forcing him to retreat half a step. He frowned deeply, realizing that the cultivation of these men in black was far from ordinary.
Their attacks were ruthless, far surpassing those of typical martial artists.
Lin Ye's situation was even more perilous. He had reached his limit, besieged by two shadows.
The black energy coiled around him like venomous snakes, targeting his vital points.
His eyes were bloodshot, and the strength within him was rapidly depleting. At that moment, Su Qingxiu rushed into the arena without hesitation, summoning a water whip in an attempt to alleviate the pressure on Lin Ye. However, the shadow moved even faster, releasing a strike of black energy. Su Qingxiu was completely unable to block it and was directly sent flying, blood seeping from the corner of her mouth. Lin Ye saw his companion injured, and the last traces of fear and hesitation in his heart vanished completely.
His slightly trembling fist clenched once more.
No matter how exhausted or in pain he would never bow his head. At this life and death moment, he understood that this was no longer a mere campus competition but a true test of survival. He had to hold his ground, even knowing full well that he might not make it out unscathed. At this moment, all the spectators also realized for the first time the harshness of reality. The test would not remain confined within the rules.
There would always be dark forces coveting everyone's future.
Only those who are truly fearless have a chance to change the outcome. Lin Ye's breathing had become extremely rapid. He forcibly gathered the remaining wind energy within his body, acting almost entirely on instinct. Just as the black-clad man's claws were about to close in, he transformed into a streak of green shadow, narrowly evading the fatal strike. At the same time, he unleashed a wind blade from his fingertips, the sharp energy slicing through the air and aiming directly at one of the shadowy figure's shoulders. The fingertip wind blade hit its target, but a crisp metallic clash rang out, sparks flying everywhere. Lin Ye's heart sank. The opponent's skin was as hard as iron.
These assassins had actually trained in advanced body-protecting techniques.
They were not only aggressive but also far more formidable and dangerous than he had imagined. The two men pressed closer, sneering coldly, their claw shadows relentless, leaving Lin Ye almost no room to catch his breath. It was clear they had no intention of letting Lin Ye leave this arena alive. At this moment, Ling Xiao on the other side also found himself in a predicament. Although he could suppress his opponent in a one-on-one fight, the opponent's attacks were bizarre and vicious, always targeting his weaknesses. Coupled with his significant energy depletion earlier, he was unable to break free quickly, let alone provide support to Lin Ye. Ling Xiao couldn't help but loudly question the black-clad man's identity and the mastermind behind him, but the opponent didn't respond at all, only attacking more frantically. Lin Ye leaned against the broken edge of the arena, his vision darkening, and his energy nearly exhausted. At this moment, the two dark figures closing in on him finally revealed their true intentions. They sneered, "Lin Ye, you're dead today. You're just some guy from a small place, daring to compete with us for first place in the exchange meet? Who told you to block someone else's path?" As soon as the words fell, two deadly claw shadows struck down simultaneously, almost driving one to despair. But at this critical moment, a golden force swept across the arena, blocking the fatal blow like a wall. Ling Xiao had managed to break free from his opponent and rushed to Lin Ye's side. Standing back to back with Lin Ye, he remained fully alert. Ling Xiao said coldly and arrogantly, "Stop talking nonsense. I, Ling Xiao, will only personally defeat my opponents. I won't let you die at the hands of these scum. Today, we'll deal with them together first. The outcome of the final match can wait." Lin Ye was momentarily stunned. He could sense Ling Xiao's arrogance, but he also understood that this was genuine recognition of him. Something inside him ignited, and he clenched his fists once more. When the powers of wind and metal erupted simultaneously, the atmosphere of the entire arena changed. Lin Ye utilized his agility to weave among the black-clad men, disrupting their rhythm. Meanwhile, Ling Xiao confronted them head-on, each strike infused with powerful metallic energy, forcibly suppressing their sinister and treacherous attacks. The crowd watching finally breathed a sigh of relief. Su Changfeng seized the opportunity to break through the obstacles and loudly ordered the Martial Academy stewards to encircle them. Realizing the situation was dire, several black-clad men exchanged glances, their ruthlessness evident in each other's eyes. The leader suddenly threw a few black smoke bombs, and a thick poisonous fog quickly spread across the area, its acrid smell making it hard to keep one's eyes open. Amid the chaos, 3 black-clad men had already vanished, leaving behind only a chilling threat echoing in the air. "Lin Ye, Ling Xiao, this isn't over. Next time, I'll take your lives." The aftermath of the battle finally dissipated, leaving the arena in ruins. Lin Ye, exhausted, collapsed to his knees, unable to hold on any longer. Ling Xiao, though still standing, was unsteady, his white robes stained with dust. Su Qingxue rushed forward immediately, helping Lin Ye up and handing him healing pills. Her concern and unwavering support gradually calmed the turmoil in Lin Ye's heart. Su Changfeng and the referee elder then stepped onto the arena, their expressions graver than ever. The referee's words were concise and alert: "These people are definitely not a random group of thugs. Their methods are ruthless, their coordination seamless, clearly premeditated. We must remain vigilant. This may just be the prelude to a greater storm." Lin Ye swallowed the medicinal pill and closed his eyes to regulate his breathing. When he looked up at Ling Xiao, the hostility between them had faded, replaced by a sense of gravity and complexity. Lin Ye softly expressed his thanks. Ling Xiao snorted coldly, turning his face away, but still reluctantly left a remark: "I don't want my opponent to be taken down by underhanded means. The final match should have a true victor. Once you've recovered, we'll settle this properly." The two finally understood that they were no longer just rivals but also each other's motivation and witnesses. This day was not merely a contest of martial arts but a turning point in their growth. What they faced was not just the competition but also a greater and more perilous shadow. Neither was willing to back down easily. This was the true beginning of their showdown. When the lofty chief referee announced the postponement of the final match, the entire venue was engulfed in a mix of emotions. Some spectators were angry and disappointed, while others felt a sense of relief. The sudden attack earlier had left everyone shaken. No one could guarantee that if the final continued immediately, there wouldn't be more injuries or even fatalities. Su Changfeng immediately rushed to Lin Ye's side, grasping his wrist to check his injuries. Lin Ye's condition allowed him to breathe a slight sigh of relief. Lin Ye's spiritual energy was almost completely depleted, but his meridians were unharmed. With just a few days of rest, he would recover fully. Lin Ye confidently pulled his hand away from Su Changfeng and straightened his posture. In truth, he wasn't as fearless as he appeared on the surface. The recent back-to-back battle with Ling Xiao, though it lasted only a few moves, had given him new insights into power and technique. Ling Xiao favored the most direct and ferocious methods to overpower his opponents, while Lin Ye relied on agility and patience. Their styles were different, but their goal was the same: to push beyond their limits. This clash had brought him unprecedented pressure, but it also ignited a hidden fighting spirit within him. On the other side of the arena, Ling Xiao took several deep breaths, barely managing to rein in the surging power within him. His gaze remained firmly locked on Lin Ye. Even now, with his breath uneven, the flames of excitement and his desire for battle had not been extinguished. Lin Ye, Ling Xiao's voice was low yet clear, each word carrying an unshakable determination. 3 days. I'll wait for you for 3 days. 3 days later, whether those men in black are caught or not, you must face me in a decisive battle. Lin Ye raised his head, his voice calm yet firm. 3 days later, I will definitely keep the appointment. At that moment, everyone understood that a true showdown was now inevitable. The promise between these two top young heroes carried more weight than any rules. The companions from the martial academy surrounding Ling Xiao quickly inquired about his condition. Ling Xiao waved them off, refusing anyone's support. This minor injury is nothing, he said firmly. However, a trace of solemnity appeared between his brows. His opponent's emergence made him realize that the situation was far more complex than it seemed on the surface. Those men in black just now had extremely strange martial arts. The timing and manner of their appearance were full of calculation. It was clear they were no ordinary assassins. As Ling Xiao walked off the stage, he pondered to himself how many unspeakable secrets were hidden in this battle that was supposed to belong to the young. Su Qingxiu quietly walked up to Lin Ye and handed him a water element jade pendant. The pendant was slightly cool, gently emanating a soft spiritual energy as it rested in his palm. Wear it, it will help you recover faster, she said softly. Lin Ye accepted the pendant and thanked her in a low voice. It was at this moment that he realized he truly needed rest. Su Qingxiu, however, shook her head lightly. Actually, I should be the one thanking you. If it weren't for you, I would have been seriously injured a while ago. And just now, when you rushed forward to block the enemy, you saved everyone on the field. Lin Ye was not good at expressing gratitude or accepting it. He simply responded briefly, we were just helping each other. Escorted by the guards, Lin Ye and his group left the tense central arena. Along the way, they could see that security had become stricter, with patrolling stewards vigilantly searching every corner. The atmosphere was oppressive and heavy. Just returning to the temporary base, Su Chanfeng immediately issued an order for everyone to heighten their vigilance. No one was allowed to leave alone, and all food, drink, and utensils were to be carefully inspected. Even a glass of water had to be confirmed safe. Most of the disciples obediently left, leaving only Su Changfeng and Lin Ye. He closed the door, his expression even graver than before. The air in the room seemed to freeze. Lin Ye, who do you think sent those men in black? Su Changfeng's voice was low and heavy. Lin Ye calmly sat down and began silently channeling his energy to heal his injuries. The techniques and inner strength they used are completely different from the mainstream martial arts here. Their ruthlessness shows they've been trained as death warriors for a long time. Su Chanfeng couldn't help but grit his teeth. Who would send assassins in at this time? You and Ling Xiao don't have enemies to this extent, do you? Lin Ye closed his eyes in deep thought, carefully analyzing everything that had just happened. There are at least two possibilities. First, someone wants to sabotage the competition, ensuring no one wins and throwing the situation into chaos. Second, the target might not just be the two of us, they might aim to create disorder, inciting suspicion and conflict among the major martial academies. Su Changfeng gasped sharply. He suddenly realized that this competition centered around the younger generation might very well be exploited and turned into part of a much larger conspiracy. What kind of force could dispatch multiple high-level assassins all at once? And what was their goal? This string of questions weighed heavily on his chest like a sledgehammer. Su Changfeng hesitated for a long time before finally lowering his voice to suggest, 3 days is too dangerous. How about we give up the competition and return to Qingfeng City? At least we can avoid the heat. Rankings are important, but your life is more important. Lin Ye refused outright, his voice unwaveringly firm. I can't back down. Su Changfeng was stunned. Lin Ye looked out the window, a glint of cold light flashing in his eyes. He knew that choosing to avoid as a weakling would only make the opponent more arrogant. That was not the result he wanted. He said slowly, if I back down now, it will only make those people think they can act recklessly. As martial artists, for the sake of justice and stability, there are responsibilities we must never abandon. Lin Ye responded without hesitation, moreover, the battle between Ling Xiao and me is not over yet. Once you step onto the path of martial arts, you cannot retreat in the face of a stronger opponent, otherwise, an irreparable weakness will remain in my heart. His voice was resolute, without a trace of doubt. In fact, Lin Ye was well aware that as soon as the final match was over, those forces lurking behind the scenes would undoubtedly reappear. At that time, he might finally have the chance to uncover the truth behind this turmoil and see who exactly was orchestrating everything. Su Chanfeng looked into Lin Ye's determined eyes, remained silent for a moment, and finally sighed, no longer trying to dissuade him.
All right.
Since you've already made up your mind, I will personally guard you for the next 3 days so you can recover in peace. 3 days later, I want to see who dares to stop the people of Qingfeng Martial Academy. The room gradually quieted down, and the atmosphere became peaceful. Lin Ye closed his eyes to cultivate, his internal energy nourished by the jade pendant and guided by the wind swirl technique, slowly repairing his damaged meridians. Meanwhile, in a hidden courtyard in Luoyang City, several shadowy figures dressed in black stood with their heads lowered, their demeanor extremely cautious. At the front of the room, a figure cloaked in a black robe reprimanded in a low voice, "Useless.
You couldn't even handle 2 exhausted kids." One subordinate hastily explained, "We were careless.
We didn't expect Ling Xiao to suddenly intervene and disrupt our plans."
The black-robed figure coldly interrupted, "Enough excuses. The competition will surely resume in 3 days. By then, we will set up an inescapable trap."
"Understood," all the men in black responded in unison. The man in the black robe slowly lifted his eyes, revealing a pair of cold, emotionless eyes.
The true game of the Kengyun domain is only just beginning to move. Outside the window, the night deepened.
The final match was approaching, and a conspiracy surrounding Lin Ye and Ling Xiao, 2 young prodigies, was tightening its web in the darkness.
3 days passed quickly. During this time, the vigilance in Luoyang City not only did not relax but became even stricter.
Patrols could be seen everywhere at the city gates, on the streets, and around the premises of major martial academies. The air was filled with a sense of oppression, like the calm before a storm.
The black-clad assassins from that day seemed to have vanished into thin air, leaving no trace.
Yet, precisely because of this calm, many people grew increasingly uneasy, feeling as though the storm was about to erupt. In the residence of Qingfeng Martial Academy, Lin Ye sat quietly in the room, his eyes slightly closed. A faint azure energy swirled and flowed around him. After 3 days of recuperation, with Su Chanfeng personally guarding him and Su Qingxiu's nourishing jade pendant providing support, the depleted true energy within Lin Ye had been completely restored, and his injured meridians had been nurtured to become even stronger than before. More importantly, through the intense clash with Ling Xiao and the life-and-death battle with the mysterious shadow, these trials had elevated his understanding of martial arts to a new level, and his mastery of the wind spiral technique had also improved significantly. Now, he was even stronger than before the competition. At this moment, the door was gently pushed open. Su Chanfeng walked in, and upon seeing Lin Ye's excellent complexion and clear eyes, he couldn't help but nod in approval.
"Have you fully recovered?"
Lin Ye stood up, his joints making a faint cracking sound as his inner energy flowed smoothly.
"I've completely recovered. In fact, I'm in even better condition than before." "That's good."
Su Chanfeng finally let out a sigh of relief, but his expression quickly turned serious again. "I just received news that the competition organizers and the elders of the academies have decided that the arena will reopen today at Shen hour, 3 p.m., to continue the finals.
The city's defenses have been strengthened, and many experts are guarding in secret. There will absolutely be no chance for assassins to cause trouble again."
Lin Ye nodded lightly, "I understand." Su Chanfeng continued, "Ling Xiao has also been in seclusion these past few days.
I heard his cultivation has improved again. You need to be extra cautious in today's decisive battle."
"Don't worry."
Lin Ye's tone was very calm.
Not long after, Su Qingxiu also arrived at the courtyard. She was dressed in a light blue long dress, her complexion much improved. Her gaze toward Lin Ye carried both expectation and concern. "Lin Ye, you must take care during this decisive battle.
Winning or losing isn't that important, safety comes first."
Lin Ye chuckled softly and reassured her, "Don't worry, I will handle it appropriately." The sun gradually tilted westward, and it was nearing the hour of Shen. The final competition stage had long been repaired, with large green stone slabs freshly laid. Strong figures were stationed in the 4 stands, with guards both visible and hidden. The air was filled with a tense atmosphere. The audience was even larger than last time, yet the scene was unexpectedly quiet. No one made a sound, everyone was waiting for the arrival of the peak showdown that had been disrupted. When the Qingfeng Martial Academy team arrived, the Yuntian Martial Academy team had already been waiting for some time. Ling Xiao stood there in white, like a sharp sword piercing the heavens and earth, his aura even sharper than 3 days ago. 3 days of seclusion had further advanced his strength, with golden energy condensed but not released, already nearing the threshold of a third-tier martial artist.
Their gazes met in the air.
Both were calm, without hatred, only a pure fighting spirit eager to determine the stronger. Ling Xiao was the first to break the silence, his voice cold and clear, echoing around, "I thought you wouldn't dare to come."
Lin Ye walked steadily, heading straight for the arena. We agreed on 3 days, I won't break my word. This match should be settled today. Not just for victory or defeat, but also to figure out what those men in black are up to. Ling Xiao responded indifferently, the matter of the men in black can wait until after the match. Xiao flipped onto the arena, his clothes billowing in the wind, his voice resolute, today, I just want to defeat you fair and square. The presiding elder slowly walked onto the stage. He surveyed the entire arena, and his steady presence instantly quieted the chaotic emotions of the crowd. The final showdown of the Kengyun Region Youth Martial Arts Tournament will now continue. The rules remain the same. If one side cannot hold on or voluntarily concedes, the match is over. Begin. The entire arena became unusually silent. No one dared to act rashly, as everyone understood that what was about to unfold was a life-and-death duel. Lin Ye and Ling Xiao locked eyes. Their auras grew increasingly focused. Neither treated this battle as an ordinary contest. They both knew that the opponent standing before them was the strongest they had ever faced in their lives. Any lapse in concentration could lead to utter defeat. The wind swept across the arena, stirring the hems of their garments. In the midst of this silence, suddenly, Ling Xiao took the initiative. He didn't shout or use all his strength right away. Golden energy quietly erupted, his movements swift and precise, yet his aura was restrained to the extreme. He suddenly closed in on Lin Ye, leaving less than 10 steps between them. Each move carried immense threat, without any unnecessary words, making him even more terrifying than before. Over the past few days, he had transformed his previous tendency for brute force into a skillful mastery of control and release. Unlike before, he no longer revealed his sharpness outwardly but had learned to command the rhythm of his attacks. Lin Ye reacted instantly, using wind shadow steps to maneuver, his figure drifting like willow fluff. He gathered wind energy in his palms, refraining from attacking for the moment, focusing instead on maintaining his stability. Ling Xiao unleashed a series of punches, each one incredibly precise, targeting the gaps in Lin Ye's evasive movements. With each strike growing faster, he alternated between fists, palms, fingers, and elbows, compressing Lin Ye's space for movement, leaving him almost no room to retreat. On the stage, a blue and white figure clashed swiftly, pushing strength and skill to their limits. Lin Ye was no longer just on the defensive. He used his footwork to find flaws in his opponent's moves, occasionally channeling wind with his palm to counter with a blade of air, forcing Ling Xiao to restrain his offensive. After dozens of rounds, both had their moments of attack and defense, but neither managed to gain the upper hand. The atmosphere below the stage was stretched to the limit, some held their breath, others clenched their fists. Everyone knew that today's match was no longer just about victory or defeat, it was a true showdown among peers. So powerful. They hardly seem like students. Lin Ye can actually compete with Ling Xiao to this extent. This is what a clash between geniuses looks like. Su Changfeng watched the stage nervously, yet he also felt proud. He knew that the true powerhouses of this generation had already collided on the arena. In the center of the arena, neither side backed down. Ling Xiao grew increasingly astonished as the fight went on. He had once thought he completely understood Lin Ye, but upon engaging in close combat, he realized that Lin Ye's footwork, reflexes, and control over his energy had all improved. Especially Lin Ye's calm and composed demeanor, which left Ling Xiao feeling utterly uncertain. You are worthy of my full strength, Ling Xiao said softly. His words carried no trace of disdain, but rather a hint of respect. With that, he leapt into the air. This time, there was no exaggerated display of power, yet the atmosphere in the arena seemed to freeze. Ling Xiao brought his hands together, and a faint golden light imprint appeared in his palms, simple and unadorned, but even the elders watching the match had their expressions change. This is Ling Xiao's ultimate move, an attack that reveals his true hidden power. Lin Ye's heart trembled violently. He knew that this move could neither be blocked nor evaded, it could only be faced head-on. He gathered all the inner energy from his danshan to its limit, like a storm condensed into a single point, concentrating all the wind force into a vortex capable of piercing through everything. Whirlwind, mountain sever. Lin Ye growled lowly as the wind vortex surged forth. Ling Xiao's expression was solemn as he slowly pushed the light seal forward. Tiny golden light imprints and cyan wind swirls collided at the center of the arena. There was no loud bang, only an extremely piercing tearing sound. Blinding light erupted, forcing everyone to close their eyes. Airwaves swept across the entire venue, with the collision point as the center. By the time everything was over, the arena was already in ruins. The two of them were still standing there, facing each other. Lin Ye's clothes were torn, blood trickled from the corner of his mouth, and his steps were somewhat unsteady. Ling Xiao's white robe was stained with dust, his arm trembled slightly, and his breathing was a bit heavy. They had both reached their limits, yet neither chose to fall.
Ling Xiao looked at Lin Ye and suddenly smiled. It was the exhilaration of facing a true opponent.
It's been too long since I've encountered someone who could push me to this point.
Lin Ye wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his gaze still resolute. The fight isn't over yet. Just as the two were about to continue, from the shadows of the audience,
the atmosphere in the arena grew heavy and chilling. Everyone's attention was focused on Lin Ye and Ling Xiao. Each person was waiting, a mix of tension and fear in the air.
These two exceptionally talented youths had already pushed themselves to the limit. Though Lin Ye was severely injured and had expended more than half of his strength, his heart burned with an unyielding fury. Ling Xiao's face was pale, his pride thoroughly provoked by Lin Ye. Both of them knew that if they backed down now, they would never earn true respect.
Suddenly, a violent tremor interrupted everyone's anticipation. The ground beneath the arena shattered with a deafening roar. Black, malevolent energy instantly filled every corner, accompanied by rolling, thick poisonous mist. Debris and sinister energy burst forth between Lin Ye and Ling Xiao, leaving them no time to react or think. A commotion erupted in the audience. Hearts tightened as some screamed and others instinctively fled to a safer distance.
Anger and fear spread among the crowd, but no one knew who was behind this sudden attack.
Ling Xiao immediately enveloped himself in a protective golden aura, scanning his surroundings warily.
He sneered and shouted, "Who dares resort to such despicable tricks?" Lin Ye tilted his head slightly, redirecting the wind force to forcibly block the incoming black energy, but he still felt a sharp pain in his arm. He realized that he had just been corroded by the malevolent power, leaving his body stiff and heavy. At that moment, 5 black figures emerged from the rubble and smoke, completely shrouded in dark energy, with only their cold, piercing eyes visible. They were no longer mere assassins but had positioned themselves directly in the center of the arena, forming an encircling formation, clearly intent on ensuring that neither Lin Ye nor Ling Xiao would leave alive. The leading shadow spoke in a hoarse voice, "You fought fiercely, but I'm sorry, this final match won't end peacefully for you." His breath carried a repressed killing intent, making all the spectators feel a suffocating pressure.
Ling Xiao's gaze was resolute as he asked without backing down, "Who exactly are you? Who sent you here?"
The shadow sneered coldly and replied with just one sentence, "You are not qualified to know the answer. All you need to understand is that from today onward, the heroes of this continent who survives won't depend on your abilities, but on our decision." Lin Ye knew in his heart that the opponents were not ordinary disruptors. Their timing, targets, and methods were all deliberate, aiming to take advantage of the most turbulent moment in people's hearts last night to eliminate the most promising awakeners and completely crush everyone's confidence. The elders on the stage and Su Changfeng simultaneously unleashed their auras, attempting to intervene. However, the well-prepared men in black had already arranged for interference. From the shadows of the audience, over a dozen streaks of dark energy shot out indiscriminately, launching a frenzied attack. The audience and disciples panicked and fled, forcing the strong ones to prioritize stabilizing the situation, unable to act recklessly. Only Lin Ye and Ling Xiao were left staring at each other. In the face of desperation, they felt no fear. Instead, a strong will to survive and a sense of responsibility surged within them.
Panting, Lin Ye whispered, "The enemy is cunning, this is a trap. They want to use us to create chaos and then eliminate us one by one."
Ling Xiao responded coldly, "Last time we joined forces, it was by accident.
This time, I choose to stand by your side. We must survive, and we must show everyone that honor cannot be seized through conspiracy and violence."
Lin Ye glanced at Ling Xiao and shared a brief, tacit smile.
The two silently adjusted their formation.
Lin Ye focused on agile maneuvering and distraction, his steps like the wind encircling the enemy. Ling Xiao faced the enemy head-on, each punch radiating golden light that completely dispelled the poisonous mist and lethal strikes, protecting those behind him. They had no need for excessive communication. In moments of life and death, their mutual trust became the strongest support. The shadows felt the pressure. They hadn't expected their proud siege to inspire even greater combat power in these two young individuals. "Take action, finish it quickly," the leader growled through clenched teeth. The 5 shadows pressed forward with full force, unleashing all their lethal moves and venomous energy, turning the entire arena into a cage of darkness.
Wind blades tore through the dark encirclement.
Lin Ye took several direct hits from the venomous attacks. Though his body staggered, he never retreated a single step.
Meanwhile, Ling Xiao used every ounce of his remaining strength at the front, each heavy punch shattering the enemy's assaults.
They were not intimidated by the threats. Instead, their actions conveyed to everyone present that anyone could unleash unprecedented potential in dire situations, as long as they had faith and the support of their companions. Their perseverance and courage made everyone present understand true strength lies not only in individual talent but also in the ability to stand shoulder to shoulder with those around you in times of crisis, defending justice. This time, their opponents were not only facing the combined efforts of the two strongest awakened fighters but also their fearless hearts. Just as the shadows were about to launch their deadly attack, Lin Ye and Ling Xiao demonstrated a powerful lesson in courage and trust to everyone present. No matter how deep the darkness, as long as they support each other, they will never be defeated. Lin Ye took 2 heavy blows in succession, his white clothes now stained red with blood, yet he still charged at the enemy without hesitation.
His actions nearly caused Su Qingxiu, sitting in the stands, to lose control.
Her eyes reddened, but she forced herself to hold back, resisting the urge to rush forward. She knew that if she intervened, she would only become a burden to them. At this moment, Su Chanfeng gritted his teeth and used all his strength to fend off the black energy surging toward them. With each passing second, his anxiety grew. He could see that Lin Ye and Ling Xiao were gradually falling into danger, yet the black-clad attackers showed no signs of relenting. The battle had already lasted for dozens of rounds. The shadows on the stage were incredibly powerful, but Lin Ye and Ling Xiao had not been defeated.
They continued to hold on tenaciously, even finding opportunities to counterattack. Finally, the leader of the shadows suddenly turned cold and shouted, "Activate the formation." Before the words had even fallen, the arena floor trembled. Lin Ye immediately reacted, instinctively exclaiming, "They've buried formation bases under the arena beforehand."
Ling Xiao also sensed the unusual movement beneath his feet. His expression darkened. "We can't afford to delay any longer." The two exchanged a glance, and with just one look, they understood each other's intent. Now was not the time to hold back their strength, nor to cautiously probe. They had only one choice: fight with all their might and break free from the deadly predicament. Lin Yi's entire body erupted with fierce energy, stirring the airflow throughout the arena and swirling around him. The airflow gradually converged into a massive tornado, terrifying beyond measure. Ling Xiao refused to be outdone, his golden energy burning to its peak in the air. He leapt up, channeling all his power into the Ling Xiao seal, like a dazzling sun ready to descend.
"Do you enjoy hiding in the shadows? Is it fun?"
Lin Yi's voice was so calm that every spectator could hear it clearly.
"Then let me show you what we can do."
Ling Xiao, high above, followed up with a remark, "After this battle, you'll naturally know who is the strongest." As soon as the words fell, he and Lin Ye unleashed their attacks simultaneously. The tornado swept up a sky full of dust, while the golden energy seal descended with a deafening roar. The men in black had never expected the youths to unleash such power, and their expressions quickly turned to terror.
"How is this possible? How could they still be hiding such a trump card?" someone exclaimed in shock. The next second, the entire arena was engulfed by a fierce wind and golden light.
In the shadows in the distance, a figure watched intently. Hidden beneath a cloak, his fingertips slightly tightened, and a cold smile curled at the corner of his lips.
"It seems they are more interesting than I imagined. In that case, I'll play along with you to the end."
The wind and golden light collided violently at the center of the arena, producing a deafening roar. Lin Ye forcibly mobilized the last trace of his inner energy, stirring the flow of heaven and earth, and a tornado shot straight into the sky. With this force, he tore apart the black haze lingering over the arena, sweeping away all the sinister energy. Ling Xiao, on the other hand, unleashed his ultimate strength, smashing down his golden fist. His energy burned like the blazing sun, shattering the foundational stones of the hidden formation beneath the arena. The entire arena shook violently, stone slabs on the ground flying apart, and the formation's engraved patterns embedded underground gradually fractured.
The black mist that had once threatened everyone was completely dispelled.
The crystals buried beneath the ground lost their glow, rendering the formation utterly useless. The faces of the shadowy figures changed drastically. The deadly formation they had painstakingly set up was unexpectedly torn apart by two precarious young men.
The leader immediately ordered a retreat. They attempted to escape amidst the chaos, but how could Lin Ye and Ling Xiao let them go?
Lin Ye used wind shadow step, his figure darting like the wind, and the wind blades in his hands blocked the retreat of the black-clad leader. Ling Xiao descended from the sky, his golden fist roaring like thunder, sealing off the front. The two of them, one in front and one behind, directly trapped the shadows in the middle. The leading shadow couldn't dodge in time and was hit head-on by Ling Xiao's golden fist. His armor shattered instantly, and he was sent flying, black blood gushing from his mouth. Seeing the dire situation, the remaining shadows scattered and fled in all directions. At this moment, the suppression on the viewing platform had disappeared. Su Chanfeng and the elders were finally freed, and several powerful auras enveloped the entire area like a heavenly net, cutting off the shadows' escape routes.
Still trying to run? It's already too late.
The elders swiftly pounced on the four dark figures, capturing them instantly. Only the leader managed to ignite the dark energy within his body in a desperate attempt, miraculously breaking through the blockade and fleeing toward the outskirts of the city. Su Changfeng was about to give chase when Lin Ye suddenly stopped him.
He firmly said, "Don't pursue." Everyone froze, turning their gaze to Lin Ye.
Lin Ye's expression was complex yet composed. He escaped on purpose. Their real goal is to force us to split up and chase them.
If we pursue now, we'll definitely fall into their trap.
He paused, his tone gaining a touch of calm confidence. Besides, he won't get far. During the fight earlier, I left a wind energy mark on him. As long as he's still in this area, no matter where he runs, I can find him. His attentiveness and decisiveness surprised the elders present. They hadn't expected that this young man could still plan for contingencies in the face of a crisis.
Next, the 4 captured shadows were brought forward.
Their meridians had been completely sealed, and they hung their heads low, remaining silent no matter how they were interrogated, resembling rigorously trained death warriors. The presiding elder said in a deep voice, "So stubborn, lock them up in the dungeon first and interrogate them slowly." With that, the chaos temporarily subsided, but the air was still filled with tension and vigilance.
The tense atmosphere among the audience finally began to ease. Though they still felt lingering fear, their gazes were no longer solely focused on the competition between the 2 young men.
Now, when they looked at Lin Ye and Ling Xiao, their eyes were filled with admiration and gratitude, for in the midst of chaos and crisis, these 2 had used their strength and courage to protect everyone present.
The arena was in ruins, the smoke of battle yet to dissipate.
Lin Ye and Ling Xiao stood facing each other, their bodies covered in dirt, blood, and scars.
Yet, everyone could feel the resilience and pride emanating from them.
They had survived and accomplished what others dared not even imagine, turning the tide and reversing the situation. At that moment, the referee elder stepped onto the stage, a complex light flickering in his eyes. He spoke slowly, his voice tinged with both helplessness and admiration. "This battle, attacked twice, teetering on the edge of life and death multiple times. At this point, victory or defeat no longer matters."
The entire crowd fell silent. Everyone was waiting to see what would happen next.
Ling Xiao looked at Lin Ye and broke the silence. "Last time, we didn't determine a winner.
This time, amidst the chaos, we fought to a draw." Lin Ye nodded in agreement. "That's right, a draw."
But Ling Xiao's gaze suddenly sharpened. His voice was calm yet powerful. "But I don't want it to end like this.
Neither of us has shown our full strength. Our true duel has yet to come. Once our injuries heal and the city is at peace, I'll be waiting for you at Yuntian Martial Academy. Then, no schemes, no ambushes, just a fair fight to decide who is truly the strongest."
The corners of Lin Ye's mouth lifted slightly as he looked at Ling Xiao, revealing both fighting spirit and approval. "All right, I promise you.
I'll be there."
No unnecessary words, a simple agreement speaks louder than 1,000 words, embodying mutual respect and challenge. The chief referee, witnessing this scene, finally announced loudly, "This final ends here." Lin Ye and Ling Xiao, standing at the pinnacle together, sharing the honor. As soon as the words fell, the entire audience erupted into thunderous applause and cheers. At this moment, Su Kingstu quickly rushed onto the stage, her eyes slightly red as she handed healing medicine to the 2 of them.
"It's good that you're okay."
The scene was touching. Even the usually aloof and distant Ling Xiao nodded slightly, as a gesture of thanks. The setting sun's afterglow bathed the battered arena, and the air grew quiet. But the crisis was far from over. The captured black-clad assassins remained, while the main culprit had escaped without a trace.
Dark undercurrents stirred in every corner of the city.
Lin Ye gazed into the distance, his mind clearer than ever. The mastermind, the mysterious black-robed figure, the ominous and evil techniques, all of it signaled that the storm in the Kengyun domain was just beginning.
Today's battle was merely the prologue. Ling Xiao followed Lin Ye's gaze into the distance and said softly, "Are you thinking about uncovering the mastermind?" Lin Ye nodded. Ling Xiao's expression turned resolute.
"Then let's investigate together from now on. If they want to play power games over our heads, we'll personally shatter their schemes." Lin Ye turned his head, and the 2 exchanged glances. The past rivalry and pride, after fighting side by side, had truly transformed into mutual trust at this moment. One was gentle like the wind, the other sharp like gold. Their personalities differed, yet now they had become partners moving forward together. Night fell, and Luoyang City quieted down, but every corner was filled with vigilance. The daytime hustle and bustle had faded away, and the black-clad assassins were escorted into the dungeon of the city lord's mansion, guarded personally by the elders. The entire city was brightly lit, with patrol teams roaming the streets and alleys, not daring to relax for even a moment. At this moment, in the residence of Qingfeng Martial Academy, Lin Ye was sitting cross-legged in meditation, a faint trace of azure wind energy swirling around his fingertips. With his eyes closed, he was sensing the wind mark he had secretly left behind during the day. That aura was slowly drifting toward the northwest of the city. Su Changfeng stood nearby, his face full of worry, and asked softly, can you still pinpoint the target's location? Lin Ye opened his eyes, his voice resolute. I can. That person isn't in a hurry to escape, it's more like they're deliberately luring us over. Su Chanfeng frowned, his tone filled with caution. This is most likely an ambush. Why not wait for the other martial academy experts to join us? It would be safer to attack together. Lin Ye shook his head. The longer we delay, the more prepared they'll be. Leaving traces on purpose is their way of betting that we won't dare to pursue them alone. If we back down now, they'll only grow more arrogant in the future. Su Chanfeng tried to dissuade him. If you go alone now, it's too dangerous. Lin Ye was about to speak when the door creaked open, and Ling Xiao, dressed in white, walked into the room. His injuries had not fully healed, but his gaze was firm and sharp, showing no intention of retreating. I heard everything. If we're going to pursue them, let's go together. Their target is the two of us, it wouldn't be complete without either of us. Su Chanfeng was startled and tried to persuade Ling Xiao. You're still injured, it's too dangerous. But Ling Xiao interrupted him directly. We can't let the people of Qingfeng Martial Academy venture alone into the territory of Yuntian Martial Academy. He had always been proud, but his words today carried a sense of openness, because he and Lin Ye had already fought side by side, and their mutual trust was stronger than anything else. On this perilous night, they prepared to face the unknown enemy and move forward. For the two of them, this was just the beginning. The real challenges and trials awaited them ahead. Lin Ye glanced at Su Changfeng and simply nodded lightly. Let's go. His voice was low yet resolute. There was no need for unnecessary words between the two, a single look was enough to convey their determination. Su Chanfeng hesitated for a few seconds before finally letting out a sigh. Since that's the case, I can't stop you. Be careful when you act. I will bring the three elders along and follow you in the shadows. If you encounter danger, we will step in to save you at any time. Don't act recklessly. Thank you, Headmaster, Lin Ye and Ling Xiao said in unison. Soon, under the cover of night, two figures quietly left the camp. Their pace was not fast, but they moved with resolute determination, speeding toward the northwest direction of Luyun City. The night wind swept past, the vegetation grew denser, and the terrain became increasingly desolate. The strong wind stopped at an abandoned old village and ceased moving. Lin Ye and Ling Xiao stopped at the edge of the dense forest, hiding themselves. From a distance, the dilapidated village walls and the overgrown weeds on the ground exuded an oppressive eeriness, as if even the chirping of insects had been stifled by the sinister atmosphere. This place is filled with an even stronger malevolence than the shadows during the day, Ling Xiao said in a low voice, his tone tense. Lin Ye closed his eyes and used the wind energy to carefully sense the surroundings. He could clearly distinguish that there were not just 7 or 8 people in the village, but also an exceptionally powerful presence hidden within. That calm yet icy aura definitely did not belong to an ordinary person, it far surpassed a second-tier martial artist, resembling a third-tier or even stronger. Did you sense that presence? It doesn't feel like a righteous martial artist, more like an evil cultivator, Lin Ye analyzed, his voice carrying an unprecedented gravity. Ling Xiao furrowed his brows. They both understood the severity of the situation. For years, there hadn't been any significant evil cultivator forces in the area, but now not only had death warriors appeared, there was also a formidable third-tier evil cultivator. This was no longer a mere conflict between ordinary trainees, it was a major issue concerning the safety and security of the entire region. Shall we go in? Ling Xiao asked softly. Lin Ye nodded slightly, the wind forming a subtle ripple as he finally confirmed the location of the mark. We go in, but we absolutely cannot act impulsively. We need to first figure out what they are planning, how many of them there are, and what techniques they know. Ling Xiao nodded in agreement. I'll follow your lead. Together, they suppressed their presence, blending silently into the darkness like two wisps of smoke. Inside the village, devastation was everywhere. Collapsed houses and overgrown weeds made it hard to breathe. The deeper they ventured, the more palpable the sinister chill became, the air even carrying a suffocating mix of blood and decay. They pressed against the crumbling wall, moving cautiously step by step. At this moment, they noticed a faint light emanating from the relatively intact courtyard of the village chief's residence ahead. Several dark figures stood guard in the courtyard, their bodies surrounded by a sinister aura. Among them was the leader who had escaped during the day, accompanied by even stronger death warriors. On the main seat sat a figure completely shrouded in a black robe. His entire being was hidden in the shadows, revealing only a pair of cold, emotionless eyes. He silently scanned the courtyard, exuding a chilling sense of malice and control. That was a Tier 3 demonic cultivator. Lin Ye and Ling Xiao held their breath, quietly listening to their movements. Suddenly, the leading dark figure dropped to one knee and, with a voice trembling in fear, said, I am useless. I failed the mission and lost my brothers.
Please punish me, master. The man in the black robe fell silent for a moment, his voice hoarse and grating. Punishment? You are nothing more than pawns, your deaths are insignificant. The shadow trembled all over, not daring to utter another word. The man in the black robe raised his head, his gaze directed toward the direction of Luyan City, a glint of cold light flashing in his eyes. He sneered and said, "At first, I only intended to use the exchange meeting to disrupt the martial academy and weaken the young combat strength in this region. I didn't expect those two brats to be so troublesome." "Master, what should we do now?" someone below asked timidly. The man in the black robe curled his lips disdainfully. "Since they've delivered themselves to us, let's deal with them together." Lin Ye and Ling Xiao's hearts tightened, they had been discovered. The man in the black robe seemed indifferent, but his voice carried through the darkness, directly reaching their hiding place. Two friends, after eavesdropping for so long, why not come out and meet face to face? As his words fell, black runes suddenly lit up around the courtyard, and a heavy, sinister aura erupted instantly. The entire village resembled a prison sealed from the inside out. Ling Xiao's body erupted with golden energy as he gave a low warning. "We're surrounded." Lin Ye took a deep breath, straightened his posture, and let the wind energy swirl around him. He glanced at Ling Xiao, a confident yet dangerous smile tugging at the corner of his lips. "It's too late to leave now. Fight side by side." Battle intent ignited in Ling Xiao's eyes. Side by side. In the next moment, two figures leapt out of the shadows, one wielding wind and the other gold, charging straight toward the main courtyard. The man in the black robe remained seated in his chair, watching coldly, as if observing two prey already caught in his net. "Very good." His voice was both cold and excited. "It's been a long time since I've encountered such a promising young man." Under the night sky, the air was filled with a bone-chilling oppressive aura. Lin Ye and Ling Xiao were trapped in the ancient chieftain's courtyard. Every wall and beam around them was covered with eerie black runes, which squirmed like living creatures, exuding a hair-raising coldness. The entire space felt like an airtight cage. The appearance of the black-robed figure across from them caused the atmosphere to freeze instantly. The aura of decay and death surrounded him, and his lifeless gaze swept over Lin Ye and Ling Xiao as if they were already dead. "You two have just become the nourishment for my breakthrough." The black-robed man's voice was hoarse, devoid of any warmth. He slowly and methodically announced the verdict for Lin Ye and Ling Xiao, as if they were nothing more than sacrificial offerings. Before the voice had faded, the black patterns on the ground erupted instantly. Black threads shot out from the surface like venomous snakes, wildly wrapping around them. The air was immediately filled with a corrosive stench, and wherever the black threads passed, it seemed as though everything was slowly being eroded and decayed. At the same time, the shadowy death warriors around them sprang into action, launching poison needles and black claws, completely cutting off the duo's escape routes. The situation was extremely perilous, with every move capable of being fatal. Ling Xiao promptly warned, "This is the soul-seizing formation, guard your spirit." He immediately mobilized all his strength, his entire body radiating a bright golden light, forcibly breaking a batch of black threads. But those threads would not disappear. Every time they were severed, countless more surged forth from the depths of the formation's patterns. The golden light protecting Ling Xiao gradually became corroded by the blackness, and even his breathing began to grow labored. Lin Ye was in equally dire straits. Relying on his astonishing speed, he dodged and unleashed wind blades in rapid succession, attempting to break through the blockade. However, even if the black threads were cut, just a single touch would bring searing pain. What was even more terrifying was that the strange energy seemed to be slowly draining all his vitality and thoughts bit by bit. Lin Ye's heart was filled with fear and anger. He could already feel his life slipping away. If the stalemate continued, even for just one or two breaths, they would die within the formation, and even their souls would be devoured. The man in the black robe let out a sinister laugh. "Feel your despair. Once your divine souls are exhausted, even your corpses will be forever trapped in this formation." His voice was icy and devoid of any mercy. The battle grew increasingly perilous. Ling Xiao was struck by a claw from the opponent, blood seeping from his shoulder as black energy surged into the wound. His face turned deathly pale in an instant. At the same time, Lin Ye's left leg was ensnared by black threads, the bone-chilling cold almost spreading to his internal organs. He could barely stand, nearly struck by a heavy blow from a death warrior. Instinct told them that if they didn't act now, they were doomed. Dragging it out any longer would leave them with no hope at all. "Fighting head-on won't work, we need to break the formation." Ling Xiao gritted his teeth and forcibly used his strength to break free from the entanglement of the black threads. "Lin Ye, you go destroy the formation core. I'll hold them off." Lin Ye instantly understood his intention. The formation core was located beneath the seat of the man in the black robe, where the formation patterns were densest and the black aura was strongest. As long as they destroyed the core,
they would have a sliver of hope.
Got it.
Lin Ye growled lowly, without hesitation concentrating all his remaining strength. Ling Xiao, on the other hand, exerted all his might to block the Death Warriors and the man in the black robe, buying time for Lin Ye.
Ling Xiao's energy surged through his body as he unleashed a full-force strike. That punch carried a blazing golden light, heading straight for the man in the black robe. Two Death Warriors charged forward without regard for their lives, taking the heavy blow head-on. Their bodies shattered into fragments amidst the shockwave. It's now.
Lin Ye seized the opportunity, his figure moving like the wind, instantly closing in on the array's core. His wind power swiftly condensed into extremely fine and sharp wind needles, piercing straight at the critical point.
Break! The strike was incredibly precise.
The moment the array's core was hit, the entire room trembled due to the energy flow, and the black array patterns flickered chaotically.
The man in the black robe finally made a move.
With a wave of his hand, a pitch-black, ink-like force surged toward Lin Ye, directly shattering his wind needles. Lin Ye felt excruciating pain throughout his body, his insides violently shaken, and even his soul was being torn apart, on the verge of shattering. He spat out blood in agony, his figure flying backward several meters before crashing heavily to the ground. Ling Xiao saw Lin Ye suffer a heavy blow and immediately fought his way back without hesitation, but was forced back several steps by another dark force from the black-robed man, nearly losing his balance. The black-robed man sneered viciously, finally standing up, with black energy surging all over his body.
Trying to break the formation? Naive.
He began forming seals at high speed, chanting an eerie incantation that no one could understand. The air suddenly turned colder, and the patterns on the ground began to glow with a blood-red light. Countless agonized and twisted human faces emerged from beneath the ground, creating a scene of horrific carnage. Black threads coalesced under the incantation, forming an enormous ghostly hand, exuding an overwhelming aura of death as it charged straight at Lin Ye and Ling Xiao.
There was no escape.
Ling Xiao had no time to think and chose the most daring approach.
Lin Ye, I'll take the lead.
He concentrated all his power on the surface of his body, burning his vitality to push his cultivation to its absolute limit. A golden flame shot skyward.
Come on,
let's see if it's you or me who dies, he roared furiously, channeling all his willpower into his attack and throwing a powerful punch. The golden flames collided fiercely with the black ghost claw, the explosion tearing through the air. The ancient village's walls crumbled inch by inch under the shockwaves. But this was only a temporary victory. Ling Xiao, gravely injured, coughed up blood and staggered. Behind him, Lin Ye struggled to stand again, his face pale, yet his gaze was exceptionally resolute. In this desperate situation, there was no retreat and no room for hesitation. If they couldn't break through the current predicament, they would become sacrifices in the evil ritual. This night, for Lin Ye and Ling Xiao, was not just a battle of life and death but also a test of will and conviction. They understood that as long as they had breath, even if it meant facing death, they must not retreat a single step. It is precisely in moments of crisis that a person's true courage and growth are genuinely brought forth. Lin Ye leaned against the crumbling stone wall, his chest heaving, blood still staining his lips. He wiped away the blood, closed his eyes tightly, yet an inexplicable warmth surged in his heart. He abandoned resisting the chilling force rushing from the formation and instead boldly guided the icy black energy into his body. Normally, people encountering such malevolent power would desperately resist, but Lin Ye chose to go against the norm. He discovered that the power of the wind could accommodate everything. If the dark energy could erode a person's will, then let the wind carry the malevolent force away and counterattack the opponent.
Ling Xiao, buy me some time.
Lin Ye's voice was calm, but his eyes were filled with determination.
No problem.
Ling Xiao gritted his teeth, forcing himself to burn the last of his strength before he could even steady his footing. The golden energy around his body formed a barrier, forcibly blocking the final assault of the Black Claw.
At this critical moment, Lin Ye suddenly opened his eyes.
There was no fear or anger in his expression, only an extreme calmness and sharpness. He spread his hands, guiding all the wind energy within his body, gathering all the chilling evil energy within the formation and the drifting airflow in the world into his hands. The essence of the wind is colorless and shapeless, but at this moment, it was refined into an extremely pure and transparent vortex in Lin Ye's palms. He comprehended a new technique, wind abyss. Using the wind as a medium, he gathers the malevolent energy and turns the enemy's power against them. Go! Lin Ye's figure flickered as he leapt past Ling Xiao, pushing forward with both palms. The transparent vortex flew out silently, directly breaking through the black claws, piercing through the formation's patterns, and effortlessly striking the chest of the man in the black robe. There was no roar, no flash of fire. Everyone only saw the black-robed man's body suddenly freeze, his face showing an unprecedented look of terror. The soul-devouring blood array he had meticulously designed, the sinister skills he had painstakingly cultivated, and even the dark energy he had just injected into Lin Ye's body, all were drawn back by that vortex, instantly surging into his own body, violently tearing apart his meridians and spirit. The black-robed man let out a miserable scream as the black aura around him collapsed, and the formation shattered with a thunderous crash. The Death Warriors were all horrified, completely losing their will to fight, and fled in a frenzy. But at that moment, the sounds of battle cries and the clash of energy erupted outside the stronghold. Su Changfeng and a group of elders had finally broken in. "Capture them all," someone shouted. The oppressive force of the elders surged like a massive tide, leaving the remaining enemies with nowhere to escape, and they were subdued in an instant. Lin Ye and Ling Xiao could no longer hold on, both collapsing from exhaustion, breathing heavily. The two exchanged glances, and for the first time, Ling Xiao, who rarely spoke, had a hint of admiration in his eyes, along with the relief of surviving. The man in the black robe was backlashed by the cyclone, rendered as useless as a cripple. He lay on the ground convulsing, already unconscious. Su Changfeng quickly approached and immediately sealed his meridians. His expression was particularly grave. "This man is from the Nether sect. This terrifying cult of dark practitioners has reappeared." Lin Ye slowly sat up and gazed into the night. The crisis in the ancient village was now resolved, but his mood was far from relaxed. The Netherworld sect, a powerful force with third-tier evil cultivators and countless death warriors, had actually infiltrated this place. Lin Ye understood that this victory was only the beginning, the danger was far from over. Ling Xiao gritted his teeth, stood up, walked to Lin Ye's side, and extended his hand. "Next time we face a situation like this, I won't let you take all the credit alone." Lin Ye smiled at him and grasped his hand, looking forward to the next time. The night deepened, and the firelight flickered in the ancient village. The two youths stood shoulder to shoulder, surrounded by subdued enemies, yet ahead lay more unknowns and dangers. Under the glow of the firelight, the entire village fell silent. The shattered blood formation left only charred marks on the ground, with a faint stench of decay lingering in the air. Several hostile martial artists had been completely subdued, their meridians sealed, lying on the ground, while the black-robed demonic cultivator had lost his sanity and was personally guarded by Su Changfeng. Lin Ye and Ling Xiao sat side by side on the stone steps, eyes closed as they regulated their breathing. Both had lost all their inner strength and were seriously injured, their breaths weak, yet their gazes remained bright and clear. Su Changfeng and several elders stood to the side, their expressions extremely grave. An elder with white hair held a jet-black token and stepped forward before the group. "We searched this black-robed man and found this." The token was as cold as ice, engraved with a strange black crescent moon, its patterns extremely twisted, exuding only malevolence. "Black Moon Token," another elder gasped in a low voice, his face pale. 100 years ago, its appearance would always lead to massacres. Later, the entire Kangyun domain united all its strongest forces to eradicate the Nether sect. But to think, they've returned. Lin Ye listened and struggled to lift his head. The Nether sect, what exactly is their origin? Su Changfeng's expression was heavy as he slowly explained. The Nether sect was an extremely powerful cult of dark cultivators 100 years ago. They practiced a sinister art that could absorb others' souls and life force. Wherever they went, not a blade of grass would grow. Their methods were extremely cruel, with tens of thousands of followers, and all their core members were experts. Although they were seemingly eradicated, it appears they've been lurking in the shadows all along. Ancient grudges have resurfaced, and humanity's enemies have not disappeared. Lin Ye knows that whether for his companions, family, or to forever rid themselves of fear, they must continue to fight through this crisis. That year, the forces of the Nether sect swept across the land, breaking through multiple major cities in succession. Countless families were shattered in the calamity, and ordinary people could only helplessly await the whims of fate. It wasn't until later that all righteous forces in the Kangyun domain, major martial academies, sects, and even city rulers were forced to unite, making great sacrifices to finally eliminate the main forces of the Nether sect one by one. The sect leader and senior members were sentenced to death, and the world believed the Nether sect had become a thing of the past. But today, everything has been overturned. Ling Xiao furrowed his brows tightly, fully aware of the truth. Just now, that man in the black robe was no ordinary fugitive but a senior member of the Nether sect. The facts are clear, the extermination campaign did not completely eradicate this terrifying organization. They merely went into hiding, quietly recuperating and gathering strength in the shadows. Su Changfeng's expression grew increasingly grave. Pointing at the subdued man in the black robe, his voice was low, filled with caution as he sensed impending disaster. "This black-robed man's strength has reached mid-tier level 3. He can ruthlessly command so many death warriors and secretly orchestrate plans within Luyun City. This indicates that the Nether sect is far stronger than we imagined. What's even more alarming is,
He paused for a moment and lowered his voice. Their target isn't you and Ling Xiao personally. The Youth Exchange Conference gathers the elite of the younger generation in the Kangyun domain. Killing you is essentially an attempt to strangle the future of our Kangyun domain. The goal of the Nether sect has never been just two geniuses, they aim to completely destroy our future and overturn this world. For a moment, everyone fell silent. All hope and trust were instantly surrounded by threats and fear. Lin Ye's fingers tensed slightly as he recalled the words of the black-robed men deep in the ancient village. Your strength, luck, and foundation can all be used as nourishment for my advancement. Now he finally understood, the Nether sect never cared about the survival of the younger generation but directly treated them as resources to be exploited. Ling Xiao suddenly asked, what about the 4 people who were captured alive? Did they reveal anything? The white-bearded elder shook his head. We couldn't get anything out of them. They're all death warriors. All we know is that they take direct orders from the black-robed man, and the black-robed man has superiors. There might even be a new leader of the Nether sect. A cold glint flashed in Lin Ye's eyes. So, even if we capture these minions now, we're merely cutting off the outermost pawns. The true manipulator is still controlling everything from the shadows. Su Changfeng nodded. They must already know the ancient village has been exposed and the black-robed man has failed. They will act soon. We need to move immediately. The atmosphere grew heavy. What was originally a youth martial arts tournament had suddenly turned into the beginning of the greatest threat to the Kangyun domain in a century. Those young participants who had only sought glory now had to grow overnight into guardians of world safety. Suddenly, Ling Xiao stood up, his gaze resolute. No matter what they plan to do, if they cross our path, we won't back down. I'll report to the dean immediately, initiate full alert, and investigate all sect entries and exits. We must not let the Nether sect infiltrate. He then turned to Lin Ye. What are your plans? Lin Ye stood up, clenched his fists, and spoke firmly. Our Qingfeng Martial Academy won't back down either. He paused, his eyes clear and determined. If they want to sever our future, we'll make sure they have no way forward. Su Changfeng looked at the 2 young men, his heart filled with mixed emotions. They should have been focused solely on their personal cultivation and growth, but now they had to shoulder the heavy responsibility of protecting the entire dimension. Without hesitation, Su Changfeng ordered everyone to rush back to Luyan City overnight. The situation is urgent. We must meet with the city lord and the major martial academies immediately, deploy joint defenses, and root out all enemies hiding in the shadows. Since they dared to show themselves now, they won't just set ambushes in one place. The group reacted swiftly, preparing to escort the black-robed man and the death warriors. Under the cover of night, they quickly evacuated the ancient village and headed straight for Luyan City. Lin Ye and Ling Xiao walked at the end of the team. The night wind was chilly, and the atmosphere was quiet and oppressive. Are you afraid? Ling Xiao suddenly spoke. Lin Ye glanced at him and smiled faintly. It would be a lie to say I'm not afraid, but being afraid doesn't mean I won't face it. Ling Xiao was silent for a moment, gazing at the pitch-black night sky. I've always been groomed as the Academy's heir, you know? Everyone thinks I was born to be strong and invincible. But today I finally understand what true strength is. It's not about defeating opponents on stage, but about daring to step forward in the most dangerous moments. Lin Ye listened intently and finally nodded, responding softly, from tonight onward, we are no longer just rivals. Ling Xiao also looked at him, with a seriousness in his eyes that had never been there before. Yes, we are comrades. The 2 exchanged glances for a moment, both understanding that all competitions and duels at this moment had become meaningless. Only by fighting side by side could they have a chance to protect the world. The night wind began to rise, brushing against the corners of their clothes. In the darkness, someone quietly grew up. The night was silent, and every subtle sound was magnified with exceptional clarity. Back at the city lord's mansion, Su Changfeng found the conference hall brightly lit. All the key figures were already waiting, the lord of Luyan City, the heads of major martial academies, and the elders of various sections. Not a single one was absent, each with a solemn expression, as if the air itself was thick with unease. Without hesitation, Su Changfeng recounted the tragic events at the ancient village, the emergence of the Nether sect, and the conspiracy of the man in the black robe in full detail. Finally, he heavily tossed the black moon token onto the table. When the cold, iron-like token appeared, the expressions of everyone in the room changed. The face of the lord of Luyan City turned pale instantly, his voice trembling slightly. The Nether sect has truly returned? Is the great catastrophe from 100 years ago about to repeat itself? Their intentions are crystal clear, the accompanying elder from Yuntian Martial Academy said in a deep voice, further analyzing the situation. First, they target the young disciples, then they aim to destabilize the foundation of the Kangyun domain. This method is both terrifying and insidious.
I've already sent word to the academy to immediately seal the premises and conduct a thorough investigation for any infiltrators.
The Nether sect has likely already planted people among us. Suddenly, the atmosphere in the venue became even more tense. Covert infiltration is even more dangerous than open attacks.
The chief referee made a brief decision: those 4 death warriors and the man in the black robe will be locked in the secret prison of the city lord's mansion for strict interrogation.
We will not rest until we extract the next steps of the Nether sect's plan.
The Lord of Falling Cloud City nodded in agreement. I will assign my most trusted subordinates to guard them around the clock.
Nothing will escape our notice.
It was not until late at night that everyone finalized the response plan. Immediately enforce a citywide lockdown and monitor all unfamiliar visitors. All major martial academies and sects must share intelligence and establish a united defensive line. Young disciples are prohibited from going out alone and must act collectively under the guidance of elders. At the same time, dispatch reconnaissance teams to investigate all abnormal locations in the Kengyun region comprehensively. With everything in place, the night was slowly fading, and the faint light of dawn began to outline the horizon. Lin Ye and Ling Xiao silently walked out of the city lord's mansion together. The morning mist still carried a chill. They had stayed awake all night, but at this moment, no one felt tired. Ling Xiao looked at Lin Ye and lowered his voice. Rest first when we return to the base. This battle isn't over yet. The Nether sect won't give us any time to catch our breath. Lin Ye nodded, his tone rational. Don't worry, the responsibility you bear is heavier than mine. In this storm, the Yun Tian Martial Academy is almost the representative of the entire Kengyun region and is inevitably a target for the enemy. Ling Xiao smiled slightly. Responsibility has long become a habit.
But don't underestimate yourself. From a small city to where you are today, you could have chosen an easy life. Yet now you can only take risks with us. Doesn't it feel unfair?
Lin Ye looked at the sky gradually brightening with the morning light, his expression calm. Fairness or unfairness doesn't matter. What I want to protect is not the reputation of the Kengyun region, but the people around me who strive together, and the belief in my own heart.
Ling Xiao was momentarily stunned, then solemnly nodded. You're right. They parted ways at the fork in the road.
In the morning mist, one figure in green and one in white gradually disappeared. At this moment, everyone was bearing an unbearable weight. At the Qingfeng Martial Academy's residence, Su Qingshu had stayed up all night, waiting at the door for news of Lin Ye. The moment she saw Lin Ye return safely, tears almost welled up in her eyes. She rushed over quickly. You're finally back. It's good that you're okay. Seeing this, Lin Ye softened his tone. I made you worry.
I'm fine, just a bit tired. Su Qingshu immediately pulled him. Quickly come inside and rest.
I've already prepared a medicinal soup to help restore your meridians.
Lin Ye nodded in agreement. After entering the room, he sat cross-legged.
His body and spirit felt as though they had been through a storm, with even his inner strength chaotic and unstable. After drinking the medicinal soup, a warm current spread through him, and he began to close his eyes and regulate his breathing. Beneath the brief calm, the storm in his mind had not subsided. The Nether sect, Black Moon Order, soul-devouring blood array, third-level evil cultivators, and the mysterious leader behind it all, piecing together all the clues, it felt as though an even more terrifying conspiracy was about to be unveiled. Su Chanfeng was well aware that the opponent had been planning for a long time, with every step meticulously calculated. The Youth Exchange Conference was merely the first alarm bell. Next, the enemy would undoubtedly launch a more ferocious attack. Both he and Ling Xiao had already become their primary targets.
Escape is meaningless, Lin Ye murmured to himself. Only by becoming stronger is there a chance to survive.
He suddenly felt that the wind attribute true energy within him, after breaking free from the soul-devouring blood array and reversing the demonic cultivator, had become purer and more vibrant. The cultivation level that had been stuck at a bottleneck for so long now showed faint signs of a breakthrough. He was just a step away from reaching the late stage of the second tier. Sometimes, the greatest crisis harbors new opportunities. At the same time, Ling Xiao of the Yuntian Martial Academy was also sitting in meditation to regulate his breathing. However, he couldn't calm his mind. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that the battle at the ancient village had gone too smoothly. Although the man in the black robe was strong, the defenses at the stronghold were too weak, as if they had deliberately allowed them to break through. Could it be that they deliberately exposed themselves, making us think we had eliminated a stronghold, thus lowering our guard? The more Ling Xiao pondered, the more he felt a chill run down his spine. He suddenly stood up, pushed the door open, and gave a low command to the steward standing outside. Go, immediately strengthen the security of the secret vault in the Elders' Hall.
Qingfeng Martial Academy was under triple-layered security, keeping any strangers outside the gates. Even academy disciples had to report in advance if they went out at night.
All of this was for safety. Everyone understood that the real crisis was far from over. Ling Xiao stood on the academy wall, gazing in the direction of Luoyun City. He had a vague sense that an even greater danger was about to arrive. He could feel it. This was only the beginning. Dawn broke, and sunlight bathed Luoyun City. The streets remained bustling, but every passerby's eyes carried a hint of tension. Guards patrolled covertly everywhere, and the air was taut like a drawn bowstring. Everyone was waiting for the next attack from the Nether sect. Lin Ye pushed open the window, and sunlight shone on him. He clenched his fists, feeling the force of the wind between his fingers. These peaceful days were over. Now, every day was a preparation for life and death. 1,000 miles away from Luoyun City, the underground hall was dark and deep. A tall figure in a black robe, exuding a cold aura, sat on the throne, listening to the scout's report. Master, the Luoyun City stronghold has been destroyed, the left envoy captured, and none of the death warriors returned. The hall was suffocatingly silent. The person on the throne spoke in a voice as low and chilling as ice scraping across steel. It doesn't matter. They were expendable from the start. Since these two little troublemakers enjoy stirring things up so much, then, let's start with them. The night in Luoyun City was quieter and darker than ever. The streets were deserted, with only the low echoes of the patrolling warriors' armor breaking the silence. The entire city felt like a ferocious beast ready to erupt at any moment. In the sparsely lit room of Qingfeng Martial Academy, Lin Ye sat quietly, closing his eyes and regulating his breathing. His injuries had fully healed after 3 days of recovery, and after a life-and-death battle, his control over the wind force within him had reached a new level. He had now stepped into the late stage of the second tier. A strand of cyan wind energy swirled at his fingertips, sometimes sharp, sometimes gentle. Yet, he knew very well that this was still not enough. The Nether sect was eyeing them like a tiger watching its prey. They had a third-tier demonic cultivator, a mysterious sect leader, and countless death warriors. He had to become stronger to defeat the threat. A light knock sounded on the door. Su Qingshu walked in carrying a bowl of medicinal soup, her face full of worry. Brother Lin, the city has been too tense these past few days. You still have to patrol during the day, don't overwork yourself. Lin Ye took the bowl calmly and replied, the quieter it is, the more dangerous it becomes. The Nether sect will never let this go so easily. Just as he finished speaking, a loud explosion suddenly shattered the night. The courtyard wall was blown apart, and a dark, sinister energy surged in like a flood, tearing through the silent night in an instant. Accompanied by piercing screams, the sinister energy charged straight into the inner courtyard. The screams had barely begun when they were drowned out by wails of agony. Wherever the sinister energy passed, stone slabs rapidly corroded, and plants withered. Some disciples, caught off guard, were directly ensnared by the black energy. Their bodies shriveled, and their souls were instantly devoured without a trace. The Nether sect is here. Their target is clear, Lin Ye. Lin Ye's gaze turned icy and sharp as his body instantly dashed out of the room. In the darkness of the night, over a dozen shadowy figures surrounded him like ghosts. Black claws, poison needles, and sinister energy attacked simultaneously, their methods utterly ruthless. The black-robed figure leading them exuded an even stronger aura, more dangerous than any dark cultivator encountered before, a genuine early-stage Tier 3. Lin Ye, surrender your life. The black-robed man cackled, his dark energy transforming into a giant claw that slashed toward Lin Ye. Even before the claw reached him, a bone-chilling cold had already seeped into his marrow. Su Qingshu's face turned pale as she mustered all her strength to construct a water shield with her water-based inner energy, placing it in front of Lin Ye. But the shield shattered upon contact, and Su Qingshu was struck by the violent force, spitting blood as she was sent flying backward. Qin Shui. Lin Ye's pupils contracted as he unleashed his wind shadow step, transforming into a streak of cyan light to catch Su Qin Shui and shield her behind him. His fury erupted, and the pale cyan wind energy surged like a tidal wave, swiftly forming a wind wall that forcefully blocked the sinister energy outside the room. He finally unleashed his full strength, fully displaying the power of the late second stage. The black-robed evil cultivator revealed a surprised expression but quickly sneered, even though you've broken through, it won't make a difference. Today, I will drain your divine soul dry as a tribute to our sect leader. He waved his hands, and the black energy rapidly condensed into several twisted soul shadows, screaming as they charged toward Lin Ye. The situation was on the brink of eruption. Lin Ye did not retreat. His gaze was resolute, and there was not a trace of fear in his heart. Su Qin Shui lay gravely injured on the ground, and the elders had also arrived at his side. At this moment, everyone knew that the battle of life and death had begun. Lin Ye took a deep breath and made up his mind, no matter what happened tonight, he would never back down. Most people only wanted to survive by any means, but he would stand up, using his wind energy and his strength to protect the people he loved and preserve the hope of this city. A chaotic aura erupted above the base, and the oppressive force of the third tier was almost suffocating. The disciples of Qingfeng reacted swiftly, raising their longswords high and quickly forming ranks as trained, attempting to block the oncoming death warriors. However, their faces were already filled with fear, for the leading demonic cultivator was far too powerful, a level above them, making it impossible for ordinary disciples to even approach. Su Changfeng furrowed his brows and shouted loudly in the critical moment, "Lin Ye, take Qin Shui and leave first. We'll hold them off." His words carried a sense of resolve. At the brink of life and death, he was willing to sacrifice himself to give his teammates a chance at survival.
But the leading demonic cultivator let out a strange laugh. "Think you can survive by running? None of you will leave here alive."
His voice was filled with madness and cruelty.
The atmosphere instantly grew tense.
Lin Ye was shielding Su Qingxu while retreating, when he suddenly felt a chilling murderous intent from behind.
The demonic cultivator, like a ghost, bypassed Su Changfeng, his black claws aiming straight for Lin Ye's back.
The speed was so fast there was almost no time to react.
"Lin Ye, watch out," someone shouted from behind. But there was no room to retreat. Lin Ye showed no fear.
He gently pushed Su Qingxu behind him, then turned half a circle to face the black claws head-on.
At that moment, an unusual light ignited in his eyes.
He knew this was a life-and-death battle, but he had never felt so clear-headed.
"Perfect, let's test my current limits." Lin Ye clenched his fist. The wind spiral technique was pushed to its peak.
He no longer defended but instead gathered all his wind element inner strength into his right fist. The cyan wind glow became almost transparent. This was the sharp essence of wind, a killing move he had newly comprehended. He said nothing, his fist clashing with the black claw. In an instant, a sharp, piercing sound tore through the air. There was no thunderous roar, only the delicate sound of wind blades and black energy tearing at each other. The dark cultivator's eyes widened as his sinister power was instantly shredded by Lin Ye's fist wind.
The remaining force struck the dark cultivator square in the chest.
With a loud pft, the dark cultivator spat out a mouthful of pitch-black blood and crashed heavily into the wall like a severed kite.
The wall cracked into a web-like pattern. A brief silence spread.
The disciples of Qingfeng were all dumbfounded. No one had expected that a young man who had just broken through to the second tier could seriously injure a third-tier dark cultivator with a single punch.
This is impossible.
The dark cultivator struggled to climb up from the wall, his face full of fear and confusion. Lin Ye withdrew his fist, the wind force still swirling around it, his expression calm yet resolute.
"With me, nothing is impossible," he said.
Lin Ye's foot moved, and with wind shadow step, he darted forward like an arrow, closing in on the evil cultivator.
"Didn't you say you wanted to extract my soul? Come on, then."
The evil cultivator was utterly enraged and terrified, desperately burning his own power as black energy surged from his hands. However, the wind force carried by Lin Ye's punches naturally countered the yin energy. No matter how violent the black energy became, it was shredded into fragments under Lin Ye's fists. The two clashed for over a dozen rounds, and Lin Ye grew more courageous as the battle progressed. Utilizing the wind technique, his punches and movements were incredibly agile, constantly shifting attack rhythms. Wind blades, wind walls, and wind fissures came in waves. The black energy of the third-tier evil cultivator gradually thinned, and his aura weakened rapidly. Finally, the evil cultivator realized he couldn't hold out any longer. His eyes filled with terror, and he roared angrily, giving the order, "Retreat. Retreat now." The remaining death warriors were already being firmly suppressed by Elder Qingfeng. This command seemed to give them their last hope, and they immediately scattered and fled. But Lin Ye did not give them a chance. A cold glint flashed in his eyes as he leapt into the air, arms outstretched. The airflow between heaven and earth surged wildly, and a massive whirlwind swept across the entrance of the stronghold. Several death warriors were instantly engulfed, leaving only a mist of blood consumed by the wind. The demonic cultivator struggled frantically, finally escaping the cage with injuries all over his body. Along the way, he spat out pitch-black blood and fled into the vast night in a sorry state. His shouts echoed in the darkness, filled with curses. "Lin Ye, just you wait, the cult leader will never spare you." The wind gradually subsided. Chaos surrounded the area, collapsed courtyard walls, scorched ground, a few brave disciples who had fallen, and the wounded covered in scars.
This night would be etched into everyone's memory forever.
Su Changfeng quickly walked to Lin Ye's side, his face full of disbelief.
"Lin Ye, you've already broken through? And you can even confront a third-tier demonic cultivator head-on?" Lin Ye nodded while panting. "It was purely by chance.
He was restrained by my wind force and was too overconfident, so I managed to win by sheer luck." Su Qingxu also came over, her face still a bit pale, but her gaze at Lin Ye was filled with endless admiration. "Brother Lin, you are truly amazing." Lin Ye's expression relaxed a little, and his tone was gentle. "It's good that you're okay." Just as they were speaking, hurried footsteps came from a distance. Dressed in white, Ling Xiao and other disciples of the Yuntian Martial Academy rushed in. Seeing the mess all around, they looked tense. "We just saw flames over here. What happened? Did people from the Nether sect show up?" Su Chanfeng nodded in response. "Yes, a third-tier demonic cultivator launched a surprise attack during the night but was repelled by Lin Ye." Ling Xiao immediately turned to Lin Ye, his gaze filled with shock and doubt. He understood all too well the gap between the second and third tiers. Even he, barely at the half-step third tier, had no confidence in defeating a third-tier opponent. Lin Ye simply nodded. It was just a matter of countering them effectively. Ling Xiao took a deep breath, his expression solemn. They dared to attack the Martial Academy so blatantly, clearly no longer hiding their intentions. Their next target won't just be you and me. I'm afraid the entire Falling Cloud City is facing danger. Lin Ye stared intently in the direction where the evil cultivators had fled, his gaze calm yet filled with vigilance. He knew that this victory was merely the beginning, and the shadow of danger had not yet dissipated. The mastermind known as the cult leader was like a hunter lurking in the darkness, ready to emerge at any moment. The night wind carried the scent of blood, filling Lin Ye with a strong sense of unease. He slowly clenched his fist, silently making a decision in his heart. Since the enemy wants a fight, then let it be a fierce battle to the end. He would never back down. In the dead of night, the crisis quietly spread. After the night raid, the entire Qingfeng base was left in shambles. The injured were sent for treatment one by one, while fallen comrades were placed in a quiet side courtyard. The atmosphere was so heavy it felt suffocating. At dawn, tension gripped every corner of Luoyang City, as if a new battle could erupt at any moment. Ling Xiao inspected the scene, his eyes filled with suppressed anger. "This time, they came for you." Every attack trajectory was calculated to perfection. This wasn't just a probe. Next time, it won't just be mere third-tier cultivators. Lin Ye stood before the shattered wall, his gaze fixed on the gray mist outside the city. Calmly, he analyzed, they deliberately created chaos. As long as we fall into disarray internally, they'll seize the opportunity to attack the city. At this moment, Su Chanfeng hurried over, his expression grave. "Just received news. It's not just us. East City Gate, West City District, and even other small martial academies have been harassed. This is clearly an attempt to disperse our forces. The main target is still you." Ling Xiao sneered. "This is a strategy to lure the tiger away from the mountain. They plan to eliminate the strongest first, then gradually annex the entire Luoyang City." Lin Ye turned around, his tone resolute. "We can't passively wait for death. Guarding won't help. We need to let them know if they dare to come in, there's no chance they'll leave." Su Chanfeng froze, looking at Lin Ye. "You have a plan?" Lin Ye nodded but admitted he needed assistance. "I can't do it alone. We must mobilize the personnel from Yuntian Martial Academy, set up formation diagrams, and coordinate with the defensive forces of the city lord's mansion." Ling Xiao promised support without hesitation. "I'll go back and gather the manpower right away. You can arrange everything as you see fit." After surviving a life-and-death ordeal, the former hostility and arrogance had transformed into trust. At sunrise, all the key figures of Luoyang City gathered at the city lord's mansion. The city lord's face was pale. He hadn't slept all night and had finally realized that this was no ordinary chaos caused by evil cultivators but a catastrophe aiming to destroy the city. The Nether sect intends to gradually take over Luoyang City and eventually seize control of the entire Kengyun region. Starting now, the entire city will enter a state of readiness, and everyone must follow unified orders. Lin Ye stepped forward and elaborated on his plan. "The Nether sect excels at night raids, ambushes, and sneak attacks. We must confront them head-on. First, seal off all corners, alleys, and underground passages, leaving them no place to hide. Second, set up watch posts on the city walls, rooftops, and high vantage points to monitor day and night. Third, use righteous energy and sunlight formations to ensure their sinister and evil aura has nowhere to hide. Fourth, assign young disciples to various squads. Ling Xiao and I will each lead a team, responding swiftly to any attacks and preventing the enemy from breaking through." Everyone listened with growing clarity in their eyes. It was simple, effective, and struck precisely at the Nether sect's weak points. Su Chanfeng immediately added, "My wind attribute is more suited for reconnaissance and early warning, being flexible and mobile. Ling Xiao's metal attribute is better for frontal resistance and holding the line. Together, we can effectively counter the Nether sect." Ling Xiao promptly declared, "I'll guard the main city gate and withstand the enemy's frontal assault." Lin Ye made the final arrangements. I'll lead the faster disciples to handle mobile emergency responses within the city, specifically targeting the enemy's sneak attacks.
Clear division of labor, the plan quickly unfolded. That afternoon, Luoyang City took on a completely new look.
All hidden corners were blocked with stones, checkpoints were set up in every street and alley, the city walls were reinforced, and watchtowers stood tall.
Ling Xiao personally stood on the city gate tower, leading the team to command the defense.
Golden energy swept across the distant plains repeatedly, conveying an unyielding aura of deterrence.
Lin Ye, on the other hand, led a squad patrolling the city.
The traces of wind energy they left behind were highly sensitive. If any enemy approached, the disturbance in the airflow would immediately trigger a warning. Su Qingshu took the initiative to join the battle, responsible for treatment, delivering messages, and comforting the wounded. Although her combat ability was limited, her calmness and meticulousness made her an indispensable force in the rear.
At dusk, the sunset bathed the entire city in golden red. Lin Ye stood atop the city's tallest watchtower, overlooking the entire city.
The orderly lights, the glimmering armor, the tense yet organized streets all showed that everyone was striving to defend the city.
There was no panic, only resolve. What are you thinking about?
Ling Xiao appeared behind him, his white robe swaying gently in the evening breeze.
Lin Ye answered softly, I'm looking at this city.
In the past, I was solely focused on becoming stronger, just to stand on a higher platform.
Now I understand that all power is actually meant to protect what you truly cherish.
Ling Xiao followed his gaze streets, homes, ordinary citizens, the warm glow of lights. These simple things were, in fact, the most precious and most in need of protection. He was silent for a moment, then said in a low voice, I used to only want to be the best, always thinking that defeating everyone would mean having everything. There was more reflection in his words now, no longer just about rivalry, but about growth and responsibility. True strength is not just about defeating opponents but also about learning to protect everything behind you. The two stood side by side on the city wall, one dressed in a blue robe, the other in white. The evening breeze blew gently, and neither of them spoke, merely gazing silently into the darkness ahead with tacit understanding. They didn't need to prove anything through conflict or competition, because they both knew in their hearts so long as they defended the city together, they were the most reliable partners. Ling Xiao spoke in a low voice, his tone carrying a hint of tension. Do you think they'll attack again tonight? Lin Ye didn't hesitate, his gaze piercing through the night, his expression resolute. They will.
And this time, it won't just be an empty show of force like before.
Before the words had fully settled, a low and eerie horn suddenly sounded from the darkness. The sound was neither entirely human nor entirely beast-like, carrying a strange chill that seemed to pierce through everyone's nerves. All the lights in Luoyang City flickered simultaneously, and the air abruptly grew tense and oppressive. Ling Xiao instinctively clenched his fists, the golden energy within him slowly surging. At this moment, he understood that the long-awaited great battle had finally arrived. Lin Ye's eyes emitted a sharp light as he stood with the wind, faint currents whistling around him. In a calm yet commanding voice that could not be ignored, he issued the order, relay the command to the entire city, full alert.
Tonight, no one is allowed to retreat.
As long as we are here, the city will not fall. The night surged like a tide toward the walls of Luoyang City, engulfing the entire city in boundless fear. The darkness of this night completely devoured the last trace of daylight, and unfamiliar horn sounds spread from all directions. A chill, like flowing water, crossed the moat, locking the entire Luoyang City under a suffocating pall of gloom. The lights on the city walls trembled, and the oppressive air made it hard to breathe. Ling Xiao stood atop the main city gate tower, his white robe fluttering fiercely in the wind, golden energy radiating from his skin. He stared intently into the pitch-black distance, his eyes full of vigilance. Suddenly, a massive swarm of shadows surged out from the wilderness, overwhelming the sky like locusts. In the darkness, spectral figures twisted and screamed, and several leading figures exuded an exceptionally powerful aura, directly leading over 100 death warriors to charge at the city gate. Their goal was clear: to break through Luoyang City tonight. Archers, prepare. Release arrows. Ling Xiao commanded loudly, his voice deafening. The city defense warriors, who had been waiting, moved swiftly, drawing their bows. Arrows infused with spiritual energy transformed into a rainstorm, piercing through the night sky and into the shadows. Harrowing screams immediately echoed, but the shadows behind seemed oblivious to death, advancing wave after wave, utterly fearless. These enemies are no longer ordinary cultivators but have been brainwashed by the enemy into machine-like death warriors. One of the 3 third-tier demonic cultivators in the lead leaped high into the air, waved his hand, and a massive blast of black energy shot toward the city gate. The entire city wall trembled violently, with stones flying everywhere. Launch a full assault on the gate. Once the city falls, leave no survivors.
The demonic cultivator's voice carried a cruel tone, echoing in the air. Another demonic cultivator soared high into the sky, forming hand seals with both hands.
Waves of black energy surged out, condensing into a massive skull that spewed corrosive black mist from its mouth, heading straight for the city's defending soldiers.
In an instant, the main gate was engulfed in a storm of blood and chaos.
Ling Xiao charged forward without hesitation, clashing head-on with the strongest of the evil cultivators.
Golden energy and dark forces collided fiercely in the air. The sweeping currents sent everyone nearby flying.
Ling Xiao staggered back 2 steps, his face pale. He stared intently at his opponent, whose strength surpassed that of the evil cultivators who had attacked the Qingfeng outpost the previous night. Yet he understood that if he retreated even a step, this city gate would fall, and the entire city would face annihilation.
Alarms sounded simultaneously from other parts of the city wall.
Dark figures raised ladders and frantically climbed the walls, some slashing with chilling claws, cutting down soldiers one after another. The western wall, already weak, was quickly breached. Assassins swarmed onto the wall, beginning a massacre of the defenders.
"Reinforce the west side," someone shouted. "Can't hold on anymore." More soldiers began to panic.
At that moment, a figure in green suddenly darted through the alleys like a gust of wind.
Lin Ye had arrived. His steps were light, each one as fleeting as the wind itself.
With a wave of his hand, he unleashed blades of wind, cutting down the climbing shadows one by one.
Any enemy that approached him was immediately swept away and torn apart by the raging wind. "Reform the formation.
Wounded, fall back and fill the gaps." Lin Ye's voice was clear and commanding, carried to every corner by the power of the wind. The soldiers, who had been on the verge of collapse, regained their confidence. Lin Ye leapt into the breach in the western wall, slamming his palms to the ground. A wall of wind suddenly rose, forcing back all the advancing shadows. He shouted in a low voice, "Wind formation, lock." Several gusts of wind coalesced into chains, tightly binding the vanguard of the Death Warriors, twisting and tearing them apart. In a short time, the breached area on the west side was stabilized. At that moment, the third Tier 3 demonic cultivator lurking in the darkness quietly locked onto Lin Ye. He sneered sinisterly, "Kid, you disrupted our grand plan last night.
Tonight, I'll deal with you first."
The demonic cultivator suddenly leaped out of the shadows, turning his dark energy into a sharp blade aimed directly at Lin Ye's neck, while simultaneously launching a fierce mental assault, intending to kill Lin Ye in one strike. Ling Xiao, standing on the city wall, saw this and shouted anxiously, but he was entangled by his opponent and completely unable to break free to assist. Lin Ye felt a chill spreading down his spine, accompanied by a sharp pain in his head. He was fully aware of the approaching danger but couldn't turn around.
The next second,
Lin Ye instinctively sidestepped, and the air behind him suddenly condensed into a windshield.
Clang!
The black longsword struck the windshield fiercely, producing a piercing noise. Lin Ye's body was shaken by the massive impact, his blood surging uncontrollably as he staggered backward, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. At this moment, he understood all too well his opponent's strength far surpassed his own, a gap that no amount of skill could bridge.
"Ha ha ha, prepare to die."
The demonic cultivator finally gained the upper hand, his black blade launching successive attacks. The shadows of the blade tore through the air like venomous snakes, carrying a corrosive aura as they pressed closer and closer. Lin Ye dodged with all his might, his movements swift as the wind, but in the narrow space of the city wall, he had no room to maneuver and was gradually forced into a corner. The defending soldiers held their breath nervously, none daring to intervene. In such a duel, approaching recklessly would only lead to a quicker death. Behind the medical tent, Su Qingxue covered her mouth tightly, tears welling up in her eyes. Though she was so close, she could only watch helplessly as Lin Ye was driven into a desperate situation. The sinister cultivator wore a cruel smile, pursuing relentlessly.
"Weren't you good at hiding? Why aren't you running now?"
He raised the black blade high, seemingly intent on shattering Lin Ye along with the stone wall behind him.
But at this most critical moment, Lin Ye no longer evaded.
His gaze was icy and sharp, his voice calm to the point of coldness. "I didn't run.
I was just waiting for the wind." This single sentence stunned the sinister cultivator.
He clearly hadn't realized that Lin Ye wasn't in despair but was waiting for the right moment.
Lin Ye suddenly pressed both hands against the city wall.
After tirelessly traversing the city day and night, he had secretly left marks of wind force at all the key points. At this moment, with his activation, the airflow of the entire city was simultaneously unleashed through streets and alleys, rooftops and hidden corners. Every wind passage transformed into a violent current, converging on the city wall, the site of this decisive battle.
This was no longer just his own strength.
It was the entire city's wind that had become his ally.
"Wind, come!" Lin Ye roared. In an instant, a raging wind erupted like a tornado.
A massive azure wind column surged skyward from his body, and the air currents between heaven and earth seemed to obey his command, converging into a colossal hand of wind. In a flash, this hand took shape in the void, even carrying an unbroken storm, and grasped the black blade of the evil cultivator.
What? The evil cultivator's expression finally changed.
The wind force, as soft and resilient as silk, penetrated the black blade layer by layer, gradually stripping away, dispersing, and disintegrating his venomous aura and power. At that moment, everyone understood that this was not the limit of the second tier. After harnessing the wind power of the entire city, Lin Ye astonishingly broke through to the third-tier realm. How can you possibly wield the power of heaven and earth?
The evil cultivator was incredulous at his defeat.
He roared and struggled, but was completely immobilized.
Lin Ye remained calm, simply extending a finger, wind split.
Just 2 simple words of command. The wind hand began to tighten, and with a crisp crack, the black blade shattered on the spot. The wind force, like a sword, pierced through the evil cultivator's defenses and struck heavily against his chest. The evil cultivator flew out like a kite with a broken string, falling below the city and spitting out a large pool of blood, losing even the strength to struggle.
The entire city wall fell into silence, then instantly erupted in deafening cheers. We won!
Lord Lin is so powerful. Lin Ye stood alone on the shattered city wall, his green robe fluttering, surrounded by fierce winds. He seemed like the guardian deity of the city, becoming everyone's hope. His body trembled slightly, his energy nearly exhausted, yet he stubbornly refused to fall. In the distance, Ling Xiao saw his victory, morale soared, and golden light suddenly burst forth, forcing his opponent to retreat. The situation took a dramatic turn. But before everyone could celebrate too much, they felt an even more terrifying and oppressive aura awakening in the darkness outside the city. This overwhelming pressure instantly froze everyone's breath, even causing their souls to tremble. Even the third-tier evil cultivators who had been fighting instinctively stopped their actions, all bowing their heads in reverence. The world fell silent, with only an ancient, cold, hoarse, and irresistible voice echoing through the fractured night sky.
Interesting. A second-tier young man actually used the wind of the entire city to kill my subordinate. Your name is Lin Ye. Very good. This time, I will personally meet you.
In an instant, the atmosphere dropped to freezing point. The voice came from the Nether Sect Master. His oppressive presence was like a mountain pressing down on everyone's hearts, causing the entire city to tremble slightly. Every warrior guarding the city turned pale, their legs feeling as if they were filled with lead, unable to move. This oppression was not merely a display of power but an instinctive fear from the depths of the soul, making even breathing difficult. The figure of the Nether Sect Master slowly approached in the darkness. He was draped in a black robe, his face hidden within a shadowy illusion, with only his cold, merciless eyes gazing down at all like the Grim Reaper. With every step he took, black corrosive moss and wandering souls emerged from the ground, and the air grew cold and viscous, rendering movement nearly impossible. That man possesses the strength of a peak tier 3 expert, Su Changfeng said through gritted teeth, his voice trembling as he stood on the city wall. In our continent, we haven't encountered someone this powerful in 100 years. Ahead, Ling Xiao unleashed all the energy within his body, the golden light illuminating the night, but even he was suppressed by this overwhelming pressure, his movements growing increasingly sluggish. Staring at the shadow drawing closer step by step, he felt, for the first time, a despair he could not resist. The gap between them and the true strong ones was too vast. In despair, even resistance became insignificant. Lin Ye stood by the shattered city wall, the wind whipping his clothes into a flurry. His face was pale, and deep within his soul, he felt a pain like being pricked by needles. Yet even so, he stood firm in place, refusing to retreat. He knew that if he took even one step back, the entire city behind him would fall. The enemy across finally revealed themselves. It was the legendary Nether Sect Master, so terrifying that almost no one dared to look him in the eye. Lin Ye raised his head and asked, his voice not loud but carried by the wind across the battlefield, "You are the legendary Nether Sect Master, aren't you?" The figure stopped in his tracks, his gaze seemingly able to pierce through one's soul, and calmly nodded.
"Yes, that's me. 100 years ago, weren't you dead?"
The sect master let out a contemptuous laugh, devoid of any emotion. "Those people could never truly kill me. I simply found it boring and didn't bother wasting my time with them.
Today is the opportunity I've been waiting for."
He waved his hand casually.
Instantly, a destructive force engulfed the entire scene.
The enemy troops and their followers fighting outside the city fell to their knees one after another, trembling uncontrollably, not even daring to lift their heads. On the city walls, some weaker disciples even fainted directly, their faces pale as iron, their minds teetering on the brink of collapse. Ling Xiao struggled to stand beside Lin Ye, using all his strength to protect himself and his companions, resolutely questioning, you've been planning for so long, just to conquer this city.
The leader sneered coldly. Falling Cloud City? What is that worth? What I want is the entire Kangyun domain.
I want all cultivators to submit, for this continent to have no more light, only death and darkness. He spoke these words as if they were facts, and no one dared to refute him because he had absolute strength to crush everything.
But Lin Ye spoke firmly without hesitation. You won't succeed. The leader raised an eyebrow. What makes you say that?
Lin Ye did not directly respond to his threat but instead looked at Ling Xiao beside him. Ling Xiao stood by Lin Ye's side without hesitation, the two standing shoulder to shoulder.
Golden light merged with the azure breath of the wind, one representing an unyielding will, the other symbolizing infinite vitality.
They stood calmly against the irresistible sense of oppression. Seeing the other's mockery, the leader said coldly, "The two of you are still not strong enough."
Lin Ye firmly responded, "How would you know without trying it yourself?"
Ling Xiao clenched his fists as golden light ignited around him. "Last time we joined forces by accident, but this time we willingly fight together." The two locked eyes, saying nothing, yet already in perfect sync.
The next second, they charged out almost simultaneously.
Lin Ye controlled the raging wind, a storm forming into a towering tornado before him, devastating everything in its path.
Ling Xiao, on the other hand, unleashed all his power, golden light coalescing into a massive, formidable seal.
The tempest and the golden light, one after the other, surged toward the nether sect master. However, the sect master merely stood there calmly, casually extending a single finger.
"With just this little skill, you dare to challenge me?"
A tiny streak of dark energy shot out from his fingertips, silent and invisible, yet it directly shattered the storm and the golden seal. The immense force rebounded, causing Lin Ye and Ling Xiao to cough up blood as they were flung like rag dolls against the city wall, accompanied by the dull sound of breaking bones.
They were completely powerless to fight back.
Their stunned companions could only watch helplessly, unable to move due to the oppressive and terrifying aura.
The leader slowly walked over, completely ignoring their pain.
His cold indifference was almost frosty. "You have courage, but in this world, courage alone is useless.
In the face of absolute power, your resistance is meaningless."
He extended his hand, and a mass of deep black energy appeared in his palm, transforming into a massive and deadly dark hand, ready to directly take Lin Ye and Ling Xiao's lives. Lin Ye lay in the pile of rubble, calmly watching the black hand.
He knew he had already given his all.
Ling Xiao, blood at the corner of his mouth, looked at Lin Ye with a bitter smile. "It seems we still haven't determined a winner." Lin Ye revealed a relieved smile. "Let's call it a draw."
Just as death was approaching, a miracle occurred.
A warm, bright beam of light suddenly shot down from the sky, as if the power of justice had descended from above.
The golden radiance enveloped the entire city.
The dark energy that had been engulfing everything was directly dispelled by the light, and the oppressive feeling vanished instantly. The cult leader abruptly looked up, and for the first time, surprise appeared in his cold, ruthless eyes.
Just as everyone was feeling oppressed and terrified, the sky suddenly underwent a dramatic change.
The clouds were torn apart by an unknown force, and a golden beam of light descended from the heavens. Within the golden light appeared an elderly man with white hair and a white beard. He wore a simple Taoist robe and stood upon the radiance, seeming to exist outside of reality yet making it impossible for anyone to look away. He made no unnecessary movements, simply standing quietly atop the city wall, his gaze sweeping over the fallen Lin Ye and Ling Xiao.
At that moment, even the air seemed to grow still.
Everyone could feel the overwhelming pressure descending from the heavens, but it was not oppressive, rather, it was a force that brought a sense of reassurance. He merely nodded slightly, his eyes filled with approval and gentleness. Then, his gaze fell upon the nether sect master directly opposite him. There was no anger, no disdain. The old man spoke calmly, his voice as gentle as the wind, yet it sent a shiver through the hearts of everyone present. "After 100 years, your courage has grown," he said.
"Do you think the Kangyun domain is a place where you can act recklessly?"
The black aura around the leader surged violently, and for the first time, his expression turned grave. He stared intently at the old man, each word seeming to be squeezed out from his throat.
"Sang Yun, guardian."
Wherever the golden light reached, the darkness scattered. The old man stood quietly, his presence steady. Even with simple attire, it felt as though his mere stance subdued the entire world. The leader looked up at this legendary guardian, his lips trembling. For a moment, he couldn't even maintain his usual arrogance, his voice filled with shock and fear.
"Sang Yun, guardian, you're still alive."
His voice was low and despairing. The old man looked down at the cult leader, his eyes devoid of anger or pity, filled only with an unyielding resolve. 100 years ago, I could have destroyed you completely, but I deliberately spared you, just to see what you were truly capable of. His voice was not raised, yet every word was crystal clear. All the onlookers were stunned. So this was the truth behind the battle between good and evil a century ago. The righteous side's victory was not due to unity or fighting shoulder to shoulder, but because the Guardian could have annihilated the cult leader in one stroke, yet intentionally let him escape. All the so-called glory and legends paled into insignificance in the face of this revelation. Lin Ye and Ling Xiao weakly lifted their heads, their inner turmoil beyond words. They had only ever heard of the Guardian of Kengyun in stories. No one had ever seen him, but today, in the midst of chaos and darkness, he had finally appeared, solely to stop the invasion of the Netherworld cult leader. The cult leader sneered, his eyes filled with hatred. "You speak so lightly. Do you pity me? In truth, you merely treated me as a plaything, leaving me in this world to toy with. I have endured humiliation and borne heavy burdens for 100 years, all for this day, to overthrow the Kengyun you protect." The Guardian sighed. "You have long been lost, consumed only by hatred. No matter how many years pass, you will never change." His tone was flat, yet carried an undeniable power. The old man merely extended a single finger. There was no overwhelming force, no dazzling brilliance, only a gentle white light that shot forth. But the moment that white light touched the black aura of the cult master, it was like ice under the summer sun. The black aura collapsed with a roar. The cult master screamed as he was sent flying backward, the ground splitting in half where he landed. The Netherworld cult master stared at him in disbelief, his voice trembling. You've already stepped into the fourth realm." Fear and despair were written all over his face. The Guardian merely lifted his foot lightly and took a step forward. The entire earth trembled in response, with streams of energy from the 5 elements swirling around his body. Wind, metal, water, earth, and wood, 5 forces faintly converged around him. "I won't kill you today, only because you were once a member of Kengyun. Now, take your subordinates and leave, and I will spare you." The cult leader's aura surged explosively, black energy igniting as he screamed, "You're dreaming. I've waited 100 years, and if I must lose, I'll take you down with me." His hands swiftly formed seals, and suddenly, all the death warriors and evil cultivators cried out in agony. Without hesitation, he sacrificed all his subordinates, absorbing their life essence entirely. The black energy coalesced into a massive black phantom, nearly obscuring the entire sky. "Too crazy." Su Changfeng's face turned pale. The Guardian's gaze finally turned cold, and he hesitated no longer. Raising his palm high, the righteous energy of heaven and earth seemed to be instantly summoned by him, condensing a giant sword of light before him. Before the light sword even descended, the massive ghostly figure had already begun to tremble. At this critical moment, the barely breathing Lin Ye weakly said, "Ling Xiao, we can still stand up." Ling Xiao endured the pain and smiled, "Even if we fall, we'll stand side by side." The two supported each other to stand, knowing they were powerless, yet resolutely stood side by side behind the Guardian. The Guardian noticed. His gaze softened, and his tone carried a rare hint of comfort. "Very good. As long as you are here, Kengyun will not perish." As soon as he finished speaking, the old man raised the light sword high and flicked his wrist slightly. The light sword shone with a dazzling brilliance, striking toward the ghostly shadow of the Netherworld. With one strike, the sky was illuminated. The massive ghostly shadow instantly collapsed, and the darkness was swallowed by the light. The black mist dissipated, and the world returned to tranquility. At this moment, everyone understood that this sword not only protected Kengyun but also taught everyone an important lesson. Integrity, courage, and sacrifice are the true forces that safeguard the world. Under the strike of the sword, the Nether sect leader's body exploded, leaving only a wisp of an injured soul, fleeing desperately like a madman. His sharp howl echoed across the sky, "Guardian, I will return." The old man on the city wall did not pursue but simply stood quietly, watching the dark shadow fade into the distance. He let out a soft sigh, knowing that this crisis had only been temporarily averted. The remaining dark creatures outside the city, seeing their leader flee, immediately lost their backbone and scattered in all directions. The guards on the city wall seized the opportunity to eliminate them one by one. The clamor subsided into silence. The morning light pierced through the thick clouds, and sunlight spilled over the ruined city of Luyun. Everything appeared tranquil yet weary. The Guardian turned around and looked at Lin Ye and Ling Xiao. With a casual flick, a warm golden light flowed into their bodies. The warmth spread instantly, their injuries healed almost immediately, and their depleted strength gradually recovered. The two bowed their heads in gratitude simultaneously. "Thank you, Senior." The elder nodded, his gaze carefully examining the two. "You, skilled in wind, adept at adapting to the environment, protecting your companions, and knowing when to endure, and you, proficient in metal, straightforward and strong, always stepping forward, able to march alongside your comrades. Your future achievements will far surpass what can be imagined now." He paused for a moment, his tone becoming solemn and sincere. "I won't always be here to keep you safe. Sooner or later, this world will belong to your generation. Lin Ye looked up, his voice steady. Senior, the Nether sect will definitely return.
The elder nodded calmly. They will.
As long as that wisp of remnant soul exists, they can never truly be eradicated.
But next time, the ones standing in their way must be you.
He looked up into the distance, his voice calm yet filled with hope. This time, my appearance won't go unnoticed for long. You must grow stronger, so that one day, this world will be entrusted to your protection. Before his words had fully faded, the elder's figure gradually turned transparent, transforming into a golden light that finally dissipated in the morning sunlight, as if he had never appeared. Only his final admonition lingered in the air, echoing for a long time.
Becoming strong is not about defeating others, but about holding on to your inner self.
As long as the heart does not collapse, the fortress will not fall, and the world will not be destroyed. The city wall was silent, with only the morning breeze brushing against everyone's faces. Lin Ye and Ling Xiao stood side by side, their clothes torn and stained with blood, yet they stood upright without a trace of retreat. The frenzied battle last night, the sudden arrival of the leader, the appearance of the strong. Within just a few hours, they had faced trials that most people would never encounter in a lifetime. Su Changfeng, Su Qingxue, and other elders and disciples slowly gathered around, their eyes filled with respect and relief. Ling Xiao turned his face to look at Lin Ye, extending his hand flatly. When we both become strong. Lin Ye met his gaze and shook his hand firmly. The next time we encounter the netherworld, it will be our turn to protect this world. The morning light illuminated the crumbling city walls and the two young, resolute figures. Although the storm had temporarily subsided, danger was far from gone. From this day forward, the Kenyan domain ushered in an era belonging to a new generation.